Prologue. Once the head of the Criminal Technology Division at the Municipal Public Security Bureau and a member of the Provincial Police's Criminal Investigation Expert Group, Luo 1, upon returning from a business trip, discovered that his wife and daughter had mysteriously vanished. For years, he has relentlessly pursued the truth behind their disappearance. Over the past 3 years, Hang City has witnessed a spate of homicides, with the perpetrator leaving behind the provocative phrase, "Please come catch me," at each crime scene. This blatant challenge to law enforcement has ignited outrage among the upper echelons of the police force, prompting provincial leaders to demand swift action. However, despite the establishment and dissolution of the Special Investigation Team 4 times, the case remains unsolved. In Hang City, Zhu Huiru has been a long-time target of harassment by a local thug. In a fateful encounter, she and her friend Guiyu inadvertently kill him. As these ordinary individuals grapple with the unforeseen circumstances and waver over whether to surrender, a middle-aged man appears before them, suggesting an alternative resolution. What initially seems to be a straightforward case of a thug's murder reveals, through deepening investigation, that the adversary they face is far from ordinary, and this case appears to be intimately connected to a series of homicides that have unfolded over the past 3 years. Just as the police's efforts to solve the case reach an impasse, renowned criminologic expert Yan Liang intervenes. However, as he meticulously unravels the threads of the mystery, he uncovers the true motive behind the crimes, sending chills down his spine. Part 1. Please come catch me. 1. The scene was bustling with activity as 5 police cars struggled to find parking. As Zhao Taimin, the head of the criminal investigation team in Hang City, opened the car door and leaned out, he was abruptly met with a dark, stick-like object that pushed him back. "What is going on?" he exclaimed, annoyance flickering across his face as he pressed his pained forehead and stepped back out. Instantly, a row of long-handled microphones emerged before him, blocking his way, followed by a throng of cameras. Before he could identify the culprit behind the microphone's intrusion, the reporters began bombarding him with questions. "I hear this is the 5th homicide. Does the police have confidence in catching the perpetrator this time? The killer has left a note. Please come catch me again. What is the police's stance? Could you provide us with a brief overview of this case?" Zhao Taimin pursed his lips, a hint of displeasure crossing his features. Having just emerged from this major incident, he was eager to assess the scene, and the reporters were truly bothersome. Had this been during his early days as an officer, he would have impatiently shouted, "I haven't even reached the scene, what do I know?" Such a response would have inevitably led to headlines like "Police Clueless About Homicide Leads" and "Police Shouting Emperor Emerges a Crime Scene" on that evening's news. Now, however, he understood the importance of maintaining a polished image as the highest-ranking officer at the scene. Zhao Taimin cleared his throat with a forceful cough, clapped his hands, and declared loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, for specifics regarding the case, please direct your inquiries to the publicity department of the municipal police. No further information will be disclosed." He had no desire to engage in a protracted exchange with the reporters. With a wave of his hand, a contingent of officers swiftly moved to disperse the crowd, parting the throngs of onlookers as if parting the Red Sea. Zhao Taimin, accompanied by more than a dozen detectives, swiftly crossed the police cordon, where detectives from the district police department were quick to greet him. Zhao Taimin, his expression inscrutable, nodded slightly and inquired, "Has old Chen arrived?" "He came early. Forensic Chen is inside examining the body." "Very well." He gestured with his hand, "Please coordinate the transfer of responsibilities between your team and mine. This case will be handled directly by the municipal bureau. Your district need not involve itself further." Zhao Taimin surveyed his surroundings. They stood beside a broad expanse of greenery along Wenyu West Road, behind which lay a concrete clearing. In the center of this space, a temporary sunshade had been erected, beneath which lay a figure. Several officers were conducting their investigations nearby. Approaching the tent, Zhao Taimin found a corpulent man lying within. The man was adorned with numerous measurement tags. His eyes were wide open and bloodshot, indicating the rupture of capillaries. The upper half of his body was bare, revealing tattoos on his chest and arms, suggesting he was a man of dubious associations. Moreover, his tongue protruded slightly, and a cigarette was wedged between his thick lips. "What have you found?" Zhao Taimin glanced at Forensic Chen, who was crouched beside the corpse. With gloved hands, Chen lifted the deceased's chin and pointed to a bruise on his neck. "This is a ligature mark. Considering the characteristics of the corpse's eyes and the protruding tongue, it can be deduced that he was strangled with a rope. The assailant attacked from behind, and the mark indicates that the perpetrator is left-hand, possessing greater strength in the left arm. The estimated time of death is between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. last night. A more precise determination can be made post-autopsy. However, we must act swiftly, he added, glancing up at the sky where the September sun blazed fiercely. At this temperature, the body is already beginning to emit an odor. Zhao Taimin rubbed his nose. This summer had been particularly sweltering, and the corpse, having been deceased for only 8 or 9 hours, was already subtly exuding a foul scent. Chen then reached for a transparent evidence bag and carefully removed the cigarette from the deceased's mouth. Zhao Taimin frowned once again. Yes, it is indeed a Li Kun brand cigarette, Chen replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. All circumstances mirror the previous 4 cases almost precisely. In the underbrush about 500 or 600 meters from here, the murder weapon was discovered at a length of rope, still the type commonly used in school physical education classes, with wooden handles at both ends. The handles bear the fingerprints of the assailant. The perpetrator used this rope to strike from behind, strangling the victim. After the act, he inserted a Li Kun cigarette into the deceased's mouth and left behind a printed A4 sheet inscribed with the words, "Please come and catch me." All relevant evidence has been secured. Zhao Taimin pursed his lips, remaining silent. Typically, local public security bureaus are responsible for homicide cases. However, this particular case was promptly escalated from the bureau to the municipal office, with a leader of Zhao Taimin's caliber personally overseeing the investigation. This urgency arose when the officers at the scene discovered a printed note beside the body, boldly stating, "Please come and catch me." Additionally, they found a cigarette from the brand Li Kun inserted into the deceased's mouth, which immediately reminded them of the 5th incident in notorious series of unsolved serial murders spanning 3 years. They quickly reported their findings to the municipal office, and, after urgent communication between the municipal and provincial leaders, it was decided that Zhao Taimin would lead the case. This series of homicides was infamous, casting a profoundly negative influence. Over 2 years ago, when the first murder occurred, the note left at the scene provocatively challenging the police sparked widespread outrage, prompting extensive media coverage and inciting the wrath of provincial and municipal leaders. The provincial authorities issued an order demanding the apprehension of the perpetrator. Subsequently, a joint task force was established at both provincial and municipal levels to investigate the case. However, after 6 months of fruitless efforts, the task force was disbanded. To their astonishment, shortly after the dissolution of the task force, a second murder occurred. Aside from the differing victims and locations, it mirrored the first case almost identically. Once again, the second task force was eventually disbanded. Thus, task forces were formed and dissolved 4 times in total, with thousands of officers committed to the investigation, yet they had not even gleaned a basic profile of the perpetrator. The initial fervor from the leaders gradually dissipated, and by the end, no one dared to demand accountability. Now, with the occurrence of the 5th murder, Zhao Taimin had assumed the role of task force leader. The modus operandi of the serial killer was strikingly consistent, using a student's jump rope to strangle the victims from behind, discarding the rope nearby. Fingerprints belonging to the assailant were found on the wooden handles of the rope. Throughout the investigations, the police collected numerous fingerprints from local residents for comparison, but failed to identify the killer. The crime scenes were all situated in suburban areas, where surveillance was scant. Although several suspicious individuals were identified during the review of available footage, investigations ruled out any criminal involvement. Moreover, the most perplexing aspect remained that after each murder, the assailant would place an untouched Li Kun cigarette in the victim's mouth. Why did the killer consistently insert a cigarette into the deceased's mouth after each murder? What significance did this act hold? Was the killer attempting to convey that smoking is harmful to health? Or was he perhaps an unwitting spokesperson for Li Kun? This question had been deliberated countless times by previous task forces, yet no conclusions were ever reached. Observing Zhao Taimin's expression, forensic expert Chen understood the turmoil brewing within him. The previous 4 task forces had wielded considerable resources without success. Could he truly break the case this time? Forensic expert Chen coughed gently, prompting, "This case bears several distinctions from the previous 4. What are they?" Zhao Taimin's eyes widened with curiosity. Chun gestured towards the ground beside the deceased's right hand. Following the indication, Zhao Taimin exclaimed, "Are there words on the ground? Did the murderer write them?" Shaking his head, Chun replied, "It appears these words were inscribed during the victim's final moments of struggle. When I examined the victim's right hand, I found a small stone clutched within it, and subsequently noticed the markings on the ground." Furrowing his brow, Zhao Taimin scrutinized the scene for a moment before slowly articulating, "Wood. Earth. Also, what does this signify?" Chun explained, "It's not what Earth. Also, there are 3 characters in total, overlapping when written. I surmise that the assailant bound the victim with a rope, and in his desperate struggle, the victim grasped a stone and left behind these final 3 characters, which likely denote local person." A local person? Zhao Taimin examined the markings further, nodding vigorously. Indeed, the characters for local person are intertwined. If this was left by the victim, could it imply that the assailant is a local of Hangzhou? Chun concurred. "That is my assessment as well. The identification found on the victim reveals his name as Sun Hongyun, hailing from Shandong, with further inquiries required to ascertain his complete identity. Since the victim is not from this area, it is evident that local person refers to the identity of the assailant." After a moment of reflection, Zhao Taimin remarked, "In contrast to the clues from the previous 4 cases, if we can confirm that the assailant is indeed a local, the scope of our investigation could be significantly narrowed. Hangzhou, being a major provincial city, has a substantial influx of migrant populations. A clear identification of the assailant as a local would potentially have the investigative range." Chen added, "Moreover, this clue suggests a strong possibility that the assailant may have been acquainted with the victim." Zhao Taimin shook his head, countering, "Not necessarily. Based on the investigations from the previous 4 homicides, the likelihood of the assailant being an acquaintance of the victim is virtually non-existent. The victim's notation of local person presents 2 possibilities. Either the victim knew the assailant superficially, unable to recall a name, merely recognizing him as a local, or the victim was unfamiliar with the assailant, who, during the act of murder, spoke in the local dialect, leading the victim to deduce his local origin." Chun continued, "In addition to the victim's inscription, there is another aspect that diverges from the previous 4 cases. The position where the victim now lies is not where the assailant originally struck." A spark of excitement ignited in Zhao Taimin's eyes. "Are you suggesting that the assailant relocated the body after the murder? If the body was indeed moved post-murder, the crime would encompass both the act of killing and the subsequent relocation, thereby yielding a wealth of investigative leads compared to a straightforward murder at the original site, making the case considerably easier to resolve." The doctor Chun shook his head and remarked, "This is undoubtedly the location where the murder occurred, as the victim was seen riding here shortly before his demise. Based on the scene's conditions, I have reconstructed the sequence of events from last night. Between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m., the victim was walking along the road outside. As he approached the greenbelt, he began to urinate, at which point the assailant unexpectedly ensnared him from behind with a rope and dragged him to this very spot, ultimately strangling him to death. Residues of urine were found in the nearby greenbelt. Whether it belongs to the victim can be confirmed upon further analysis. The victim's zipper was found unfastened, indicating he had not yet finished when he was attacked. However, there's another perplexing issue. The perpetrator dragged the victim across the entire grassy area of the greenbelt, a distance of approximately 10 meters, leaving unmistakable traces on the grass. Strangely, only the victim's footprints can be discerned, with no sign of the assailant's presence whatsoever. "What?" Zhao Taimin exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "You must be joking. The assailant dragged him across the grass, and yet there are no footprints left behind?" Dr. Chen nodded, slightly exasperated. "I find it equally peculiar, but despite searching thoroughly, I could only locate the footprints left by the victim during a struggle. Not a single footprint from the assailant was found." Zhao Taimin gasped in shock. The perpetrator managed to drag the victim for several dozen meters without leaving a trace. Was it possible that the assailant walked without touching the ground? Could he fly? A sense of unease washed over him. August had passed, yet the sweltering heat showed no signs of abating. At 7 p.m., the sky remained brilliantly illuminated. Guoyu wearily disembarked from the bus and made his way towards his rented apartment complex. He donned a pair of somewhat heavy black-framed glasses, his expression somber, and his physique leonine unmistakable testament to the burdens of relentless overtime. Since graduating from university, he had been employed as a programmer at a private enterprise for 3 years. He was not a tech prodigy, merely a junior programmer. Each day was fraught with demanding tasks and frequent late nights, the only solace being his monthly salary of over 6,000 yuan deposited into his bank account. Surviving in this city was no easy feat, although he rented a modest 30 to 40 square meter apartment on the outskirts. He still had to pay 1,500 yuan each month. On top of that, he contributed several thousand to support his parents in the countryside. His family had borrowed tens of thousands to fund his education at a third-tier university. Last year, his father suffered an accident at work, incurring additional expenses of several tens of thousands. Moreover, he had a disabled sister at home requiring care. Everything required money, and his monthly salary was perpetually stretched thin. He had entertained dreams of one day purchasing a house and car in this city to establish a stable life for himself. But each time he pondered these aspirations, he could only chuckle bitterly. They were mere fantasies. Some individuals are born into a life of comfort, while others are destined to bear the weight of numerous burdens from the moment they enter the world. He cherished the job he held dearly, for he was in dire need of stability. Although the long hours were grueling, his limited abilities rendered the prospect of transitioning to a larger company an almost unattainable dream. Upon crossing a street from the bus stop, one would find the side entrance of the residential complex. Not far off, 2 local ruffians in their 20s had ensnared a scruffy puppy about 4 to 5 months old with a wire, which was tethered to an electrical cord. The 2 young hoodlums tugged at the other end of the cord, dragging the poor creature back and forth, their laughter ringing out with reckless abandon. The puppy, in its desperation, soon bore wounds on its mouth and limbs, emitting a shrill, heart-wrenching wail, its eyes brimming with terror. Before long, their cruel antics attracted a throng of onlookers, who began to reprimand. "Hey, what are you doing? Why mistreat the dog? Release it at once." The ringleader, sporting a shock of dyed blonde hair, disdainfully retorted, "This is my dog, I'll do as I please. Who the hell says I can't treat my own dog this way?" Guoyu had often encountered these 2 ruffians, rumored to be locals who had once been farmers in the vicinity. Following a series of demolitions a few years prior, their families had received multiple housing units, leading them into a life of idleness and frequent troublemaking. The police had intervened on several occasions, but due to the lack of serious offenses, they faced only minor administrative penalties. Hailing from a rural background, Guoyu had grown up with dogs and harbored a fondness for them. Whenever he had food, he would often share it with stray dogs. Witnessing the cruel treatment of the puppy ignited a surge of anger within him. However, being an introverted and timid individual, he refrained from involving himself in others' affairs. As an outsider in an unfamiliar place, he felt too intimidated to take a stand, opting instead to silently seethe among the crowd as a mere observer. At that moment, an elderly local man could no longer bear the sight and bellowed, "What are you 2 doing? Is this how one treats a dog? Are you from the Zhang family? If you continue, they'll call your father." Though the ruffians were in their early 20s, they were jobless and still reliant on their parents, which instilled in them a modicum of fear. As more people gathered, they dared not provoke the crowd's fury thus. They released the puppy's tether, though not without kicking it in a display of false bravado, cursing as they sauntered away. Among the crowd, a young woman in her 20s dashed forward, kneeling beside the ailing puppy to cradle it and untangle the wire, assessing its injuries. Other kind-hearted passers-by soon joined to assist. Guoyu recognized her. She and her brother ran a noodle shop at the community entrance, a place he frequented nearly every day. Seeing her was the highlight of his day, though he had never mustered the courage to express his feelings, believing himself unable to provide the stability a girl might seek. He quietly harbored his affection within, content to exchange a few words with her each day. Nearby, the blonde ruffian muttered to his companion, "That little brat is meddling too much. I'll pay her a visit at her shop later." His companion chuckled teasingly. "What are your intentions? Planning to bet her?" He smirked with a crooked grin. "It's only a matter of time. Last time I attempted to seduce her, she outright refused. Humph, that little vixen is undeniably alluring. I shall certainly claim her." The summer days are invariably prolonged, with the sun lingering until 7 in the evening, reluctantly casting its final rays. The heat of the day gradually succumbs to the coolness of the night. By the riverside in the western part of the city, a few elderly men sit upon modest stools, engaging in leisurely conversation. In front of them, a young couple strolls leisurely, accompanied by their poodle. Nearby, a little girl of 4 or 5, captivated by the puppy, attempts to dash over to play, only to be sternly halted by her serious mother. Further ahead, at a bus stop, a couple of university students appears to be embroiled in a disagreement. The entire city's rhythm slows as night descends. Luo 1, with a shoulder bag slung casually, proceeds at his own steady pace, his gaze cast downward as he walks. Passers-by brush past him. He remains oblivious. Even as young women in short skirts, showcasing their strong and graceful thighs, engage in lively conversation beside him, evoking no stir within his emotions. Not far off lies a residential community, often referred to as an urban village, where rents are relatively affordable, making it a popular choice for many recent graduates. The row of street-facing shops outside the community primarily consists of various restaurants and fruit stores. As usual, Luo Wen enters a noodle shop named Chongqing Noodle House and settles down, ordering a bowl of Pianer Chuan. The establishment is run by a pair of siblings from Chongqing. The brother, Zhu Fulai, is small in stature and limps, usually quiet, focusing solely on preparing the noodles. His sister, Zhu Huiru, lives up to her name, an intelligent and cheerful young woman who assists in attending to customers, delivering takeout, and performing various tasks. While waiting for his noodles, Luo Wen retrieves his wallet from his pocket and opens it to reveal a photograph of a family of 3. In the picture, the man is unmistakably Luo Wan, though he appears significantly younger than he does now, alongside a wife who, though not conventionally beautiful, is dearly loved. Between them is a 4-year-old girl with a sulky expression, seemingly uninterested in the photograph. Observing his daughter's peculiar demeanor brings a fleeting smile to Luo Wen's face. But it quickly vanishes, leaving behind an inscrutable air of melancholy. He returns the wallet to his pocket and gazes upward, his brow slightly furrowed. It has been over 8 years since their disappearance, and he wonders if they are still alive. If his daughter were still in this world, she would be in the 6th grade now. For 8 long years, he has relentlessly pursued every fragment of a clue in search of his wife and daughter, leaving no stone unturned. He relinquished his job and career, surrendering the position of director of the Criminal Technology Department at the Ning City Public Security Bureau, as well as his dual roles in the Forensic and Material Identification departments. He also abandoned the title of Criminal Investigation Expert at the Provincial Public Security Department, all in pursuit of that singular answer. Following the fragmented leads of his wife and daughter's disappearance, he traced their path all the way from Ning City to Hang City, where he has resided for 3 years. He is uncertain how much longer he must endure this existence. Nonetheless, even if there is a mere 1 in 10,000 chance of hope, he feels compelled to continue his search. But what if hope fades away? A wry smile of resignation crosses his face. At that moment, a voice called out from behind him, "Brother, I found a little dog." Zhu Huiru, her expression fraught with panic, rushed into the shop cradling a bloodied yellow puppy. The puppy's eyes were wide with terror, its body trembling uncontrollably. Zhu Fulai, standing in the kitchen, glanced outside and complained, "It's filthy. Why did you bring such a dog back? Quickly dispose of it." "No." Zhu Huiru seemed to anticipate her brother's response, insisting, "Those ruffians dragged the puppy around with a wire, nearly killing it." "Which ruffians? You better not stir up trouble," Zhu Fulai warned, concern etching his features. "The 2 who live in the neighborhood, they're absolutely dreadful." "Those 2? Zhu Fulai frowned. "Why provoke them?" Zhu Huiru retorted angrily. "I didn't provoke them. They were going to kill the puppy, and many people couldn't bear to watch." At that moment, Huiyu entered the shop and ordered a bowl of noodles. He overheard the siblings' quarrel and discreetly glanced at Zhu Huiru without uttering a word. Zhu Fulai emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of noodles, handing it to Luo Wen before turning to assess the puppy, frowning resolutely. "You must get rid of that dog quickly and avoid those people in the future," Zhu Huiru protested. "Why would I provoke them? Besides, I never intended to keep the dog forever. I can't just stand by and watch it suffer, can I? It will surely die if we abandon it now. Let us take care of it until it grows a bit stronger, then we can find it a new home. Why is it only you who brings home strays? Someone has to take responsibility. You have no say in this." Zhu Fulai snapped, turning back to the kitchen to continue preparing noodles. Fuming, Zhu Huiru placed the puppy on the ground. It struggled to rise but immediately collapsed, then laboriously crawled a few steps towards Luo Wen's table, curling up in a corner, fearfully surveying its surroundings. Luo Wen lowered his head and glanced at the dog, which met his gaze. It was an ordinary little mutt. with grayish-yellow fur and a patch of white fur between its eyes, resembling a third eye. He was momentarily taken aback as a wave of memories surged over him. 8 years ago, he returned home from work to find a little dog added to the household. His daughter was playing with it. Not an animal lover. He had pulled his daughter aside, admonishing her that the dog was dirty and should be thrown out. His daughter had burst into tears, and his wife had intervened, explaining that they had just rescued the puppy from the roadside. It was only a few months old and had likely been hit by a car, unable to stand. Hence they brought it home. His daughter, having never closely interacted with animals, was clearly enamored with the puppy and insisted they keep it. Reluctantly, he had acquiesced and, employing his medical skills, managed to heal the puppy's injuries. However, months later, when his wife and daughter went missing, that dog had also vanished without a trace. He vividly remembered that dog. Its yellow fur and the patch of white fur between its eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to this one. As he gazed into the puppy's eyes, Luo Wen felt a tremor in his heart. He picked up a piece of meat from his bowl, bent down, and offered it to the puppy. The puppy hesitated for a moment, but quickly devoured the meat. Luo Wen smiled and turned to Zhu Huiru, asking, "Would you allow me to take the puppy?" Zhu Huiru recognized him as a regular customer who typically only ordered noodles and had never spoken before. She hesitated and replied, "Are you planning to keep it?" Luo Wen nodded, assuring her, "I will tend to its injuries and raise it." Before Zhu Huiru could respond, Zhu Fulai inside eagerly interjected, "That sounds good, Huiru. Please find a box so this gentleman can take it home." After pondering for a moment, Zhu Huiru eventually agreed, as the shop was indeed not suitable for a dog. However, after making this decision, Luo Wen began to regret his earlier actions. He should focus on his own affairs rather than take on the responsibility of a dog. Yet, upon seeing the puppy huddled in the corner, he smiled again, thinking that if his daughter were present, she would surely do the same. After settling the bill, just as Luo Wen was about to lift the cardboard box to leave, 2 ruffians barged into the shop. The leader, with disheveled hair, glared at Zhu Huiru and demanded, "Hey, where did you take my dog?" Upon spotting the puppy in the box, he sneered, "So it was here." He reached for the box, but Luo Wen swiftly nudged it towards himself with his foot. The ruffian growled, "What do you think you're doing?" Luo Wen calmly inquired, "Is the dog yours?" "Of course. Give it back to me." "Oh, so it belongs to you. Then, how about selling it to me?" "Selling it to you?" The ruffian, noticing that Luo Wen was a middle-aged man, did not dare to be too brazen. After a moment of thought, he replied, "All right, 300 yuan, sound good? This is my female dog, and I've raised it for several months. It's quite robust." Before he could finish boasting about its virtues, Luo Wen interrupted, "No problem. 300 it is." He promptly pulled out his wallet and handed over the money. The ruffian was taken aback by Luo Wen's willingness to pay 300 for a mutt. After accepting the money, he regretted not asking for more, thinking he could have easily asked for 500, as this fool would likely comply. Feeling pleased with their unexpected windfall, the 2 ruffians swaggered over to a nearby table and called out, 2 bowls of stir-fried eel noodles." Zhu Huiru, fuming, retorted, "Not a chance. You haven't paid for your previous orders." "Hey." Zhu Fulai, fearing his sister would create a scene, hurriedly hobbled out, saying, "It's fine, Huiru, please go inside. I'll cook it right away, just wait a moment." "Brother, don't cook for them." Zhu Huiru shouted angrily. "Why should we let them eat for free? This has happened several times. The last time I delivered food, he not only refused to pay but also, what did he do to you?" The ruffian interrupted mockingly. "Just touched you a few times, right? Come on, don't pretend you've never been touched by a man." The ruffian immediately revealed a shameless smirk. Zhu Fulai's eyes reflected a blend of tenderness and helplessness. However, being a cripple, he had endured bullying from his peers throughout his life and had grown accustomed to swallowing his grievances. Gritting his teeth, he gently grasped his sister's arm, seeking to dissuade her from escalating the conflict. At that moment, Guayu, who was seated at a nearby table savoring his noodles, could no longer contain himself upon hearing Zhu Huiru being insulted. He slammed his chopsticks down, glared furiously at the 2 ruffians, his lips pressed tightly together. Hearing the commotion, the yellow-haired thug turned around, and upon noticing Guayu's glare, rose to his feet instantly. "What are you staring at, kid?" he barked, striding directly towards Guayu, jabbing a finger at his nose and threatening, "Do you want to play the hero?" Guayu bit his lip, momentarily stirred by emotion. The timid youth was soon intimidated by the thug's menacing demeanor and hastily lowered his head. "If you're not brave enough, don't go around glaring, got it?" The ruffian, recognizing Guayu's submissive appearance, felt emboldened and delivered a hefty slap to the back of his head before swaggering back to his seat. "Are you all right?" Zhu Huiru rushed over, her concern evident as she cast a resentful glare at the thug, who remained utterly indifferent. Guayu, his face flushed, murmured, "I am fine." Luo Wen sat silently in his seat, observing the unfolding conflict with detached interest. After a few moments of contemplation, he shook his head with a smirk and departed with his paper box in hand. In an office within the Municipal Police Bureau, the core members of the Special Investigative Team were assembled. Investigator Yang Xuejuan was briefing the group on the latest findings. The time of the incident, as confirmed by forensic expert Shun, occurred between 11 p.m. and midnight the previous evening. The victim, Sun Hongyun, aged 45 and hailing from Shandong, had a lengthy criminal record, having served 3 prison sentences. At 19, he was sentenced to 4 years for theft, and at 25, he received a 7-year sentence for intentional assault. After his release, he relocated to Hangzhou, where he resided for over a decade, initially dealing in stolen goods. In recent years, he had gathered a group to operate freight services in the western part of the city, monopolizing a steel market's logistics through intimidation and other illicit means. 2 years prior, he severely injured a truck driver due to a dispute and had just been released from prison. Reports indicated he had a fierce reputation. He maintained 2 mistresses, and preliminary investigations revealed that both were unaware of his activities the previous day. Several of his subordinates were interviewed, stating that his schedule was erratic. Last night, after dining with friends on a street in the Western District, he returned home alone along Wenny West Road. Upon reaching a greenbelt, he began to urinate when the assailant attacked him from behind, dragging him to the middle of the concrete area behind the greenbelt and strangling him. The urine found in the greenbelt was confirmed to be his. Those who were with him last night exhibited no signs of unusual behavior, and we will continue our investigations to determine if there are any suspects involved. Zhao Taimin inhaled deeply and inquired, "Did anyone know he was walking home alone along Wenny West Road last night?" Yang Xuejuan shook his head. "We inquired with friends who dined with him last night, and they mentioned that the late-night snack was a spontaneous decision with no prior arrangements. We cannot predict at what time they finished eating, whether he would return home alone, or which route he would take." Zhao Taimin nodded in agreement. This suggests that the murderer followed him closely rather than lying in wait near the greenbelt beforehand. Yang Xuejuan concurred. "I share the same sentiment. Yet according to other witnesses, no one sensed they were being followed at the time, indicating that the perpetrator was exceedingly cautious. The surveillance cameras along that stretch are sparse. I have already coordinated with the traffic police to review the footage and see if we can identify any suspicious individuals." Zhao Taimin remarked. In the previous 4 cases, the surveillance did not reveal any dubious figures. The cameras along this route primarily capture the street, leaving numerous blind spots on the sidewalks and in the greenbelt areas. Personally, I harbor little optimism regarding the surveillance outcomes. Nonetheless, we must still examine the footage. He turned to forensic expert Chun, asking, "Old Chun, has the scene been thoroughly examined, and yet no footprints of the murderer have been found?" The concrete surface does not retain footprints easily, and there is also the possibility that the murderer intentionally tampered with parts of the scene. The tracks in the greenbelt, however, were preserved intact, yet astonishingly, there are no signs of the perpetrator. Zhao Taimin pursed his lips, glancing at the others. The murderer dragged the victim for several dozen meters without leaving any footprints. "What are your thoughts?" The group exchanged puzzled looks, as this occurrence defied logic unless the murderer possessed the ability to fly. Zhao Taimin stroked his chin, fully anticipating the silence that ensued, as he too could not fathom how the perpetrator accomplished this feat. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed the assembly. "This detail must remain confidential. Each of you should inform your subordinates. Aside from the members of the Special Investigation Team, do not mention this detail to anyone, including other law enforcement personnel not involved in the case." Observing the confusion etched on their faces, he elaborated, "If this information leaks, the notion that the murderer dragged the victim for several meters without leaving a trace, coupled with the fact that we have been investigating this string of murders for 3 years without any insights into the perpetrator, could lead to public speculation that the murderer is not human or possesses supernatural abilities. Such rumors, especially when sensationalized by certain media outlets, could incite panic and impose significant public pressure on our investigation." The group nodded in understanding. As seasoned detectives, they were materialists who recognized that the murderer was undoubtedly an ordinary person, employing some method that eluded discovery. However, The general public might not share such rationality. The dissemination of various rumors would complicate the police's subsequent efforts. Ultimately, the more mysterious the case appeared, the stronger the upper management's demands for a timely resolution would become, thereby intensifying their investigative pressure. Zhao Taimin, now a team leader overseeing hundreds of personnel, understood that even if the case remained unsolved, his personal reputation would merely be tarnished without any disciplinary repercussions. However, he aspired to secure a leadership position within the provincial police department, and a swift resolution to this case would significantly enhance his prospects for the future. Thus, until the case becomes clearer, he wishes to avoid excessive pressure from public opinion. Zhao Taimin continued, "Let us set this matter aside for the moment. Everyone should reflect on it and consider ways to act without leaving traces. For now, we will analyze the commonalities among the 5 cases. First, including today's incident, all 5 victims were released prisoners, each having committed serious crimes, some involving rape, others theft, and intentional harm." An experienced detective remarked, "Captain Zhao, are you suggesting that the perpetrator is enacting extrajudicial punishment on these criminals?" Zhao Taimin replied, "Typically, the motives for homicide are either negligent homicide, robbery, or revenge. Clearly, these 5 cases do not fall under negligent homicide. Moreover, all the victims' belongings were intact. Ruling out robbery as a motive, it appears we are left with revenge. However, according to prior investigations, the deceased did not know each other, and we cannot identify any suspicious individuals who harbor animosity towards all of them. Thus, the motive of revenge also lacks foundation. Excluding these 3 conventional motives, coupled with the fact that all 5 victims were released prisoners, I surmise that the perpetrator likely perceives himself as an agent of justice, enacting extrajudicial punishment." Yang Xuejuan interjected, "But I have reviewed the profiles of the 5 victims. Their sentences were reasonably imposed at the time of their convictions, not lenient at all." Zhao Taimin responded, "Perhaps. In the eyes of the perpetrator, their crimes warranted the death penalty." A criminal psychology expert nodded in agreement, stating, "From the perspective of criminal psychology, this perpetrator sees himself as a manifestation of justice, seeking to enact divine retribution. He disdains the legal system's judgments, adhering instead to his own standards of sentencing." Another veteran detective expressed skepticism, "Yet one of the victims was merely a thief. Shouldn't a thief be sentenced to death? Is the perpetrator insane?" Zhao Taimin pondered this, recognizing the validity in the objection, and replied, "Let us temporarily set aside the question of motive for murder. Analyzing the criminal motive does not significantly assist our understanding of the case. Merely relying on motive will not allow us to delineate the perpetrator's specific characteristics. Now, let us address the second commonality among the 5 cases. The perpetrator discarded the tools of the crime not far from the scene each time, and utilized ropes in every instance. Why does the perpetrator consistently use rope instead of a knife or similar weapon? Surely, using a knife would be swifter. Strangling a victim with a rope poses a higher risk of failure if the victim is capable of resistance." The team shook their heads in confusion. If the intention is to commit murder, using a knife is the most efficient and highest success method. Why resort to strangulation each time? Zhao Taimin continued, "Thirdly, each rope used was a 2-ended jump rope with wooden handles, and the perpetrator's fingerprints were found on it. Does he not fear that leaving fingerprints may pose a threat to him?" Yang Xuejuan replied, "Either he is unaware that leaving fingerprints constitutes a danger." Zhao Taimin resolutely shook his head. "From our examination of these 5 cases, we have yet to grasp a basic outline of the perpetrator, indicating that this individual possesses considerable anti-detection awareness and would not be oblivious to the threat posed by his fingerprints." Another individual remarked, "I believe that this person, during his initial crime, was inexperienced and, in a state of panic after committing murder, discarded the weapon. Subsequently, he became aware that the police had acquired his fingerprints, rendering further concealment unnecessary. Thus, he brazenly discarded the tools after each crime, revealing his fingerprints to us. This behavior can also be interpreted as a form of provocation, consistent with his act of leaving a note." Zhao Taimin responded, "That is indeed a possibility. However, in our previous cases, we collected a substantial number of fingerprints from nearby residents for comparison, and we have yet to identify the culprit." The individual continued, "It is impossible to gather fingerprints from everyone. There are certainly those who slip through our grasp, and it remains uncertain whether the perpetrator resides nearby." Zhao Taimin posited, "I suspect the murderer lives in the vicinity of the western part of the city, as all 5 homicides occurred in that area and during the night. If the assailant were to reside elsewhere, it would be quite cumbersome to travel each night to scout for opportunities to strike. One of the officers expressed his frustration, however. With the current high mobility of the population, if the perpetrator is intent on evading fingerprint collection, it is not particularly challenging for him to do so. Zhao Taimin nodded and continued. Fourthly, after completing his crimes, the murderer consistently left notes challenging us to apprehend him. Moreover, he inserted a cigarette into the mouth of each victim, which leaves us perplexed. Yang Xuejuan suggested, perhaps the perpetrator deliberately left behind these nonsensical clues to mislead our investigative direction. Others concurred, stating, this is the only explanation, otherwise, leaving a cigarette serves no purpose. Yang Xuejuan inquired, so, how shall we proceed with our investigation? Zhao Taimin replied, the subsequent investigation will unfold in several concurrent directions. First, Xuejuan, your team is tasked with examining surveillance footage and conducting interviews regarding the victims' interpersonal relationships. Second, Team Song, arrange for individuals to investigate local stationery stores in the western area with the weapon, the rope, to trace its origin. Additionally, have the note challenging us to catch him examined by the provincial forensics experts for ink and paper analysis to see if any insights can be gleaned. Third, we shall deploy multiple teams to conduct extensive interviews with residents in the vicinity of Wenyixi Road, inquiring if they witnessed any unusual individuals or events last night, including any suspicious persons recently appearing nearby. We hope these 3 initiatives yield promising news. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to resort to our last measure, which is to broadly collect fingerprints for comparison. The deceased left behind the words local person, so we must pay particular attention to local residents. After the meeting adjourned, upon returning to his office, Zhao Taimin was approached by a subordinate who announced, we have just received a crucial lead. Last night, the local police station in the western area received a report from a woman who claimed that as she was returning home from a bar, she was accosted by a middle-aged man in his 40s, who forcibly dragged her into a nearby greenbelt to assault her. The timing of the assault coincides with that of the homicides, and the location of the assault is merely 50 to 60 meters from the crime scene, separated only by a stretch of landscaped greenery and several rows of trees. Zhao Taimin's eyes widened with realization. Could it be that the individual who assaulted the woman last night is the very murderer? He squinted slightly, realizing the necessity of investigating last night's lewd incident. Early in the morning, as Zhao Taimin arrived at the office, Yang Xuejuan approached him. The sub-bureau had brought the materials regarding the lewd case. Reportedly, this man in his 40s had repeatedly abducted and assaulted women late at night over the past few months, forcibly dragging solitary women returning home into greenbelts while wielding a knife to threaten them, subsequently committing acts of lewdness. After the acts were completed, he would brazenly issue threats before swaggering away. The news had reported on this matter multiple times. Zhao Taimin exclaimed, why hasn't he been apprehended yet? The perpetrator had been lurking in isolated areas, waiting for unaccompanied women to return home at night, which had made his capture on-site impossible. Although the sub-bureau had initially filed a case, they did not prioritize it. After all, the individual had only committed lewd acts without direct rape or causing bodily harm, nor had he robbed the women of their belongings, rendering the offenses not overly severe. However, in recent weeks, the frequency of his crimes had markedly increased, averaging 1 incident every 2 or 3 days, with 8 female victims already on record. Consequently, the sub-bureau intensified nighttime patrols and sought suspects through nearby surveillance footage. Yet, the man consistently wore a hat, obscuring his facial features, and subsequent investigations revealed a peculiar habit. Noticing the unusual expression on Yang Xuejuan's face, Zhao Taimin inquired curiously, what peculiar habit? Yang Xuejuan grimaced and replied, the surveillance tracked him several times entering various residential complexes at night, where he would defecate in the elevators. Zhao Taimin rubbed his forehead and raised an eyebrow. He enters the elevator to defecate? Is that all? Yang Xuejuan nodded. Yes, he always wears a hat. Walks into the elevator, and in front of the surveillance camera, he removes his pants and defecates without wiping himself. Afterward, he simply leaves the complex. What kind of psychology is this? A strange sensation stirred within Zhao Taimin. It seemed that he was dealing with a pervert. Could this deviant be the perpetrator behind a series of murders? He could not ascertain. Zhao Taimin took the case file from the sub-bureau and skimmed through it. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, have you contacted the woman who reported the incident the night before? Yes, I plan to go over shortly to gather more information. Yang Xuejuan replied. Good. Where does she live? It's in a residential complex to the north of Winnie West Road, located southwest of Zhejiang University. Upon hearing Zhejiang University, Zhao Taimin paused, recalling an old friend who might elucidate why the perpetrator left no footprints. After a brief pause, he said, All right, I will accompany you. You want to go personally? Yang Xuejuan appeared somewhat surprised. Typically, such preliminary investigative work was the responsibility of ordinary detectives like Yang Xuejuan. Zhao Taimin, as the head of the criminal investigation team, held a rank equivalent to that of the bureau chief. And it was rare for an officer of his stature to personally engage in case solving. Most of his time was spent providing theoretical guidance and issuing directives, far removed from conducting foundational investigations. Zhao Taimin nodded affirmatively. Yes, let us go together. An hour later, he arrived at the girl's residence. Her surname was Liu, a native of the north, residing in this rental apartment in the western part of the city. Zhao Taimin observed her appearance. Despite not having applied makeup that morning, she could certainly be deemed a beauty, with an impressive physique. The girl claimed to work as a waitress in a bar, which meant she typically rested during the day and ventured out to work in the evening, usually returning home around midnight. Due to a fright the previous night, she had taken a day off and did not go to work last evening. Zhao Taimin inquired briefly about her basic circumstances, but he had no curiosity to delve into whether she was merely a bar waitress or engaged in other side businesses, as it bore no relevance to the case at hand. After grasping the general situation, Zhao Taimin said, Ms. Liu, could you please recount the events of the previous night in greater detail? Can we truly apprehend that deviant? The girl recalled the scene from the night before, her expression revealing a sense of disgust. Yang Xuejuan hesitated momentarily. No police officer could guarantee the capture of a suspect, and he pondered how to respond. When Zhao Taimin answered her directly, we certainly will. However, we need more details, as the report you filed at the station lacks sufficient depth. All right, the girl nodded. It was just before midnight when I got off the bus. I didn't see anyone on Wenyixi Road at that time, so I walked a bit further. How many meters did you walk? Zhao Taimin inquired. Just from the bus stop to that area, about 100 or 200 meters, she replied. Good. Please continue. Zhao Taimin noted down in his notebook. At that moment, a man in his 40s wearing glasses approached. His face was rather ordinary, slightly elongated, with minimal wrinkles. His hair was of medium length and appeared clean. Zhao Taimin interrupted again. Was he wearing a hat? The girl shook her head. No. But he was carrying a shoulder bag, which seemed to be a Gucci leather bag. In any case, he looked quite affluent. Not the sort of person one would associate with laborers. At that moment, I never would have imagined he would commit such an act. Later, I heard from the police at the station that he was seen on the surveillance footage wearing a hat. I thought perhaps he had hidden it in his bag. If he had approached me wearing a hat that night, I might have been more cautious. Zhao Taimin nodded. In the dead of night, with no one around. If a person wearing a hat approached, it would undoubtedly raise the victim's alertness. However, the man was not wearing a hat and appeared normal, even clean, with other victims recalling that he wore a jade bracelet. Overall, he gave an impression of wealth. No one would suspect that such a seemingly cultured middle-aged man could turn and drag a victim into the greenery to commit an act of indecency. The girl's face was etched with terror as she recounted. I merely brushed past him, took a few steps, and suddenly heard swift footsteps approaching from behind. Before I could react, the brute seized my hair, brandishing a knife, and dragged me towards the greenery, threatening that if I cried out, he would kill me. Even after more than a day had passed, the memory of that moment sent shivers down her spine. When asked about the details she reported at the police station, she was inquired if the assailant had lewdly coughed or uttered suggestive phrases, or if he had requested her assistance in a vulgar act. The girl furrowed her brow, revealing her disgust, and replied, No, he forced me with a knife, performing that act in front of me. Are you saying he did it himself, rather than you aiding him? Yes, she affirmed with a look of revulsion. How long did it last? It was over in an instant, she answered. But then realizing the inappropriateness of her words, she glanced at the serious expressions of the officers and quickly added, with a touch of modesty. It was a matter of 1 or 2 minutes. Zhao Taimin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He believed it improper for the 2 male officers to inquire about such explicit details from a female victim. Yet, for the sake of the investigation, he pressed on. And then he just left? Yes, after he finished, he appeared flustered and fled. I was even more terrified. I waited for quite a while before I dared to stand up. I ran all the way to the entrance of the community, called for security, and then reported it to the police, but we couldn't apprehend him. Zhao Taiman listened to her account, sensing something amiss. Yet he could not pinpoint what was wrong with her description. He then verified the crime scene, which was a mere 50 to 60 meters from the murder site, separated only by trees and greenery. After concluding the investigation, Zhao Taiman instructed Yang Xuejuan to drive the police car to Zhejiang University, deciding to consult an old friend. Part 2. The tragedy of the logic expert. The oppressive heat persisted. Today marked the first day of classes for the new semester at Zhejiang University. Professor Yan Liang of the mathematics department stood at the elevator entrance of the teaching building, pressing the button impatiently. The blazing sun streamed into the corridor, casting his silhouette against the wall. Yan Liang felt the heat prickling his scalp, yearning to reach the classroom and bask in the cool air conditioning. Ding! The left elevator door slid open, and Yan Liang hurriedly stepped inside. Just as his foot was about to touch the ground, a sudden instinct urged him to extend his leg further, as he caught sight of a pile of something beneath him. As he widened his stance to get a clearer view, he gasped in horror. There, between his legs, lay a large pile of excrement. He immediately jumped back out of the elevator, lifting his foot to confirm. Phew, I didn't step in it, he thought, relieved that he was wearing sandals. Had he landed in that mess, not only would his shoes be ruined, but his foot could very well have been severed. What on earth was happening? How could someone defecate in the elevator in broad daylight? His astonishment was palpable, as an exclamation mark seemed to hover above his head. He shook his head in dismay at the psyche of contemporary individuals, while persistently pressing the button for the elevator, hoping to enter the one on the right. However, the display for the right elevator remained steadfastly stuck on the 6th floor. With every press, the left elevator, which was unfortunately tainted with a foul odor, would automatically open its doors. If no one descended from the upper floors, the elevator's programming dictated that the right door would forever remain sealed. The relentless sun bore down upon him, causing beads of sweat to trickle down his body. The classroom was located on the 6th floor, and with the sweltering heat, he had no desire to climb the stairs. He resolved to endure just a little longer. Reluctantly, he pinched his nose and entered the left elevator, pressing the button for the 6th floor. Before long, the elevator ascended to the 6th floor, accompanied by a cheerful ding. Yet, to his dismay, the doors did not open. He pressed the open button again. The door wobbled but remained obstinately shut. Frustrated, he repeatedly pressed the button, only to have all the lights illuminate while the elevator stubbornly refused to move. Damn it, Yan Liang cursed internally. Trapped in the elevator on the very first day of school, in sweltering heat, with a stinking pile of excrement inside, feeling as though he might suffocate. He pressed the alarm button, but the intercom crackled for what felt like an eternity without a response. What on earth are the school's maintenance staff doing? After several minutes of exasperation, with the heat becoming unbearable, he lifted his shirt and fanned himself vigorously. He had to devise another plan. He took out his phone and called one of his students, instructing them to open the door from the outside. Unfortunately, they too could not manage it. The students then sought out security, and only after the class bell rang did the security personnel finally arrive to activate the emergency switch, liberating him from his confinement. Yan Liang waved his arms and strode out of the elevator, inhaling the fresh air outside with great relief. He expressed his gratitude to the security guard and the handful of students present, sighing, "What a harrowing experience, but thankfully, I'm free now. I thought I might suffocate. Has the class bell rung yet? Let us head to class." He beckoned the students to follow him, but after taking a few steps, he noticed that they all had come to a halt. He paused, turning back in confusion, only to find their expressions remarkably uniform, mouths agape. Their eyes fixated on the pile of excrement inside the elevator. Yan Liang froze momentarily, then quickly exclaimed, "Wait, I can explain." The surrounding air resumed its flow in a moment of silence, and the security guard, displaying quick wit, promptly intervened. "No worries, no worries. Teacher, you should head to class. I'll have the janitor take care of this." The students, displaying understanding, reassured him. "Don't worry, teacher, we won't tell anyone." Indeed, it was only human nature. After being trapped for so long, he too would have found it unbearable. Well, teachers are human too. This wasn't solely about secrecy. When he mentioned feeling suffocated, it wasn't meant in that context. The students offered their comfort. "It's all right. Everyone has unexpected situations. We completely understand and will definitely keep it confidential." With that, the students collectively resumed their path to the classroom as if nothing had transpired. As he was about to leave, a girl unexpectedly handed a pack of tissues to the stunned Yan Liang, as there were none in the elevator. The students naturally assumed that Yan Liang had not yet attended to his personal hygiene. Yan Liang exaggeratedly widened his eyes, frozen in place, gazing at his wrinkled shirt and loose belt. Even if his entire body sprouted a mouth, he could not explain it. Having encountered such an incident on the first day of class, Yan Liang's spirits were utterly shattered. He had originally prepared some light-hearted remarks for the inaugural session, intending to convey the notion that mathematics is the father of all disciplines through his witty and humorous style. Now, however, there was no need for such banter. The students already perceived him as amusing. His enthusiasm was completely drained, and he could only proceed to deliver 2 tedious lectures on mathematical logic. Eagerly awaiting the end of class, desperate to leave, as one male student packed his bag, he glanced at his phone and read aloud. Today's Hangzhou news reports that a perverted man has recently been spotted in the western part of the city, repeatedly abducting young women returning home alone in the middle of the night and assaulting them in greenbelts. According to victim descriptions, this man is in his 40s, has short hair, wears glasses, and appears rather refined. The police from the Shihu District Public Security Bureau have gathered additional characteristics about him and, through surveillance footage, discovered that he has been defecating in nearby elevators at night, a truly bizarre behavior. The police are intensifying their search efforts and will enhance nighttime patrols in the area. As the student read this, all eyes in the classroom began to fixate on Yan Liang. In his 40s, short-haired, bespectacled, and seemingly refined, most disturbingly, defecating in elevators. The resemblance was uncanny. Yan Liang, while organizing his lecture notes, suddenly sensed an unusual atmosphere. A furtive glance at the students revealed their peculiar expressions, and his face flushed with embarrassment. Goodness, could today be so unfortunate? Yet, it seemed that misfortune had only intensified. At that moment, a girl who had already left the classroom rushed back, exclaiming, "Teacher Yan, there are police outside looking for you." All the students turned their gaze toward the classroom door, where 2 police officers stood, Zhao Taimin glaring intently at Yan Liang, his face stern, seemingly impatient as he barked, "Hurry up, we've been looking for you for a long time." The students' expression shifted to one of shock, filled with the dawning realization of the truth. In their minds, vivid images of Yan Liang being handcuffed and led away flooded in. Yan Liang felt as if he had been frozen in place. He glanced at Zhao Taimin, forcefully shoved his last lecture note into his bag, and then, with his mouth tightly shut, he awkwardly lowered his head and walked toward the door. Grinding his teeth in anxiety, Yan Liang reached the doorway, glared at Zhao Taimin, and quietly scolded, "What are you doing here in a police uniform at the school?" His gaze caught sight of a police vehicle parked beneath the teaching building. Such cars were typically used for apprehending criminals, which made him feel even more despondent. Oh no, they even brought a car. My pristine reputation is now utterly shattered. Zhao Taimin, with an innocent expression, replied, "What do you mean your reputation is shattered? I recently attended to a case on Wui West Road, and, without having the opportunity to change my attire, I thought of you and decided to stop by. So, what brings you here? Please refrain from discussing work-related matters with me. If you wish to treat me to a meal, let us wait until you've changed into something more appropriate." He strode ahead briskly, seemingly disinterested in engaging with the officer. Zhao Taimin followed closely behind, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Very well, let us dine together. I shall change my clothes in the car." Yan Liang turned around and asked, "My friend, what is it that you truly want? You do not strike me as someone here merely for a meal." Zhao Taimin pressed his lips together and replied quietly, "There is, in fact, a case." Yan Liang's expression remained impassive. "There is no need to discuss this further. I resigned 5 years ago and am no longer a police officer. I am merely a teacher now and wish to dissociate myself from any ties to the police. I understand your perspective. However, you must realize that I would not seek you out for trivial cases. This particular case is somewhat delicate. Have you heard about the murder that occurred on Wui West Road yesterday?" "I have not, nor do I care to." Ahem, Zhao Taimin cleared his throat. "The media has reported multiple murders in the western part of the city over the past 3 years, with the murderer consistently leaving behind a taunt, 'Come and catch me.' Surely, you've heard of this?" Yan Liang regarded him. "The 5th incident?" He chuckled coldly, relishing the moment. "Yet, what does this have to do with me? You were once a criminal investigator, and a member of the provincial expert group. Do not remind me of the past. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. You have your case to handle, and I prefer not to waste time here." Yan Liang turned to depart. Zhao Taimin grasped his arm, leaning in to inquire, "I want to discuss the case. I only have one question for you. If a murderer drags another person through the mud for several meters, Is it possible for the murderer to avoid leaving their own footprints? Not leaving footprints in the mud. That is something I have never encountered. Yan Liang furrowed his brow in curiosity but quickly reverted to his previous indifference. Solving crimes is your domain, not mine. Zhao Taiman suggested. For now, you may regard me not as an officer, but as a companion in a private conversation. Yan Liang pondered for a moment and asked, Is that your only question? Zhao Taiman nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is all I wish to ask you. If I provide you with the answer, will you then leave and cease to trouble me? Zhao Taiman replied with a smile. Certainly, I shall not disturb you further. Yan Liang stated. However, I have a condition. Feel free to express it, Zhao Taiman said readily. Yan Liang continued. You hold a significant position of authority. I hope you can exert pressure on the Shihu branch to ensure they dedicate more effort to apprehending a certain deviant in the western part of the city. Zhao Taiman's expression shifted abruptly, becoming grave. Are you referring to the individual mentioned in the news? Yes. Zhao Taiman inquired seriously. Do you have any leads? Yan Liang pointed towards the elevator. In the left elevator, there was a pile of excrement this morning. I suspect it may belong to that deviant referenced in the news. Zhao Taiman swiftly turned around and called over Yang Xuejuan, instructing him to retrieve the elevator surveillance footage from the school's security department for further investigation. He then reassured Yan Liang, saying, Rest assured, I will capture this scoundrel without delay. This case involving the pervert has been escalated beyond the precinct's jurisdiction and is now under my direct supervision. Yan Liang appeared somewhat taken aback, questioning, Are you responsible for such a minor case? Zhao Taiman nodded earnestly, replying, We suspect that this depraved individual is the same perpetrator behind the murder of 5 individuals. Yan Liang scoffed, Is that so? As of now, there is still uncertainty. The location where the pervert assaulted a woman was adjacent to the murder scene and occurred in close proximity in time, making it imperative to apprehend him swiftly. However, I am quite curious as to why you are so invested in this case. Yan Liang, somewhat flustered, muttered, It's nothing. This morning, I entered the left elevator and happened to encounter someone, resulting in a minor misunderstanding. He quickly added, Just a trivial misunderstanding. Don't read too much into it. I have already clarified everything. Look at me. I hardly resemble that type of person, right? I was merely on my way to class. This was the first time Zhao Taiman had encountered Yan Liang being so verbose. He struggled to suppress his laughter and pulled him closer, saying, All right, I want to overthink it. Let us go grab a bite to eat. Time truly flies. It has already been 5 years since you began teaching at the school. First you, then Luo 1, the director of the Criminal Technology Department in Ning City. Both have moved on. In these past few years, I have continually felt that the newcomers cannot compare to the two of you. Zhao Taiman took a sip of water and gazed at Yan Liang. Yan Liang narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you implying that Luo 1 is no longer a police officer? Zhao Taiman appeared surprised. You didn't know? Oh, right. You resigned even before Luo 1, so it seems you have indeed become indifferent to police matters. Where has Luo 1 gone? Zhao Taiman shook his head. I'm not sure. A friend from Ning City mentioned that he resigned to pursue business ventures. It has been over 3 years now. He would choose to resign for business? Yan Liang inquired. Indeed, nowadays everyone is eager to earn more. I heard that when he submitted his resignation, the leadership at the Municipal Bureau made various attempts to retain him, even offering him a high-level talent housing application. Yet, he remained resolute in his decision. It seems he possesses several patents and holds various expert-level titles. After resigning, he could earn a substantial income merely by leasing his titles and patents to others. Yan Liang sighed and nodded. Most of his patents are under the institution's name, but he retained a few personal patents related to micromeasurements. However, I always perceived him as someone indifferent to fame and fortune. His choice to become a forensic doctor stemmed from a genuine passion for the work. There must be other reasons behind his resignation, perhaps similar to my own. Reflecting on it, since I left the provincial department, I have not seen him again. It is unfortunate, truly unfortunate. Zhao Taiman interjected, Indeed, such valuable expertise, forsaken to languish in academia instead of being applied to solve real-world issues, is indeed a pity. Yan Liang cast a glance at him and smiled. Have you mastered the art of sarcasm? I've learned a thing or two in our time together, Zhao Taiman replied, clapping his hands. All right, let's get back to the main topic. I have agreed to your request to apprehend the deviant. Now, I need you to help me figure out how the murderer managed to leave no footprints. He then recounted the details of the crime scene to Yan Liang one by one. After a long silence, Yan Liang finally lifted his head and looked at Zhao Taiman, saying, I never anticipated that you would encounter such a formidable adversary. Zhao Taiman frowned slightly. What do you mean? The task force has been formed and disbanded 4 times. With substantial manpower devoted to this investigation for nearly 3 years, and yet we still lack even a basic profile of the perpetrator. This individual possesses extraordinary counter-surveillance skills. Indeed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have needed to seek your assistance, Yan Liang replied. However, he deliberately left behind a note challenging the police to capture him. How audacious. Yan Liang shook his head. I believe that merely characterizing the murderer as audacious is a superficial interpretation. The perpetrator employed numerous counter-surveillance tactics, clearly indicating a desire to evade capture. In a murder case, if the assailant wishes to avoid apprehension, their methods of crime are typically more discreet. Had he not left that note, it might have been perceived as an ordinary homicide, failing to draw the attention of provincial and municipal police, and thus would not have warranted the oversight of someone at your level. The scale of police involvement would naturally be diminished, rendering the assailant safer. Zhao Taiman nodded. If it weren't for that note challenging the police, this case would likely have been relegated to the district bureau, without the need for a joint task force at the provincial and municipal levels. He has employed numerous counter-surveillance measures, clearly intending not to be caught. Yet, by leaving that note, he has drawn the police's attention, thus increasing his chances of being apprehended. Isn't that paradoxical? Zhao Taiman pondered for a moment before asking. What is your perspective? Yan Liang replied, I am uncertain. The existing clues do not allow for deduction. They only permit conjecture, which is not my forte. In any case, the police's high-caliber deployment, after 3 years of effort yielding no results, evidently indicates that he is a highly skilled adversary. Every action taken by a cunning opponent in the commission of a crime must have its purpose. Zhao Taiman stroked his chin and said, Let us set aside his intentions for now. I need to clarify how he managed to drag the body across the greenbelt without leaving footprints. Yan Liang responded, It is not impossible to drag a body for several dozen meters without leaving footprints. The challenge lies in understanding why the murderer chose to complicate matters so unnecessarily. Do you have any theories? The constraints at the crime scene are numerous. First and foremost, the perpetrator is human and cannot fly. Secondly, the greenbelt consists of muddy terrain, which will inevitably leave footprints when stepped upon. The murderer had only 2 possible methods for dragging the body. Either he indeed traversed the greenbelt, or he did not pass through it at all. Not passing through the greenbelt? How is that even conceivable? Zhao Taiman shook his head. Yan Liang remarked, If the murderer had strangled the victim and then secured a long rope, subsequently tossing the other end across to the opposite side of the greenbelt, he could have circled around to retrieve the rope and drag the victim over. This scenario, however, presents 2 significant issues. Firstly, had the victim still been alive during this process, he would inevitably escape. Secondly, the time spent circling the green belt could be considerable, and should a vehicle happen to pass by at that moment, the crime would be immediately exposed. Zhao Taiman pondered this and suggested, What if the perpetrator was accompanied by an accomplice? One could restrain the victim while the other drags him from the opposite side of the green belt. Yan Liang decisively shook his head. That is implausible. You assert this case is neither motivated by financial gain nor personal vendetta. A group crime typically arises from either a shared financial incentive or a common adversary. Otherwise, the necessary foundation of mutual interest for such collaboration is absent. Furthermore, from your 5 investigations into homicides, the evidence has been scant, with fingerprints belonging to a single individual. In contrast, group crimes generally leave a more substantial trail of evidence. Even if there were 2 involved, such elaborate methods would be unnecessary. Zhao Taiman nodded thoughtfully. Then consider your alternative hypothesis. The murderer did traverse the green belt without leaving footprints. How could this be accomplished? Quite simply, Yan Liang responded. The killer donned the victim's shoes. The drag marks bear the victim's footprints. You surmise these were left during a struggle. However, it is entirely possible that the footprints do not belong to the victim but rather to the murderer himself. The assailant not only wore the victim's shoes but also mimicked the characteristics of the victim's struggle in the footprints left behind. Zhao Taiman countered. But if that were the case, and the murderer wore the victim's shoes while the victim struggled barefoot, there would still be barefoot prints left behind. Yan Liang's gaze narrowed slightly. What if the victim were already deceased at that time? Yet the victim later inscribed words on the cement surface, indicating he was alive prior to that. Are you certain those words were inscribed by the victim? Zhao Taiman contemplated. We must conduct a more meticulous investigation. However, if the words were indeed left by the murderer, what purpose would that serve? Yan Liang shook his head. That remains unclear to me. It is a matter for your investigative team to ponder. In any case, based on the clues you have provided, regardless of the dragging method employed, the sole conclusion I can draw is that Sun Hongyan was already dead by the time he was alongside the green belt, rather than being killed after being dragged onto the cement. The inscription on the cement must have been left by the murderer. I suggest you verify the handwriting on the cement and consult with the provincial forensic experts to ascertain the true identity of the footprints left behind. Yan Liang displayed unwavering confidence in his deductions. Zhao Taiman nodded slowly, understood. Yan Liang added, however, the underlying question remains. Why would the murderer resort to such methods? What do you mean? Yan Liang elaborated. For the murderer, the most straightforward approach would have been to attack and kill the victim directly beside the green belt, then simply discard him into the thicket and depart. This, indeed, is the most secure approach for the perpetrator. Why would he choose to drag someone onto the concrete, going to such lengths only to orchestrate a crime that leaves no trace? He must possess his own criminal logic, though I cannot fathom it. Thus, Director Zhao. He pursed his lips. Over 3 years. The Special Investigation Team has been established and dissolved 4 times, not merely due to the misfortune of the police in failing to apprehend him, but because this murderer is undoubtedly complex. You should prepare yourself psychologically. Zhao Taiman inhaled deeply, his expression growing more solemn. Yan Liang chuckled lightly to ease the tension, saying, by the way, you mentioned that the pervert is implicated in this series of homicides? Zhao Taiman resumed his usual demeanor, nodding in affirmation. Indeed. What leads do we have regarding this pervert? Our direct leads are quite similar to those reported in the news. This man is in his 40s, wears glasses, and has an average height and build, much like yourself. Noticing the grimace on Yan Liang's face, he smiled and continued, in recent months, this individual has repeatedly abducted young women returning home alone in the western part of the city during the night, dragging them into nearby bushes or corners to commit lewd acts. He typically wears a hat while committing his crimes. Thus, the surveillance footage has failed to capture his true appearance. The victim's recollections have only provided a vague outline, lacking distinctive features. After several incidents, the police station reviewed the surveillance footage from the surrounding area, only to discover that this individual has also been caught multiple times in the elevators of nearby residential complexes, defecating. He is indeed a quintessential pervert. What do you mean by lewd behavior? Zhao Taiman frowned. It involves exposing his genitals and masturbating in front of women. Did he force the victims to assist him? No, he masturbates himself, only in front of the victims, ultimately ejaculating onto them. Beyond this, he did not sexually assault the victims, nor did he steal their belongings. Yan Liang clicked his tongue. He certainly possesses a peculiar psychology. But what leads us to believe he is connected to the homicides? Just before midnight 2 nights ago, a police station in the Western District received a report from a woman claiming she had been molested. The woman, who worked at a bar, was returning home after her shift. After the last bus dropped her off, she walked along the road alone when she encountered a middle-aged man wearing glasses. At first, she did not perceive anything amiss, but as he drew closer, he suddenly lunged at her, brandishing a knife, and dragged her into the greenery, where he proceeded to molest her. Our crime scene is merely a few dozen meters from where she reported the incident, and the forensic examination determined that the time of death closely aligns with that of the molestation. Thus, we have reason to suspect that the homicide was committed by that pervert. Yan Liang chuckled softly, saying, I personally believe the likelihood is nearly zero. Zhao Taiman opened his mouth to inquire, why do you say that? As I recall, you mentioned that in the first 4 crimes, your investigation of the surveillance footage revealed nothing. This implies that the perpetrator managed to avoid all surveillance in the vicinity of the crime scenes? Yes, although many blind spots exist in the surveillance. The fact that he has evaded all cameras during each crime clearly indicates that he conducted thorough research prior to committing these acts. Yan Liang remarked. The perpetrator of the homicide is an exceptionally skilled individual, elusive and unseen by anyone. In stark contrast, that deviant has evaded capture solely due to sheer luck. Had he encountered a passerby while committing his lewd acts, he might well be in police custody by now, despite donning a hat during his crimes. His lack of awareness regarding counter-surveillance is evident, as even the incident in the elevator has been traced back to him. The disparity in their capabilities is profound. You make a valid point, Zhao Taiman replied, pursing his lips. What do you suggest we do? While he did not wish to delve into specifics, the proximity of the victim's time of death to the deviant's acts suggested that apprehending him could serve as a pivotal breakthrough. Given the current circumstances, It appeared there was no other option. Zhao Taiman smiled at him and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Yan Liang continued, "Today, I have strayed from my usual duties, solely because you agreed to pursue that deviant. Let this be a singular exception. I hope that our next meeting is purely for a meal, as I wish to refrain from discussing the case further." Zhao Taiman sighed but nodded, respecting Yan Liang's choice. On his way home, Zhao Taiman had 2 additional tasks. One was to verify the handwriting to confirm whether the name Sun Hongyan was indeed pinned by the individual in question. The other was to examine the footprints found at the scene, determining height and weight. If they matched, they would confirm that the footprints belonged to Sun Hongyan. If not, it would suggest that the murderer had donned Sun Hongyan's shoes, aligning with Yan Liang's assessment. Meanwhile, Guiyu worked late into the evening, finally leaving the office past 9 o'clock. Exhausted, he boarded a bus, disembarking half an hour later, and walked a short distance to a bustling food stall. At that moment, he noticed the yellow-haired troublemaker from yesterday, surrounded by a group of ruffians seated around an outdoor table, indulging in barbecued delicacies and beer. Upon seeing them, Guiyu instinctively turned to the side, eager to avoid any confrontation. The memory of the severe blow to the back of his head from the previous day lingered vividly in his mind, and he felt genuine apprehension about the possibility of being ganged up on by those ruffians. Fortunately, the small-time thugs failed to notice him, as the yellow-haired one was captivated by a beautiful girl passing by. She wore a black, ultra-short skirt that highlighted her long legs, complemented by a professional white short-sleeve blouse, suggesting she was a sales representative. Under the influence of alcohol, the yellow-haired man, disregarding the presence of what appeared to be the girl's boyfriend, boisterously exclaimed to his companions, "What a figure! That round, ample backside must feel delightful to the touch." His friends erupted in laughter, whistling at the unfamiliar girl. She shot them a disdainful glare and muttered, "You bunch of lunatics." "Huh, quite the fiery tongue. I like that," one of the ruffians called out. Meanwhile, the girl's boyfriend urged her, "Let us go. Ignore these idiots." Just as they were about to leave, the boyfriend's words, slightly louder than intended, caught the attention of the group of thugs nearby. The young man with blonde hair immediately rose to his feet, exclaiming, "Who are you calling an idiot?" His girlfriend's boyfriend, not wishing to provoke a confrontation, felt intimidated by the sheer number of adversaries before him. However, in a public setting and in front of his girlfriend, he was reluctant to lose face and muttered softly to the air, "I wasn't talking about you. What the hell are you mumbling about?" The blonde man retorted, advancing towards him and pointing at his nose. The girl quickly pulled her boyfriend back, snorting coldly before turning on her heel and walking away. "If you lack courage, then don't act tough." The blonde man shouted triumphantly, sensing victory, and gave the man a light slap on the back of the head. The man turned around, asking, "What are you doing?" Surprised by the audacity of his opponent to confront him, the blonde man stepped forward, continuing to point at the man. "You want to say another word? Go ahead, try it." His companions also rose, encircling them. As the quarrel escalated, onlookers gathered, attempting to mediate. "Let us just calm down. It's not worth it. Let us diffuse the situation." Faced with 5 or 6 thuggish figures, the man felt a pang of fear and uncertainty. His girlfriend, sensing the tension, urged him to leave. "Let us go. It's not worth it." He let out a dismissive grunt and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, the blonde man kicked him in the back, shouting, "Who are you grunting at?" His companions, initially ready to return to their drinks, were taken aback by the blonde man's inability to contain his anger. With the situation escalating, they quickly intervened, encouraging him to let it go and return to their drinks. The man, amidst his girlfriend's fearful cries, managed to rise, not daring to utter a word as they hurriedly departed. Observing from the sidelines, Guiyu sighed, deeming such ruffians as societal detritus, but feeling powerless to intervene. He reminded himself to exercise greater caution in future encounters with such individuals, understanding that if provoked, they could inflict serious harm, and even if apprehended, they would likely face minimal consequences, returning to seek vengeance afterwards. At that moment, someone approached him and inquired, "Are these guys always this troublesome?" Turning to see the middle-aged man from the noodle shop, who had adopted a puppy, Guiyu nodded, his tone tinged with resignation. "They are quite notorious in this area." The man gestured towards the blonde. "That one, known as Xiao Taibao, is their leader. It's a frequent occurrence." "Oh," Luo Wen replied, nodding and smiling before turning to leave. "By the way, master, how is the puppy you took home yesterday?" Luo Wen turned back, saying, "I checked, and it seems to have only superficial injuries. It should heal in a few days." However, it appears to be quite traumatized. Even now, it's huddled in its corner, hardly moving. I bought some beef jerky for it, but it doesn't seem interested. And it hasn't touched the water either. Quite troublesome indeed. Luo Wen smiled gently. Had you ever raised a dog? In the past? Luo Wen recalled the dog from 8 years ago, although his time with it was fleeting. He nodded and replied, I had one for a few months. But then the dog went missing. Guiyu remarked, a dog that refuses to eat or drink likely feels frightened in an unfamiliar environment. In my experience, when I raised dogs, they were always timid for the first few days in a new home. After 3 or 4 days, they would adapt and start eating and drinking again. This one resembles a mixed breed, so it will have quite an appetite later on. Haha, is that so? I have little experience in raising dogs and will seek your guidance in the future. I also adore dogs, but it's inconvenient to keep one here. Once the dog has recovered, do bring it out to play. I can teach it some tricks like standing up, sitting down, and fetching. It will be entertaining once it's trained well. Luo Wen had spent 3 years in Hangzhou, rarely interacting with anyone outside of work, and he had few friends. Hearing Guiyu's words, he felt a warm sensation and smiled at him, saying, thank you so much if that can happen. Then, Luo Wen turned away, casting a glance at the yellow-haired dog before walking away with a blank expression. As usual, Guiyu arrived at the Chongqing noodle shop, noticing it was already 10 p.m. The shop was empty, and the Zhu siblings were tidying up to close for the night. Just as Guiyu was about to leave, Zhu Huiru spotted him and hurried over, asking, would you like some noodles? If you're closing, I can skip it. He slightly turned his head, unable to meet Zhu Huiru's gaze due to shyness. It's no trouble, it won't take long. Zhu Huiru was very warm and welcoming. Well then, I'll have a bowl of wonton noodles, please. Zhu Fulai went into the kitchen to prepare the noodles, while Zhu Huiru seated herself across from him, curiously inquiring, why are you so late today? You seem to often come in late. Guiyu felt a blush creeping onto his face, lowering his head as if facing a superior, and replied honestly, sometimes the company requires overtime. There's no way around it. What do? I work in development, as a programmer, writing code for computers. Zhu Huiru took out her phone, playing with it as she asked, so, games on phones are created using code? Yes, but I don't work in mobile. I develop web applications that you use when browsing online. Wow, that is impressive. I used to struggle with studies and found them quite difficult. You must have learned a lot to be this skilled. It was the first time someone had complimented him, and Guiyu smiled while lowering his head. After a while, the noodles were ready. Zhu Huiru remained seated across from him, and as he ate, he felt apprehensive, fearing that his eating might appear unattractive to her. In that moment, a sense of warmth enveloped him. Perhaps she harbored some affection for him? Yet, he dared not reveal his true feelings, for he was currently focused on making ends meet, with little thought for the future. At this moment, the blonde-haired man approached their shop and addressed Zhu Huiru, saying, hey, beauty, prepare a fried rice for me, and deliver it to the Riverside Park later. Upon seeing him, Zhu Huiru immediately furrowed her brows, expressing her disdain. Our shop is closed. We aren't serving today. The blonde man glared at her and pointed at Guiyu. Did you not just prepare food? Why is it that when it comes to my turn you refuse? What does this mean? There is no rice left, so I cannot have fried rice. No rice? Then noodles will suffice. Hurry up and send it over. We are out of noodles too. Zhu Huiru clearly did not wish to fulfill an order from a customer who frequently neglected to pay. The blonde man angrily retorted, what do you mean by that? Hearing the commotion, Zhu Fulai hobbled from the back room, repeatedly assuring, we do have some. Please wait a moment, I will prepare it. Brother, Zhu Huiru called out emphatically. The blonde man tossed out, beauty, I have something to attend to, but make sure to deliver it to the Riverside Park later. It's essential you bring it. Don't worry, I won't shortchange you, and I will settle the previous debts as well. As he spoke, he pulled out a 100 yuan note and placed it on the table, adding, the change can be accounted for the next time I order noodles. With that, he departed. Zhu Huiru reluctantly stood up, took the 100 yuan note, placed it in the drawer, and muttered, brother, this lunatic is driving me crazy. Zhu Fulai tried to console her. There's nothing we can do. In business, we must endure a bit longer. If you do not wish to deliver it, I can take it over. Forget it. Zhu Huiru replied, glancing at her brother's limp. You should stay and manage the shop. I will deliver it. Guiyu, after a moment of contemplation, cautiously inquired, why does he want you to deliver the takeout to the park by the river? Who knows what kind of nonsense this is? Zhu Huiru muttered, recalling previous deliveries where the blonde man had behaved inappropriately. Delivering to the riverside, she thought. What if he intends to do something untoward? This rogue is a local. He wouldn't dare be so brazen, would he? Nevertheless, it is better to be cautious. Zhu Huiru secured her waist pouch and stealthily retrieved a fruit knife from the drawer, concealing it in her waist pouch to alleviate her brother's worries. Before long, the fried rice was ready, and Zhu Huiru skillfully packed it up, setting out toward the park beside the Western River. Guiyu felt a wave of concern for her. A girl delivering takeout to such a secluded area for a rogue. He was uneasy, but he pondered, could he really protect her? After a moment's deliberation, he gathered his courage, left the payment on the table, and quickly proceeded toward the riverside park. The road in front of the noodle shop extended westward for about 700 or 800 meters, leading to a scenic river flanked by grassy areas and artificially planted trees. The so-called park merely consisted of some iron fitness equipment installed by the community for public exercise. During winter, it attracted a fair number of visitors, but in summer, the riverside was plagued by mosquitoes, especially at night, deterring most from coming. At this late hour, the place was eerily silent and devoid of life. Zhu Huiru, carrying takeout alone, arrived at the park and spotted a man with yellow hair swaying on a waist-twisting machine. With a hint of irritation, she called out, "Hey, your takeout has arrived." She set down the plastic bag and prepared to leave. The man called after her, "Wait, beautiful." Clutching a can of beer in one hand and a plastic bag in the other, he approached her, suggesting, "It's pleasantly cool today. Let us share a drink and chat. Shall we?" Zhu Huiru, disinterested, replied, "I'm busy and need to get back to sleep." "Don't be so dismissive. Just an hour of conversation, please. It's clear I'm quite fond of you." He grinned, his demeanor oozing insincerity. "I'm really leaving," she replied with a frown, unwilling to engage with this rogue. "Are you really going to be so rude?" He stepped closer, grasping her arm. "Let us have some drinks together. I bought a bag of beer just to chat with you. Let go of me," Zhu Huiru shouted, attempting to break free. The man laughed as he pulled her toward the grassy area. She struggled fiercely, slapping his hand away, exclaiming, "Let go. If you don't, I'll call the police." His hand throbbed from her strikes, and fueled by alcohol, he retorted angrily, "I've asked you so many times to share a drink and talk. Don't be so stubborn. Sit down." Zhu Huiru twisted her arm with all her might and broke free, ready to flee. But he discarded the beer and grabbed her with both hands, declaring, "Today, I'm going to kiss you." As he leaned in, she cried, "Let go, let go," summoning all her strength. She reached for a fruit knife from her waist bag and pressed it against his chest. "If you come any closer, I will stab you." The man stepped back, reeking of alcohol, and sneered, "You've got spirit, beautiful." He lunged forward again, attempting to seize the knife. Zhu Huiru slowly retreated, maintaining her distance, her eyes wide with terror. "If you come any closer, I won't hesitate." He continued to grin foolishly. "Are you trying to murder your husband? Huh. Hand over the knife and sit down. I promise to be gentle. Don't come any closer," she warned. Suddenly, he lunged forward, and Zhu Huiru instinctively closed her eyes in fear, wildly stabbing with the fruit knife. In the next moment, she felt warmth streaming from her hand. Opening her eyes, she was horrified to see 3 gaping wounds on his chest and abdomen. The one on his chest gushing blood that splattered onto her. With a startled cry, Zhu Huiru pushed him away and stumbled back, trembling. He fell backward, his body hitting the ground with a dull thud, groaning softly. Before her stood Guiyu, his eyes wide with shock, holding a rock in his hand. Seeing the man sprawled in a pool of blood, Guiyu's face drained of color. What? How could this happen? His trembling gaze fixated on the writhing figure of the man on the ground. He could never have imagined that he would witness Zhu Huiru being humiliated. He felt an overwhelming urge to intervene, yet he had never engaged in a fight throughout his life. He was inherently timid, mustering all his courage. He set aside the terrifying thought of the yellow-haired thug seeking revenge against him in the future and picked up a stone, leaping forth to strike the thug's head. However, this blow propelled the thug forward, and Zhu Huiru, assuming he was about to seize the knife forcefully, instinctively thrust the blade wildly, resulting in 3 gaping wounds on the thug's body. In that moment, the air became so still that one could hear the buzzing of a mosquito. Both were frozen in place, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Everything transpired far too swiftly, leaving them devoid of any anticipation or preparation. They both wished to escape the yellow-haired thug quickly, never anticipating such a tragic outcome. Would the thug die? Even if he survived, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Moreover, how much would this cost them? Just as they stood there, wide-eyed and blank-minded, Zhu Huiru caught sight of someone standing on the grass before them, and she was instantly petrified. The figure lingered for a moment before striding directly toward them. Luwen paused for a brief moment in front of the grass, then hurriedly approached. Upon seeing the bloodied thug lying on the ground, limbs twitching, he was momentarily taken aback. He turned to the already traumatized couple and exclaimed sharply, "What have you done?" Zhu Huiru remained silent, her face pale and eyes wide with shock. Guiyu stammered, "We need to get him to the hospital, quickly." Luwen crouched down, took a few glances at the thug, and sighed. His heart is shattered. He cannot be saved. He cannot be saved? Guiyu repeated in disbelief. Watching as the thug's movements gradually ceased, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Luwen observed the two as they wept, pursed his lips, and said, "You should report this to the police and turn yourselves in. Report this and turn ourselves in." Guiyu was momentarily stunned, then staggered, falling to the ground. He was the one who attempted to assault her first. This should be considered self-defense, right? Will we have to serve time? How much compensation will be required? He appeared utterly disoriented, completely at a loss. Luwen looked at him seriously. "Do you want the truth?" He numbly nodded. "I observed a gash on the corpse's head and 3 stab wounds on the body, one of which penetrated the ribcage and pierced the heart. Typically, ribs are quite resilient and not easily penetrated. With a blow to the head and 3 stab wounds, including one that broke the rib, can this be deemed as self-defense? It may not even qualify as negligent homicide." Guiyu cried out in anguish, "But the fact remains that he assaulted her first. How can this not be self-defense?" Luwen shook his head coldly. "The police rely on evidence. In the face of direct evidence from the corpse, it is uncertain whether your unilateral testimony will be accepted." Guiyu felt a wave of nausea wash over him, his mouth tightly sealed as the world around him faded to a dreary gray. Thoughts of his meager income flooded his mind, along with memories of his parents in the countryside and his disabled sister, who required constant care. He felt as though life had suddenly lost all its color. Luwen observed the two, letting out a quiet sigh and shaking his head in dismay. Suddenly, Guiyu opened his eyes wide, fixing his gaze on Luwen, and declared, "I am the one who killed him. I saw him attempt to assault her. So I ran over and struck his head, stabbing him several times. It has nothing to do with her." Upon uttering these words, Luwen was taken aback, for he noticed that the knife was still in Zhu Huiru's hand, and her clothes and skin were smeared with blood, while Guiyu bore not a single drop. Was he truly willing to take the blame for her? Zhu Huiru stared at Guiyu in shock. "What? Why would you say that?" She stammered. "There's no reason. It was my doing, and it's not your concern. You must live well," he replied, lowering his head in a flurry, fumbling for his phone. "I'll call the police now. I'll turn myself in." No, it's not like that at all. I am the one who killed him, not you." Zhu Huiru exclaimed urgently, tears streaming down her face. "Young man, wait a moment," Luwen interjected calmly. "You claim you killed him, yet the knife is in her possession. She is covered in blood, and you are not." Guiyu was momentarily stunned, realizing that even if he insisted on his statement, the police would be unlikely to believe him. At that moment, Zhu Huiru ceased her sobbing, speaking slowly, "I killed him. The uncle witnessed it and can testify. The knife is in my hand. I am covered in blood. It has nothing to do with you. Just go." Luwen was once again taken aback. Although he had not witnessed the moment of the murder, his professional instincts told him that the death of the young thug involved both individuals. It was not a unilateral act. He turned to them. "Do you both wish to shield one another?" They remained silent, refusing to respond. "Are you in a romantic relationship?" Guiyu blushed slightly and shook his head. Zhu Huiru similarly denied it. Luwen scrutinized Guiyu. Then, "Do you harbor feelings for her?" Guiyu hesitated, then lowered his head and slowly nodded. Zhu Huiru looked at him in astonishment. "You like me? Why have you never told me?" Guiyu was at a loss for words. "I see," Luwen sighed. "You both participated in the act together, albeit it was an accident, correct? However, I must be frank. The scene will not convince the police that it was self-defense. It would be wise to report the incident and clarify the circumstances to the authorities, as this may result in a charge of involuntary manslaughter, potentially mitigating your penalties. I must advise you both against taking the fall for one another. Such efforts would be in vain. Moreover, if you later reveal the true circumstances, the police may doubt your credibility." With that, he turned and walked away with heavy steps, unwilling to stir up further trouble. After taking a few steps, he heard Guiyu softly lamenting, "Why is it like this? Why is it like this?" He turned around and saw the two of them sitting there, their eyes brimming with despair. With a heavy heart, he sighed and continued walking forward. After a few more steps, he glanced back. They remained in the same position. Gritting his teeth, he moved forward again, only to look back once more. And they were still as they were. Suddenly, his heart constricted painfully. Had the trajectory of these two young lives been irrevocably altered due to the unforeseen events of that night, the petty provocations of a small-time thug? Even with a lenient sentence of 7 or 8 years, their precious youth would be squandered. How would they endure the days that followed? A surge of inexplicable impulse rose within him. After a moment of internal conflict, at last, impulse triumphed over reason. He abruptly turned around and strode to stand before the two, pausing momentarily before speaking. If there were other ways to salvage the situation, would you be willing to try? Upon uttering these words, Luo Wen felt his heart skip a beat. Once a member of the provincial criminal investigation expert team and the head of the forensic division at the city police department, a genius who had received the Ministry of Public Security's first-class award for scientific advancements in forensic identification by his 40s. He was a dual-skilled expert in both forensic science and identification. This time, he resolved to employ his abilities to alter the helpless fate of the two young individuals, planning to fabricate a crime without evidence, a case that would remain forever unsolved. What means of salvation? Guiyu inquired anxiously. Luo Wen hesitated for a moment, but eventually replied, for instance, by manipulating the scene to demonstrate that the death is unrelated to the two of you, allowing you to continue your lives. Is that truly possible? In an instant, an amalgamation of fear, hesitation, confusion, and hope swirled within Guiyu. He thought of his parents in the countryside and his disabled sister. If he were imprisoned, not only would the household lose its primary source of income, but he would also be incapable of returning to his career as a programmer upon release. How would he earn a living then? Would he return home to farm? Moreover, he was aware from the news that such incidents could incur astronomical civil compensation, a burden that would loom over him for a lifetime. If it were truly possible to evade responsibility, he wished he could turn back the clock for those few minutes. Zhu Huiru widened her eyes. Are you suggesting we run away and hide? Luo Wen shook his head, not to run away, but to manage the scene and eliminate any elements linking you to it. Only the three of us know that you committed the act. If none of us speaks, the police will be unable to uncover the truth. Guiyu continued to weigh his options, non-committal. If the police eventually find out, wouldn't we be transformed from involuntary manslaughter to intentional murder? At that point, it could never be clarified. Luo Wen nodded. Indeed, that is the case. However, the only way the police could conclusively determine your culpability is if you two confess. He glanced at the two individuals, both of whom were intently focused on him. He continued, as long as you both resolutely maintain confidentiality, the police will never uncover this case. Guiyu hesitated and inquired, why are you so certain? Luo Wen replied earnestly, because I was once a forensic expert. I possess a profound understanding of police investigative methods, and I have the capability to alter the crime scene. Guiyu and Zhu Huiru exchanged glances, both uncertain. Guiyu pondered the ramifications of confessing, at least 7 or 8 years of incarceration, along with astronomical civil compensation that would render him devoid of hope for a bright future. What could be worse? Perhaps it was worth a try. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. Why would this unfamiliar middle-aged man, having exchanged only a few words with him, wish to assist them? He asked, why do you want to help us? Luo Wen smiled calmly and replied, I believe you should not endure such suffering. He glanced at Zhu Huiru, adding, thank you for the little dog. Guiyu remained indecisive until Zhu Huiru suddenly spoke up. Please tell us what we should do next. Luo Wen, with a serious demeanor, stated, before you make your decision, I urge you to contemplate one final question. If the police were to find you in the future, would you dare to lie to them? Lie to the police? Guiyu stammered, repeating his words. He had never interacted with law enforcement and viewed them as infallible beings who could see through any deception. However, Zhu Huiru, undeterred, directly asked, how do we lie? Luo Wen responded, the method of lying is a matter of technical consideration. I have my own arrangements. The crucial issue is whether you dare to lie. If you do not have the courage, or if you feel you will falter under pressure, please forget our previous conversation and turn yourselves in. I do not wish to engage in a futile endeavor, for the only outcome would be harsher sentences for both of you, and I would be implicated as well. All three of us would face sentencing. Both fell silent for a moment, before Zhu Huiru fixed her gaze on Luo Wen and declared, I dare. She then looked at Guiyu. With determination, Guiyu gritted his teeth and stated, I dare as well. Is that your final decision? Yes, they answered in unison. To confess now would mean a life irrevocably shattered. However, taking a risk might lead to unexpected opportunities. Even in the worst-case scenario, It would merely result in a few additional years behind bars. Life is lived only once. If, while still young, they closed the door to their future, what meaning would life hold? Neither of the young individuals wished for their lives to abruptly conclude. Very well, Luo Wen remarked as he glanced at his watch. Our conversation has consumed 4 minutes. Fortunately, no pedestrians have entered during this time. We must act immediately. I require your complete obedience to my commands. Luo Wen then inquired about their names and retrieved a pair of black rubber gloves from his bag, donning them before stating, I will drag the body into the nearby thicket to prevent its premature discovery. Guiyu quickly offered, shall I help you lift it? No. Lifting it together would lead to complications. He explained that the position of the corpse and the considerable amount of blood on the ground rendered the crime scene immutable. If both individuals had lifted the body into the thicket together, the absence of drag marks from the crime scene to the thicket would have alerted the police to the involvement of an accomplice. However, by dragging the body alone and deliberately leaving conspicuous drag marks, he could circumvent this suspicion. Guiyu and Zhu Huiru nodded in agreement, and at that moment, Guiyu began to gradually trust that this man possessed greater expertise than they did. Luo Wen continued, Guiyu, find a stone and turn over the bloodied grass to obscure the evidence of the bloodshed. Why is that necessary? Surely the police will discover the blood here eventually? Guiyu queried, perplexed. If you know too many details, you might inadvertently disclose information during future police inquiries that you shouldn't be privy to. So I prefer not to divulge that to you. What should I do then? Zhu Huiru asked. Your hands are stained with blood. Do not touch anything. Go wash your hands by the riverbank, Luo Wen instructed. What about my clothes? Zhu Huiru inquired, noting the bloodstains on her purple blouse, which, while not immediately visible in the dim light, would be quite apparent upon closer inspection. Do not worry, I have my methods. Hurry, the two of you must act swiftly. Luo Wen urged as he prepared to drag the corpse towards the thicket. Concerned, Guiyu pointed out, if you proceed directly, your footprints will be left behind. Dragging the body, Luo Wen replied, do not concern yourself. I have additional measures in place. As time slipped away, Luo Wen continued to examine the corpse within the thicket. Zhu Huiru returned after washing her hands, announcing, I've cleaned my hands. Luo Wen retrieved a phone from the deceased's pocket, focusing intently on it. He then remarked, I recall there was a takeout box on the grass outside, which you delivered. Go fetch it, along with a bag of beer and an empty beer can from the ground. Be cautious as you approach the perimeter of the grass, if anyone is passing by. Wait until they have left before retrieving them. Zhu Huiru promptly complied. After acquiring the untouched takeout, she picked up a bag of beer, discarding the empty can into the bag and hurried back. Unfortunately, the thicket was too far from the roadside, and the streetlights offered little illumination. Overcome with anxiety, she stumbled as she neared Luo Wen, falling to the ground. The bag of beer rolled away, and she hastily reached out to collect it. Do not pick it up, Luo Wen cautioned. Zhu Huiru immediately halted, but it was too late. Her hands had already made contact with several beer cans. That is of no consequence. Your fingerprints will be on the cans, but I will wipe them clean later, so there is no need for concern, he assured her. I cannot recall which ones I touched, she replied. I will attend to each one accordingly. However, one beer can has rolled behind a tree. At that moment, Guiyu interjected, I've taken care of it. Luo Wen halted to glance at his phone, rose swiftly, and exited the thicket with purpose. He surveyed the ground, finding it largely unchanged, and remarked, Please hand me the fruit knife for disposal. Zhu Huiru complied. Luo Wen continued, It has been approximately 10 minutes since the incident occurred, and your time is of the essence. We must act promptly. I shall refrain from explaining certain crucial information for now. Did you come by the road in front of the noodle shop? Yes, both of them nodded in affirmation. There is a surveillance camera at the intersection along this stretch of road. I am uncertain of its precise field of vision, but we must prepare for the worst. It may have captured your arrival. If you attempt to evade the camera on your way back, it may seem suspicious. It is best to retrace your steps as if nothing is amiss. Zhu Huiru's attire bore traces of blood, which, although not discernible from a distance at night, could still attract the attention of passers-by. Therefore, Guiyu, you shall carry Zhu Huiru back so that the blood on her chest remains concealed. The rationale for your act is her leg injury. For the sake of avoiding police scrutiny, we must engage in this charade thoroughly. Zhu Huiru, I must now inflict an injury upon your leg, and I ask that you brace yourself. Must it truly be this way? Guiyu's face revealed a look of sorrow. Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, Zhu Huiru furrowed her brow slightly before resolutely nodding. It's all right. I can endure. Very well, I apologize for this. Luo Wen decisively picked up a shard of stone from the ground and forcefully scraped it across her knee. Instantly, the skin broke, and blood began to seep forth rapidly. He then took another stone and struck her ankle with considerable force. Zhu Huiru let out a suppressed groan but bore the pain stoically. Luo Wen handed the bloodied stone shard to Guoyu, instructing, as you reach the perimeter of the grassy area, seek out a slope conducive to a fall, and place the stone there. Should anyone inquire, maintain the story that you fell at that location. Now, Guoyu, carry Zhu Huiru and proceed along the original route back. And Zhu Huiru, upon your return home, avoid your brother. First change your clothes to keep him unaware of this incident. His concern will only heighten the risks involved. And the fewer who know, the better. Can you manage that? Zhu Huiru replied, I can. I'll call my brother and say I had a fall, and that I won't be going to the shop, but will head straight home to change. Excellent. Once home, Guoyu, go to the nearby 24-hour convenience store at the side entrance of the community and procure some basic medical supplies to tend to her injuries. Remember, it is imperative to visit that specific store and engage in conversation to leave a lasting impression on the clerk. Guoyu asked nervously. Is that all there is to it? Certainly not. There is more I need to address here. You both reside within the same community, correct? Yes, they replied in unison. Please inform me of your respective building and unit numbers. At precisely 2 a.m. tonight, I will drive over to collect you and guide you on how to navigate the forthcoming inquiries. Ensure your descent is discreet, without alerting anyone, understood? Both individuals entrusted their addresses to Luo Wen. Although lingering doubts occupied their minds, they found solace in the trustworthy gaze and subtle confidence exuded by this middle-aged man. They hoped that everything would unfold as he had promised. After their departure, Luo Wen pressed his lips together, confident in his ability to manage the situation. Yet concerned that the two might be too inexperienced, risking exposure during the police investigation. Such a scenario could implicate him, jeopardizing the meticulous plan he had cultivated over the years. Was it too intrusive to assist these unrelated strangers? A wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over him. Perhaps he felt responsible for their plight? Or perhaps, having committed numerous offenses, he sought to perform a good deed? Yet, this so-called good deed also teetered on the edge of criminality. Never mind. He had already committed to assisting them, so he would see it through to provide them with a fresh start. At 2 a.m., Luo Wen drove his Audi SUV, sequentially picking up Guoyu and Zhu Huiru, departing from their neighborhood, avoiding surveillance, and heading toward his own residence. This Audi model, priced over $1 million, prompted Guoyu to glance around in astonishment upon entering the vehicle. Is this your car? He inquired, taken aback by the wealth of the man aiding them. Yes, Luo Wen replied simply. Guoyu, feeling somewhat inferior, lowered his gaze. Luo Wen offered a wry smile, but refrained from commenting. He had always been indifferent to material possessions, caring little for the car he drove or the house he resided in. Previously, as a forensic expert, his advanced technical qualifications afforded him a significantly higher income than that of a regular police officer, along with special allowances from the Ministry of Public Security and provincial departments. Yet, his life had remained unremarkable, devoid of thoughts on extravagant spending. Despite being eligible for a luxury vehicle from his agency, he declined, as he did not drive. When his superiors even suggested providing him with a dedicated chauffeur, he refused, preferring to maintain a low profile. It was only 3 years after resigning that he learned to drive and purchased this vehicle. Soon, they arrived at a well-known upscale community. And after parking in the underground garage, Luo Wen instructed, once we exit the car, follow closely behind me. We must navigate carefully to avoid the surveillance cameras. I am aware of their locations and will guide you around them. When I take the elevator, do not join me. My apartment is on the 7th floor, and you too must ascend via the stairs. The elevator is also equipped with cameras to ensure you are not captured on film. Although the likelihood of the police reviewing this footage is minimal, should an unlikely event occur, our presence together in the dead of night would be difficult to explain. Thus, for the sake of caution, it is prudent to take extra measures. How do you know so much about where the surveillance cameras are located? Guoyu inquired. Recalling that Luo Wen had previously mentioned that only the intersection near the noodle shop was equipped with a solitary surveillance camera, advising him to ensure that he walked past it with Zhu Huiru concealed behind him, Luo Wen responded with a perfunctory smile, attributing it to what he called a professional habit. Guoyu and Zhu Huiru gradually began to perceive him as an enigmatic figure, contemplating matters that had never crossed their minds, leading them to abandon their doubts and comply entirely with Luo Wen's directives. As Guiyu and Zhu Huiru ascended the stairs to the 7th floor, they found that Luo Wen, having arrived via the elevator, had already opened the door and gestured for them to enter. The apartment was spacious, clearly a costly acquisition. Yet its decor was so stark that it could almost be described as shabby. The floor was adorned with commonplace, inexpensive white tiles. The walls merely coated with the simplest white paint, devoid of wallpaper or any customary decorative touches. Network and television cables sprawled untidily across the floor, and the furniture, including the sofa, was composed of unremarkable fabric. The curtains were the bland blackout type typically found in offices. The bedroom door stood ajar, revealing only a bed and 2 nightstands. Lacking even a television, the bed was covered by a solitary blanket. Conversely, the living room boasted a television and a computer. Will you survey the surroundings and, filled with curiosity, asked, "Did you just acquire this apartment?" "Not quite. I've owned it for several years," came the reply. "Then why not renovate it?" Luo Wen responded awkwardly. "Isn't this considered a renovation?" The two were momentarily speechless, as the state of the apartment resembled that of a rental, perhaps even inferior. Luo Wen scratched his head and chuckled. "I'm not particularly knowledgeable about these things. It suffices for me to have a place to stay alone." Zhu Huiru examined the apartment, soon noticing the sole decorative item on the wall, a simple picture frame containing a small photograph of a family of 3, featuring a younger version of the man before them. She gestured toward the picture, asking, "Is this your wife and daughter? Where are they?" Immediately regretting her inquiry, she observed the bare bed in the bedroom and the emptiness of the other rooms, indicating that his wife and child were not residing there. Perhaps they were divorced. Her question now seemed an unwarranted intrusion into his private affairs. Upon hearing mention of his wife and daughter, Luo Wen's expression dimmed momentarily as he replied, "My wife and daughter went missing many years ago and have yet to be found." He turned away, inhaling deeply, and continued, "Let us not dwell on this. I'll get you some water, as we have important matters to discuss." As he entered the kitchen, a panicked exclamation rang out. "Oh no!" Guiyu and Zhu Huiru were startled and rushed over to investigate. Luo Wen stood with a bitter expression, gazing down at the floor. This little dog. Why does it keep making a mess? The small terrier, cowering in a corner, anxiously regarded the 3 of them, while the floor was scattered with its droppings. Luo Wen appeared at a loss, seemingly adept at managing crime scenes, but utterly helpless when faced with the chaos wrought by an animal. Guiyu and Zhu Huiru burst into laughter. Zhu Huiru quickly fetched some tissues to assist in cleaning up, while Guiyu elaborated on the temperament of the puppy and the intricacies of training it to relieve itself in designated areas. Luo Wen expressed his gratitude profusely, and after the two had lent their support and tidied up, he gradually returned to his usual self. Once he guided them to the living room and settled down, the evening's discourse commenced. Luo Wen first directed his gaze towards Zhu Huiru and inquired, "Where did that fruit knife come from?" "It's from the store," Zhu Huiru replied, her thoughts drifting back to the events of the evening, inevitably stirring a sense of anxiety within her. Luo Wen, maintaining a calm demeanor, remarked, "This knife appears quite new. Do you recall when it was purchased?" After a moment of reflection, Zhu Huiru responded, "Approximately a month ago. My brother bought it from the small supermarket across the street." "How many did he purchase in total?" "Just this one. It was bought for peeling fruit and has hardly been used." "Is this knife typically kept out in the open or stored in a drawer?" "In the drawer." "Does your brother use this knife often?" "Not really." "Did he know you were bringing the knife tonight?" "He probably didn't see it." "Is he aware that the knife is in the drawer?" "Yes, but I believe he doesn't pay much attention to such minor details." Luo Wen nodded, choosing not to delve further into the matter of the fruit knife. He then prompted both to recount the sequence of events from that night in detail. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "At that time, the little ruffian came alone to the store and asked you to deliver a takeaway to the riverside?" "Yes," Zhu Huiru affirmed with a nod. "The situation appears to be somewhat more favorable than I had anticipated. Based on this, the individuals aware of the little ruffian requesting you to deliver the takeaway include only the 3 of us and your brother." He pursed his lips and continued, "However, we must not indulge in unwarranted optimism. Guiyu, you mentioned previously that you saw him dining with a few others, correct?" "Indeed. Thus, it is possible that while dining with his friends, he mentioned he would come looking for you later. If that is the case, should the police inquire, your claim of not having seen this individual last night might easily raise suspicions and expose inconsistencies. Therefore, if the police question you, it is imperative that you recount everything with complete honesty." "Completely honest?" Zhu Huiru's mouth parted slightly in surprise. Yes, if the police eventually investigate the two of you. Be forthright about all matters. The only detail that should be fabricated is the segment regarding the murder. Guoyu, do you harbor feelings for her? Luo Wen turned his gaze towards Guoyu. Guoyu's face flushed, and he lowered his head, rendered speechless. Until this evening, he had never once conveyed even a hint of affection towards Zhu Huiru, and now this elder gentleman was so candidly probing. Luo Wen chuckled softly, saying, yes, precisely in this manner. Should the police inquire, it would be best for you to maintain this demeanor, fond yet bashful, unable to articulate your feelings. Zhu Huiru couldn't help but burst into laughter. Luo Wen spoke earnestly. If you were to admit the truth directly, it would contradict your character. Experienced detectives will investigate those around you to ascertain your personality and habits. Any abnormal behavior on your part will undoubtedly raise suspicions. Therefore, both of you must maintain your usual demeanor in all conversations, including any fabrications, without embellishing the truth. The two nodded in agreement. Luo Wen continued. Let me first outline the basic sequence of events. Later, I will provide you with every detail, including all potential questions the police may pose, and instruct you on how to respond, not only regarding the content, but also the tone of your answers. These aspects are crucial. Although tedious, they are essential. I can tell you both are sharp-witted individuals, unlike those whose minds are rigid, as they would never comprehend even after 1,000 repetitions. The two chuckled. Zhu Huiru thought her brother must be the type that would forever remain unteachable in the eyes of the older generation. Luo Wen stated, around 10 o'clock that evening. The little thug came to your noodle shop and requested that you deliver a takeaway order to the riverbank. Though reluctant, you complied to avoid trouble. At that moment, Guoyu, who was secretly enamored with you, overheard the thug's words and, concerned for your safety, decided to follow you after you left. Upon arriving at the riverbank with the takeaway, the thug attempted to assault you. You struggled to escape, but in the process, you fell, injuring your leg. Guoyu happened to pass by, and upon seeing someone approaching, the thug fled back to the riverbank. Your leg was scraped and twisted, causing you considerable pain. And after much effort, you realized you couldn't walk. Guoyu had no choice but to carry you back and later went to a convenience store to buy medicine and bandages. That is the crux of the matter. Is that all? Guoyu appeared somewhat incredulous. This is merely the fundamental overview. I will instruct you on the specific details and responses to various potential inquiries shortly. Luo Wen tapped his head and added, I almost forgot something. He donned a pair of rubber gloves, turned around, and retrieved 2.5 stacks of 100 yuan bills from his shoulder bag. He also produced 2 pairs of brand new rubber gloves and glanced at the utterly bewildered Guoyu and Zhu Huiru, saying, there is a total of 25,000 yuan here. I need both of you to help. Put on the gloves and fold each bill into a heart shape. I lack the skill for origami, but I trust you can manage it. This is a crucial step. You do not need to know why. Just follow my instructions. The gloves are to ensure that no fingerprints are left on the money, although there are many fingerprints on a single yuan note, to minimize any imperfections. It is safest to leave no fingerprints at all. They exchanged glances, utterly perplexed by Luo Wen's intentions. Luo Wen elaborated. This is related to the handling of a crime scene, but I do not intend to divulge the reasons. If you learn too many details, you risk revealing information you should not know when questioned by the police, which could be perilous. You only need to know the lies I have shared with you and the corresponding responses to various questions. Do not attempt to pry into the case further. Especially after the body is discovered tomorrow, there will undoubtedly be many conversations taking place in the vicinity. You need only to remember the various narratives circulating on the streets, rather than concern yourselves with the truth. He elaborated. In any murder case, the police seek the truth through 3 fundamental elements: eyewitnesses, physical evidence, and testimonies. The so-called perfect crime typically involves a complete absence of eyewitnesses, physical evidence, and suspects' testimonies. As for tonight's events, I am the sole eyewitness. As long as I remain silent, there exists no second witness. I have thoroughly obliterated the physical evidence, leaving only the act of folding the money into a heart shape. Thus, the greatest risk lies in the testimonies. Should the police choose to interrogate you both one day, seasoned detectives will employ various techniques to gather and compare your statements for inconsistencies. In cases of joint criminal activity, fabricated testimonies are often easily detected by the police. Guoyu and Zhu Huiru's faces paled, filled with tension. Luo Wen smiled and said, let us engage in a bit of reverse thinking. Why is it that fabricated testimonies are easily uncovered by the police? If we can address the reasons behind this, we can circumvent the issue altogether. In one scenario, if your testimonies converge but contain logical inconsistencies, such as differing sequences of events, then problems arise. I assure you, my guidance will not present this issue. As long as you recount the events leading up to the incident accurately and adhere strictly to the testimonies I provide, without embellishment or imagination, you will remain safe. Remember, any additional speculation is superfluous and will only lead to complications. If you are uncertain, simply state that you do not know. And do not attempt to anticipate the police's thoughts when your knowledge diverges from reality. Respond precisely to each inquiry, avoiding excessive elaboration, as verbosity can be perilous. In another scenario, the police might claim that a co-conspirator has confessed. In such moments, those with fragile psychological resilience often succumb to panic, quickly revealing their deception under the guise of leniency offered by the police. A key reason I chose to assist you both is your mutual desire to protect one another. Unlike other co-conspirators, when one is misled by the police into believing that the other has confessed and details of the crime are accurately recounted, they often crumble under pressure and betray one another. Remember, since you both wish to shield each other, you must not confess, regardless of the police's inquiries, even if they assert that the other has confessed. And even if they cite numerous accurate details, you must remain steadfast in your belief that your partner will not betray you. Only through mutual silence can you safeguard one another. If one of you confesses, we are all doomed. Luo gazed at them with utmost seriousness, and they nodded earnestly in response. He understood that this was the most perilous phase. Once they successfully navigated this juncture, both would emerge unscathed. Guiyu inquired, "When will the police find us?" Luo smiled and remarked, "Perhaps they will search, perhaps they will not. Even if they do find you, it is likely that you will merely be regarded as ordinary bystanders, inquiring if there are any leads, rather than being treated as suspects. If others were to discover that I delivered takeout to that rogue, would the police harbor serious suspicions about me?" Zhu Huiru inquired, a hint of unease creeping into her voice. Luo replied, "Initially, they might, but if they are competent officers, they will soon relinquish such notions." "Why?" Zhu Huiru asked. Intrigued, Luo, with a mysterious smile, explained, "If their professional acumen is sufficient, they will ascertain that you both possess alibis and that you lack the opportunity to commit any crime. In such a scenario, they would not consider you as suspects at all." "What?" Both individuals widened their eyes in disbelief. They had indeed been present at the scene, and Luo had mentioned that they were captured on surveillance. How could they possibly have alibis? Part 4. The ingeniously crafted alibi at 9 a.m. A throng of onlookers had gathered along the sidewalk by the Riverside Park. Captain Lin Chi of the Criminal Investigation Second Team of the District Public Security Bureau crossed the police cordon and immediately berated his subordinates. "What is going on here? How are you securing the scene?" The expanse of grass was littered with cigarette butts and various footprints, with stones overturned and several broken branches scattered about the nearby trees. Officer Xiao Song, with a sense of resignation, replied, "It was like this when we arrived." A chaotic crowd had already surged into the area, including several beggars who trampled the ground, making it impossible to collect any prints. "Surely these foolish civilians have not even disturbed the body," Xiao Song reassured. "Not at all. I spoke with the eyewitnesses at the scene. Only 2 individuals ventured into the area where the body lay. Upon seeing the corpse, they promptly exited to report it. The others merely came to collect money." "Collect money?" Lin Chi stared, perplexed. Xiao Song gestured helplessly. "Indeed. It began at 4:40 a.m. when a sanitation worker sweeping nearby discovered a folded 100 yuan note shaped like a heart. Subsequently, several more were found, and it became evident that this patch of grass was strewn with numerous heart-shaped notes and coins, 5 and 10 yuan denominations. Those out for morning exercise or on their way to work rushed over to gather the money, which was even tossed into the trees or hidden beneath stones, leading them to thoroughly scour the area. Eventually, 2 individuals, while clearing the leaves in the woods, uncovered the body concealed beneath, and they hastily fled to report it. "So this is how the body was discovered?" Lin Chi exclaimed, somewhat astonished. He had just begun his shift and was unaware of the details surrounding the discovery of the corpse. Indeed, the abundance of scattered money on the ground may very well relate to the case. All the money was folded into heart shapes, perhaps as a gesture of affection, or perhaps the man had strayed, prompting the woman to take his life and discard the token of their love. Xiao Song fully unleashed his imagination, weaving the clues at the scene into a cohesive narrative. Had Luo heard this, he would likely have been astonished. He had never contemplated such a storyline. The reason for folding the money into hearts and scattering it around was to make it challenging for passers-by to collect it. With a crowd, the chaos would thoroughly disrupt the scene. Had he left the bills intact, a diligent cleaner might have swiftly gathered them all, leaving only their footprints and rendering the scene less compromised. In that case, the 25,000 yuan would have truly gone to waste. To ensure thoroughness, he not only tossed some money into trees and concealed it among the foliage and stones, but also scattered some loose change, making it a time-consuming endeavor to collect all the currency. Moreover, the allure of free money would undoubtedly excite early risers and those out for morning exercise. The sight of someone picking up cash would quickly attract a crowd. Guiyu and Zhu Huiru could never have imagined that Luo Wen would use 25,000 yuan in real currency to stage a scene for two strangers. Lin Shi shot him a glance. Xiao Song was a novice officer, having dealt with few major cases, so his peculiar thoughts were not surprising. He snorted, leading the forensic expert to the wooded area. The forensic expert took out professional equipment, photographing various information around the ground, ensuring no detail was overlooked. And the two of them entered together. Two officers stood guard by the corpse. It was summer, and after just one night, a foul odor already emanated from the body. Of course, Lin Shi, an experienced detective, had long since developed immunity to such sights. However, as he approached the body, he could not help but shudder. How brutal! What enmity must have spurred such violence? The victim's sleeveless shirt had been torn, cast aside, and a gaping wound was visible at the heart, with a copious amount of blood congealed around it. There were also 2 stab wounds in the abdomen, with intestines faintly visible. Yet this was far from sufficient. The entire abdomen, chest, and both arms bore a series of blood grooves, meticulously carved with a sharp blade, evenly spaced and symmetrical. From a distance, it appeared as if the corpse wore a striped garment. The forensic expert glanced at Lin Chi, smirking somewhat maliciously. "Captain Lin, you've stumbled upon quite a case today." Lin Chi frowned, his expression tinged with resignation. If it were merely a discovery of a body, it would be an ordinary homicide. However, the series of blood grooves clearly indicated that the perpetrator had painstakingly inflicted these wounds post-mortem, marking this as a particularly heinous crime with dire societal implications, likely to incite public panic and heightening the pressure to resolve the case. The forensic expert continued his examination, stating, "The time of death was last night. A precise determination will require an autopsy, as the current high temperatures make visual assessments unreliable. The deceased's mobile wallet remains intact. Captain Lin, this is undoubtedly a case of vendetta. The wallet contains information about the victim. Please instruct your subordinates to investigate shortly." The forensic expert lifted the deceased's arm for examination and remarked, "Why is there dirt under the nails?" After a thorough examination of the body, he noted that the blood grooves were meticulously engraved, evidently done post-mortem. The bloodstains suggest that the engraving began shortly after death. Had a significant time elapsed, the blood would have coagulated, resulting in a different appearance. The fatal wound is located at the heart, resembling a stab inflicted by a dagger. We will need to conduct an autopsy to produce a cross-sectional image of the murder weapon. The 2 incisions on the abdomen are non-fatal. Additionally, there are signs of blunt force trauma to the back of the head. I will need to analyze the surrounding information further to determine the extent to which we can reconstruct the scene, though the prospects do not appear promising given the extent of the damage. Lin Chi, with a resigned expression, shrugged, "Just handle it as you see fit." At that moment, he noticed several beer cans beside the corpse and remarked, "Old Gu, take a look at these cans on the ground." The forensic expert, surnamed Gu, removed his bloodstained gloves and donned a fresh pair. He picked up one of the cans from the ground and examined it under a specialized magnifying glass in a shaded area, his brow furrowing slightly. "What's the matter?" Lin Chi observed a peculiar expression in his eyes. Forensic expert Gu solemnly raised his head and said, "Captain Lin, this case may be more intricate than I initially thought. I originally believed it to be a straightforward homicide, motivated by deep-seated animosity, with the perpetrator not only committing murder but also dismembering the body. In such a scenario, even if my findings were not particularly helpful, your team could swiftly identify suspects through the victim's interpersonal connections. However, this can has clearly been wiped clean, devoid of fingerprints." Lin Chi, dismissive, remarked, "Today's criminals have watched enough crime shows. They understand the importance of leaving no fingerprints. Just like current thieves, who often wrap their hands in towels while prying open doors." He suddenly paused mid-sentence, a realization dawning upon him, and continued, "This is not a homicide. It is a premeditated murder. If the suspect could be identified through interpersonal connections, there would be no need to eliminate fingerprints. Coupled with the earlier observation of money scattered on the ground, he pondered the possibility that the money was intentionally left by the perpetrator to lure unsuspecting bystanders into the scene, thus contaminating the evidence. A chill ran down his spine. Have you ever encountered a murderer who deliberately scattered money to draw unrelated individuals into the crime scene? Forensic expert Gu asked gravely. Lin Chi stared wide-eyed and slowly shook his head. No, never. A murderer has never contemplated such a strategy. Forensic expert Gu inhaled deeply and nodded, saying, let us hope we are overestimating the sophistication of the perpetrator. They cannot be that cunning. Lin Chi also nodded, reassuring himself. For after more than a decade in law enforcement and encountering numerous homicide cases, he had found that most offenders were of relatively low education. While some had attempted to emulate techniques seen on television, the methods portrayed were fundamentally simplistic in the eyes of law enforcement. Subsequently, forensic expert Gu and the other staff members began placing each can into evidence bags. Just as they thought they were finished, one of the subordinates remarked, Teacher Gu, there's still one over there. The forensic expert finally noticed a tree trunk, as thick as a soda can, lying in the thicket, alongside which rested a jar. He leaned down, reached inside, and pulled out the soda can. Initially, he presumed it bore no fingerprints like the others. However, upon a cursory glance, he exclaimed, this one has fingerprints. In the evening, Lin Chi sat in his office when two investigators entered, carrying a toolbox. One of them said, Captain Lin, we have conducted interviews in the vicinity and have gathered preliminary details about the deceased. His name is Su Tianding, a resident of a nearby demolition site. His mother fainted upon hearing the news, and we managed to take a basic statement from his father. Additionally, through his relatives and local residents, we learned that he was a notorious thug, nicknamed Little Tai Bao. Since middle school, he has frequented the police station numerous times. Previously, he often extorted protection money from students at a nearby school, but due to increased crackdowns in recent years, he resorted to covert methods and mostly loitered around, engaging in fights regularly. He had formed connections with many petty criminals, his closest companion being Zhang Bing, a childhood friend. According to Zhang Bing, the two of them, along with 3 other delinquents, had shared a late-night meal. Afterward, around 10 o'clock, he mentioned he would take a stroll nearby and departed alone. Later, from a small supermarket near the crime scene, we learned that Su Tianding had purchased 6 cans of beer around that time, which were the same ones found at the scene. He had consumed most of 1 can, leaving 5 untouched. Lin Chi pondered for a moment and remarked, why would he buy so much alcohol alone? Was he seeking company to drink with? The investigator shook his head and replied, it's unclear. We questioned his companions from yesterday, and none mentioned the reason for drinking, nor did he say anything while purchasing the beer. Lin Chi furrowed his brow and stated, from the evidence at the scene, it is evident the murderer harbored immense hatred towards the victim. This is undoubtedly a case of vengeance. What can you tell me about his interpersonal relationships and any potential feuds? The investigator chuckled and responded, the entire street could be considered his enemy. Local residents unanimously described him as a scoundrel. Many shopkeepers nearby are outsiders, and he often took goods on credit without paying. These outsiders, hesitant to provoke a local bully, tolerated his behavior, as the debts were not substantial. Furthermore, he acted inappropriately, often taunting female migrant workers passing by. Fights were commonplace, and just last night, he nearly got into a brawl over a woman. Last night, Lin Chi inquired. Yes, the investigator recounted how Su Tianding had harassed a young woman and assaulted her boyfriend. Lin Chi let out a cold laugh, displaying a hint of exasperation. With so many enemies, the list of potential suspects for this vendetta will likely span several pages. It may take even longer to compile, replied the investigator. Those we know of are merely individuals he crossed paths with during his misdeeds. Who can say whom he may have bullied while alone? Very well, Lin Chi contemplated before saying, tomorrow, continue interviewing the surrounding residents to identify any suspects with higher levels of suspicion, particularly focusing on the couple that was assaulted yesterday. Additionally, is there surveillance nearby? On the path by the river, there was nothing, but at the intersection half a street away, there was a presence. Let us redirect the surveillance and take a look, he suggested. I'll first consult with the forensic expert. Lin Chi turned towards the forensic laboratory, where the expert, Gu, was eating noodles, with bloody gloves discarded beside the trash bin. Lin Chi swallowed hard and inquired, how's the investigation, old Gu? Gu clapped his hands, rose with a smile, and teased. Su Tianding has quite a feast in his belly. Are you interested in a peek? Lin Shi cleared his throat, having known Gu for many years. He was not fond of such humor. Frowning, he replied, "No thanks. I just had a meal and certainly don't have your appetite. Please, just get to the point." He glanced at the noodles and then at the bloody gloves, quickly turning away. His mental fortitude was not lacking, having been a criminal investigator for many years. He was accustomed to corpses. However, he had never dined beside a corpse and preferred to keep it that way. Gu laughed heartily and continued, "This fellow can really eat. Don't let his slim frame fool you. He.s. quite the voracious eater. Aside from undigested barbecued meat, there's a fair amount of beer in his stomach, and quite a bit of fried rice as well. However, only part of the fried rice is in his stomach. Some remains in his esophagus. There are two possibilities. Either he vomited and didn't expel at all, which could be due to either excessive drinking or being struck on the back of the head by the assailant, causing a disruption to his autonomic nervous system. The second possibility is that he was attacked by the assailant while eating the fried rice. Thus he fully swallowed it. Regardless of the scenario, it bears little significance to the case. What matters is that the food left in his stomach was largely undigested, indicating that he consumed the fried rice very close to the time of death. Fried rice? Where did he buy it? Lin Shi asked. Upon discovering the fried rice in his stomach, I dispatched someone to the crime scene and found a takeout box in the grass outside the thicket, containing a substantial portion of fried rice. Moreover, the thicket was not the direct crime scene. The crime occurred in the grass outside, right beside the takeout box. Beneath the soil there, a significant amount of blood was uncovered, though it had been disturbed and concealed. From the crime scene to the thicket where the body was found, despite being trampled by many passers-by that morning, a distinct dragging mark was still visible. This indicates that the assailant killed the victim on the grass and then dragged him into the thicket for temporary concealment. However, the assailant's footprints were rendered indecipherable due to the chaos at the scene, especially in the thicket, where it was evident that the ground had been tampered with. Why is that? Lin Shi pondered, slightly perplexed. I believe the assailant scattered money on the ground to confuse onlookers, aiming to obscure the scene's evidence, including his footprints. Yet, he likely realized that the thicket wouldn't attract many passers-by, so he deliberately altered the ground in that area to ensure his footprints wouldn't remain. And the time of the incident? Based on an analysis of the timing of the late-night snack and the autopsy results, it can be inferred that the time of death occurred between 10 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. last night. However, we discovered a call log on his mobile phone. At 10:50 p.m., Su Tianding placed a call to Zhang Bing. I instructed Xiao Song to inquire with Zhang Bing, who recounted that Su Tianding merely mentioned, "Let us have lunch together tomorrow," followed by a sudden scream. The call was then abruptly disconnected. Zhang Bing attempted to call back, but there was no answer. And soon after, the phone was turned off. Zhang Bing did not suspect that Su Tianding would be harmed, so he did not take the incident seriously at the time. It appears that the incident occurred precisely when Su Tianding made that call at 10:50 p.m. Lin Shi nodded, acknowledging that the time of the incident could now be pinpointed to the minute, which would greatly assist in the ensuing investigation. He then remarked, "Old Gu, do you think the perpetrator might be someone familiar with Su Tianding? A familiar person? What leads you to that conclusion?" Lin Shi responded, "Last night, Su Tianding purchased 6 cans of beer from a nearby convenience store, which he obviously could not consume alone. He must have intended to find someone to drink with him on the grass. However, several of his acquaintances claimed to be unaware of this plan." Forensic expert Gu nodded in agreement, stating, "That makes sense. However, I wonder why he would venture to such a mosquito-infested area alone." Lin Shi squinted slightly. Indeed, under normal circumstances, one would not choose a riverbank teeming with mosquitoes for a casual gathering. Clarifying this point is crucial at this stage. Moreover, he only ordered a single serving of egg fried rice and did not purchase any for a potential companion. I would like to have someone investigate the exact time he bought the egg fried rice. It might yield relevant clues. Forensic expert Gu added, additionally, it would be prudent to ask the surrounding community if anyone witnessed an individual with blood on them that evening. Blood on the perpetrator? Gu nodded. This is quite evident. The 3 stab wounds on the deceased were delivered in succession, particularly the one to the heart, which would have certainly resulted in a spurt of blood upon withdrawal of the knife. The assailant's hands and clothing would have undoubtedly been stained with blood. Lin Shi nodded slowly. On the 20th, Zhao Taimin received 4 pieces of unfortunate news. Firstly, after thoroughly reviewing the surveillance footage near the incident on Wenyixi Road, no suspects were identified. The road's many blind spots, such as green belts and sidewalks, rendered the footage incomplete. The perpetrator had consciously evaded surveillance in the 4 previous crimes, and this time was no exception. Although Zhao Taimin had anticipated this outcome, he still felt a sense of disappointment. Secondly, the inquiry into interpersonal relationships yielded no results. No one had prior knowledge that Sun Hongyan would be traversing that road alone that night, nor would he have stopped to relieve himself by the green belt. This indicates that the perpetrator was likely following him rather than lying in wait. However, no one reported seeing anyone tailing Sun Hongyan that night, suggesting that the follower was exceptionally cautious. Among Sun Hongyan's acquaintances, several potential adversaries were ruled out as suspects upon preliminary investigation. And in conjunction with the 4 previous cases, the police were skeptical that the assailant was someone familiar with the victim. The third piece of evidence is the note left by the perpetrator. According to the forensic experts from the provincial department, it was composed on the most ordinary paper, with the most commonplace ink, and printed using the most standard printer. There are at least several million such printers and inks across the country, making it virtually impossible to trace their origin. Fourthly, the investigation involving local residents has reached a standstill. Inquiries made with a few individuals who passed by that night yielded no observations of any suspicious persons. This is quite understandable in everyday life. When a stranger walks past you, unless they resemble an extraterrestrial being, no one pays much attention to their appearance or any anomalies. Nevertheless, this line of inquiry must be pursued by the grassroots police. Perhaps someone did notice something, but has yet to be questioned. Within just one day, these 4 aspects of the investigation have nearly collapsed, leaving Zhao Taimin feeling quite disheartened. However, the inquiry into the weapon, the rope, has provided him with some food for thought. The criminal investigation team visited many stationery stores in the western part of the city with the rope and discovered that this brand of rope has long been discontinued, with the last batch having gone out of stock 2 to 3 years ago. This revelation shocked Zhao Taimin, as it suggested that the rope had been purchased by the murderer 2 to 3 years prior. Did the perpetrator plan this series of heinous crimes from the very start of their criminal career? A chill ran down Zhao Taimin's spine. He examined the rope multiple times. It appeared to be in pristine condition, certainly purchased by the culprit rather than scavenged from a rubbish heap. He reviewed the case files from the previous 4 incidents, scrutinizing the photographs of the weapons used, and found that while all the ropes were relatively new, they differed from one another, indicating they were not manufactured by the same producer. This suggests that the assailant did not buy multiple ropes from a single stationery store. Rather, they procured one from this shop, another from that, thus avoiding drawing anyone's memory. It is evident that the perpetrator acted with meticulous precision, having purchased the rope years ago. Tracing the source of the weapon has become an impossibility. What further avenues of investigation remain? Zhao Taimin reclined in his office chair, staring up at the ceiling. It was only the 3rd day since the murder occurred, and the police's investigative leads had already been nearly exhausted. Could it be that after 5 crimes, they were still unable to apprehend him? Were they to rely solely on the arduous task of collecting fingerprints from local residents, to compare them one by one? At that moment, forensic expert Chun entered the office, holding a document, and remarked, "The handwriting expert from the provincial department has verified the 3 characters written on the ground." Zhao Taimin immediately straightened his posture and inquired, "What was the result?" Chen spread his hands and replied, "It cannot be determined whether it is the handwriting of Sun Hongyan." Why not? Originally, Sun Hongyan had written very little. After searching his home, only a few receipts containing dozens of his characters were found. When presented to a handwriting expert from the provincial department, the expert noted that the characters carved on the ground were evidently not of the same font as those on the receipts. However, this does not definitively indicate that the 3 characters representing the local people were not penned by Sun Hongyan, as he was in a state of distress and could not see what he wrote. In his struggle, he instinctively scratched on the ground, and any person in a similar situation would produce characters that starkly differ from their usual writing style. Zhao Taimin, feeling helpless, pursed his lips and inquired whether the footprints left in the green belt could confirm whether they belonged to Sun Hongyan himself or were made by the murderer wearing his shoes. The situation regarding the footprints was quite complex. Our team was unable to conduct the necessary analysis and had already contacted the mechanics research group from Zhejiang University for assistance in determining the matter through experimentation. Zhao Taimin nodded in agreement, stating that they would await news from the university. For a moment, forensic expert Chun hesitated before speaking up. "I heard from Xiao Yang that several other routine investigative efforts have encountered some difficulties." Zhao Taimin exhaled. revealing that they had not merely encountered difficulties, but had found almost no leads at all. After a brief contemplation, he mentioned another potential breakthrough, suggesting that capturing that perverse individual might yield new clues. Tomorrow, I will rearrange personnel to ensure we apprehend the deviant promptly. As the sun began to set on the 21st, Luo Wen strolled leisurely down the street outside the noodle shop, his bag slung casually over his shoulder. Upon reaching the entrance, he paused momentarily to glance inside. At that moment, Guiyu was seated at a table further inside, enjoying a bowl of noodles, while Zhu Huiru was busy at the cash register. Both noticed him simultaneously, halting their activities and displaying a hint of tension on their faces. Luo Wen averted their gaze, scanned the surroundings outside, and then feigned indifference as he entered the establishment. Instead of joining Guiyu, he chose an empty table. Lifting his eyes to the menu displayed on the wall, Zhu Huiru quickly approached him, asking what he would like to eat. Lowering her voice, she added, "Why don't you sit at his table? He mentioned he wanted to discuss something with you." Upon hearing that Guiyu wished to confer with him, Luo Wen felt no anxiety. He was convinced that the handling of the scene had completely deceived the police. If there were indeed any pressing matters, Guiyu should currently be at the Public Security Bureau, not calmly enjoying a bowl of noodles. "Let me see, how about tomato and egg noodles?" "Oh, I've eaten so many of those lately." "Wait, let me think again," he said, lowering his voice. It feels unnatural to squeeze into the table next to him when there's an empty one available. He then raised his voice again, deciding on a beef rice bowl instead. Zhu Huiru acknowledged with an "oh," just as she was about to turn to leave. Luo Wen quietly suggested, "Could you think of a way?" His gaze shifted towards the sieve hanging behind the cash register. Zhu Huiru immediately understood and went inside to inform her brother to prepare a bowl of beef rice, then took down the sieve and apologized to Luo Wen, saying, "I need to let the rice cakes dry. Could you possibly sit at the table next to that one?" Luo Wen promptly rose and seated himself across from Guiyu. As Guiyu set down his chopsticks, on the verge of speaking, Luo Wen hastily covered his mouth and whispered, "Continue eating, speak while you dine." Guiyu, obedient to his suggestion, immediately resumed using his chopsticks, feigning to consume noodles, while quietly stating, "Zhu Huiru mentioned she saw police patrolling the vicinity earlier today. It seems they entered several shops to inquire about something, but they haven't visited here." He chuckled lightly, appearing somewhat relieved. Luo Wen was not at all surprised. It's the first day. They are merely conducting preliminary investigations. However, I anticipate that the police will certainly arrive at the shop within the next couple of days. "Oh, so soon?" Luo Wen whispered, "Do not be anxious. It is merely a routine inquiry. The police are just trying to ascertain what time that individual ordered takeout and when Zhu Huiru delivered it. If you respond as instructed, there will be no issues." "Understood," Guiyu nodded nervously. "When did she inform you of the situation?" "Just now." "Just now, when I arrived at the noodle shop." Luo Wen cautioned, "Be cautious, especially refrain from discussing any relevant information on your phones, including calls and texts." "Yes, I understand. We have committed everything you instructed to memory." At that moment, Zhu Huiru brought noodles to Luo Wen. He picked up the condiments beside him and, in front of Zhu Huiru, poured all the vinegar into his noodles. Then remarked, "Young lady, the vinegar is finished. Please bring me some more." Zhu Huiru immediately comprehended, darting into the kitchen to fetch vinegar, then returning, deliberately pouring it into the condiment container at a leisurely pace. Luo Wen quietly remarked, "Today I noticed some discrepancies. Remember, you and I are strangers. In future encounters, do not exhibit any unnatural expressions. Also, since your leg is injured, you should appear to walk with difficulty. By the way, how many times have you washed that garment?" "As you instructed, I have washed it over 10 times with detergent. It is completely unrecognizable now." Zhu Huiru's acting was even more adept. Her mouth barely moved, yet she could still articulate words. Just because it appears unrecognizable does not guarantee success. Blood reagent tests are highly sensitive. Please soak it in water with detergent a few more times. As Zhu Huiru finished pouring the vinegar and was about to leave, Luo Wen added, "Pour a bit more." He swiftly retrieved a fruit knife from his bag and discreetly placed it beneath Zhu Huiru's body, saying, "This is newly purchased, identical to the last. Keep it safe." Additionally, within a day or two, the police will come to the shop regarding the takeout request. Everything must proceed as planned. Zhu Huiru nodded in understanding, and both of them began to feel an increasingly strong sense of trust towards Luo Wen. After finishing their meal, Luo Wen stood to pay, but Zhu Huiru adamantly refused to accept the payment. Luo Wen smiled slightly and whispered, "Remember, You and I are strangers." He then called out loudly, "Boss, change please." The following morning at 9 o'clock, Zhu Fulai went out to buy groceries, while Zhu Huiru was busy tidying up in the noodle shop, preparing for the midday opening. Officers Xiao Song and Xiao Li entered the establishment. "Excuse me, Madam Proprietor, have you recently seen this individual?" Xiao Song produced a photograph. Upon seeing the police, Zhu Huiru momentarily froze, but quickly regained her composure and leaned in to examine the image, which depicted the deceased Huang Mao. Feeling a dryness in her throat, she coughed lightly and replied, "Yes, I believe he resides in the nearby community. What is the matter? Are you unaware of his misfortune?" Xiao Song was somewhat taken aback, as the noodle shop was less than a kilometer from the crime scene, and after the incident occurred yesterday. Nearly every establishment they inquired at was aware that the victim was him. "What has transpired?" Zhu Huiru inquired nervously. Luo Wen had instructed her on how to respond to various critical questions posed by the police. However, he was not omniscient and could not predict the ordinary dialogue that the officers might engage in. He merely advised her to remain calm, not to be afraid, to think on her feet, and to speak slowly but thoughtfully, ensuring she did not misspeak. Nevertheless, it was Zhu Huiru's first encounter with law enforcement, and her anxiety was entirely understandable. The news of Su Tianding's death was already common knowledge among the local residents. Thus, the two officers candidly informed her. "You are aware of the incident by the river yesterday, correct? The one lying in there is him, known as Little Taibao." "Indeed, it was him?" Zhu Huiru's expression shifted to one of realization, and in accordance with Luo Wen's instructions, a faint smile graced her lips. Xiao Song exchanged a glance with Xiao Li and asked, "Do you know him?" Zhu Huiru scoffed lightly, "Not really. I only remember that he often dined without paying and would frequently cause unnecessary trouble." The police were already aware of Su Tianding's notorious behavior and found Zhu Huiru's reaction unsurprising. Rather, it was quite typical, as many residents they interviewed displayed a sense of schadenfreude regarding his demise, except for the family. Despite Su Tianding's reputation as a loathed scoundrel, merchants nearby would have relished the idea of him being run over by a vehicle daily. Yet, in the eyes of his family, he remained a mischievous child, especially his grandmother, who wept inconsolably in the community, though few residents approached her to offer comfort. "What was the last time you saw him?" Xiao Li inquired. "The last time?" Zhu Huiru furrowed her brow and instinctively replied, "The night before last." "What time was that?" "As we were about to close. He came over wanting fried rice. I didn't want to prepare it, claiming we were out of rice, but he was quite aggressive, and my brother was afraid." Before she could finish, Xiao Song's mouth dropped open. "Fried rice is made at your establishment?" "Indeed," Zhu Huiru answered matter-of-factly. Xiao Song quickly pressed, "And then what happened?" Zhu Huiru continued, "I was reluctant to serve him, but my brother, fearing his wrath, went ahead and prepared it. He said he would leave and come back to collect the fried rice once it was ready, taking it to the park by the river." "He instructed you to deliver the fried rice to the park by the river?" The two officers exchanged glances, evidently recognizing a new lead. "Yes," Zhu Huiru replied. Watching them calmly, Xiao Song continued to inquire, "How many servings of fried rice did he request in total?" "Just one," she replied. "And did you comply with his request?" Zhu Huiru pressed her lips together and said, "Naturally, I was reluctant to deliver it. My brother, not wanting to stir up trouble, insisted that if I didn't go, he would. My brother has had trouble with his legs since childhood, making it difficult for him to walk. Usually, I am the one who delivers takeout, so I had no choice but to take it to him." "What transpired after you delivered the food to the riverside?" Zhu Huiru hesitated, her words caught in her throat. The two policemen immediately perked up, sensing there was more to the story. Xiao Song quickly asked, "What happened next?" Zhu Huiru, her expression uneasy, confessed, "He was alone in the park drinking, holding a bag of beer. Upon seeing me, he approached and insisted that I join him for a drink." "And how did he treat you?" Xiao Li interjected eagerly. "There was nothing." Zhu Huiru seemed reluctant to elaborate. Xiao Song's demeanor shifted to seriousness. "Madam, we are investigating a case. Please recount the events as they transpired." Zhu Huiru appeared intimidated by his tone. After a brief pause, she stammered, "He pulled me to drink with him and began to touch me inappropriately." "Is that so?" Xiao Song clenched his fist in anger, anxiously asking, "And then what happened?" "I tried to escape, but he wouldn't let go, insisting that I accompany him for drinks. I couldn't tell if he was genuinely drunk or pretending. I screamed for help, and he attempted to cover my mouth. I struggled with him and exerted great effort to run away. Once I reached the roadside, he stopped pursuing me, but I fell and injured my leg, bleeding profusely and twisting my ankle. Ultimately, a friend happened to pass by and carried me back. It nearly scared me to death. Her expression indeed radiated fear. However, this was a lesson from Luo Wen. When portraying fear, one must think of the emotions tied to having just killed Huang Mao, making the terror feel all too real. The two policemen scrutinized her. She was wearing jeans, concealing any visible injuries to her leg. Nonetheless, they could not demand she remove her pants on the spot to verify her claims. The officers proceeded to ask her further questions about the details of that day, but they uncovered no additional valuable clues. After a discussion, they decided to visit other establishments for more information and report back before formulating a plan. Is her leg truly injured? In the office, Lin Qi stroked his chin, assessing Xiao Song and Xiao Li. Xiao Song remarked, the way she walked seemed slightly off. But she could still manage to walk. Her injury may not be severe. No, Lin Qi shook his head, pacing a few steps. She claimed that after the fall, not only did she twist her ankle, but she also bled profusely from her leg. Yes, that was her account. Have you seen the wounds on her leg? Xiao Song shook his head. No, she was wearing jeans. Long jeans. Yes, is there an issue with that? Lynch nodded thoughtfully, turning to walk a few paces before frowning and remarking, that does seem reasonable. What does it mean? Both were puzzled. Lynch explained, it is summer now. If there is an open wound, the best remedy is to leave it exposed to prevent bacterial infection, which facilitates quicker healing. Xiao Li's eyes widened in realization. Are you suggesting that she actually has no injury on her leg and has deceived us? Was she deliberately wearing long pants to conceal the injury? Lynch shook his head in denial. No. If she had worn a skirt that revealed the wound, it would have been illogical. For a woman, appearance holds paramount importance. If her leg were scraped and bleeding, yet she wore a skirt exposing a significant injury, it would seem she aimed to display it deliberately. However, wearing long pants is entirely reasonable. After a moment of contemplation, Lynch continued, when you inquired about the situation, did she immediately disclose Su Tianding's inappropriate actions? Or did you have to pry it out of her? Xiao Song recalled, initially, she was reluctant to speak, only mentioning her delivery job. We sensed she was being evasive. So we pressed her until she finally divulged the matter. Xiao Li added, indeed, at that moment. Brother Song sternly informed her that we were investigating a case and urged her to reveal the truth, which prompted her confession. Lynch rubbed his nose and remarked, that too is logical. In the face of such harassment, since she did not report it at the time, she would certainly wish to avoid further exposure. If she had immediately recounted everything upon meeting you, it would have seemed like a performance. Xiao Song interjected, so, does this mean Zhu Huiru is no longer a suspect? Not necessarily, Lynch replied, casting a glance out the window before turning back, his gaze slightly narrowing. Her demeanor appears flawless on the surface and aligns with reason. However, what if her behavior is merely an act? This would indicate that her thoughts have outpaced ours, and that woman would be formidable. Xiao Song chuckled, that seems improbable. We never contemplated such details. If a mere working girl can perform so adeptly before the police, then the criminals of this world are far too cunning. And how shall we solve cases in the future? Xiao Li concurred, exactly, an ordinary working girl wouldn't possess such cunning. If she were indeed the perpetrator, she would be eager to showcase her leg injury and recount the events of the previous night to eliminate our suspicions, rather than act contrary to that. Xiao Song continued. I heard from Teacher Gu that there were numerous 100 yuan notes folded into heart shapes scattered near the crime scene, likely to tamper with the evidence, amounting to several thousand. What would a working girl do with such a sum, and devise such a clever method to destroy the scene? Moreover, after killing Su Tianding, the assailant inflicted multiple stab wounds on him, creating a dense array of blood trails. This is not something a young girl could accomplish. Lynch pursed his lips and nodded, acknowledging that, from a different perspective, Zhu Huiru's level of suspicion was insufficient. However, she was the last person known to have had a dispute with Su Tianding that evening. The sheer volume of beer Su had purchased suggested he was not merely inviting others to drink, but rather intended to share the experience with Zhu Huiru, perhaps seeking to utilize alcohol as a means to establish intimacy. At the very least, Su Tianding appeared alone by the riverside that night, and his acquisition of a substantial quantity of beer seemed to be directed solely towards Zhu Huiru, not anyone else. The beer cans bore traces of fingerprints that had been deliberately wiped away, indicating a connection between the fingerprints and the perpetrator. Thus, after Zhu Huiru had departed, who could have murdered Su Tianding and also interacted with the beer cans? This was indeed perplexing. Little Song interjected, wasn't another beer can found? It had not only Su Tianding's fingerprints, but also those of another individual. Shouldn't we compare this fingerprint with Zhu Huiru's to ascertain any potential link? Lynch replied, we need not rush. A comparison is essential. However, we cannot yet ascertain that the fingerprints left behind belong unequivocally to the murderer. They might belong to someone from the store that sold him the beer or even a distant beer delivery person. If we conduct a comparison now and find no match, it might skew our judgment regarding potential suspects, prematurely dismissing Zhu Huiru's involvement. Before we proceed, I wish to seek out Zhu Huiru once more. I want to observe her demeanor. In the meantime, you should retrieve the surveillance footage, as I wish to examine Zhu Huiru's condition when she entered and exited the monitoring area that evening. An hour later, Lynch stood before a computer at the forensics center, with Little Song pointing at the screen. Brother Lin, this segment of surveillance footage is intriguing. At 10:19, Zhu Huiru is seen carrying takeout as she passes through the camera's view, heading towards the river. 1 minute later, at 10:20, a man hurriedly runs past the camera, also heading towards the river. Then, at 10:42, the same man reappears on the footage, this time with his back to Zhu Huiru, moving towards the residential area. Lynch squinted slightly, turning to calculate. The distance from the monitoring point to the riverside crime scene is approximately 500 to 600 meters. Considering Zhu Huiru's walking speed, it would take her roughly 3 minutes to traverse this distance. Deducting the 2 segments of 3 minutes for her round trip, it indicates that Zhu Huiru lingered by the river for about 17 minutes. 17 minutes is quite a substantial duration. If Su Tianding were to have assaulted her, surely it wouldn't require that much time for a confrontation. Little Li chimed in. I recall her mentioning that she had injured her foot and had to rest by the roadside for a while. Perhaps she spent a significant amount of time there tending to her injury. Lynch countered. In that case, passers-by would likely have noticed a woman injured by the roadside. Yet, during your inquiries with nearby residents, did anyone mention such a situation? Little Li shook his head. Not yet. However, that does not necessarily imply she is lying. At that hour, there were likely very few people passing through that route. Lynch remarked, if there were so few people, it would have been even easier to notice someone injured nearby. Little Li suggested, perhaps there were witnesses we haven't yet questioned during our inquiries. Lynch then inquired, have you spoken to the male individual who was with Zhu Huiru? Xiao Song remarked, she mentioned this morning that a friend witnessed her fall and, seeing she was unable to walk, carried her home. We did not inquire further into the specifics. Lin Chi responded, the man first appeared in the surveillance footage, moving with great urgency, as if he had pressing matters to attend to. This individual certainly warrants a thorough investigation. In this case, the assailant inflicted 3 stab wounds and subsequently dragged the body into the woods, employing methods to destroy evidence. Initially, I believed the likelihood of a woman committing such an act was exceedingly low. However, with the involvement of this man, the possibility increases. Yet, this man bore no blood. As Shaoli noted, the forensic expert indicated that the assailant delivered 3 consecutive stabs, one of which pierced the heart, and withdrawing the blade would undoubtedly result in a significant spurt of blood splattering onto him. Lin Chi glanced at him. The lighting in the surveillance footage was poor. How can you ascertain that his clothing bore no blood? Shaoli replied, if he had blood on him, anyone passing by on this route would certainly have noticed. Lin Chi nodded. If he were indeed covered in blood, even at night, it would be conspicuous to those nearby. His gaze then shifted to Zhu Huiru, who was dressed in what appeared to be a black blouse, yet as she lay upon the man's back, it was difficult to determine whether she bore any blood. Perhaps she had blood on her, prompting the man to carry her to avoid detection? However, could such a woman truly have stabbed Su Tianding 3 times? He found himself in a quandary when a voice from behind interrupted, they could not possibly be the culprits. Lin Chi turned to see the forensic expert and promptly inquired, why is that? Have you forgotten? Su Tianding was murdered at 10:50 during a call to his friend Zhang Bing. Zhang is certain that the voice on the line was Su Tianding's own, indicating that the call was genuine. Moreover, they appeared in the surveillance footage at 10:42 and did not return afterward. Of course, it is conceivable that they could have taken an alternate, unmonitored route back to the crime scene to commit the murder, but I have just examined the map and even taking the nearest detour. They would have had to run swiftly to arrive back at the scene by 10:50. This implies they have an alibi. Lin Chi fell silent, realizing that the attack on Su Tianding occurred during that phone call at 10:50, whereas Zhu Huiru and the man had left before 10:42, making it impossible for them to return in time to commit the murder. This was nearly an irrefutable alibi. The forensic expert continued, we are still unaware of the man's identity, But based on Zhu Huiru's circumstances alone, she seems incapable of perpetrating this crime. The assailant destroyed most of the evidence left at the scene, including the victim's nails. You should recall that the victim's nails were caked with dirt, correct? The assailant had trimmed the victim's nails and excavated the grime, reinserted into the earth. The rationale behind this may stem from a physical altercation between Su Tianding and the assailant. It is likely that Su Tianding's nails had caught the assailant's skin, leaving traces of the assailant in his nails. However, the murderer had meticulously cleansed Su Tianding's fingernails, rendering extraction impossible. What perplexes me most is the blood stripes on the deceased's body. They were incised with remarkable precision, with almost equal spacing between them, indicating that the perpetrator must have devoted considerable time to this task. I find myself questioning whether the blood stripes, painstakingly created at the crime scene after the murder, hold any particular significance. Lin Shi furrowed his brow and inquired, what possible significance could that entail? The forensic expert shook his head, responding, I am uncertain. In certain homicide cases, perpetrators may leave behind symbols to convey specific messages, much like those depicted in films where religious symbols or totems are found at murder scenes. A recent example is the ongoing investigation into a series of homicides, where a cigarette is placed in the mouth of each victim. In this instance, the deceased's upper body was adorned with blood stripes, and I have reviewed numerous case studies, yet found no similar records, thus making it impossible to ascertain the meaning. Lin Shi, somewhat dissatisfied, nodded and remarked, regardless, I shall visit Zhu Huira tomorrow, considering she lingered at the crime scene for 17 minutes and, after her injury, crouched by the roadside without any other pedestrians to corroborate her account. I am curious to see how she will explain herself. By the way, old Gu, have you determined the shape of the murder weapon? The forensic expert produced a photograph, stating, based on the cross-section of the wounds, I have constructed a model of the murder weapon resembling an ordinary fruit knife rather than a specialized dagger. A fruit knife? Lin Shi examined the photograph thoughtfully. Within the City Police Bureau, the investigation into the serial murders continued with fervor. Forensic expert Chun entered Zhao Tianmin's office, holding a stack of documents, and announced, the results of the mechanical simulation from the school have arrived. The individual who left footprints on the grass weighed between 120 and 150 pounds, while the deceased, Sun Hongyun, weighed over 170 pounds. Therefore, the footprints belong to the murderer, not to those left by Sun Hongyun during his struggle. Furthermore, the school indicated that the nature of the footprints suggests they are more indicative of a dragger than a dragged individual. This implies that the murderer wore Sun Hongyun's shoes, dragged him to the center of the concrete area, and then returned the sandals to the deceased. Naturally, during the dragging, the murderer imitated the footprints of the struggling victim. Given the accuracy of this mimicry, it appears the perpetrator is quite proficient, not only in the act of murder, but also in the management of the crime scene. Zhao Taiman took the report, perused it, and his brow furrowed slightly. The findings astonishingly corroborated Yan Liang's initial assessment. Immediately after the crime occurred, Yan Liang had deduced, solely from the dragging marks without any footprints from the murderer, that this was the case, proving that he remains the astute Yan Liang of yesteryears. However, if this holds true, then Yan Liang's subsequent conclusion also stands, that Sun Hongyun was not dragged to the concrete area before being killed, but rather, the murderer had already taken his life prior to dragging the body there. Otherwise, if Sun Hongyun had still been alive during the dragging, traces of his own barefoot struggle would have been present alongside the perpetrator's imitative footprints. Yet, the reality is that such evidence is absent. Nonetheless, what could be the motive behind the murderer's actions? He pondered for a moment and remarked, so, the physical characteristics of the perpetrator have emerged? Forensic expert Chin shook his head slightly, a hint of disappointment in his demeanor. The preserved footprints are far too chaotic, and they were left during the process of dragging a large individual. The school reported that the assailant mimicked the struggling motions of the victim while traversing the greenbelt. Furthermore, the soil in the greenbelt varies in moisture content daily, leading to differing stress conditions. As we did not conduct the experiment on the very day of the incident, we can only conclude that the perpetrator's height ranges between 170 and 180 centimeters and their weight between 120 and 150 kilograms. This result is exceedingly vague. Zhao Taiman pressed his forehead, acknowledging that this outcome was not particularly helpful. Most individuals fall within this height and weight range, rendering it merely an exclusion of the possibility that the perpetrator is either very short or exceptionally tall. Chen continued, however, There is one result that seems inconsistent with our known clues. Zhao Taimin, now attentive, inquired, "What is it?" Their prior investigation had consistently suggested that the assailant was left-handed. Typically, left-handed individuals possess greater strength in their left leg than in their right. However, the footprints at the scene indicate a deeper pressure point on the right leg. Zhao Taimin focused intently on Chun. What does that imply? The perpetrator may not be left-handed. They could have deliberately made it appear that their left hand was stronger than their right, fabricating the persona of a left-handed individual. Zhao Taimin, skeptical, questioned, "Is that necessary?" Chun furrowed his brow and replied, "This is merely my conjecture. Under normal circumstances, it would be unnecessary. While most people are right-handed, there are indeed several left-handed criminals who intentionally stage the scene to suggest right-handedness. This tactic can broaden the police's search scope and divert suspicion from themselves. However, I have never encountered a right-handed individual who has intentionally disguised themselves as left-handed while committing a crime." Zhao Taimin contemplated for a moment and asked, "Is your assessment reliable?" Chun decisively shook his head. "It is not reliable. This does not constitute a judgment, merely my personal speculation. Not all left-handed individuals necessarily possess greater strength in their left leg than in their right, just as most people are right-handed. There are some whose left leg is stronger than their right." Zhao Taimin exhaled, realizing that this discussion was fraught with possibilities yet yielded no definitive conclusion. He then added, "Throughout the dragging marks, only one set of footprints remains, now confirmed to belong to the assailant and not the victim, Sun Hongyun. This indicates that Sun was attacked while urinating beside the greenbelt and was directly killed by the perpetrator. Otherwise, traces of his bare feet struggling would have been evident during the dragging. Thus, he was not murdered after being dragged onto the cement. Is that conclusion sound?" "Indeed, it is. Furthermore, the inscriptions on the cement were not left by Sun Hongyun, but rather inscribed by the assailant. The perpetrator etched the words into the cement and then placed pebbles in Sun Hongyun's hand to fabricate the illusion that these were his last words." Chen contemplated this for a moment and nodded in agreement. "Precisely. A new question has arisen before us. Why did the murderer choose to inscribe the words local person through Sun Hongyun's hand?" Forensic expert Chen shook his head in bewilderment, expressing his ignorance. "I cannot fathom this enigma. It is akin to questioning why the perpetrator inserted a Li Huan cigarette into the deceased's mouth. The possibilities elude me." Zhao Taimin sighed, closed his eyes in contemplation, and then reopened them to share his thoughts. Two possibilities come to mind. Firstly, the murderer may not be a local, deliberately leaving those words to mislead our investigation towards the local populace, thus ensuring his own safety. Secondly, the murderer could indeed be a local, a narcissistic lunatic who believes we have been unable to apprehend him, wanting to offer us a hint. Yet, both possibilities are rather flimsy, rendering our discussion somewhat futile. Chen hesitated and inquired, "What shall we do next?" Zhao Taimin, displaying visible frustration, replied, "What else can we do? We must first identify that perverse individual from that night to determine if he is connected to the murderer." After dismissing Chun, Zhao Taimin sank back into contemplation. Presently, he felt adrift without any concrete direction for apprehending the killer. Today's investigation revealed that the murderer had meticulously fabricated several aspects of the crime scene. A perpetrator capable of such deception is certainly no ordinary individual. Although some of the fabrications had been uncovered, could the other discovered clues also be forgeries? If so, what if all the traces we found were mere illusions crafted by the murderer? Zhao Taimin inhaled sharply, his agitation palpable as he pressed his lips together. He resumed his review of all the files concerning the deviant and reread the statement of Ms. Liu, the victim from that night, several times. He had sensed something amiss with her statement, yet could not pinpoint the exact issue. After multiple readings, he remained convinced that something was fundamentally wrong. Setting the files aside, he visualized the statements made by each complainant in his mind. As he recalled Ms. Liu's account once more, a sudden clarity jolted him upright. Indeed, her statement contained discrepancies. He hastily reopened all the statements for comparison. The issue was glaring. In previous accounts, it was documented that the deviant brandished a knife to verbally threaten his victims after each assault, swaggering away with arrogance. However, this last account, the one from the night of the incident, depicted the deviant as flustered and fleeing post-assault. What transpired that night to induce such panic? In the evening, Luo Wen appeared at the entrance of the noodle shop, his crossbody bag slung over his shoulder. Upon spotting him, Zhu Huiru initially feigned ignorance, lowering her head, but then reconsidered and quickly gestured towards him. Luo Wen refrained from directly acknowledging Zhu Huiru, instead remaining impassive as he surveyed the vicinity before entering the establishment. He stood before the wall-mounted menu, pretending to ponder. What should I have to eat? Zhu Huiru approached, whispering, "The police visited me today." Luo Wen smiled faintly and nodded. Then called out, "Let us go with beef noodles, but I wonder if your establishment offers delivery? I have a few matters to attend to at the moment, so it would be best if it could be brought over." Zhu Huiru instantly understood and replied, "No problem. Please provide me with your address, and I will send it right away." "Oh, I truly apologize for the trouble," Luo Wen responded as he relayed his address before stepping out of the noodle shop. Upon returning home, after a brief interval of over 10 minutes, the doorbell rang. Luo Wen opened the door to find Zhu Huiru standing there with the takeaway in hand. "Please come in," he invited. At that moment, a little soiled dog scampered over, barking softly at her before retreating beside the sofa. Zhu Huiru, her eyes lighting up, exclaimed, "Oh, it has completely recovered. Look how it runs." Luo Wen gazed at the dog with a smile and remarked, "Indeed, it has healed remarkably fast. Just a few days, and it's lively as ever." However, as he spoke, he turned away, his expression dimming slightly. Memories of 8 years ago flooded his mind. A nearly identical dog, also injured, had swiftly regained its vigor and was now as sprightly as the present one. His daughter had been overjoyed then, washing the little dog alongside her mother, cradling it in her arms to play. He recalled how he would often take the dog away, asserting it was dirty and that children had weak immune systems and could fall ill. His daughter's immediate response was to wail loudly, leaving him with no choice but to return the puppy to her. Lost in reminiscence, a myriad of emotions intertwined within him, and his eyes grew misty. If only time could stand still, how wonderful that would be. He exhaled softly, pressed his lips together, pulling his thoughts back to the present. Gathering his composure, he poured Zhu Huiru a glass of water and inquired, "What transpired today?" "Please, take your time." Zhu Huiru recounted their morning conversation in as much detail as possible. After listening, Luo Wen smiled and remarked, "Excellent. That is precisely how it should be articulated. You handled it very well. By the way, were you wearing those trousers this morning as well?" "Yes, you advised me to wear long pants for these few days," she replied, due to time constraints that evening. Luo Wen had not fully explained the reasons behind the tasks he had assigned to them, yet both Zhu Huiru and Guoyu executed them diligently and meticulously. Luo Wen nodded approvingly. "That's good to hear. How is the wound now?" "It has already scabbed over. If it's convenient, might I take a look?" "Of course," Zhu Huiru replied, moving to roll up her pant leg. However, the injury was on her knee, and the denim trousers could not be rolled up. Feeling awkward, she said, "Shall I go to the restroom to change pants?" Luo Wen quickly shook his head, saying, "No need for that. It would be quite inappropriate for a young lady to change trousers in my room, or else I would be perceived as a strange uncle." Making a playful face, he added, "Just roll the pant leg up a bit. I only need a general idea." Zhu Huiru offered a gentle smile, her trust in this middle-aged man deepening further, as she sensed that his assistance was devoid of any ulterior motives. She made an effort to roll up her trousers, and Luo Wen glanced at the area before saying, "Given the high temperatures, the wound is healing more quickly than I anticipated. By the way, is the wound itching?" "It itches quite a bit, yet I dare not scratch. It is most uncomfortable." Luo Wen nodded lightly and said, "Well then, starting tomorrow morning, you shall wear a short skirt, exposing your knees. However, you must wrap a piece of gauze around your injury, not covering the entire wound, but leaving a portion visible for others to see. As for the gauze the day after tomorrow, it should be omitted. Simply apply some antiseptic. Is that agreeable?" "Indeed," she replied. "By the way, what of your ankle sprain? It was somewhat painful yesterday, but today it has nearly healed. I scarcely feel any discomfort." Luo Wen sighed. "How unfortunate that you were recovering so swiftly. It is my fault for not being more forceful that day. Ideally, your ligaments would swell, thus providing a more plausible excuse for your inability to walk and necessitating assistance. However, as it stands, the ligaments have been strained, and who can truly understand the joys of another? Others do not share your experience and cannot ascertain your pain. Therefore, for the next few days, do make an effort to limp slightly while walking. A gradual recovery is what I advise. Do you comprehend my intent?" Zhu Huiru nodded earnestly. "I understand, but I am somewhat perplexed as to why I must wear long pants for the next 2 days before switching to a skirt." Luo Wen explained, "I apologize for not having the time to clarify that day. When the police first approached you, you informed them that you had fallen and bled profusely. They will undoubtedly wish to ascertain the validity of your injuries to determine if you are being deceitful. However, Should you wear a skirt, exposing your wounds? The less astute officers may not discern any discrepancies, but should you encounter a more perceptive officer, particularly a female one, she might recognize, from life experience, that when a woman injures her leg, she tends to wear long pants to conceal the injury. After all, appearance often outweighs comfort in a woman's considerations. The police have already visited you today. Upon seeing you in long pants, a moment's thought would lead them to believe your condition aligns with reason. When they return to inquire further, you will be donned in a skirt with gauze affixed. This is due to the intense itching that accompanies healing in summer, which makes wearing long pants rather uncomfortable. Yet, the gauze must still allow some injury to be visible, confirming that you are indeed injured and not fabricating your plight. Subsequently, as the scabs begin to shed, the need for gauze will naturally dissipate, and you will be well in a matter of days. Zhu Huiru's eyes widened in disbelief. So that is the reason. Luo Wen then inquired, have you seen Guiyu today? He arrived shortly after you left. I informed him that the police had sought me today, and I was on my way to find you. He mentioned he would come later to discuss supper with me. Very well, please convey to him that the police are likely to approach both of you in the coming days to gather information. Everything must proceed as planned. Additionally, I must reiterate, regardless of the urgency, do not contact each other via phone or text. The following morning, as the noodle shop opened its doors, Lin Qi entered with Xiaosong. Zhu Fulai, upon seeing them, hurriedly greeted, Comrade Police, we do not serve breakfast. Please return at noon. Lin Qi smiled gently. We do not seek breakfast. I am here to discuss matters with Zhu Huiru. Zhu Fulai's face betrayed a flicker of anxiety. Is it about that little officer again? Alas, his demise bears no relation to us. That night, he ordered a serving of fried rice, which my sister delivered. After she brought it to him, he became rather inappropriate, causing her to stumble and fall quite severely while escaping. Is that so? Lin Qi responded noncommittally, casting a glance at Zhu Fulai, whose legs were uneven, one significantly shorter than the other, revealing him to be genuinely disabled, not merely feigning a limp. This suggested that the man in the video was not Zhu Fulai. His disability also elucidated why the delivery was made by Zhu Huiru instead of him. At that moment, Zhu Huiru emerged from the kitchen, slightly furrowing her brow upon seeing them. Officer, haven't you finished your inquiries from yesterday? Lin Qi smiled apologetically, saying, I regret to intrude again. But as you were the last person to see the deceased, we need to verify some details with you. Noticing the displeasure on Zhu Huiru's face, he quickly added, I truly apologize for the inconvenience, but cooperating with the police is a civic duty. Zhu Huiru had no choice but to respond, Of course. By the way, could we perhaps discuss this in a different location today? Despite the politeness in Lin Qi's words, his expression conveyed an air of insistence that left little room for refusal. Zhu Huiru cautiously inquired, Where to? Let's take a trip to the riverside and have you recount the situation in detail. It would be beneficial for our investigation. All right, Zhu Huiru murmured, lowering her head, a hint of nervousness in her demeanor as she stepped outside. Oh, Lin Qi observed curiously, has your leg healed? Zhu Huiru instinctively paused, suddenly realizing that she had been walking a bit too briskly, as the sprain no longer pained her, in her moment of anxiety. She had forgotten Luo Wen's advice to continue limping for a few more days. Since the arrival of this police officer at their establishment, she sensed a stark difference between him and the two officers from yesterday. The previous two were evidently inexperienced novices, while this individual exuded an air of knowingness in every gesture and word. Moreover, Lin Qi's rank was evidently higher than that of the previous officers. And although she could not discern the specifics of the ranks, she was certain that he held a superior position. It seemed she was dealing with a formidable character. Zhu Huiru was uncertain whether her feelings stemmed from guilt or intuition, but she felt as though he had been observing and testing her since he first entered the shop. Contemplating this, her anxiety grew, yet the principle instilled in her by Luo Wen to remain composed in any situation took root in her mind. In response to Lin Qi's inquiry, she adapted on the spot and turned to say, My ankle is not too painful anymore. I can walk now. Lin Qi nodded. That is quite a swift recovery. You sprained your ankle the night before last when you could hardly walk, and today it no longer hurts? At that moment, Zhu Huiru was at a loss for how to respond and could only offer a perfunctory smile. Lin Qi continued, How is your knee injury? He had noticed the bandage on her knee, beneath which a small section of a scabbed-over wound was visible. Zhu Huiru, adhering to Luo Wen's instructions, replied verbatim, It has already scabbed over. I estimate it should heal in a few days. It doesn't hurt now, but it itches quite a bit. She was on high alert, anticipating further inquiries from Lin Qi, yet to her surprise, he refrained from asking more. Instead, he simply remarked, "All right. Let us proceed to the riverside. We wish to conclude our inquiries swiftly and do not wish to intrude upon your business." With that, the three of them exited the shop and made their way toward the riverbank. Along the way, Lin Qi did not delve into the specifics of the case. Rather, he engaged her in casual conversation, inquiring about her origins, the duration of her stay in Hangzhou, how long her shop had been open, and the general state of her business. Upon reaching the riverside, Lin Qi halted, turned back, and scrutinized Zhu Huiru intently. She, feeling timid, averted her gaze, only to find this avoidance unnatural, prompting her to shift her attention to Officer Xiaosong. Lin Qi then asked, "Ms. Zhu, could you recount the events of that night once more?" Zhu Huiru began, "I was carrying takeout when I arrived here and saw that individual standing on the fitness equipment." She pointed towards the nearest waist twisting machine, which was indeed where Su Tianding was positioned at that time. I continued, "I set the takeout down, preparing to leave wait." Lin Qi interjected with a knowing smile, "You forgot to collect the payment, didn't you?" He observed Zhu Huiru's expression closely. Without hesitation, she replied, "When he came to our shop previously, he ordered fried rice. I told him he hadn't paid on several occasions before, so I refused to deliver. He tossed me 100 yuan and insisted that it covered both previous debts and today's order, insisting that I bring it to him." Lin Qi nodded, noting her demeanor, which did not suggest deceit. Undoubtedly, Zhu Huiru's account was a truthful reflection of that night. She had no reason to mislead. "Please, continue," Lin Qi prompted. He then approached me, urging me not to rush off, suggesting we sit on the grass and chat while enjoying a beer, claiming he had bought it specifically for me. I declined, but he grabbed my arm, forcibly pulling me inside. Naturally, I resisted, but he was much stronger, and I couldn't break free. He dragged me onto the grass. "Where exactly?" Zhu Huiru led them to another direction on the grassy area, indicating, "About here." "Good, please proceed." He then began to assault me, and I could only fight back with all my might, struggling against him. After a great deal of effort, I finally managed to push him away and ran towards the road, shouting for help. Fortunately, a friend of mine happened to pass by. Upon seeing me flee onto the sidewalk with others around, he ceased his pursuit. However, as I was nearing the edge of the road, I stumbled and fell, resulting in my current state. What transpired afterward, I cannot say. When you clashed with him, where was the takeout box? I placed it on the ground when I first arrived here. This, of course, was the truth. Do you remember where you fell? Certainly. There was a sharp stone that tripped me. Zhu Huiru led them to a thin, flat stone embedded in the earth, its sharp edge facing upwards. A task they had undertaken that evening as per Luo Wen's instructions. Lin Qi crouched down, retrieving gloves from his pocket, and carefully extracted the stone, examining it closely. Faint traces of blood were discernible on the sharp edge. He placed the stone into an evidence bag and handed it to Xiaosong, then inquired, "What is your friend's name? Could you provide us with his contact information?" Zhu Huiru complied, relaying Guiyu's name and phone number to Xiaosong. Lin Qi continued, "Do you recall the duration of the conflict between you and Su Tianding? Approximately how long did it last?" Zhu Huiru appeared to ponder, responding, "A few minutes, I suppose." "How long exactly?" "Perhaps 4 or 5 minutes. After you were injured, did you and your friend return directly?" "No. At that time I felt my ankle twist, and my knee was bleeding quite a bit. I could hardly walk. I was also afraid that person might chase us. So Guiyu and I first went across the street to tend to my foot before heading back." "How long did you stay there with Guiyu?" "Well, quite a while, maybe about 10 minutes. Lin Qi slightly clenched his teeth. Her answers today seemed devoid of any inconsistencies. The duration of the conflict with Su Tianding was 4 to 5 minutes, and they had lingered by the roadside for about 10 minutes, which perfectly aligned with the total of 17 minutes they had remained. Could it be that she truly had no connection to the case? He pressed on. "Given that Xiao Taibao attempted to harm you, why didn't you report it to the police?" Zhu Huiru scoffed. "Report it? What good would that do? Even if the police apprehended him, he would be released in a matter of days. He would definitely return to the shop to cause trouble or seek revenge. We are merely running a small business. We cannot afford to provoke trouble. We must endure." She spoke with an air of pitiable vulnerability. Lin Qi felt a twinge of discomfort. The reluctance of ordinary citizens to report incidents ultimately reflected on the police. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, "By the way, while you and Guiyu were lingering by the roadside, did anyone else pass by?" "Yes." "Do you remember who passed by?" Lin Shi thought that if she could name someone, he could verify it later. And if it could be confirmed that Zhu Huiru had indeed been injured and had stayed by the roadside for over 10 minutes, her suspicion would be entirely alleviated. Zhu Huiru shook her head. I don't remember. I didn't see anyone I recognized. Lin Shi deemed this response to be quite normal, as one would hardly recall a stranger passing by, even hours later. After a moment of contemplation, he devised a strategy and tentatively inquired, on that evening, was there anyone who walked past you with 2 dogs? He fabricated this detail, waiting for Zhu Huiru's response, as they had received information from a local resident who claimed to have seen a man and woman by the roadside while walking his dogs, uncertain if it was them. They conducted an investigation without asking a single person about walking a dog. If Zhu Huiru had acquiesced to his inquiry and claimed to have seen something, her suspicion would have been significantly heightened. However, Luo Wen had repeatedly advised both of them to refrain from viewing matters from the police's perspective or refining their inquiries. They were instructed to simply acknowledge what they knew and admit ignorance regarding the rest. When she reflected on the situation, she replied, I don't seem to have noticed anything. Lin Shi nodded, recalling the only beer can with fingerprints, and finally inquired, have you touched Su Tianding's beer? No, he offered it to me. I haven't taken a sip. No, I meant, did your hand come into contact with the beer can? No. By the way, what were you wearing that night? A purple shirt. Zhu Huiru's response aligned with the footage, confirming her honesty. Lin Shi pondered for a moment and said, could you temporarily lend me that shirt for inspection? She hesitated momentarily, feigning confusion. Rest assured, this is a routine investigation. The shirt will be returned to you. All right then. Subsequently, Lin Shi accompanied her to her residence in the community, retrieved her shirt, and departed with Xiao Song. Once they had distanced themselves, Xiao Song remarked, Captain Lin, Zhu Huiru should be cleared of suspicion now, right? Lin Shi shrugged. Her responses were indeed impeccable. So, you still have doubts about her? Lin Shi remained noncommittal, stating, her expression earlier was rather peculiar, quite unnatural. I have an inexplicable feeling that she might be lying. Xiao Song disagreed. Most people tend to be nervous when questioned by the police, especially in a homicide case. If she were completely composed, that would seem more like an act. Furthermore, the current understanding is that Su Tianding had intentionally ordered takeout and purchased a bag of beer to entice Zhu Huiru. And her description of him aligns perfectly with the ongoing investigation. The autopsy revealed that Su Tianding's stomach contained fried rice. When Zhu Huiru delivered the fried rice, Su Tianding, intent on assaulting her, would not have eaten it. He must have begun eating only after she left, feeling bored. Additionally, Zhu Huiru and Guoyu had departed the scene before 10:42, while Su Tianding met his demise at 10:50, providing them with alibis. Lin Shi did not express a definitive opinion, simply stating, all right, let us continue to gather information from Guoyu. If their accounts are consistent, it appears the homicide is unrelated to them. Meanwhile, as Zhu Huiru walked alone on her way back to the noodle shop, her heart raced. It seemed she had successfully navigated today's ordeal. She silently hoped that the police would not return. In an office at the District Public Security Bureau, Xiaoli reported. The forensic expert examined Zhu Huiru's shirt and found no traces of blood. Oh, Lin Shi nodded. Xiaoli handed him another document. This is the organized transcript of Guoyu's statement, which perfectly aligns with Zhu Huiru's account, with no discrepancies whatsoever. That evening, he returned from working overtime at the company, a fact corroborated by his workplace. Later, while dining at a noodle shop, Su Tianding approached him, tossing 100 yuan and requesting Zhu Huiru to deliver a portion of fried rice to the riverside. This detail also matches Zhu Fulai's description. After Zhu Huiru left, his concern for her grew, fearing something might happen, prompting him to follow her. Upon arriving at the riverbank, he searched for a while but found no one. After 4 or 5 minutes, he spotted Zhu Huiru emerging from the grass, with Su Tianding in pursuit. As she neared the road, Zhu Huiru stumbled and fell. He hurried to assist her. Upon noticing him, Su Tianding ceased his pursuit and retreated into the grass. Zhu Huiru had fallen quite hard and was unable to walk, so they remained on the opposite side of the road to assess her injury. He mentioned that this lasted for about 10 minutes, during which Zhu Huiru massaged her ankle but still could not walk. Ultimately, they decided that Guoyu would carry her back. He insisted that others must have passed by during this time, though he could not recall who, as they were all strangers to him. Both of them were from out of town, with few acquaintances nearby. Is that so? Lin Shi pondered, asking, is he Zhu Huiru's boyfriend? No, he isn't, Xiaoli replied. Not? Then why did he go to the river and carry her back? Lin Chi continued. Shally explained, according to other people's accounts. Guiyu is generally a timid individual. Our face-to-face interactions confirmed this. Initially, he claimed they were merely ordinary friends, but after persistent questioning, he hesitantly admitted he had feelings for Zhu Huiru and requested that we keep it confidential. Lin Chi inquired, do you find his explanation credible? Credible. We have discreetly gathered insights from his colleagues, and that aligns with his character. Furthermore, based on his testimony, we investigated further. On the night of the incident, around 11 p.m., Guiyu visited a 24-hour convenience store near the community, purchasing bandages and ointment for bruises, which corresponds with Zhu Huiru's injuries. The forensic expert indicated that after killing Su Tianding, the perpetrator spent at least half an hour on the corpse to carve out a blood strip. Certainly, such an act could not be attributed to Zhu Huiru. Guiyu's purchase of bandages, supported by store surveillance, clearly indicates he was not present at the crime scene during the time frame of the offense. Lin Chi nodded, remaining silent. The investigation into both individuals appeared to yield no issues, yet the fleeting, unnatural expression on Zhu Huiru's face that morning left a lasting impression on him. Was it merely anxiety in the face of police interrogation, or did she harbor some guilt? Shally remarked, Captain Lin, their statements align with the facts. And neither had an alibi for the crime. We might set this lead aside for now. Lin Chi could only respond. Let us consider other potential suspects for the time being. At that moment, another group of subordinates entered the office. One of them stated, Captain Lin, we have found a fruit knife that matches the cross-section description provided by the forensic expert. He handed a knife to Lin Chi. A type of fruit knife available at several small supermarkets and convenience stores near the crime scene, making it impossible to trace sales records. Lin Chi took the knife, examined it briefly, placed it on the table, and inquired, how is the investigation into those who recently had conflicts with Su Tianding progressing? We primarily questioned Su Tianding's close friend Zhang Bing and a few other petty delinquents who spend nearly every day with him. Based on their recollections, we have identified approximately 17 or 18 individuals who have recently developed enmities with Su Tianding. This young man truly is a source of unrest. Among these individuals are those he has assaulted, those to whom he owes money and has not repaid, and even a case where Su Tianding abused a dog, which a good Samaritan rescued. In the end, Su Tianding demanded 300 yuan to sell the dog back to them. This is just the recent history. Matters from further back, such as who he extorted protection fees from, who he has beaten, or instances of dining without paying, are virtually impossible to quantify. Lin Chi furrowed his brow, remarking, such intricate interpersonal relationships are quite perplexing. Unfortunately, we will have to verify each person individually. From the investigation thus far, I find the most suspicious individual to be a man who was beaten by Su Tianding in front of a night market that evening. We have spoken to him. He claims that after returning home that night, he remained there, but the only person who can corroborate this is his girlfriend. However, he is adamant, asserting that he would never resort to murder over such a trivial matter. Team Leader Lin, do you think it necessary to bring him to the station for questioning? Lin Chi responded with a hint of exasperation. Without any evidence, bringing someone to the station could apply to everyone on that list. If this case is unrelated to him, we must be cautious of potential complaints. What should we do then? The man asked helplessly. We'll have to rely on indirect investigation, starting with his girlfriend. If he is lying, women typically possess a weaker psychological resilience, making it easier to uncover deceit. That appears to be our only option, he conceded. Lin Chi clapped his hands together, declaring, all right then, everyone is tired. It's already after hours. Let's return and rest. After dismissing the others, he took the fruit knife and exited the office. In the evening, during the dinner rush, small eateries around the urban village were bustling with business. Luo 1, carrying a crossbody bag, arrived at the entrance of a noodle shop, which was already full. Just as he contemplated leaving, he noticed Guiyu seated inside, gesturing discreetly at him. He paused momentarily, casually surveying his surroundings for any anomalies or followers, and upon finding none, he entered the noodle shop, ordered a bowl of noodles, and sat beside Guiyu. As soon as he settled down, Guiyu eagerly exclaimed, the police came looking for me today. Luo Wen maintained a composed demeanor, offering a subtle smile, fully aware that Guiyu had successfully navigated this ordeal. Otherwise, he would not be dining here. He then replied in a hushed tone, the police also sought me out today. Guiyu, taken aback, asked, how could they have found you? Luo Wen quickly signaled him to remain calm, smiling reassuringly. The police are investigating the interpersonal relationships surrounding that individual attempting to identify recent adversaries. Before Luo Wen could finish speaking, Guo Yu interrupted. How could you have a grudge against him? Have you forgotten? That day I bought that person's dog for 300. Does that count as a grudge? Surely the police must have instructed that person's companions to recall any potential enemies. They probably thought I felt regret for spending 300 on a dog and might harbor resentment. So how did they find you? Luo Wen replied. I inquired how the police got in touch with me, and they mentioned they had asked Zhu Fulai, who was present that day and would certainly remember me. Besides, I had ordered takeout a few times and left my phone number. Guo Yu, feeling anxious, asked, when they found you, what did you say? Luo Wen, appearing relaxed, responded. At that moment, I happened to be at home, so I arranged to meet them downstairs in my apartment complex. They asked where I was on the night of the incident, and I recalled that I was likely wandering outside. Understanding their intent, I candidly informed them that spending 300 on a dog was not a matter of coercion from that guy. I had proposed it myself, and everyone present could confirm that. Moreover, I had no enmity with that person, and with my decent income, it was absurd to hold a grudge over 300. Let's not waste each other's time. I showed them my work ID, and they were immediately convinced. Although Guo Yu was unaware of Luo Wen's actual profession, seeing his affluence led him to believe that his workplace must be quite reputable, thus convincing the police that he could not possibly murder over a trifling sum. Luo Wen then asked, what about you? How did it go on your end? Guo Yu replied, everything proceeded as you suggested. They were convinced. Did they inquire about your relationship with Zhu Huiru? They did. Guo Yu continued. I followed your instructions and initially said we were just ordinary friends. Under their persistent questioning, I eventually admitted that I liked her and requested that they keep it confidential. I heard they later approached my colleagues to gather information, mainly about my character. Luo Wen smiled and said, did you deliver your responses with the right emotion? Guo Yu finally managed to smile. I believe I performed well. Luo Wen nodded. That's excellent. It seems there will be no further issues ahead. Guo Yu, somewhat incredulous, exclaimed, is this really over? Yes, I believe the police should not seek you out again. Even if they do, you can simply repeat what you just said. By the way, what about Zhu Huiru? Did she go out for deliveries? Yes. She was here when I arrived, but left shortly after to deliver. She briefly mentioned that everything on her side went smoothly. A joyful smile spread across Guo Yu's face. Luo Wen cautioned, do not smile so openly. Oh, right. Guo Yu quickly suppressed his grin. At that moment, a figure entered the doorway, clad in civilian attire. Unbeknownst to Luo Wen and Guo Yu, that he was a police officer. After work, Lin Qi changed into plain clothes and returned alone to the scene of the incident. Gazing at the foul-smelling river, his heart a tumult of emotions. A seemingly ordinary case of a petty thug's murder had left him utterly perplexed, as various clues intertwined, filling his mind to the brim. In the past, he had dealt with several similar cases, typically resolving them swiftly within a matter of days and apprehending the culprits. Generally, in such scenarios, the perpetrators exhibited a lack of sophistication, leaving a crude crime scene littered with an abundance of evidence. Even in instances of scarce clues, through interpersonal inquiries and investigations, suspects could be identified in a remarkably short time frame. These suspects often displayed a low psychological resilience upon the arrival of law enforcement. Their expressions betrayed an imminent sense of capture. However, this particular case presented a markedly different adversary. Firstly, the assailant had audaciously invested several thousand yuan as bait to lure passers-by into tampering with the crime scene, a tactic he had never encountered nor even heard of before. Secondly, after committing the murder, the perpetrator meticulously dragged the body into the underbrush, lingering at the scene for at least half an hour, skillfully carving intricate patterns of blood on the deceased's body. The motives behind such actions remained obscure. Yet the mere fact that the murderer had stayed at the scene for over 30 minutes post-crime indicated an extraordinary psychological fortitude. The murderer had erased their footprints and meticulously wiped the beer cans clean of fingerprints. This action suggested that the cans had originally borne the assailant's prints, necessitating such precaution. However, the beer had been purchased by Su Tianding to entice Zhu Huiru, not to entertain others. After Zhu Huiru's departure, who had approached Su Tianding, and under what circumstances had they touched the untouched beer cans? He could conjure no conceivable scenario. If Zhu Huiru were the murderer, it would easily explain the fingerprints on the beer cans. She might have touched them during an altercation with Su Tianding, thus wiping away her prints afterward. Yet, Su Tianding had been killed after Zhu Huiru's exit, and the surveillance cameras were indisputable. Both she and Guo Yu possessed solid alibis. with Guiyu having visited a convenience store shortly after 11 o'clock, leaving no window of opportunity for the murder to occur. Their testimonies revealed no discrepancies. What had transpired on the night of the crime remained an enigma to Lin Chi. After standing by the river for a while, feeling a pang of hunger, he turned towards the urban village, knowing it was home to numerous small eateries. Upon reaching a noodle shop in Chongqing, Lin Chi entered to find only Zhu Fulai present. Although Guiyu was also inside, the individual taking his statement was one of Lin Chi's subordinates, someone he did not recognize. Upon spotting Lin Chi, Zhu Fulai, recognizing him from the morning, hobbled over, visibly agitated, and asked, "Comrade police, would you like something to eat, or do you wish to question Guiyu?" Hearing the mention of the police, both Guiyu and Luo Wen exchanged furtive glances. Lin Chi replied, "A bowl of shredded pork noodles, please." Just as he was about to find a seat, a thought struck him, and with a stroke of luck in mind, he produced a fruit knife and inquired, "Boss, could you assist me by identifying if you have seen this type of knife before?" Zhu Fu cast a glance at the fruit knife, a flicker of alertness crossing his face. "Isn't this just an ordinary fruit knife? Why ask about it? Is it related to the case?" Lin Chi narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized him. Have you seen this knife somewhere before?" Luo Wen secretly chuckled. If Zhu Fu were to present the fruit knife from the shop to the authorities, it would further absolve Zhu Huiru of suspicion. This was because the fruit knife in the store had been purchased anew by Luo Wen for Zhu Huiru, while the murder weapon, having penetrated the human ribcage, would undoubtedly bear signs of wear, rendering it distinctly different from a new fruit knife in the eyes of an expert. Having Zhu Fu, an unrelated party, provide this lead to the police was fortuitous. However, Zhu Fu's subsequent response left Luo Wen astounded. "I've never seen it before." Lin Chi gazed at his expression for a long moment before smiling amiably and finding a seat at a table beside Luo Wen and the others. Just as Luo Wen pondered why Zhu Fu would lie, Zhu Huiru returned to the shop after completing her delivery. Before she could step inside, Lin Chi stood up and pulled her aside, asking, "Ms. Zhu, have you ever seen this type of fruit knife?" Zhu Huiru feigned confusion. "Is this related to the case?" "It's just an ordinary fruit knife." "Indeed, this is the murder weapon. We are canvassing the area, hoping to trace the source of this type of knife," Lin Chi remarked, glancing at her. She squinted slightly. "It looks quite common. Oh, by the way, I believe my brother used to buy one similar to this. It should be in the drawer." Instantly, Luo Wen pressed his lips together, his expression darkening. Zhu Huiru turned to the drawer, rummaging through it, and soon emerged with an identical fruit knife, precisely the one Luo Wen had given her. Luo Wen sighed internally. This was troublesome, as the siblings' accounts now contradicted each other. Lin Chi took the knife from her, examining it briefly, the blade pristine and devoid of wear, leading him to conclude, based on his experience, that this was certainly not the murder weapon. However, he squinted slightly at the siblings and remarked, "It seems this knife hasn't been used?" Zhu Huiru replied, "Yes. I bought it to peel fruits, but it has been lying in the drawer and used ever since." "When was this knife purchased?" About a month or two ago, I think." "Let me ask my brother. Could you come out for a moment? When did you buy this knife?" Upon hearing this, Luo Wen felt even worse. How could Zhu Fu claim to have never seen a knife he himself had bought? Zhu Fu emerged from the kitchen, a hint of awkwardness evident on his face. He cleared his throat and inquired, "Where did this knife come from?" Zhu Huiru responded, "From the drawer, of course." Zhu Fu quickly added, "Oh right. I must have bought it from the small supermarket across the street, about 2 months ago. I completely forgot about it." "I see," Lin Chi said with a knowing smile, nodding as he returned the knife to Zhu Huiru and resumed his seat. At that moment, Luo Wen finished his noodles, stood up, and approached Zhu Huiru, inquiring, "How much do I owe you?" 10 yuan, right? Here you go. The noodles were quite delightful today. I shall order takeout later." As Luo Wen opened the door, Zhu Huiru stood at the entrance, visibly apprehensive. He nodded at her and said, "Please come in." Once inside, Zhu Huiru kept her head lowered, hesitant to take a seat. Luo Wen poured her a glass of water and gently asked, "What troubles you? What is going on with your brother today?" "I only learned the details after the police left," she replied, her voice trembling. "My brother, he believes that the little thug was killed by me." "How could that be?" Luo Wen furrowed his brow. "He said that I returned home quite late that night and was injured. The next day, he found out that the thug had been killed there, stabbed to death. He mentioned he saw me leave with the fruit knife and noticed the police searching for me. He thought I was the one who did it. So, he tried to cover for me, claiming he had never seen the knife, which only backfired. It's all my fault. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault." As she spoke, Zhu Huiru began to sob. Luo Wen pressed his lips together and paced back and forth. This policeman did not appear to be a novice. His questioning style indicated a level of experience. He recalled the officer's demeanor and actions at that time. Zhu Huiru choked out. He sought me out this morning. I feel like he suspects me. He suspects you? Luo Wen halted his steps and turned to her, asking, "What did he ask you this morning?" Zhu Huiru recounted the morning's events in detail. Your responses were sound, Luo Wen assured her. Perhaps it was your nervous demeanor that raised his suspicions? Yes, a little bit, she admitted. Luo Wen pondered. Any moderately proficient detective would have already reviewed the surveillance footage by now, which would confirm that both you and Guoyu have alibis. Moreover, the coroner's report would indicate that you lacked sufficient time to commit the crime. This officer appears to be quite skilled. I understand now, she replied. His suspicion arises from intuition rather than evidence. It must have been my unnatural expression that provoked his doubt. Indeed, if there were any tangible clues linking you to the case, he would not have approached you under the pretense of seeking your assistance in providing leads, but would have summoned you directly. Do not worry, it's all right. Wiping her tears, Zhu Huiru asked, is it really, truly all right? From an evidential standpoint, they cannot suspect you. However, the stark contrast between your statements and your brother's may prompt the police to investigate you further. Furrowing her brows, Zhu Huiru lamented. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I almost dragged you into this as well. Why blame yourself? Luo Wen chuckled softly. Are you blaming yourself for not informing your brother that you had committed murder, so he could align his account with yours? Having multiple informed individuals, even among the closest, increases the risk. If blame is to be assigned, it should fall upon me, for I failed to consider the element of your brother adequately. No, please do not say that, Luo Wen remarked. Since the event has transpired, there is no point in pondering how it came to be. Rather, we must focus on how to address the situation. Rest assured, you and Guoyu are still perfectly safe, perhaps with the passage of time. When the police uncover the truth behind this case, he paused, swallowing the unfinished thought, then redirected the conversation. Eventually, they will relinquish their suspicions about you. Of course, your response was satisfactory. However, one must remain particularly vigilant regarding tone and demeanor when faced with police inquiries. It might be beneficial for you to practice in the confines of your home, envisioning the most formidable visage of a police officer. As long as your testimony holds up, they will have no opportunity to question you. Nonetheless, to assist you in navigating this hurdle more swiftly, I shall play my second card. What is it? Zhu Huiru inquired, her eyes widening with curiosity. The less you know, the better, Luo Wen muttered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Tomorrow, we shall gather intelligence on the suspect's residence. The day after would be optimal for action. Friday is the day after tomorrow, when Guoyu will be at work, so we need not concern ourselves with him. Our primary focus should be on Zhu Huiru. Having reached a conclusion, he lifted his gaze and asked, what do you typically do during the day? I mean, aside from your business and mealtimes. Generally, I wake up rather late in the morning, assist my brother with grocery shopping and tidying up for the midday business. Sometimes I take a nap in the afternoon, and at other times, I stroll through the nearby market. Do you watch movies often? I watch them on my computer. No. I meant, do you go to the cinema? Zhu Huiru shook her head. I went when I was young, but I haven't gone since. The cinema in my hometown closed down long ago. Luo Wen turned his gaze to the dog beside him, offering a wry smile. I, too, have not attended in perhaps 8 or 9 years. Why do you not go? Zhu Huiru thought he was in a good position, appearing quite free. Surely he could go whenever he wished. Luo Wen coughed lightly, avoiding a direct answer. Simply stating, I had intended for you to go see a movie the day after tomorrow, either alone or with your brother. However, since you have not been to the cinema in many years, it would seem rather unnatural for you to suddenly go. Well then, may I see your phone? Zhu Huiru, not fully grasping his intention, nonetheless retrieved her phone. This must be the phone you use for takeout orders at your shop, right? Do you have a separate personal phone? Zhu Huiru produced another phone, which was quite ordinary, adorned with shimmering star stickers, clearly a young girl's device. Luo Wen took it, glanced at it, and asked, how much did you pay for this phone? She was perplexed. 1,200. Why do you ask? Luo Wen turned back to his bag, retrieving some money, then suddenly hurled the phone to the ground with force. Zhu Huiru gasped in surprise and hurried to pick it up. Luo Wen handed her the money, saying, here are 2,000. Go buy yourself a new phone the day after tomorrow. Remember, when you return, tell your brother that your phone has been damaged and that you plan to purchase a new one in the coming days. Ensure that he does not see the money, to prevent any unnecessary worry on his part. Additionally, you should head to the city center to buy the phone, preferably at a large electronics market. The bigger, the better. It would be wise to bring a female friend along for companionship. Spend ample time browsing and return later than usual. You are likely to set off around 1 p.m. the day after tomorrow. Why is this so? You need not divulge the reason. Simply tell the truth when questioned by the authorities, as it is the safest course of action. Luo Wen smiled. Zhu Huiru pushed the money back, insisting, no. You have already assisted us sufficiently. If this is necessary, I will purchase it myself. I cannot accept your funds. Luo Wen firmly pressed the money into her hands, saying, take it. It means little to me. He had already contributed 25,000 at the outset, not to mention the additional 2,000. Zhu Huiru, filled with anxiety, inquired, why are you helping me so much? Luo Wen responded with an unabashed smile, rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives. My actions are an endeavor to salvage the hopes of 2 young lives, and perhaps a form of redemption for myself, or a glimpse of hope for the future. I regret that I cannot share my story with you, but I assure you, my intentions are sincere. Once this matter is resolved, please forget my existence and refrain from mentioning me to anyone. He sincerely nodded at her. Although Zhu Huiru did not fully grasp the implications of his words, she sensed that this middle-aged man was not of ill intent. Had he harbored any other thoughts, he would have had ample opportunity to act upon them. In the office of the Criminal Investigation Division, Zhao Taiman hurriedly entered, where he was met by Yang Xuejuan, who remarked, you returned rather swiftly. Of course, you apprehended that pervert. The moment I received the call, I rushed over, Zhao Taiman replied, continuing his stride. Which room is he in? Interrogation room number 2. Has he confessed? Yang Xuejuan shook his head. No, he remains obstinate, refusing to admit anything, claiming he has no idea why we have apprehended him. Zhao Taiman paused, frowning. If he has been brought in and is still so tight-lipped, could it be that we have indeed arrested the wrong person? Yang Xuejuan chuckled, I assure you, that is not the case. We found a dagger and a hat in his car's trunk. We are currently contacting several female victims to come and identify the suspect. How did you manage to catch him so quickly? We reviewed footage from a section of road monitored at both ends. After he entered, we did not see him exit. However, shortly thereafter, the surveillance captured a BMW leaving the premises. We suspected it belonged to him and retrieved the license plate information, leading us directly to his residence. Yang Xuejuan's expression bore a hint of pride. Zhao Taiman nodded in approval. Well done, you all have performed admirably. However, there is still a rather troubling matter at hand. What is it? Moments ago, the wife of that man arrived at the station, accompanied by 2 reporters from television networks. She claimed that the police had unjustly apprehended her husband, presenting only an arrest warrant without any explanation, and demanded an account of the situation. Zhao Taiman furrowed his brow. As public officials often dread interactions with the media, however, he soon adopted a cheerful demeanor. Is it true that he refuses to confess? He inquired. Indeed, he has consistently questioned the reason for his arrest, yet I perceive a hint of guilt in his expression. With a jovial tone, Zhao Taiman instructed, please attend to his wife and inform her that I will bring him out shortly. He then asked Yang Xuejuan for the basic information on the deviant in question. The individual was identified as Jiang Dehui, a 41-year-old resident of Hangzhou, residing in an upscale neighborhood and driving a BMW, suggesting he was a man of considerable means. Zhao Taiman briskly entered the interrogation room, where his subordinate greeted him. He nodded in acknowledgement, pulled up a chair, and said, so, Jiang Dehui, you are the one responsible for the recent spate of abductions and sexual assaults on women? Jiang Dehui immediately shook his head, exclaiming, how could that be? I have no idea what you are talking about. Zhao Taiman smiled slightly. So, you're asserting that you are not involved? Absolutely not. Why would I engage in such behavior? Jiang Dehui replied defensively. You see, Zhao Taiman continued nonchalantly. Your wife is claiming your innocence and has even brought along 2 television reporters waiting outside for you. If you accompany me, several female victims will soon arrive to identify you. Should they confirm your non-involvement, we shall release you immediately and publicly apologize in front of the reporters. Upon hearing the mention of the television reporters, Jiang Dehui's face turned pale, and as he learned that the victims were approaching for identification, his mouth began to tremble uncontrollably, rendering him speechless. Zhao Taiman chuckled. So, shall we step outside and clear your name in front of the cameras? Jiang Dehui, overwhelmed, trembled as he pleaded. Could you please allow my wife to return home first? Zhao Taiman, with an amused shrug, feigned helplessness. Your wife came here of her own volition. We did not compel her. We, as law enforcement, lack the authority to dictate her movements. Jiang Dehui was utterly at a loss. Will you confess? Zhao Taimin inquired with a smile. If you cooperate, we shall consider your privacy. Observing Jiang Dehui's wife's demeanor, he added, it seems she is entirely unaware of your actions. Jiang Dehui's face flushed crimson. I beg you, please do not let this information leak. I will confess to everything. Excellent, Zhao Taimin responded, turning to a nearby interrogator. Return his phone so he may call his wife. Jiang Dehui took the phone, inhaled deeply, sighed, and then dialed his wife. Fabricating a story about an economic case that would require his presence at the police station for several days, urging her to remain calm and return home. Once he completed the call, Zhao Taimin stood up and instructed his two subordinates, ensure you gather all the details thoroughly and prepare the statements for me. With that, he exited the room. Zhao Taimin returned to his office shortly when Yang Xuejuan entered, stating, Jiang Dehui's wife received a phone call, and somehow, she ended up speaking to the reporters and led them away. Zhao Taimin smiled but remained silent. In truth, he was rather keen on the reporters staying, as the recent scandal had stirred considerable unrest in the city. It would be quite advantageous to hold a press briefing on the case in their presence today. However, considering the ongoing investigation and the many sensitive details that could not be disclosed, he had instructed Jiang Dehui to send his wife away. Yang Xuejuan continued, just now, 2 female victims came in and confirmed it was him. However, I noticed he seemed to be confessing willingly. The recording of his statement went remarkably smoothly, and suddenly, he just started speaking. Zhao Taimin refrained from elaborating further. The ease with which this individual provided his confession today could, in part, be attributed to his wife, who had audaciously brought the reporters along. It was evident that he feared the repercussions of being publicly identified in connection to such a scandal, as it would render him utterly unable to face society. Now, the only dilemma remained. Although Jiang Dehui had been identified as the central figure in the indecency case, was he also the perpetrator of the serial murders? Yan Liang had concluded early on that he was not, and Zhao Taimin was beset by mixed emotions. If this man were indeed the mastermind behind the serial killings, it would be absurd that the police had failed to apprehend him for years. Yet, if he were not the murderer, what avenues remained for solving the case? Soon, the criminal investigation team arrived with the recorded statements. Jiang Dehui admitted to all the instances of indecency, but completely denied any involvement in murder. Could it truly not be him? Zhao Taimin pressed his lips together and inquired, have his fingerprints been collected? Yes, and upon comparison, they did not match those found on the murder weapon. Zhao Taimin took the statement and turned to the section detailing the events of the night in question, scrutinizing it closely. That evening, after entertaining several clients, Jiang Dehui, alone and after 11 p.m., drove to Winnie West Road. Upon exiting his vehicle, he donned a hat for disguise and began to lurk nearby, seeking a solitary woman to target. He then encountered a woman who worked at a bar, forcibly took her to a greenbelt, and, under the threat of a knife, committed acts of indecency. After reaching his climax and pulling up his pants, he was about to utter further threats when he suddenly spotted a man standing behind a row of trees, approximately 20 to 30 meters away. Due to the darkness, he could not discern the man's features, but he recalled that the man seemed to be carrying a messenger bag. The man appeared to be holding something in his hand, though it was not visible to Jiang Dehui. Realizing the man was slowly approaching him, evidently having noticed him, Jiang Dehui became frightened and hastily fled, neglecting to threaten the woman. Zhao Taimin replayed the scene in his mind. No wonder, when he had taken the victim's statement, he sensed something amiss. Upon further analysis, he recognized that in previous indecency cases, the assailant had always issued verbal threats before swaggering away. Yet, in this instance, the perpetrator had fled in haste. It became clear that Jiang Dehui had seen the true culprit, who was indeed advancing toward him. However, at that moment, Jiang Dehui only observed the assailant approaching him and did not witness the act of murder itself. After Jiang Dehui fled, the victim did not see anyone emerge, indicating that the perpetrator, upon noticing Jiang's escape, did not pursue him but rather departed on his own. Zhao Taimin sighed deeply, reflecting on the situation. The assailant's approach was evidently driven by a fear of being discovered, and Jiang Dehui was indeed fortunate. Had he not noticed the assailant coming towards him, he might have already met his demise. From Jiang Dehui's account, it was revealed that the assailant was carrying a crossbody bag. Yet this detail proved to be of little significance. Previous surveillance investigations failed to identify any suspicious individuals, particularly those with bags capable of concealing items, all of whom were thoroughly vetted and subsequently eliminated from suspicion. Merely knowing that the assailant carried a crossbody bag did not provide a comprehensive understanding of his usual appearance. It was unlikely he consistently bore a single shoulder bag. Such meager clues evidently contributed little to the case. Aside from this incident, Jiang Dehui's case bore no further connections to the homicide. His testimony was meticulously recorded, devoid of any concealment. He admitted to threatening women and defecating in the elevator, attributing his actions to the immense pressures of work and life, which compelled him to seek out thrilling experiences. Yet, he was cognizant of the risks inherent in such endeavors. Thus, when he committed acts of indecency, it was neither rape nor solicitation for masturbation, but rather a display of masturbation before the victim. Believing this to be a minor infraction, unaware that it equally violated criminal law, his actions clearly indicated a severe psychological disorder. However, Zhao Taimin was preoccupied with the pressing matter at hand, pondering how to proceed with the case, including whether a psychological evaluation was warranted. His head throbbed with frustration as the investigation encountered its most significant impasse. In the evening, across from the noodle shop, a police car came to a slow halt. Lin Qi was about to open the door when Xiao Li pointed towards the front of the noodle shop exclaiming, "Isn't that Guiyu?" He entered the noodle shop too. "That is Guiyu." Lin Qi fixated on a frail man in glasses entering the establishment, unfamiliar with Guiyu's identity. However, due to professional instinct, his memory was quite sharp. He recalled that the previous evening, when he inquired about a fruit knife at the noodle shop, this very person was seated at a table in front. Lin Qi pondered for a moment and asked, "Does he come here for noodles every day?" Xiao Li shook his head. "I'm not sure, but he mentioned he has a crush on Zhu Huiru, so he probably visits often." Lin Qi nodded in agreement, stating, "Perfect, we need to find him for fingerprinting." They then exited the car and entered the noodle shop. The establishment was bustling with patrons, and upon the entrance of the two officers, everyone turned to gaze at them. Guiyu sat alone at a table near the cash register, and instinctively lowered his head upon noticing the police. However, this moment did not escape Lin Qi's notice. He glanced at Guiyu before feigning indifference and making his way to the cash register, where Zhu Huiru, feigning enthusiasm, approached him. "Police comrades, what would you like to eat?" Lin Qi smiled politely. "No need. We just require a brief moment to record some fingerprints, and we will be on our way." "Record fingerprints?" Zhu Huiru's face displayed a look of confusion. Lin Qi exhaled softly, lowering his voice yet deliberately speaking in a tone audible to Guiyu. "Indeed. We discovered what appear to be the fingerprints of the suspected perpetrator at the scene. According to investigative protocol, all relevant individuals must have their fingerprints recorded for comparison. Quite fortuitously, can you guess how we located the fingerprints?" Zhu Huiru sensed that he was probing her and replied, "I do not know." Lin Qi elaborated. "A few cans of beer were left at the scene. We checked, and the cans bore no fingerprints, showing signs of having been wiped clean. Clearly, this was the work of the culprit. However, we found an empty can behind a tree, which surprisingly still bore fingerprints and had not been wiped. It seems that the tree obstructed the view, and the perpetrator, shrouded in darkness, failed to notice the can hidden behind it." Zhu Huiru's heart raced. She recalled that after she had dropped the can on the ground and reached to pick it up, an older gentleman had advised her against it, claiming he would help wipe off the fingerprints. Yet, how could a can have rolled behind the tree without that gentleman noticing? The darkness had been profound, and in her nervousness, she could scarcely remember the precise details of the moment. Was it indeed possible for a can to have rolled behind the tree unnoticed? Or was this merely a tactic employed by the police to test her? Anxious turmoil brewed within her, yet she feigned calmness, stating, "Well, that should expedite the apprehension of the suspect. Are we recording fingerprints now?" "Yes, we are," Lin Qi affirmed, instructing Xiao Li to retrieve a sheet of fingerprinting paper, urging Zhu Huiru to press both hands upon it. Reluctantly, she complied. Lin Qi then added, "Please have your brother record his fingerprints as well." "My brother too?" Zhu Huiru inquired. "Yes." Zhu Huiru turned and entered the kitchen, speaking for a moment. Zhu Fulai emerged with a tight-lipped expression, his demeanor peculiar. He nervously pressed his hand onto the paper, casting a concerned glance at his sister before silently retreating back to the kitchen. Lin Qi smiled faintly and exchanged a knowing look with Xiao Li, who promptly approached Guiyu's table, saying, "Oh, Guiyu, you're here too? We need all relevant personnel to record their fingerprints for our investigation. I appreciate your cooperation." Guiyu offered a strained smile, and placed his hands on the paper. After completing these tasks, Lin Qi departed the noodle shop with Xiao Li, his mind echoing a single thought: suspicion. The demeanor of these individuals appeared decidedly dubious. They seemed to be filled with fear. All would be revealed with tonight's fingerprint analysis. An hour later, Luo 1, carrying a crossbody bag, appeared at the noodle shop. As he perused the menu, Zhu Huiru approached him quietly, whispering, "The police just came and recorded fingerprints." I'm afraid Luo 1 immediately interrupted her. "Beef noodles. I have something to attend to at home. Please ensure it's delivered." 10 minutes later, as Luo 1 opened the door and saw Zhu Huiru holding the takeout, he welcomed her in and promptly closed the door. "Please speak quickly. The police have heightened their scrutiny of you these past few days. They may dispatch plainclothes officers to follow you. If they notice you lingering here for too long, it could arouse further suspicion." Zhu Huiru appeared increasingly anxious, her words faltering and escaping her lips. Luo 1 smiled awkwardly, acknowledging, "I apologize if my words have frightened you." "It's nothing," she replied. "Just over an hour ago, the police officer from yesterday visited again. He took our fingerprints, mine, Guiyu's, and my brother's." "Your brother's?" Luo 1 furrowed his brow slightly, quickly grasping the implication. "Of course. Your brother lied yesterday, so they naturally harbor suspicions about him. However, this does not concern you too, as your brother is unrelated to the case. Regardless of their inquiries, he remains disconnected from it." Zhu Huiru nodded and continued. "The police mentioned finding a can behind a tree, which bore fingerprints suspected to belong to the perpetrator. They noted that all other cans had their fingerprints wiped clean, but this particular one remained untouched, as the assailant likely had their view obstructed by the tree and failed to notice the can behind it." Luo 1 chuckled lightly. "Is that all?" Zhu Huiru gazed at him in confusion. "Yes." He candidly expressed her apprehension. "Are you worried that I did not see that can?" Zhu Huiru hesitated, uncertain of how to respond, knowing that this middle-aged man was assisting them, and any oversight could not be placed at his feet. Luo 1 inquired, "Were you nervous when the police asked you that?" "I felt a bit anxious, though I hope my face did not betray me." Luo 1 frowned slightly. "I have told you before, irrespective of their investigation, you must never display signs of nervousness or fear." Zhu Huiru's face flushed with guilt. "It's all my fault." I felt on the verge of tears. Luo 1 reassured her, "There is no need for self-reproach. I have set my expectations too high, after all. It is difficult for an ordinary person to remain completely composed when questioned by the police. However, if someone appears unnatural during police inquiries, they may be regarded as a suspicious subject. Once the authorities ascertain that the evidence indicates your innocence, they will interpret your nervousness as a typical response to police questioning." Zhu Huiru's eyes brightened. "So, you mean that fingerprint is not yours?" "Indeed. Whose fingerprint could it be?" She pondered aloud, suddenly widening her eyes in realization. "Could it be your fingerprint?" Luo 1 offered a wry smile, neither confirming nor denying. "Do not dwell on it. You should have been safe yesterday. But the circumstances surrounding the weapons investigation raised suspicions with the police. You will need to endure a few more days. Have you mentioned your plan to buy a phone in the city to your brother?" "I have, and he did not express any doubts." "That is excellent. Everything will proceed as planned. Now, the takeout has taken long enough. It would be peculiar if you do not leave soon," Luo 1 said with a smile and a nod. As Zhu Huiru exited his home, her heart still trembled with uncertainty. Did this uncle truly leave his own fingerprints at the scene to absolve them of suspicion? Was he indeed risking so much? One day, if the uncle were to be scrutinized, how might he respond? Why would he choose to assist us in such a manner? The forensic expert entered Lin Qi's office with a grave expression and stated, "The fingerprints of all three individuals do not match those found at the scene." "None of them match?" Lin Qi exclaimed in surprise. The forensic expert coldly retorted, "Of course they don't match. I have already asserted that Zhu Huiru and Guoyu cannot be the culprits. The time of the incident was 10:50, and surveillance footage captured them leaving before that time. There was insufficient time for them to have returned to the monitored area. They possess a solid alibi." "What about Zhu Fulai? He has no alibi, does he?" Lin Qi inquired. The forensic expert scoffed. "I truly cannot fathom why you would suspect Zhu Fulai. He is a cripple, physically impaired, and there are no signs of a limp at the scene. Certainly, you might argue that the scene was tampered with. But I ask you, what capabilities does a small-time noodle shop worker possess to obliterate the scene to the extent that we cannot find a single clue? Furthermore, after committing the murder, the assailant meticulously carved bloody lines on the corpse, an act that would require at least half an hour. What motive would he have for such behavior? Does he possess such remarkable composure? Moreover, the following morning, the perpetrator scattered money on the ground to incite chaos at the scene. Is a small-time noodle shop worker truly that cunning? Even if we entertain the notion that he is, it is said that the money scattered was several tens of thousands. Would he really squander so much to cover his tracks? Lin Chi found himself at a loss for words. Why are you fixated on these three individuals? Focus on finding other leads and do not waste time, the forensic expert urged, appearing somewhat aggressive today. Lin Chi, however, patiently explained, no. I find these three to be quite suspicious and believe we should continue our inquiry into them. He recounted the starkly contrasting responses given by Zhu Huiru and Zhu Fulai regarding the murder weapon the previous day. The forensic expert sneered. Is that so? Clearly. You have developed a paranoid fixation, allowing your subjective emotions to cloud your judgment and predisposing you to perceive them as suspects. This knife was purchased months ago. It is entirely plausible that Zhu Fulai simply forgot it was his. A noodle shop owner frequently makes various purchases, and it is natural for him to lose track. Not at all. Lin Chi vehemently shook his head. You did not witness their expressions. They were highly suspicious. Was there visible tension? Did they stutter? As if they were fearful or evading investigation, inquired the forensic expert. Oh, how do you know this? Lin Chi asked with curiosity. The forensic expert let out a cold laugh. Many people exhibit such behavior when speaking to the police. I can deduce this. It is precisely this demeanor that has led you to find them suspicious. I ask you, if you and your subordinates were to visit them repeatedly, any ordinary individual would undoubtedly feel anxious, especially when the police are at their doorstep regarding a homicide investigation. Lin Chi reflected for a moment. Perhaps that is the case. Were they nervous during our first inquiry? The first time I did not attend, it was Xiao Song and Xiao Li. According to them, the responses were normal. Lin Chi replied candidly. That will suffice. After all these years of acquaintance, it is only natural to feel a twinge of anxiety when confronted by such an imposing officer. Lin Chi awkwardly nodded, acknowledging the sentiment. However, he soon found himself puzzled and inquired, Old Gu, what is troubling you today? Have you consumed gunpowder? I am merely irritated by your inexplicable investigation that squanders my time, forcing me to stay late at the office tonight. It vexes me. In the future, please handle simple tasks like fingerprint verification during the day. Alternatively, have your own team take a look. Comparing fingerprints is a task devoid of technical complexity. Anyone can accomplish it. There is no need for my signature on the report for such matters, is there? Lin Chi replied apologetically. All right. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. I will certainly amend my ways. I have known you for many years. When has your temperament ever changed? Old Gu finally managed to smile and added, nevertheless, you need not concern yourself with this case. Your abilities are insufficient to solve it anyway. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Chi retorted, Old Gu, surely you do not lack confidence in my capabilities. The case has only just occurred a few days ago. Encountering some hurdles in the investigation is entirely normal. Many cases take months to resolve, so let us not indulge in such pessimistic talk now. Old Gu dismissed his protest. Come now, with your skills. This case, even given years, you would still be unable to crack it. Lin Chi's face flushed with indignation. I am not a novice. My case closure rate ranks first in the bureau, my friend. Old Gu chuckled heartily. I am well aware of your prowess. You are the model detective of the precinct. But that matters little. Once you discover who is behind this case, you shall reconsider your assertions. Furrowing his brow, Lin Chi asked, You know who committed this crime? Old Gu nodded. While I do not know the identity of the perpetrator, I am aware that the provincial and municipal departments have dispatched numerous criminal investigation experts and a significant police force, yet even after years, they have failed to apprehend this murderer. What is the situation? Lin Chi regarded him with seriousness. Old Gu continued. Are you aware of what Zhao Taimin has been occupied with lately? Lin Chi's eyes widened in sudden realization. Are you implying? Old Gu nodded. I happened upon a dossier issued by the Municipal Bureau requesting collaboration from various precincts. Within, I recognized some familiar fingerprints. Upon comparison, they belong to the elusive individual associated with the case. Lin Chi straightened his posture, gasping in disbelief as he swallowed hard. The Special Task Force for the serial murder case had been established and dissolved 4 times, comprising a plethora of seasoned criminal experts and veteran detectives. Yet they had failed to even catch a glimpse of the murderer. To think that this recent case of a petty criminal being killed could involve that very person. He felt his throat dry and parched. Part 5. The Unsolvable Equation. Zhao Taimin, accompanied by the head of the District Police Bureau and the deputy chief in charge of criminal investigations, swiftly entered Lin Qi's office. The chief introduced, Team Leader Lin. This is Team Leader Zhao. You should already be acquainted, so I shall refrain from further introductions. The case has now been entrusted to the Special Investigation Team of the Municipal Bureau, and we are to offer our full support to their efforts. Lin Qi nodded in agreement. He had encountered Zhao Taimin a few times during their previous work, and they were not unfamiliar with each other. Zhao Taimin had cracked several major cases and was quite renowned within the city's public security system. Moreover, he held the rank of team leader, equivalent to the bureau chief, and was several levels above Lin Qi. With the arrangement set, Zhao Taimin requested the case files and various investigation records from Lin Qi. He stated, I will review these in the office next door. Feel free to ask me anything if you have questions. No problem, Lin Qi replied. Subsequently, Zhao Taimin entered the adjacent small conference room, meticulously examining the case files and investigation records. The other members he brought along communicated with the relevant personnel from the sub-bureau, each delving into the case according to their assigned roles. Zhao Taimin studied the forensic records of the crime scene with great care, perusing them multiple times. When he reached the section detailing Su Tianding's interpersonal relationships, he flipped through it rapidly, for he had just discovered that the murderer of this small thug was, in fact, the perpetrator of a notorious serial murder case. The individuals questioned during the prior investigation were merely ordinary citizens who had disputes with the small thug. Their likelihood of committing such heinous crimes was negligible. As he swiftly skimmed through the records of those investigated, one name caught his eye, Luo Wen. He lingered on this name, then glanced at the individual's profile, noting that he was a director at a micromeasurement technology company and served as a technical consultant. A slight frown crossed his brow as he murmured to himself, Luo Wen is quite a rare name. Could it possibly be the one from Ning City? Moreover, he is engaged in micromeasurement work. Upon checking the age, he noted it was 48, with the registered household also listed as Ning City. Could it truly be him? Zhao Taimin promptly returned to Lin Qi's office and pointed to the name Luo Wen, asking, Have you seen this person before? Lin Qi shook his head, replying, I have not. He was mentioned during an inquiry by one of my subordinates. Zhao Taimin quickly requested Lin Qi to summon Shaoli, who had personally sought out Luo Wen. He then borrowed Lin Qi's computer to search the internal police website for an archived photograph from a previous news article, showing it to Shaoli. Is this the Luo Wen you know? Shaoli examined the image for a moment before affirming that it's definitely him, though he looks much older in person than in the photo. Zhao Taimin nodded. Of course, this is an old picture. His brow furrowed slightly. He's actually in Hank City. Lin Qi, puzzled, inquired, Zhao, do you suspect there is something amiss with this Luo Wen? Zhao Taimin shook his head, chuckling softly. How could he possibly be suspicious? I am merely curious as to how he came to Hang City and coincidentally became a subject of your inquiry. Lin Qi asked. What is his background? Zhao Taimin replied. Do you know the director of the Criminal Technology Department at the original Ning City Bureau, who oversees the forensic and material identification departments? I believe his surname is Luo. Could it be him? Zhao Taimin nodded, affirming, indeed, he is a national-level forensic physician, a distinguished expert. His name often graces the lists of contributors to many forensic science and evidence examination textbooks. Previously, he was a member of the provincial expert group, and before turning 40, he became the director of the Criminal Technology Department in Ning City. Lin Qi, examining the identity details of Luo Wen in the investigation records, inquired, why did he resign to join a corporation? Zhao Taimin chuckled. Surely the compensation offered by the enterprise is significantly greater. Just look at his position as a board member and chief consultant in such a large company. His remuneration must be substantial. Shaoli interjected, indeed. He used to drive an Audi A7. Zhao Taimin continued. You see, had he chosen to remain within the system, although his earnings as a technical expert would surpass those of other civil servants, having wealth would complicate his ability to purchase a luxury vehicle without attracting scrutiny. Now that he has moved to a private enterprise, he earns even more, and there are far fewer constraints on his expenditures. He then asked, by the way, when you met him, did he offer you any suggestions regarding cases? Shaoli shook his head. He said nothing at all. We had no idea he was a renowned forensic expert. He appeared indifferent to the fact that someone had died. Zhao Taimin sighed softly. How is it that after leaving the police force, one loses all interest in cases? He simultaneously thought of Yan Liang. Old chap, in this office. The seats are occupied by either doctors or master's degree holders. What audacity does a mere undergraduate like you have to barge in unannounced and lounge about? Yan Liang cast a cold glance at the nearby Zhao Taimin, who casually pulled up a stool and sat beside him. "There's no need to be so harsh," Zhao Taimin replied, slightly furrowing his brow. "I am here to share some good news." "Good news?" Yan Liang pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Did they catch that perverted fellow?" "They did," Zhao Taimin confirmed. "When will it be announced in the news?" Yan Liang was notably interested in this information. Although he would resume his lectures at school the following day, he couldn't shake the feeling that his students were eyeing him oddly. He longed to announce this news publicly in class. Zhao Taimin remarked, "It should be within the next few days, so there's no need to rush." "All right." Yan Liang sighed, "But judging by your expression, you seem less than pleased. It must be that the pervert is not the murderer. And now you're uncertain about your next steps." Zhao Taimin nodded with a frown. "Indeed, he is not the murderer, yet another killing has occurred, which complicates matters." "Wait, how is it that there's yet another case so soon? Previously, it took half a year for a murder to happen." Yan Liang narrowed his eyes slightly. Zhao Taimin exhaled. "Yes, I've only taken over for a few days, and already there's another homicide, which is quite bothersome. However, this case differs entirely from the previous ones. In those earlier cases, the murderer stuffed a pack of Lihua cigarettes into the deceased's mouth, leaving a note that read "Come catch me," and discarded the murder weapon nearby. Yet this time, it began as an ordinary homicide, only to reveal, upon comparing the fingerprints found at the scene, that the same perpetrator was involved. After the murderer committed the heinous act, he lingered at the scene for an extended period, meticulously carving circular patterns into the lifeless body of the victim, each one evenly spaced. "We have deliberated over this matter numerous times, struggling to comprehend the perpetrator's intentions behind such actions. Thus, I sought your counsel. Apologies, but the enigma you find perplexing leaves me even more powerless." Yan Liang understood Zhao Taimin's intent immediately and adopted an air of disinterest. "Are you truly reluctant to involve yourself?" "I believe my stance is quite clear," replied Yan Liang. Zhao Taimin sighed in resignation. "Well, I anticipated you would respond that way. You are too indifferent. Unlike you, I am still preoccupied with your affairs." "My affairs? What do you mean? Did you not mention that you hadn't seen Luo Wen in many years? It is rather fortuitous that we encountered him while investigating this case." Yan Liang's eyes sparkled with interest. "Luo Wen has returned to the police force?" "No," Zhao Taimin shook his head. "He is currently engaged in business and seems to be prospering. The recent murder victim was a petty thug, and the precinct had initially been unaware that this was the work of a serial killer, leading them to conduct inquiries into the thug's interpersonal relationships. They questioned many who might have held grudges against him. Just days before his demise, the thug had been cruel to a puppy, which a kind-hearted individual rescued and subsequently gifted to Luo Wen. When the thug saw Luo Wen with the dog, he demanded 300 yuan for its purchase, threatening to reclaim it otherwise. Luo Wen acquiesced and paid for the dog. Thus, the investigators tracked down Luo Wen. Yan Liang chuckled. "Your investigative work is impressively thorough. Even a 300 yuan dog purchase is deemed a suspicious activity." Zhao Taimin responded. "At that time, we were unaware that the thug was a victim of a serial killer. We believed it to be a simple case of revenge. Otherwise, we would not have encountered Luo Wen. I believe your search for me would have been better directed toward Luo Wen. He possesses far greater sense of justice than I do. He often asserts that any crime, regardless of justification, is shameful. This conviction led him to become a forensic expert, where he demonstrates an unwavering commitment to his work, diligently employing meticulous evidence analysis to ensure that justice is served. Although he is no longer a police officer, I am confident he would offer insightful counsel if approached. He is decidedly different from me, as you well know." Zhao Taimin smiled faintly, recalling many memories. He regarded Yan Liang as the most adept at applying criminal logic he had ever encountered, particularly skilled at deducing answers from the perpetrator's actions during the crime. However, he was far from a competent police officer. One might even say he was inadequate in that regard. Perhaps this was why, following a certain incident, Yan Liang chose to resign from all police duties and return to academia to teach. Nevertheless, when it came to seeking advice from Luo Wen, Zhao Taimin shook his head. "My subordinates have indicated that he appears indifferent to the case, much like you, and since he is no longer a police officer, he is likely disinclined to involve himself in police matters." At that moment, Zhao Taimin's phone rang. He answered, listened intently, then hung up abruptly, rising to his feet. "I have matters to attend to. Here is Luo Wen's contact information. If you wish to meet him, you may reach out to him yourself. I must take my leave." His expression serious, he tossed a piece of paper to Yan Liang before hastily departing. Zhao Taimin remained at Yan Liang's side, engaged in conversation. When Lin Qi called him, Team Zhao, Zhang Bing, a friend of Su Tianding since childhood, has just reported to the precinct with his family, claiming they found a printed sheet at their doorstep that reads next to kill you. I have had the paper preserved exactly as it was and sent to your city bureau for examination. We have arranged for Zhang Bing's parents to assist with the investigation at the city bureau, while Zhang Bing himself remains at the precinct. Would you like to meet him? All right, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Zhao Taiman quickly bid farewell to Yan Liang and drove to the precinct. The school was merely 4 to 5 kilometers from the district police station, and within 10 minutes, Zhao Taiman arrived. Lin Qi escorted him into a small meeting room where a young man with slightly long hair, dressed in a white tank top, sat with a despondent demeanor, a stark contrast to his usual spirited self. He sat nervously in his chair, fidgeting with a cup of water without taking a sip. Zhao Taiman glanced at him, cleared his throat, and nodded. You must be Zhang Bing, correct? Do not worry. We, the police, will ensure your safety and will not let anything happen to you. When did you find that paper? Zhang Bing weakly raised his head, looking at Zhao Tiamin's composed expression, feeling slightly more at ease. He swallowed hard and replied, I saw it when my dad left in the afternoon. It was wedged in the doorknob. Was there no paper there when you left earlier? I spent the entire day at home working on the computer, and didn't he go out? My dad went out at noon. And he said it was tea there when he returned. What time did your father see this paper in the afternoon? At 3 p.m. My dad has already informed you of this. Zhao Taiman nodded and asked, Have you noticed anyone behaving unusually lately? Zhang Bing pondered for a moment and shook his head. Not that I can recall. In other words, if someone were to threaten your life and Su Tianding's, who do you think would be most likely? Zhang Bing mentioned several names and recounted past disputes with them, primarily involving fights. Zhao Taiman understood that these local ruffians were unlikely to be the true culprits behind a series of murders. However, the police could not afford to be negligent. A recording clerk patiently documented all relevant information for future investigation. After further questioning yielded no additional leads, Zhao Taiman and Lin Qi stepped outside. Team Lin, if the investigation reveals that the paper is merely a prank by someone else, we will handle it differently. However, if the analysis determines that this paper belongs to the murderer, then the safety of Zhang Bing's family will need to be adequately managed by your precinct. Lin Qi nodded seriously, understood. The message next to kill you is clearly directed at Zhang Bing. His parents are among the nearby demolition residents, and their rent is their primary source of income. I have heard that aside from his father's gambling habits, they generally lead a decent life. The murderer has slain Su Tianding, who shared a close bond with Zhang Bing since childhood. Given the circumstances, Zhang Bing is likely the next target. However, to exercise caution, the entire family should be protected until his parents return from the municipal bureau, at which point our team will deliberate on arranging personnel to ensure their safety around the clock. Zhao Taiman expressed his satisfaction with Lin Qi's arrangements, stating, Indeed, the assailant has audaciously proclaimed his intention to kill again. We must remain vigilant and cannot afford the slightest error. By the way, the paper on the doorknob was inserted between noon and 3 p.m. Does the community have surveillance? There are a couple of cameras, but they only monitor the parking area, so they may not be of much use, came the reply. Then we must continue to interview the surrounding residents to ascertain if anyone witnessed who inserted that paper. Lin Qi replied, We must certainly pursue this, though I fear the outcome may not be promising. A piece of paper can easily be slipped into a pocket, and should the murderer conceal it within his clothing while approaching the residence, it would be difficult for bystanders to notice. Zhao Taiman acknowledged the challenges they faced in their investigation, conceding, For now, we have no better investigative methods. We must proceed as such. At that moment, Lin Qi received a phone call. After hanging up, he sighed and spread his hands, saying, Initially, I suspected that Su Tianding's death was related to the last witness of that night, Zhu Huiru. I had arranged for someone to follow Zhu Huiru and her brother. This afternoon, Zhu Fulai remained at the shop while Zhu Huiru went to the city with a friend from a nearby store to buy a phone. Additionally, Gu Yu, who has feelings for Zhu Huiru, is at work today. It is unlikely that any of the three placed the paper. It seems I was mistaken in my suspicions. Zhao Taiman showed little interest in these individuals, having thoroughly reviewed the case files. He listened to Lin Qi recount his investigation, but given their alibis, the lack of matching fingerprints, and the identities, backgrounds, capabilities, and conditions of these individuals, especially considering the assailant's reckless act of discarding several thousand yuan to mislead unrelated passersby and disrupt the crime scene, Zhao Taimin remained unconvinced that any of them could be the perpetrator. He patted Lin Qi on the shoulder, sending him on his way. All right, team leader Lin. I'll leave matters here in your capable hands while I rush to the municipal bureau for the test results. In the evening, Yan Liang parked his car on the road outside Luo Wen's community. He picked up a bag and stepped out, scanning the area until he soon noticed a man standing under the shade of a tree. This man had a distinctive trait. He always wore a messenger bag slung over one shoulder when out. Their eyes met, and they exchanged knowing smiles as they approached one another. Yan Liang grasped Luo Wen's hand firmly, exclaiming, "It's been such a long time." Luo Wen smiled back, engaging in small talk. "How have you been these past few years?" "Quite well," Yan Liang replied. "I've been teaching at Zhejiang University, and life has become considerably more relaxed. How about you? I've heard you're in business. I presume you're doing well?" Luo Wen chuckled. "Not bad. Like you. I also seek a more leisurely life. However, seeing you, one would not think you ventured into the business world. You still resemble the forensic expert I remember." "Is that so? In what way do I not?" "Your attire," Yan Liang remarked, pointing to his bag, "reminded me of the first time I encountered you at a meeting in the provincial office. Back then, you carried a shoulder bag, and later, during the investigation, you still bore the same bag. I inquired why you consistently carried one, to which you replied that it was a professional habit, as you needed to bring various tools to the scene. Consequently, you became so accustomed to it that you carried a shoulder bag even in your daily life. It appears this occupational quirk is intractable." Luo Wen chuckled. "Is that so? I hadn't noticed. It seems that such professional habits are indeed persistent afflictions." Yan Liang continued. "The fact that we are meeting now is quite a coincidence. Fortunately, you spent 300 on a mutt, which led the police to you. Otherwise, I would have remained unaware of your presence in Hangzhou. After I resigned 5 years ago, I intended to reconnect with you, but at that time, you were still a forensic doctor. As for me, due to that incident, I was particularly reluctant to have any dealings with the police. So I gave up on the idea. I never imagined you would eventually resign as well. How did you learn that the police had contacted me?" "Zhao Taimin mentioned it during a casual conversation," he replied. "You must be familiar with that name." "I've heard it. When I was still a forensic doctor. He was the head of the criminal investigation team in Hangzhou, right?" "Indeed, he still is. He mentioned a murder case in the west of the city and noted your name while reviewing the case files. Upon verification, it was indeed you, so he informed me." A wave of caution washed over Luo Wen, but upon observing Yan Liang's candid and sincere demeanor, devoid of any ulterior motive, he felt reassured. He was confident that if the police genuinely suspected him, there would be no need for Yan Liang to probe. They would conduct a targeted investigation instead. Thus, he relaxed and asked, "Are you still involved in casework?" "Me?" Yan Liang chuckled. "On one hand, I no longer wish to lead such a life. On the other hand, do you think, after that incident, the police would still trust me to participate if I wanted to?" Luo Wen lowered his head. "Regarding your actions that time, I personally reserve my opinion." Yan Liang, unfazed, laughed. "I know, you would certainly oppose it. You always assert that any crime, regardless of the reason, is shameful. However, I have no regrets about my actions back then. Haha, let us not dwell on those old stories. Let us first drop off your things at your home." "What things?" Yan Liang gestured with the large plastic bag in his hand. "It's been a while since we last met, so I thought I'd bring you a little gift. But considering you neither smoke nor drink, you were even more tedious than I am. At least I still indulge in a little drink at home. I remembered you just acquired a little mutt, and knowing you probably lack experience with pets, I picked up some dog food and treats. Haha." Luo Wen felt a bit embarrassed and lowered his head. "I didn't prepare anything for you." "Haha. I was just joking. There's no need to be so serious. I merely passed by a pet shop and thought of it on a whim." Luo Wen nodded. "All right then. Although I have nothing to entertain you with at home, I can certainly treat you to a good meal to make up for it." As the two men entered the community, Yan Liang surveyed the environment and remarked, "This location, this property, must be quite expensive, am I right?" "It's reasonable," Luo Wen replied. "After I resigned and settled into my job in Hangzhou, I purchased it. At that time, it was around 17 or 18,000. Now, perhaps it has risen to over 20,000. I'm not entirely certain. The real estate agents constantly call me, which is quite bothersome." "Did you pay in full?" Yan Liang quipped with a teasing glance. Luo Wen lowered his gaze and replied, "Yes." He was not one to place great importance on wealth, and thus he never wished to portray an image of affluence before others. Upon entering Luo Wen's home, Yan Liang stood astonished. "Is this truly your residence?" He gazed at the spacious over 100 square meters of new housing, the price of which alone was over 2 million. Yet the furnishings and decor seemed to have cost merely around 20,000. Cables were strewn carelessly across the floor, and a small, scruffy dog wandered in the living room, circling them as it sniffed around, further contributing to the untidy atmosphere. Luo felt a tinge of embarrassment as he lowered his head. The decor is rather simplistic. Is this simplistic? Yan Liang chuckled. This is downright shabby. You must have hired a few people to do the work, didn't you? Having been seen through by Yan Liang, Luo felt even more awkward. I'm not well versed in these matters. Anyway, I live alone, so I kept it basic. At that moment, Yan Liang's attention was drawn to the sole decoration on the wall, a family photograph of Luo. In the picture, the three of them stood beneath a tree adorned with blossoms, smiling joyfully outside the frame. Yan Liang sighed softly, choosing not to continue mocking Luo's humble decor. After years of solitary living, it was only natural that one might not prioritize such details. He regarded Luo, the finest forensic expert he had ever encountered, a man who devoted his energy to his professional pursuits, with little yearning for a luxurious lifestyle. Gazing at the photograph, Yan Liang pressed his lips together and, with a slight hint of remorse, asked, "Have you not found someone yet?" Luo turned away and murmured, "It's been 8 years. Perhaps I shall never find anyone." An awkward silence enveloped the air, prompting Yan Liang to cough softly, breaking the tension. His attention shifted to the small dog as he retrieved some treats from his bag. Tearing open a packet of rubber bones and tossing one to the dog, which eagerly scampered off to gnaw on it, Yan Liang chuckled. "Look, the dog seems to enjoy it." A smile returned to Luo's face. "You think of everything. I bought dog food, but didn't he prepare any treats for it?" After a brief pause, Yan Liang glanced at the photograph and said, "After all these years, I imagine many have tried to introduce you to others. Have you considered it?" Luo shook his head with a smile. "I think I'm quite content as I am. Well, there are some young female teachers at our school, all quite admirable in appearance, education, and character, truly capable of handling both the boardroom and the kitchen. I'm sure there are suitable matches for you," Yan Liang suggested. Luo interrupted. "There's no need to play matchmaker right upon meeting, haha. I appreciate your good intentions, but I really don't need it." Yan Liang furrowed his brow as he gazed at him. "Surely, you cannot continue to live alone indefinitely, can you? Isn't it rather pleasant this way? Freedom." Yan Liang shook his head. "Stop deceiving yourself. You and I are not the same. You have a profound passion for forensic work. You resigned and even moved to Hangzhou. I suspect the primary reason is your desire for a change of environment." Luo smiled faintly, but remained silent. "In my recollection, you have always been ardently devoted to your work, lacking in any taste for life's pleasures. Now that you have taken in a dog, it seems you are feeling the pangs of solitude. Truthfully, having someone enter your life would make a significant difference." Luo shook his head. "The act of raising a dog has nothing to do with loneliness." His gaze turned towards a photograph. "My daughter once had a dog, quite similar to this one. So, when I saw it, I was momentarily inspired to adopt it." The air fell into silence once more. This time, Luo cleared his throat, breaking the awkwardness. "It's about time. Shall we go eat? Please, order to your heart's content." The two conversed for over 3 hours in a refined dining room not far from the community, sharing countless topics after years apart. Their previous careers as police officers had faded into the past, and they recounted amusing stories from their lives, bringing joy to Luo that he had not felt in a long time. After their meal, they strolled along the road back. As they neared the community, Yan Liang remarked, "Your place is quite close to the school. I can visit you more often. By the way, are you busy with work?" Luo replied with a smile, "It's rather relaxed. I hardly go to the office. As long as you are free, I am always available." "Oh, what do you do at the company? Your position suggests you should be quite busy." Luo chuckled lightly. "You know I hold several patents, including a few for micromeasurement identification technologies. I lend them to the company in a form of project equity, so I am not involved in the nitty-gritty. Additionally, my qualifications are in high demand. The company needs them for various project applications. It is precisely because of the ease of my work that I relocated to Hangzhou." Yan Liang nodded. "That does sound appealing. In comparison, my teaching position at the school can be quite demanding, especially when projects arise, leaving me far less freedom than you." Upon reaching the community entrance, they prepared to part ways. Luo said, "You gifted me a bag of dog supplies, yet I have nothing to offer you in return, which I find quite embarrassing." Yan Liang laughed heartily. "No need for such formality. Today's meal is on you. I know you enjoy a drink in your spare time." While I am completely averse to alcohol, it suddenly occurred to me that a client gifted me a bottle of Lafite a few days ago. I cannot ascertain its authenticity, so I will leave it to you to appraise. The wine is still in my car. Let me fetch it. Lafite. You are certainly generous, Yan Liang exclaimed, clicking his tongue. They entered the community and approached a sleek Audi A7. As Luo Wen approached the vehicle, the automatic lock chimed, and he opened the trunk to retrieve the wine. Yan Liang was slightly taken aback upon seeing Luo Wen's choice of car, an Audi A7. Luo Wen produced a bottle of wine and handed it to Yan Liang, smiling as he inquired, "Is this Lafite genuine?" Yan Liang replied, "It should be authentic. I can't really tell." He took the red wine, gazing at it as if it were a treasure cradled in his hands, and curiously asked, "I recall you didn't know how to drive before. Did you learn after resigning?" Indeed, Luo Wen responded, "Driving has become a national skill, with cars populating every street. I didn't want to waste time learning while I was working, but after resigning, I had the leisure to pursue it." "Oh, did you purchase this car yourself? Or was it provided by your company?" Yan Liang queried. "I bought it myself," Luo Wen replied. "It must have cost over $1 million, right? When did you acquire it?" "Approximately 3 years ago, after moving to Hangzhou." Yan Liang laughed heartily. "You must be quite wealthy to buy such an expensive car. You could trade it for a dozen of mine." Luo Wen chuckled sheepishly. "Please don't say that. As a teacher, it's not fitting to drive an extravagant car. Students might become overly materialistic and neglect the essence of learning. I, however, am no longer bound by such constraints. Driving such a fine vehicle. It seems that medical examiner Luo has become boss Luo," Yan Liang remarked. "But you've always been so low-key. Wouldn't it feel unusual to drive this car to work?" Luo Wen smiled slightly. "I don't particularly enjoy driving. I usually take the bus to work, as it is more convenient." Yan Liang's expression shifted slightly as he said, "If you don't drive this car to work, then what was the purpose of buying it?" Luo Wen, oblivious to the subtle change in Yan Liang's demeanor, replied nonchalantly, "Occasionally, I take it out for a spin. It's quite nice. It has a certain prestige. Doesn't it?" He smiled at Yan Liang. "Is it just you going out alone, or is there someone accompanying you?" Yan Liang teased. Luo Wen shot him a glance. "Teacher Yan, I suggest you consider teaching a more imaginative subject rather than mathematics. In Hangzhou, I have few friends, so I can only wander alone." Yan Liang laughed heartily, nodding in agreement, yet behind his smile, his heart grew heavy. He then exchanged a few hurried pleasantries with Luo Wen before departing the community with somewhat weighted steps. It was already 9 p.m. when Zhao Taimin remained at the office, working late. Forensic expert Chun entered the office and handed him a document, stating, "The identification results from this afternoon's paper have come in. The paper, ink, and printer all match the samples left by the perpetrator in the past. Furthermore, since this piece of paper was tucked on the doorknob, it was preserved well. We utilized American-imported micromaterial identification equipment and extracted faint fingerprints from the paper. The pressure marks ruled out the fingerprints of Zhang Bing and his son, while the other fingerprints perfectly matched those left by the perpetrator on the murder weapon. However, we were unable to extract any traces of the perpetrator's sweat or other substances from the paper, likely due to their low concentration." Zhao Taimin propped his head on his hand, pondering for a moment before saying, "The perpetrator is becoming increasingly brazen. In just a few days, he has killed 2 people and even left a note threatening to continue his spree. Do you think he would actually go through with it? Is it merely a feint to mislead our investigative direction?" Dr. Chun remarked dismissively, "There's little to disrupt. We currently lack a concrete investigative lead, which poses no threat to the perpetrator." His observation held merit. Should the killer engage in inconsequential actions, it would be nothing short of superfluous, potentially increasing his own peril. Thus, it appears he is indeed intent on eliminating Zhang Bing. Dr. Chen nodded in agreement. "That is quite plausible. Their precinct has dispatched personnel to monitor and protect the Zhang family around the clock, having communicated the gravity of the situation to them. The family has assured their full cooperation with the police. In theory, the killer would have no opportunity to commit murder, should he dare to act. He would most certainly face immediate apprehension. Yet, this assailant exhibits considerable caution, leaving us uncertain about his forthcoming actions. Might he resort to poisoning? Perhaps employing a lethal toxin, seizing an opportunity to have Zhang Bing ingest it." Zhao Taimin acknowledged, "You are correct. Such cases have surfaced in the past. I shall remind the precinct personnel tomorrow." Dr. Chen added, "I have reviewed the case file regarding Su Tianding's murder, and I found no issues with the precinct's scene report, nor any additional valuable clues." Zhao Taimin squinted thoughtfully for a moment before stating, "Currently, The only tangible lead we possess is the perpetrator's fingerprint. It seems we must revert to the exhaustive method of fingerprint comparison. In just a few days, 2 lives have been lost, and Zhang Bing has received a murder threat. Clearly, we cannot afford to delay this investigation. We must apprehend the culprit swiftly. Tomorrow, I will report to the higher-ups to discuss the allocation of police resources and devise a meticulous statistical plan to ensure that all individuals in key areas are included in the fingerprint comparison. At that moment, he received a phone call. Upon checking, he saw it was from Yan Liang. When are you free? I would like to discuss the case with you. Zhao Taimin was somewhat taken aback by Yan Liang's initiative and promptly replied, What is your perspective? I am at the office now. All right, I'll be there shortly. Before long, Yan Liang arrived at the office. After closing the door, he opened with, I wish to involve myself in your case. What do you think? Zhao Taimin was caught off guard by this sudden pivot, hesitating. What is your stance on this? Yan Liang smiled. We have been friends for many years. While I may have appeared indifferent to your work, you still recalled my casual mention of wanting to meet Luo 1. After dining with him today, I returned feeling somewhat ashamed. If possible, I wish to offer you some useful advice. Really? Zhao Taimin regarded him with skepticism. You're not just acting on a whim? Of course not. However, if you refuse my involvement, it matters not to me. Yan Liang maintained a demeanor of confidence. Zhao Taimin chuckled. All right, that sounds agreeable. Though, it would be best to keep a low profile. After all, you are not a police officer now, and while it's perfectly fine for us to converse, publicly intervening in the investigation may be problematic. I understand. I have a criminal record, Yan Liang replied candidly. Zhao Taimin quickly cleared his throat and said, That is not my intention. Please do not misunderstand. Fine, do as you wish. He regarded Yan Liang with a trace of curiosity. You met with Luo Wen today. Why do you seem like a completely different person? Yan Liang chuckled, offering a vague explanation. Perhaps it was the nostalgia from discussing past cases that stirred some emotions. Zhao Taimin nodded and inquired, What approach do you intend to take in this case? Yan Liang replied, Please provide me with copies of all relevant documents, including every detail of the investigation. That is quite a lot. It may take you several days, Zhao Taimin remarked. No matter, I have time, Yan Liang assured him. Zhao Taimin smiled. By tomorrow morning, I will have the materials prepared and delivered to you. Yan Liang nodded. Thank you. By the way, I need to confirm something with you. I recall you mentioning that all the victims were released prisoners. Indeed, Zhao Taimin affirmed. However, he continued, the last one was merely a petty thug, frequently detained by the police, but never imprisoned. Furthermore, the method of the last case is entirely different from the previous 5, which is rather peculiar. The last one is not a released prisoner. The methodology is completely distinct. How could this be? Yan Liang furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before taking his leave. The reunion with Luo 1, which should have been a joyous occasion among long-lost friends, had instead left Yan Liang's heart heavy with gloom, erasing any prior delight. Hello, team leader Lin. After 2 knocks on the door, Lin Shi looked up to see a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, adorned with a pair of elegant glasses. His gaze lingered on the man's face for a moment before his expression shifted to one of astonishment. He distinctly recalled their first encounter, when the man had said, I know none of you are keen on attending this course. Among those engaged in practical criminal investigation, the vast majority believe that criminal logic, like criminal psychology and behavior analysis, was merely an exercise in hindsight, offering insightful post-facto analyses that proved utterly useless during active investigations. You all think that way, don't you? The man continued. Indeed, when a case arises, you excel at evidence collection on-site, conducting field visits, reviewing surveillance footage, and employing these fundamental methods to solve many cases. Criminal logic, however, is largely an office-bound endeavor, and you must regard it as mere theorizing. Well, that is because your adversaries are too unsophisticated to necessitate the application of criminal logic. Today, I will demonstrate with concrete examples that mathematics is the father of all other disciplines, and logical reasoning is a powerful tool against sophisticated crime. This was still around 6 or 7 years ago when Lin Shi was recommended by his department as an outstanding worker and, along with more than 20 other criminal police officers from the province, attended a specialized vocational skills training arranged by the Provincial Police Academy. He, like other criminal investigators, had grown accustomed to practical investigative work and harbored a deep-seated disdain for the theoretical instructors at the police academy. The detectives were eager to learn about field investigation courses, yet displayed little interest in psychology or behavioral studies. perceiving them as largely irrelevant to their practical tasks, with the exception of Yan Liang's criminal logic course. The case studies presented by Yan Liang were primarily drawn from his own substantial experience in handling cases. As they later discovered, Yan Liang was distinct from other instructors. He was not a full-time teacher, but rather a seasoned criminal investigator appointed by the provincial department to conduct a series of lectures. He held the esteemed position of deputy director in the provincial public security department's criminal investigation team, having gained prominence in the field at an early age. His extensive involvement in major criminal cases and his repeated recommendations to the Ministry of Public Security for participation in high-profile investigations led him to become a criminal investigation expert in his 40s. The cases he analyzed in class opened the eyes of the young detectives. Through meticulous logical reasoning, they could significantly reduce their workload while also clarifying the precise direction of their investigative efforts. However, Yan Liang acknowledged that his logical reasoning was merely a process, ultimately requiring empirical validation, which depended on the groundwork laid by grassroots detectives. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the admiration these young investigators held for him, even after many years. Lin Chi instantly recognized Yan Liang. "Teacher Yan, what a surprise to see you." Lin Chi's initial astonishment quickly transformed into excitement as he stood up, approached Yan Liang, and grasped his hand firmly. After exchanging pleasantries, Yan Liang revealed the purpose of his visit. "I came here today regarding a case. However, I am no longer a police officer." Lin Chi had heard whispers about Yan Liang's sudden resignation 5 years ago to teach at a university. The position of deputy director in the provincial criminal investigation team held significant administrative prestige, and most officers spent their entire careers as ordinary grassroots police, making it quite rare for someone in their 40s to ascend to such a leadership role. Many, including Lin Chi, found it difficult to comprehend his abrupt departure, unaware of the circumstances that had transpired. "What case are you referring to?" Lin Chi inquired. "The case of Zhao Taimin," Yan Liang replied. "Old Zhao has been a longtime friend of mine, and this case seems quite challenging, which piqued my interest. So you need my assistance in solving the case." Lin Chi quickly interjected. Yan Liang pondered for a moment, considering Zhao Taimin's reputation, and corrected himself. "No, as I mentioned, I am no longer a police officer. Technically, I should not be involved in any cases, especially during the investigation phase, which is a confidential period for the police. However, I find myself quite curious about such a challenging case." Lin Chi promptly responded, "I understand. You want me to keep this confidential and not disclose your involvement in the investigation, correct?" "Yes." Yan Liang paused, smiling. "You could say that." However, Lin Chi hesitated slightly. As this case was under the jurisdiction of team leader Zhao, he was uncertain about the status on that front. "I have already perused the complete files of 6 homicide cases." With that, Lin Chi felt a sense of relief. It seemed that Zhao Taimin had indeed shared the documents with Yan Liang, which undoubtedly indicated that Zhao sought Yan's assistance. Thus, Lin had little to withhold on his end. Naturally, the involvement of an outsider like Yan Liang in the investigation necessitated a degree of discretion, as it contravened police procedural regulations. Lin Chi inquired, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" "I am particularly focused on investigating the case of Su Tianding." "Investigate this?" Lin Chi questioned. This case was only linked to the previous one when the forensic expert discovered that the fingerprints left on a beard can match those in team leader Zhao's case, revealing it to be the same perpetrator. Moreover, the crime scene was severely compromised by the public at the time, leading me to believe that this case cannot serve as a breakthrough in apprehending the murderer. "No," Yan Liang shook his head. "If there is a breakthrough to be found in this serial homicide, it must lie within your jurisdiction." "Why so?" Lin Chi asked, perplexed. The particulars of the first 5 homicide cases are largely similar. The provincial and municipal departments have dispatched numerous teams and established special task forces multiple times over 3 years. Yet they have failed to unearth any leads on the perpetrator. I am neither more astute nor more capable than those many individuals. If thousands of investigators could not yield results, I would be no different. The singular exception is the last case, where the crime's methodology and execution diverged entirely from the previous ones. This is where the opportunity lies. However, in this latest case, the scene was significantly compromised by ignorant bystanders. Whereas the first 5 cases, which I have also reviewed, were reported to have preserved the scene quite thoroughly. Yan Liang smiled slightly. While the scenes were preserved, the police failed to uncover any genuinely valuable clues that could pose a direct threat to the murderer. It is likely that in the first 5 instances, the perpetrator disposed of the evidence post-crime. In the case of Su Tianding, however, the murderer employed a tactic of scattering money on the ground to lure others to disrupt the scene. Why would he resort to such a method? If he were capable of meticulously covering his tracks, why would he need to use this approach? This indicates that his crime did not unfold as planned. He encountered unforeseen complications that rendered him unable to manage the scene effectively, forcing him to rely on others to destroy the evidence. Given that this crime deviated from his intentions and encountered unexpected obstacles, there must be traces left behind. Identifying the perpetrator's mistakes in this instance is the key to our breakthrough. Lin Chi nodded vigorously. Indeed, you are absolutely correct. Yan Liang continued. I came to seek your insights regarding more clues surrounding Su Tianding's murder. Lin Chi responded, all the information I possess, along with the records of our investigative process, has been documented in the files. I have reviewed the files and noted that a substantial portion pertains to your investigation of the Zhu siblings, Zhu Fulai and Zhu Huiru, as well as a young man named Guiyu. You even dispatched personnel to follow them. I am curious to understand the rationale behind this. Was it solely because Zhu Huiru was the last person to see Su Tianding? However, I have observed that from the outset of the investigation, alibis for Zhu Huiru and Guiyu were established, which, in theory, should have excluded them from suspicion. I am curious about your personal perspective on this case, as well as any thoughts or feelings you might have. For I understand that such insights are subjective and not documented in the case files. Yet, at times, these sentiments may lead to the discovery of valuable clues. Lin Chi was taken aback by Yan Liang's meticulousness and diligence. Most individuals peruse the case files merely to identify clues or to ascertain whether any discrepancies or contradictions exist in the recorded investigations. However, Yan Liang noted that they had established Zhu Huiru's alibi early on, yet continued to scrutinize her actions repeatedly. Zhao Taimin, upon reviewing the case files, exhibited no concern for Zhu Huiru and her companions, as he firmly believed that they lacked the capability to be the perpetrators. In contrast, Yan Liang displayed a keen interest in the matter, even after recognizing the substantial evidence that exonerated Zhu Huiru and others. Lin Chi nodded, revealing that the reason for the repeated inquiries into Zhu Huiru and the others stemmed from his initial impression that Zhu Huiru exhibited peculiar expressions at certain moments, suggesting she might be concealing something, though he could not ascertain the truth. Later, during a chance investigation of the murder weapon, Zhu Huiru and Zhu Fulai provided starkly contrasting answers, resembling uncoordinated testimonies, as if they were collectively hiding a secret. Ultimately, Lin Chi sighed, admitting that all of these postulations were mere conjecture, as the solid evidence indicated that his suspicions regarding them were illusory. Firstly, they possessed credible alibis. Secondly, the knife in their shop was new and certainly not the murder weapon. He even had individuals inquire at nearby stores regarding the trio's recent purchases of fruit knives, which confirmed they had not acquired any. Thirdly, since the assailant who killed Su Tianding was the same individual involved in the serial murders, and given that he had thoroughly investigated the backgrounds of the three, it was evident they lacked the means to commit such crimes, and moreover, Zhu Huiru and her brother were not in Hangzhou 3 years prior. Fourthly, none of them were financially capable of, nor would they be willing to spend tens of thousands of yuan to sabotage the scene. Fifthly, should Su Tianding truly have been killed by them, while they might have maintained composure during police questioning, it would be logically implausible for them to fabricate a flawless alibi. Lastly, it had been confirmed that Zhang Bing, a friend of Su Tianding, received a threatening letter from the actual perpetrator yesterday afternoon, while the three of them had established alibis for that time, thereby ruling them out as the authors of the letter. In conclusion, upon reflection, I realized that they possessed strong evidence of their innocence. Yet I allowed my subjective notions to lead me into a prolonged investigation of them, thus wasting considerable time. Alas, had I not strayed down this erroneous path from the outset, I might have uncovered more valuable clues. The golden period for gathering evidence within 3 days prior to the incident has now passed, and it seems unlikely that any further discoveries will arise. I bear a certain responsibility for the impasse we have reached in this investigation. Yan Liang listened intently to his account, diligently noting the key points in his notebook. It was evident that Lin Chi had thoughtfully reflected on the course of this case, articulating 6 logical points supporting the trio's exoneration. Yan Liang pondered that the reason Lin Chi continued to investigate the three of them, despite the numerous exculpatory evidence presented, must have been their unnatural expressions and actions during Lin Chi's inquiries, which aroused his suspicion. However, Yan Liang was not present during Lin Chi's questioning. leaving him unable to ascertain the extent to which Lin Shi's preconceived notions influenced his doubts about them. He was aware that some police officers, particularly those who held a strong belief in criminal psychology, meticulously observed the behavior of suspects during questioning. It was said that even the slightest involuntary movements, such as the direction of one's gaze while answering questions, could indicate whether an individual was recalling the truth or fabricating a falsehood. Nevertheless, Yan Liang was skeptical of this approach. He harbored a disdain for criminal psychology and maintained that the content of the suspect's responses was paramount, advocating for a logical assessment of any potential inconsistencies. In high-level criminal cases, perpetrators often exhibited astonishing psychological resilience, concocting alibis that they subsequently convinced themselves were true. Consequently, they could present these fabricated narratives with the same conviction as if recounting factual events, even when confronted by law enforcement or advanced lie detection technology. Conversely, some individuals, by nature timid, would instinctively exhibit nervousness and fear in the presence of police, leading to unwarranted suspicion despite their innocence. Without direct interaction, all notions regarding Zhu Huiru and her companions remain mere conjectures. Yan Liang resolved to seek an opportunity to engage with them. On this Saturday evening, Luo 1, with a crossbody bag slung over his shoulder, arrived at the noodle shop and, as was customary, pretended to casually stand by the roadside. After scanning the vicinity and finding no suspicious observers, he walked into the establishment with a composed gait. "Hello, boss. I would like a bowl of Pian'erchuan today," he said, glancing at the menu on the wall before casting a sidelong look at Zhu Huiru, who wore a relaxed expression, which reassured him. Today, Zhu Huiru did not rush to engage him, but, as she delivered his noodles, she quietly remarked, "Since yesterday, it seems the police have not returned. And even the local officer who frequently conducted investigations nearby is nowhere to be seen." Luo Wen smiled and replied, "That is because they have completely ruled you out as suspects. Is it truly over this time?" A mix of joy and apprehension flickered across Zhu Huiru's face. "Yes. Rest assured, this matter is concluded." Zhu Huiru nodded happily and returned to her tasks in the back. Luo Wen was acutely aware that both the recent encounter with the sharp-eyed police officer and the current investigation had been abandoned concerning Zhu Huiru. This was partly due to the alibis provided by Zhu Huiru and Guiyu during the time frame when the intimidation letter was released. On the other hand, when he encountered Yan Liang yesterday, he heard him mention that Zhao Taimin was handling the case of the little thug. The special investigation team from the Municipal Bureau had already discovered that the fingerprints left at the scene matched those from previous serial murder cases. Thus, it was increasingly unlikely that Zhu Huiru and Guiyu were the culprits. Well, it seemed that his involvement in aiding the two young individuals had reached a conclusion. From here on, it would be up to the special investigation team to determine the course of action. He chuckled softly, taking a bite of his noodles, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. After all, concealing someone's crimes was indeed a troublesome affair, whereas committing crimes independently was far more straightforward. At that moment, a familiar voice called out from behind him, "Boss, a bowl of Pian'erchuan, please." Instinctively, he turned around and locked eyes with Yan Liang. Yan Liang, catching sight of him, squinted slightly before breaking into a broad smile. "Luo Wen, what a coincidence. We just met yesterday, and now we run into each other here." Luo Wen replied, "That line should be mine. I live nearby and frequently dine on this street. What brings you here today?" Yan Liang settled into the seat opposite him, casually fabricating a reason. "I just visited another teacher from our department this afternoon. Their home is nearby. I stepped out feeling hungry, so I came here." "Do you often eat here?" "Indeed," Luo Wen said with a slight smile. "You know how I am. I'm too lazy to cook, and frankly, I'm not very skilled at it, so I usually eat out." "Do you come to this establishment often?" Yan Liang inquired. Luo Wen hesitated briefly but chose not to conceal the truth. "Quite frequently." Yan Liang leaned in closer and whispered, "Are you familiar with the owner of this place?" "The young lady, Zhu Huiru, behind me, is said to be the last person to have seen the victim in the recent murder case involving the little thug. It seems the police have also listed her as a suspect." Luo Wen's heart raced at this revelation. Yan Liang's presence at the noodle shop today could hardly be deemed a coincidence. He knew the owner's sister was named Zhu Huiru, which meant that the police must have informed him. What was Yan Liang's true intention for being here? Luo Wen was not concerned about the other officers. He was well acquainted with the procedures of police work and was confident that his arrangements would lead the authorities to abandon their investigation of Zhu Huiru. Yet, Yan Liang was not a simple individual. While his mind raced with thoughts, Luo Wen maintained his composure and replied, "Is that so? I was unaware. However, I have heard some details about the murder case involving the little thug. They say it was quite brutal. And it doesn't seem like something this young lady would do. Is that so? I'm not too clear on the specifics either." Yan Liang chuckled lightly before continuing. "But it seems fortunate to run into you today. I have a question I can report back on." What is it?" Yan Liang remarked. "Zhao Taimin, that fellow, was unable to solve his case and sought my assistance in devising a strategy. I was thoroughly exasperated by him and had no choice but to acquiesce. He mentioned a particular detail of the crime that eluded him. He could not fathom how the perpetrator executed the act. My expertise lies primarily in mathematical logic, and my understanding of criminal methodology is rather limited, so I found myself equally perplexed. However, I have the conviction that you undoubtedly possess the knowledge. What is it?" "In that series of murders, each victim was strangled from behind with a cord." "What of it?" "This merely indicates that the assailant possessed considerable physical strength, perhaps even exceptional agility, ambushing the victims from behind, rendering them incapable of resistance." Yan Liang shook his head and replied, "No, strangulation is commonplace. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that apart from the direct means of strangulation, there are no significant injuries on the victims' bodies, and no skin or fabric traces were found under their nails. This suggests that there was no direct physical confrontation between the assailant and the victims during the strangulation. Furthermore, all these victims were released convicts, accustomed to brawling. It is peculiar that such individuals could be subdued without putting up a fight." Luo Wen nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, even when ambushed from behind, it is not easy to strangle someone. Individuals naturally exhibit violent resistance, making direct physical conflict nearly inevitable. The troubling aspect is that, in each instance of the crime, the perpetrator effortlessly succeeded in strangling the victims." Feigning contemplation, Luo Wen pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Perhaps the assailant rendered the victims unconscious from behind before strangling them, so by the time they regained consciousness, they were already on the brink of death and unable to resist. But how could the assailant ensure success in incapacitating each victim? Every individual's physical condition varies, and their ability to withstand blows differs. Some may succumb to a mere strike to the head, while others may remain standing even after a heavy hit. Moreover, the autopsy results indicated that none of the deceased had suffered any cranial trauma." Luo Wen reflected internally, sensing that Yan Liang's visit today carried an unusual significance. Although he verbally expressed disinterest in the case, he had personally inquired about Zhu Huiru, suggesting that he had indeed become involved in the investigation. The question of how to strangle someone without provoking resistance should be trivial for an experienced forensic expert like Luo Wen, who could easily enumerate several methods with his eyes closed. If he were unable to answer what should be a straightforward question, it might raise Yan Liang's suspicions. Weighing the implications, he concluded that elucidating how those individuals were killed did not compromise the essence of the crimes, and sharing this knowledge with Yan Liang was permissible. To profess ignorance would be a blatant mismatch with his capabilities, especially in the presence of someone as astute as Yan Liang. Such a rudimentary concealment would likely backfire. Thus, Luo Wen stated, "I recall several comparable cases, one of which occurred in a county under our jurisdiction, involving a series of murders. The investigation was led by the current deputy director of the provincial department, and the circumstances were quite similar. The victims were almost entirely unresistant when they were killed. However, in that instance, they were not strangled but stabbed, though the essence remains the same. The assailant employed a high-voltage stun baton. The assailant first incapacitated the victim using a high-voltage stun baton, subsequently strangling them. Even if the victim were to awaken, they would already be on the brink of death, powerless to resist. Such a method existed." Yan Liang inhaled sharply, pondering whether this could be corroborated through the autopsy. Luo Wen replied, "The current from a stun baton intensely stimulates the nervous system, causing unconsciousness. However, the current does not linger within the body, making it impossible to ascertain through a post-mortem examination. Nonetheless, this technique would undoubtedly leave some burn marks on the deceased's skin, a professional term known as electrical injuries. However, electrical injuries closely resemble most skin contusions, and if one fails to recognize this, they may easily overlook it." Yan Liang nodded in agreement, but added, "Yet there is another perplexing aspect. If the murderer indeed employed the method you described, first stunning the victim and then strangling them, why not simply stab them with a knife instead?" Luo Wen momentarily paused, taken aback by the question. He could not divulge the answer to Yan Liang, for his deductive skills might uncover further details. He chuckled lightly and said, I am uncertain, but it seems that in many murder cases, the assailant does not adhere to a specific method. Some utilize knives, others ropes. Some poison, and others resort to firearms. Perhaps the murderer fears blood and considers strangulation a cleaner approach. Yan Liang suddenly burst into laughter. A killer capable of taking so many lives, I believe they would not fear the sight of blood. Luo conceded. Perhaps a fear of blood is a form of psychological cleanliness. Is that so? Yan Liang smiled ambiguously, then shifted the conversation from the case to share amusing anecdotes over the noodles they had just consumed. After finishing their meal, the two stepped outside, walked a short distance, and bid farewell. As they turned away, both subtly furrowed their brows, yet they were oblivious to each other's expressions. After parting ways with Yan Liang, Luo walked back, his head bowed. Upon reaching a small park by the river, he encountered Guo Yu ambling toward him. Intentionally, Luo turned his head to the side, pretending not to recognize him. However, Guo Yu called out, Sir. Luo glanced at him, noticing a look in his eyes that suggested he had something to convey. He whispered, Come here, but keep your distance. As they spoke, he continued walking directly to a waist-twisting apparatus in the park, leaning against the handle and swinging his legs. With his left hand, he subtly signaled for Guo Yu to exercise on a nearby pull-up bar. Guo Yu, slender and frail, reluctantly attempted the unorthodox pull-ups at the uncle's behest, internally lamenting why it wasn't the uncle doing the pull-ups while he fiddled with the waist-twisting machine. Luo asked, Do you need something? Guo Yu hesitated, then replied, No, it's nothing significant. I just returned from the noodle shop, and Zhu Huiru mentioned that the police have not returned. The matter seems to have reached a conclusion. I am unsure how to express my gratitude to you. Luo smiled slightly and said, It's nothing. You need not thank me. In any case, I hope you can forget about these matters and me, just as you did in the past, and continue living your lives. Guo Yu pursed his lips, exerting himself to perform another pull-up, and remarked, You have helped us so much, yet to this day, we remain unaware of how to address you. This truly feels quite improper. Luo chuckled lightly. I have mentioned before that after the events have passed, we are strangers to one another. Do you understand? This is beneficial for both you and me. If you truly wish to express gratitude, remember this. Guo Yu hesitated, his eyes slightly reddening. He paused his pull-ups, bowed his head in silent acknowledgement towards Luo, saying, I will remember. After a moment's reflection, he added, Perhaps in a few years, once everything is settled, we could openly be friends? Why would you want to be friends with me? Luo glanced at him. Guo Yu stammered, Because of your contributions. Is that so? Luo lifted his gaze to the small river and, in a voice barely audible to himself, remarked, Helping you is also helping myself. Then may we be friends? Guo Yu asked anxiously. Luo did not respond immediately, and after a lengthy pause, replied flatly, I have many matters to attend to. Oh, Guo Yu's face fell in disappointment as he lowered his head. Luo smiled briefly and asked, How are you in Zhu Huiru? What do you mean by how? Guo Yu replied, puzzled. Luo smile deepened. It is rare to see someone as shy as you at such a young age. Guo Yu bashfully looked down. We are still the same as before. How so? Luo inquired, somewhat perplexed. After all you have experienced, have you not yet established a relationship? Guo Yu's face flushed crimson. I cannot provide her with happiness. Why do you say that? My job is not stable, and my family's circumstances are not favorable, he confessed, struggling with the truth. There is no need to place such importance on material conditions. I can see that Zhu Huiru clearly has feelings for you. Guo Yu exhaled softly. I will work hard and strive to improve my situation in a few years, then confess. Is that so? Luo gently shook his head. One does not necessarily need to have an impressive job or substantial wealth to deserve happiness. How can you know you cannot provide for her if you have not even tried? Is the happiness she seeks merely based on material conditions? Men often feel compelled to pursue their careers, neglecting family and loved ones. This is truly a profoundly selfish attitude. As Guo Yu lifted his gaze, he noticed that Luo had already bowed his head and was slowly departing. He had always perceived the elder as mysterious and formidable, yet at that moment, he suddenly felt a sense of pity for him. Zhao Taimin, dressed in casual attire, strode directly into Yan Liang's office. After glancing at the several graduate students accompanying Yan Liang, he spoke in a hushed tone, I have something to discuss with you. Yan Liang rose to his feet, leading Zhao Taimin to a small conference room nearby. He closed the door and said, Speak. Zhao Taimin furrowed his brow, scrutinizing him for a moment before inquiring, Why didn't you inform me beforehand about your meeting with Lin Qi regarding the case? Yan Liang chuckled softly, settling into a chair as he replied. Do you regret allowing me to participate in the investigation? Zhao Taimin sighed, his expression tightening as he responded, You know the reason. Your actions put me in a difficult position. Yan Liang reassured him, Rest assured, I have instructed him not to disclose my involvement in the investigation to anyone else, as I am not currently a police officer. Zhao Taimin's demeanor softened slightly at this, and he quickly added, I apologize for my earlier attitude. Yan Liang let out a cold laugh, responding, I understand. You have your own stance in your position. Clearing his throat, Zhao Taimin gestured dismissively and asked, Have you made any discoveries? Some, Yan Liang replied, but I need to seek further evidence to substantiate my hypotheses. Zhao Taimin's eyes brightened with urgency as he pressed. What have you discovered? Yan Liang folded his hands, adopting an air of secrecy. What I have found thus far are merely conjectures. I shall not divulge anything until I have gathered evidence. You, Zhao Taimin exclaimed, glaring, why can't you share this with me? Are you concerned that your assumptions might ultimately prove erroneous, causing you to lose face? Is that why you wish to verify them first? That is likely the case. Yan Liang conceded. What do you mean, likely? Zhao Taimin expressed his dissatisfaction. He had merely intended to provoke him. Yet Yan Liang candidly admitted that he feared the embarrassment of being wrong. Given his understanding of Yan Liang, he knew that he was not one to easily yield. Yan Liang smiled slightly. Please allow me some time to find an accurate answer. Captain Zhao, this opponent is not of ordinary caliber. You must be prepared. Zhao Taimin furrowed his brow, pausing before saying, What information do you need to verify? Provide it to me, and I will dispatch someone to procure the answers you seek. No, Yan Liang shook his head. For now, I do not require assistance from others. Of course, if I do need help later, I will inform you. Zhao Taimin scrutinized him for a long moment, aware of Yan Liang's temperament, and reluctantly swallowed his frustration, asking, What are your plans moving forward? Yan Liang took out a pen and began to draw on the blackboard, stating, As of now, there have been 6 homicides. In fact, they can be categorized as 2 cases. The previous 5 homicides, including that of Sun Hongyun, share fundamentally similar methods, and the clues collected by the police are largely the same. Thus, they can be considered a single case. However, Su Tianding's incident features entirely different criminal methods, warranting its classification as a second case. You have no objections to this, I presume? Indeed, one could say that, Zhao Taimin agreed. Before I express my perspective, I must first explain a mathematical proposition. Are you familiar with polynomial equations? Zhao Taimin pondered briefly, responding, Quadratic? Cubic? Yan Liang shook his head and remarked, Square and cubic equations are referred to as polynomial equations, while in mathematics, higher degree equations are defined as those of degree 5 or above. And what of it? I trust that during your high school and university years decades ago, you scarcely encountered higher degree equations. It seems I did not, was the response. Yan Liang continued. Regardless of whether in high school or university, students outside the mathematics department are typically exposed only to quartic equations, never venturing into the realm of quintic equations or higher. Quadratic, cubic, and quartic equations possess readily available formulas for substitution, allowing for straightforward solutions. Higher degree equations, however, have long been proven by modern mathematics to be unsolvable in such a manner. No established formulas exist for direct resolution. So how does one solve higher degree equations in mathematics? The only method available is the substitution method. One must initially hypothesize a number as a potential solution, substitute it into the equation, and then ascertain whether this number is too large or too small. This process is repeated until the solution is found, or at least the closest approximation to the solution is achieved. Zhao Taimin inquired with confusion, but what does this have to do with the case? Yan Liang replied, The process of solving a case follows a similar principle. Most cases are straightforward, akin to equations of degree 4 or lower. Through investigation and evidence collection, various clues are amalgamated, and by adhering to established protocols, much like applying a formula, one can swiftly ascertain the identity of the suspect. However, this particular case is different. The perpetrator is exceedingly cunning, and the clues left behind are insufficient to deduce the suspect's identity. It resembles what I described regarding higher degree equations. Without a formula, conventional methods fail to yield answers. Zhao Taimin narrowed his eyes and asked, If conventional investigative techniques cannot identify the suspect, what do you imply? Yan Liang swiftly wrote the term substitution method on the blackboard in chalk. Zhao Taimin pondered aloud. You intend to first identify potential suspects, then incorporate them into the investigation, hypothesizing their guilt, and subsequently assess whether they align with the characteristics of the perpetrator? Yan Liang nodded in affirmation. Precisely. This case cannot be approached through direct reasoning to unveil the assailant. Rather, we must first identify the suspect, and then evaluate whether, should they be guilty, everything aligns accordingly. Zhao Taimin immediately asked, So, do you already have a potential suspect in mind? Yan Liang nodded once more. Zhao Taimin eagerly pressed, Who is it? Yan Liang replied, I am not entirely certain yet. I shall not disclose it until I am fully convinced. The complexity of this case exceeds my initial expectations. Two distinctly different murders resemble a system of equations composed of higher-degree polynomials, and the unknowns to be solved may not be singular. Perhaps there are three. His gaze drifted toward the distant landscape outside the window, and after a moment, he continued. The first step in solving equations is to ascertain how many unknowns exist within the system. Then, we substitute these unknowns to determine if they yield the answers we seek. What I am currently engaged in is identifying the total number of unknowns in this system. Subsequently, I will identify these unknowns and substitute them. Finally, we will verify whether the system of equations holds true, at which point your investigative efforts will be essential. Very well, Zhao Taimin replied. Zhao Tiamin's expression conveyed a sense of helplessness. He was acutely aware of Yan Liang's temperament, and since Yan was not his subordinate, he had no means to compel him. Had it been any of his subordinates, discussing a case and unexpectedly bringing up a mathematical equation long untouched by leadership, he would have swiftly silenced them. Reluctantly, Zhao shifted the topic. Having reviewed the case files, what are your thoughts on why the murderer inserted a cigarette into the deceased? And regarding the Tianting case, why did the murderer choose to carve blood stripes on the victim? Yan Liang replied, I have previously mentioned that this equation set is crafted with remarkable sophistication by the author, leaving behind an abundance of functions that cannot be directly solved. Substitution methods must be employed. Your inquiries pertain to the final step of the equation, verifying its validity. At that stage, I am convinced that the answers to these questions will emerge quite evidently. Thus, there is no need to rush regarding these matters. Furrowing his brow and suppressing the urge to dismantle the mathematics department's teaching building, Zhao Taimin listened as Yan Liang expounded on mathematical philosophy and could only respond perfunctorily, Well, perhaps your rather unique approach to solving cases is indeed quite special. It might be worth a try. Yan Liang continued, Now, I have two questions that require your verification. Go ahead. Is Sun Hongyun's body still at the Municipal Bureau? It is in the forensic refrigerator and has yet to be cremated. Please examine Sun Hongyun's neck and other areas for any signs akin to burn marks. Oh, why is that? Upon noticing that Yan Liang had ceased lecturing on mathematical theories, Zhao Tiamin's curiosity was instantly rekindled. Yan Liang explained, I consulted Luo 1 and discussed the case with him. Several victims were strangled. Yet there seemed to be no direct physical confrontation between the victims and the murderer. I inquired about the possible methods to achieve this. He listed several possibilities, one of which involves incapacitating a person with a high-voltage stun gun before strangling them. It is said that similar cases have arisen in our city in recent years. After being shocked, the victim would undoubtedly bear electric shock injuries, thus necessitating a re-examination of Sun Hongyun's body. Zhao Taimin nodded, Excellent. Luo Wen remains remarkably professional. Yan Liang scoffed softly, casting a glance out the window, and murmured, Of course, he is very professional. Zhao Taimin inquired, What is your second question? I recall that individuals released from incarceration are required to register their addresses and contact information, particularly serious offenders, so that local communities and police stations can monitor their reintegration into society, correct? Yes, there is such a regulation. Oh, your assertion is somewhat misleading. It is not about monitoring released prisoners. Rather, community services and police stations periodically offer support and necessary assistance to help reintegrate them into society, fostering a harmonious community. Yan Liang shot him a disdainful glance. When addressing me, refrain from adopting that bureaucratic tone and spouting grandiose rhetoric. Zhao Taimin awkwardly replied, Fine. Let's say you are correct. Then, may I ask where one might access information regarding the residence and personal identity of released individuals? Zhao Taimin pursed his lips and remarked, Is this information accessible to all officers on our internal police website? He shook his head, adding, This pertains to personal privacy. Naturally, it is not visible to just any officer. Personnel from the prison system, political and legal committees, local police stations. And criminal investigation teams typically have accounts to access such data. Moreover, local police leadership should also possess the authority to review it. Does this imply that many officers can indeed view this information? Certainly. Each jurisdiction must be aware of the individuals released from incarceration within its boundaries, as it is often crucial to pay particular attention to those with prior convictions when investigating cases. By the way, why are you inquiring about this? Yan Liang cast a glance at him and inquired, "What do you believe is the motive behind the killer's actions?" Extrajudicial retribution, Zhao Taiman asserted with conviction. The 5 victims were all individuals released from prison. Although Su Tianding has never been incarcerated, he has frequented the local police station often enough to be considered similar. Yan Liang responded, "While I cannot ascertain the true motive behind the killer's actions, I find the notion of extrajudicial retribution rather far-fetched. Let us set aside the motive for the moment. How do you think the killer identified these released convicts and discerned their status?" Zhao Taiman replied, "The victims resided in the west of the city, and the perpetrator likely has lived in that area for an extended period, thus being well acquainted with the local populace and recognizing these individuals as released convicts. My question is, how did he acquire this knowledge? Is that truly difficult? Generally, when a household has a released convict, the neighboring residents are bound to be aware of it." Yan Liang shook his head. "You are making assumptions." Zhao Timin's face displayed displeasure. Having risen to the rank of chief of the criminal investigation team, he oversaw hundreds of subordinates. Aside from Yan Liang, no one had ever accused him of making unwarranted assumptions. He frowned and retorted, "Then what is your perspective?" In truth, it is quite challenging for an individual to ascertain who in the vicinity is a released convict. The perpetrator would not simply inquire on the street about which households have had members incarcerated, would he? Give yourself a day to ask around, and I wager you would not uncover a single answer. Others would likely regard you as deranged, and you would leave a lasting impression on them, which is precisely what the killer would wish to avoid. Though Zhao Taiman scoffed coldly, he internally conceded to Yan Liang's viewpoint. Yan Liang continued, "If one wishes to know which released convicts reside in the area, along with their detailed physical descriptions and addresses for the purpose of surveillance prior to committing a crime, is querying the police internal website the only method available?" A glimmer of understanding flashed in Zhao Timin's eyes. After a prolonged silence, he spoke softly. "Do you suspect that this case was perpetrated by someone from within the police? It need not be an insider, merely someone with access to the website." Zhao Taiman turned away, closing his lips in silence. The implications of Yan Liang's hypothesis were too chilling. If it were indeed an insider who had committed such acts, involving multiple murders by a police officer, even if the case were resolved, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves far and wide. How to address such a situation was beyond Zhao Timin's purview. Yan Liang discerned his concerns and reassured him, "Rest assured, the police are not involved in this case." However, he continued, "As I mentioned, everything I have discovered thus far remains in the realm of hypothesis. I will swiftly uncover the ultimate truth. In any case, you need not worry. The police are not behind this." Yan Liang gazed at him with unwavering certainty, his eyes filled with resolve. That evening in Zhao Timin's office, Yang Xuejuan informed him of the forensic report from Dr. Chun regarding the second autopsy of Sun Hongyun. It revealed a contusion on the victim's neck, likely an electric shock injury. Furthermore, earlier autopsy photographs of 4 other victims also displayed similar marks on their necks. It was reasonable to conclude that all 5 victims had indeed been subjected to attacks with a high-voltage electric baton before being strangled by the assailant. However, no such marks were found on the body of the last victim, Su Tianding. After listening, Zhao Taiman nodded. As Yang Xuejuan prepared to leave, Zhao Taiman pondered for a moment and called him back. "You should convey this result to Teacher Yan." "Understood," Yang Xuejuan replied. Zhao Taiman hesitated briefly before rising and approaching Yang Xuejuan, whispering, "You need to discreetly arrange for someone to follow Teacher Yan. Remember, this matter must remain confidential. No one else should be informed." Yang Xuejuan considered this for a moment, his eyes widening in sudden realization. "Are you suspecting Teacher Yan is the perpetrator and deliberately testing him?" "Testing? Nonsense." Zhao Taiman scoffed, rolling his eyes. "What are you thinking? How could Yan Liang possibly be the murderer? Even if he were given 100 opportunities, he would not dare to take a life." Yang Xuejuan lowered his head, feeling awkward. "Then why follow Teacher Yan?" Zhao Taiman furrowed his brow. "He claims to have uncovered some leads and intends to continue verifying them. Yet he refuses to disclose anything to me. I want you to have someone shadow him, observe his whereabouts, and note whom he meets, capturing photographs discreetly for me. I have a feeling he's concealing something from me. This matter must remain a secret. No one, especially those at the Municipal Bureau, must know. Understood? Yang Xuejuan nodded readily. No problem. But who exactly is this teacher Yan? Is it appropriate to involve him in this case, given that he is not a police officer? Zhao Taimin sighed, expressing a hint of nostalgia. He was once a police officer, a criminal investigator, the best of his kind. However, he encountered some misfortune. Looking at Yang Xuejuan, who had been following him since becoming a detective, Zhao Taimin felt there was no need to hide Yan Liang's past. He was formerly a member of the Provincial Public Security Department's Criminal Investigation Expert Group. Yang Xuejuan gasped in surprise, his mouth agape. He understood that entry into the expert group of the provincial department was no easy feat. Even Zhao Taimin, who had solved numerous major cases, had not been selected. The head of the expert group was a deputy director of the provincial department, renowned for his detective prowess and involvement in several sensational cases. Other members included deputy directors of criminal investigation from several major cities within the province and senior advisors. The identity of an expert group member not only indicated extensive investigative experience, but also implied a high rank within the police force. Zhao Taimin continued. Yan Liang was previously the deputy director of the Provincial Criminal Investigation Team and also a distinguished professor at the Provincial Public Security Academy. Many leaders from the provincial department, during their tenure in local positions, had collaborated with Yan Liang on various cases, which fostered a deep admiration for him and led to his exceptional recognition as an expert. Numerous key personnel in criminal investigation units throughout the province had attended Yan Liang's lectures. Yang Xuejuan, perplexed, inquired, how did he end up as a mathematics instructor at Zhejiang University? Although Yan Liang now holds the title of doctoral supervisor, a position of considerable prestige, it pales in comparison to his former role. He fell victim to a particular case. Zhao Taimin gazed out the window and began to recount. Approximately 5 years ago. If I recall correctly, it was around October. A newly constructed residential complex in the eastern part of the city was supposed to be handed over to residents at the beginning of the year. However, due to financial difficulties faced by the real estate company, the owner absconded with funds and was later apprehended, leaving the complex as a half-finished project. Subsequently, the district government intervened to manage the aftermath, arranging for a state-owned enterprise to acquire the real estate company. The main structure of the complex was completed before the acquisition, with only some ancillary facilities remaining. After the acquisition, more than 6 months passed until October, when the properties were officially delivered. Yet, on the very day the owners came for inspection, a decayed corpse, reduced to mere bones, was discovered on the rooftop. According to the forensic examination, it was a male body with a significant fracture at the back of the skull, indicating death by blunt force trauma, estimated to have occurred 3 to 4 months prior. This suggests the death took place around June, and after a summer had passed, the body had completely decomposed, leaving only the skeleton and a small amount of hardened skin. Furthermore, there was no evidence or clothing available for identification. To complicate matters, the access to the rooftop was secured by an iron gate. This gate was a type of iron grill with narrow spacing between the bars, allowing only an arm to pass through, making it impossible for a person to go through. The real estate company stated that the gate had been locked since the property was left unfinished earlier that year, and during the subsequent landscaping and facility work. The gate had never been opened. Moreover, the key to the gate remained intact, showing no signs of tampering. It was kept in a drawer in the office of the real estate company, under the care of a gentle female supervisor who was recently pregnant. Casting doubt on her as a suspect, Yang Xuejuan furrowed his brow in confusion. How could this be possible? The gate was intact, never opened, and the key was well preserved. Even the deceased could not access the rooftop. Suddenly, he brightened. I understand. The murderer must have employed some mechanical device to transport the body from the exterior of the building to the rooftop. Zhao Taimin shook his head. That complex has elevators, spanning over 20 stories. It would be impossible for machinery to reach the top. Yang Xuejuan pursed his lips, unable to fathom the solution. Zhao Taimin continued. After a few days of investigation, the District Public Security Bureau swiftly identified the deceased. In June, a middle-aged woman from a nearby older complex had reported her husband missing to the police, noting that he had not been seen for a week and could not be contacted. Following this lead, the police were able to extract a comparison from the deceased's remains, confirming that he was indeed the missing man in question. The police officers at the precinct gathered information from the woman, her son who was in his final year of high school, as well as neighbors and acquaintances, revealing that the family was impoverished. However, the husband was a man of indulgence, frequently absent for days, engaging in promiscuous activities with women from local establishments. His complex social connections contributed to the wife's decision to report him missing only after a week of unsuccessful attempts to contact him. Regrettably, 3 months had elapsed since the incident, and the circumstances surrounding the deceased's ascent to the rooftop remained perplexing, with no physical evidence to aid in solving the case. Yang Xuejuan noted the apparent impossibility of the crime. The rooftop was a sealed location, inaccessible to outsiders, making the deceased's presence there an enigma. The case gained considerable attention as the body was discovered on the day of a routine inspection, with numerous witnesses present. Despite an extensive investigation by the district police, no leads emerged, prompting the provincial police headquarters to assign Yan Liang to the case. Renowned for his expertise in peculiar cases, particularly those deemed impossible, he quickly deduced that the perpetrator had utilized a power drill to detach the iron gate from its concrete fixtures, subsequently lifting the body onto the rooftop before reattaching the screws to conceal the act. As Zhao Taiman elaborated, Yan Liang, through inquiries with the deceased's wife, soon identified inconsistencies in her statements. Upon further investigation, he discovered a power drill in their residence. Before he could gather more evidence to solidify her conviction, the wife, under mounting pressure, confessed to the police. She revealed that her husband had long engaged in gambling, drinking heavily, and subjecting her and their son to domestic violence when inebriated. During a visit home in June, their son, who was in his second year of high school, requested 500 yuan for a summer training course to prepare for the upcoming college entrance examination. Having recently lost money gambling, the husband, upon hearing his son's request, vented his frustration on the boy, berating him as a spendthrift. Despite her pleas for him to support their son's education, the intoxicated man unleashed a torrent of insults upon the mother and son, refusing to part with a single yuan. Unable to endure the years of pent-up resentment any longer, she resolved to take drastic action. The following day, after her son left for school, she seized a hammer and struck him fatally while he was distracted. In the aftermath, fearing exposure, she contemplated how to dispose of the body. Lacking a vehicle and unwilling to transport the corpse to a distant location, she recalled the nearby abandoned construction site, typically devoid of people and security. Under the cover of night, she moved her husband's body to the neighboring complex and dragged it to the rooftop, hoping that it would remain undiscovered for months, rendering identification impossible in the future. A week later, she feigned a report of his disappearance at the precinct, successfully deceiving her son. Subsequently, she periodically visited the precinct, inquiring about any developments in the search, maintaining her faade convincingly. Regarding the temperament and character of the man, the police confirmed through investigations of friends, relatives, and neighbors that he was indeed a complete scoundrel. However, given that a woman committed the murder, the officers responsible for the case, despite their sympathy, could only act in accordance with the law. The sole assistance they could offer was a financial contribution for her son, who was in his senior year of high school, encouraging him to focus on his studies. The woman expressed her gratitude to the police for this gesture. Yang Xuejuan, puzzled, inquired, "Isn't this case resolved then? What issues could teacher Yan possibly have?" Zhao Taiman glanced at him and replied, "Did you not detect the problem in the preceding statement?" Yang Xuejuan, feeling awkward, lowered his head. "What problem?" "The issue lies in the fact that a middle-aged woman would lack the strength to transport the corpse of an adult male to a neighboring community, let alone to the top floor. Even if she possessed such extraordinary strength, being a woman of limited education, would she have the foresight to unscrew every bolt of the iron gate in order to maneuver the body onto the rooftop, and then meticulously reassemble the gate as it was? It is far more probable that she would have simply discarded the body on the top floor instead of making the effort to place it on the rooftop." After a moment of contemplation, Yang Xuejuan furrowed his brow, pondering, could it be that her son assisted in moving the body? Zhao Taiman nodded. In truth, the murderer is not her, but rather her son. After her formal arrest, a fortnight later, her son came to the police station to confess, revealing that he was the actual perpetrator and that his mother had taken the blame for him. The true circumstances of the incident unfolded as follows. That day, the son returned home seeking tuition fees while the man, intoxicated, verbally abused both mother and son and even resorted to physical violence against his son. In a bid to protect her child, the mother shielded him from the man's blows. Having witnessed his father's domestic violence throughout his childhood, the son could no longer tolerate the sight of the man striking his mother with a belt. In a moment of desperation, he seized a hammer and struck the man on the head with all his might. This act left his mother utterly stunned, yet the son experienced a sense of relief. Subsequently, the son declared that he could not bear to let his mother suffer the consequences and intended to turn himself in at the police station. Just as he was about to leave, his mother suddenly knelt behind him, expressing that he was the sole reason she had endured all these years. Her every effort had been dedicated to the hope that her son would achieve greatness in the future, if he were to face dire consequences. She could no longer find a reason to live. Thus, even if it meant confessing, she implored him to let her take the blame, as long as it ensured a brighter future for him. Ever since childhood, the son had been diligent in his studies, despite their modest means. He consistently ranked among the top 3 in his prestigious high school, and barring unforeseen circumstances, he was destined for admission to either Peking University or Tsinghua University. He was the embodiment of his mother's aspirations. Realizing that his confession would shatter his mother's hopes and render their lives unbearable, he sought a way for both of them to evade capture. Lacking a vehicle to dispose of the body at a distance, they opted for the nearby abandoned community, where they could discreetly transport the body under the cover of night, ultimately carrying it to the top floor. Upon encountering the iron gate leading to the rooftop firmly shut, the mother initially contemplated disposing of the corpse directly on the top floor. However, her son, being astute and prudent, believed such an action would pose a significant risk. He reasoned that if they could transport the body to the rooftop, the likelihood of discovery would considerably diminish. While scrutinizing the lock, he noticed it was coated in dust, indicating it had not been opened in quite some time. He concluded that forcibly breaking the lock would surely alert the patrolling officers, who would then ascend to the rooftop to investigate. Thus, he returned home to retrieve a power drill, skillfully removing the entire iron gate before concealing the body behind a small corner near a ventilation pipe on the rooftop, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone who ventured up there to stumble upon it. Months passed, and the mother and son believed they had evaded suspicion. Alas, the body was eventually discovered, and suspicion swiftly fell upon them. In a desperate bid to shield her son, the mother urged him to focus on his studies and strive for academic excellence, asserting that she would take the blame. The son, of course, refused. Yet under the threat of his mother's life, he reluctantly acquiesced. However, once his mother was apprehended, he found himself ensnared in an inescapable web of guilt, ultimately succumbing to the burden of his conscience. After 2 weeks, he could no longer bear it and went to the police station, kneeling before the officers to confess his wrongdoing. Yang Xuejuan, upon hearing this tale, felt a profound sense of sorrow. In his past experiences, he had encountered numerous unfortunate families, often shattered by the actions of a despicable man, leaving them bereft of hope. He empathized with the psychological turmoil faced by the mother and son, akin to struggling in a quagmire, desperately exerting all their strength to avoid sinking further. Yet, this was a homicide, and despite any sympathy the police might feel for their plight, they remained powerless to alter the course of justice. Compassion could not excuse or liberate the suspects. However, a thought crossed his mind, and he remarked, if Teacher Yin concluded that the woman was the perpetrator and apprehended the wrongdoer, it was merely an oversight, an error that could happen to any officer encountering this case. No one would suspect the true culprit was the victim's own son, who had shown no signs of abnormality following the murder of his father. It was simply a lapse in Teacher Yan's professional judgment, perhaps indicative of a lack of experience, and he should not bear the brunt of the responsibility. Zhao Taiman sighed heavily, asserting, the issue lies in the fact that Yan Liang never makes mistakes in his investigations. He had known from the outset that the son was the murderer. What? Yang Xuejuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Was it that Teacher Yin, moved by the family's plight, chose not to apprehend the son? Merely being aware of the truth without reporting it was one thing. The real concern was that he had fabricated false evidence for the perpetrator. What? Yang Xuejuan exclaimed, astonished, following the son's confession. Other officers reviewing the original case files unexpectedly discovered that Yan Liang had previously obtained the student attendance records from the school. The incident had occurred on a Sunday night, a time when students were typically required to attend evening study sessions. The school's records indicated that the son had taken a leave of absence that night and had also arrived late the following morning. Yet, the original documents revealed that the school had no record of any such absence. This is evidently not a mere oversight. The situation aroused suspicion among colleagues. prompting an immediate report to superiors, who promptly initiated an investigation. Ultimately, it was discovered that Yan Liang had altered the results while preparing the case files, even modifying the certificates issued by the school. Furthermore, Yan Liang had tampered with the statements recorded by the police concerning the woman involved. A comparison between the original statements and the case files revealed that Yan Liang had meticulously rectified several contradictory elements within the woman's testimony, rendering it flawless. The police officer's act of fabricating evidence for the perpetrator constituted a significant risk. The Provincial Public Security Department was deeply shocked by this revelation. According to regulations, Yan Liang was to face serious consequences, with the possibility of imprisonment not being ruled out. However, after careful consideration, the provincial leaders took into account the distressing circumstances surrounding the criminal's family. Fortunately, the son had surrendered, which did not affect the outcome of the case. Moreover, Yan Liang's actions were driven by compassion rather than personal gain, and given his commendable service record and contributions over the years, including training a cadre of key personnel in criminal investigation, a decision was made to suspend him. Subsequently, Yan Liang voluntarily submitted his resignation, stating that he was unsuited for police work, and he transitioned to teaching at a school. Yang Xuejuan remained silent, lips tightly sealed. Zhao Taiman continued, revealing that Yan Liang had confided in him after the fact, expressing that he had long known his son was the true culprit. Witnessing the mother take the blame for her son and learning about their family's situation led him to surmise that the son was the mother's sole hope. The mother and son reached an implicit agreement wherein she would take the fall to secure a future for her child. Thus, he decided to contravene his professional duties to assist them. Despite the futility of his actions, he claimed not to regret his choices at that time. Yang Xuejuan remarked with a sigh, "No wonder you said he is unfit for police work." Zhao Taiman nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, his criminal logic is remarkably effective in practical application. He embodies both rationality and deep emotion. His involvement in the investigation is beneficial, yet I find his sudden willingness to engage in the case somewhat perplexing. Hence, I instructed you to keep a watchful eye on him. I cannot afford to witness him repeat his past mistakes. Do you understand my intent?" Yang Xuejuan bit his lip and nodded slowly, affirming, "Understood. I will keep a close watch." Part 6. Proof by contradiction. At noon, the noodle shop opened, though most of its business occurred in the evening, leaving few patrons at that time. Yan Liang parked his car across the street from the noodle shop, observing for a while before leisurely exiting the vehicle and walking towards the establishment. "Boss, what would you like to eat?" Zhu Huiru asked upon seeing him, her expression hinting at a fleeting recollection that she could not quite grasp. Yan Liang stood before the wall menu for an extended period, discreetly studying Zhu Huiru beside him, before finally ordering a bowl of braised noodles and a bottle of soda. He settled into the seat where Luo Wen had dined the previous day, close to the cash register. When Zhu Huiru emerged from the kitchen, he took a few sips of his soda and smiled, inquiring, "Are you quite familiar with Luo Wen?" "Who is Luo Wen?" Zhu Huiru replied, a look of confusion crossing her face. Yan Liang fixed his gaze upon her, locking eyes for a fleeting moment. His unwavering attention suggested that Luo Wen had not divulged his name to her. What, then, was the nature of their relationship? Uncertain, he continued, "It was yesterday evening. The person who occupied my seat, I sat opposite him." The mention of this caused Zhu Huiru's eyes to flicker momentarily as she turned her head aside. Instinctively avoiding Yan Liang's gaze, she pretended to tidy the miscellaneous items on the cash register, adopting a contemplative demeanor. "Yesterday? There were so many customers. I've forgotten which one you mean. Did you not give him a puppy?" Yan Liang maintained his steady gaze. A tremor coursed through her. She dared not hold his gaze for long, fearing suspicion. Instead, she looked at him and replied, "Oh right, it's that customer. He did sit here yesterday." What about it? Are you familiar with him?" Yan Liang continued to wear a friendly smile. Zhu Huiru shook her head, "Not really. I found a puppy, and he mentioned that he wanted to adopt it, so I gave it to him." "What is the matter?" Yan Liang chuckled softly, "I am his friend. He mentioned that he often visits your establishment for noodles, correct?" "Yes, that is true. What does he usually prefer?" Zhu Huiru was puzzled by his inquiry, uncertain of his intent. However, recalling their jovial interaction yesterday, she presumed they were indeed friends and that his questioning was merely casual, devoid of ulterior motives. Still cautious, she replied as she had been taught, "Egg noodles, beef noodles, and jjiang noodles. He seems to enjoy them all without a particular favorite." "Is that so? I assumed you would know him quite well." "Why do you say that?" I don't recall this gentleman having any specific noodle preference. Does he assist you often? Yan Liang's gaze remained fixed on her eyes. Zhu Huiru was taken aback, her heart racing with heightened alertness. Her gaze shifted to the clutter on the cash register. Feigning calmness. Assist with what? Yan Liang smiled. He's quite a helpful person. He mentioned having rendered you significant assistance. Have you forgotten so soon? Significant assistance? What sort of assistance? Zhu Huiru intentionally raised her voice slightly to mask her inner turmoil. He told me about it, though I'm unclear on the specifics. Perhaps it was regarding the puppy. Zhu Huiru responded quickly. After I found that little dog, I was uncertain about what to do. My brother suggested we should discard it, but I disagreed. Keeping it in the shop was inconvenient, and luckily, the gentleman was willing to adopt it, which resolved that dilemma. I heard him say that when he adopted the puppy you had given him, a small rogue approached, claiming the dog was his and demanded its return. In the end, my friend paid 300 to buy the dog back. Is that true? Yes, that is correct. And the following night, that rogue met his demise, did he not? Despite Zhu Huiru's eagerness to conclude the conversation, she found herself momentarily at a loss for a reason to pause, and thus replied, Indeed, that incident occurred by the riverside. I have also heard that on the day the young ruffian died, you were the last person to see him? Well, the police have already conducted their investigation regarding this matter. The stab wounds on the young ruffian's body are identical to those of a fruit knife from your shop, correct? Zhu Huiru's heart raced with alarm, and she frantically sought a way to respond. Are you a police officer? At that moment, Zhu Fulai emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of noodles, his brow slightly furrowed. He placed the noodles in front of Yan Liang, uttering a quiet, "Enjoy your meal," before silently retreating. Yan Liang cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Fulai and slowly remarked to Zhu Huiru, I am not a police officer. Zhu Fulai paused in his tracks. Zhu Huiru quickly interjected, the police instructed us to keep matters concerning the investigation confidential and not to discuss them with others. Yan Liang chuckled, apologies. My curiosity is rather insatiable, haha. Zhu Fulai returned to the kitchen. Yan Liang picked up the noodles and took a bite, adding, sometimes, in helping others, one inadvertently creates more trouble for oneself and others. Zhu Huiru, engrossed in her phone, chose not to engage with him. Yan Liang glanced at her and asked, Is that so? Huh. Zhu Huiru seemed to just register his words. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Yan Liang repeated his previous statement. Zhu Huiru replied, Oh, if your friend finds raising a puppy troublesome, then he should take it back. I will find another way to rehome it. Yan Liang smiled, despite the inconvenience. I believe that since he has lent a hand once, he will continue to support throughout. He is that kind of person. Zhu Huiru lowered her head again, fiddling with her phone, ignoring him. After finishing his noodles, Yan Liang departed from the noodle shop, a vague sense of suspicion brewing within him. Although he lacked any concrete evidence, he felt that the number of unknowns was nearly satisfied, and the steps to hypothesize the unknowns had been completed. The next stage was to verify the solutions to this complex equation. I wish to discuss the possibility of Zhu Huiru and Guo Yu's involvement in the murder. In Lin Qi's office, Yan Liang sat upright, sipping a glass of ice water. Those two? They possess ample non-criminal potential. Lin Qi furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, Their suspicions have long been entirely dismissed, Teacher Yan. Are you doubting them? Could you recount to me all the reasons that led to their exoneration? Yan Liang produced paper and pen, gazing at him with utmost seriousness. Oh, very well. Lin Qi nodded, willing to patiently reiterate his points, knowing he was addressing Yan Liang. Had it been another non-police individual or a lesser officer, he would have certainly exclaimed, So much evidence indicates their disconnection from the case. What further inquiry is necessary? Lynch flipped through the case files, reorganizing his thoughts, and remarked, First, they possess alibis. The time of the incident was precisely 10:50 p.m., and they had already vacated the scene prior to that, appearing on surveillance footage. Even if they had taken a detour afterward, it would be implausible. Moreover, the autopsy revealed that the deceased had fried rice in his stomach, indicating that he only began consuming it after their departure. The assailant, having committed the murder, immediately inflicted a bloodletting on the corpse, while the convenience store adjacent to the community confirmed that Guo Yu had gone there to purchase gauze and antiseptic after returning home with the injured Zhu Huiru. This timing coincides perfectly with the period when the assailant was performing the bloodletting, thus solidifying their alibi. Second, the assailant's expenditure of tens of thousands to hire an accomplice to tamper with the crime scene is a display of extravagance, which they could not afford nor conceive of such a method of destruction. Third, The knife in their shop is brand new, and no nearby stores have reported seeing them acquire a similar fruit knife recently. Fourth, their testimonies are flawless. Fifth, on Friday afternoon, Zhang Bing received a threatening letter confirmed to be from the perpetrator, and both of them possess alibis. Sixth, the case has been verified as the work of a serial killer. However, at the time the serial murders first occurred, Zhu Fulai and Zhu Huiru had not yet arrived in Hangzhou, and Guiyu lacked the capacity for such a series of crimes. Their fingerprints do not match either. Yan Liang swiftly recorded these 6 points in his notebook, glanced at them for a moment, nodded, and muttered to himself, "Truly remarkable." "What do you find remarkable?" Yan Liang looked up and replied, "The ability of a crime to generate a series of non-criminal proofs, all appearing as exceptionally robust evidence, is indeed impressive." Lynch displayed a skeptical expression regarding his assessment. "These are irrefutable pieces of evidence that cannot be fabricated." Yan Liang chuckled. "It seems fair to say that, even if everyone in this area were a suspect, they would be the least likely to have committed the crime." Lynch, somewhat at a loss for words, responded, "If they were the culprits, it would be impossible for them to fabricate such concrete evidence." "You are correct," Yan Liang nodded. "However, if we introduce an additional condition, then all of the aforementioned irrefutable evidence could crumble." "Oh, what condition?" Lynch gazed at him in astonishment. "The assistance of a third individual, aside from the two of them." "A third person? Are you suggesting Zhu Fulai?" "Although I found him suspicious during my initial investigation, he is a cripple, inherently limited in mobility, and he spends most of his time in the shop. On the occasion he delivered papers to Zhang Bing's house, he also had an alibi. Even if he somehow managed to evade scrutiny and participated in the crime, with his physical limitations, he could not have accomplished these acts, could he? Ordinary individuals certainly could not manage even a single task." He paused, choosing not to elaborate further, and instead said, "I would like to discuss this point by point. Starting with the first alibi." Yan Liang took a sip of water, gazing intently at him, and stated, "The essence of an alibi, in its most fundamental definition, is that when a crime occurs, there exists evidence demonstrating that the suspect was not present at the scene. In the case of Su Tianding, at precisely 10:42 a.m., Guiyu and Zhu Huiru appeared on the surveillance footage. Since this was recorded by a machine, it is irrefutable. This is the most objective fact. The three essential elements of time, location, and individuals involved cannot be fabricated. The underlying logic that leads you to believe they have an alibi is that the murder occurred at 10:50 a.m. Even if they were to return to the crime scene from a distant, unmonitored location, 8 minutes would not suffice. Therefore, the crux of explaining this alibi lies in the timing of the murder. It did not transpire at 10:50 a.m., but rather before 10:42 a.m. Considering the time it takes for them to walk, I believe the precise moment of the crime occurred within a 20-minute window, approximately between 10:20 a.m. and 10:40 a.m. Lin Shi shook his head, stating that at 10:50 a.m., Zhang Bing received a call from Su Tianding, during which he learned that something had happened to him, indicating that the crime occurred at 10:50 a.m. If Su Tianding had already died before that, who made the call at 10:50 a.m.? That person would be the third individual involved in this case, aside from Guiyu and Zhu Huiru. Lin Shi dismissively shook his head. Zhu Fulai? Yan Liang countered. I only mentioned a third person, not necessarily Zhu Fulai. Very well, Lin Shi sighed in resignation. However, the call at 10:50 a.m. was indeed made by Su Tianding himself. We asked Zhang Bing, and he is certain it was Su's voice. He has known Su for over 10 years, and they see each other frequently. He would certainly recognize Su's voice. Are there any alternative possibilities? Lin Shi pondered for a moment and remarked, if the murderer had first subdued Su Tianding and then coerced him into saying a few words, which were secretly recorded, that could be feasible. However, the wounds on Su Tianding's body suggest that the 3 stabs were delivered in a single motion, and the head had also been struck, indicating that the murder was a sudden event, rather than the assailant first controlling Su Tianding, recording him, and then killing him. Yan Liang contemplated this. To obtain Su Tianding's voice, it must have been recorded beforehand. Since Su Tianding is deceased, does his phone contain a recording of the conversation about having lunch together tomorrow? Oh, we have not checked that. Yan Liang inquired, where is his phone now? The physical evidence is still at our precinct, came the reply. Please arrange for someone to meticulously examine his phone for that recording. Is that feasible? Of course. That is not an issue, Lin Shi said, pressing his lips together before adding, however, I feel that your approach this time has some procedural discrepancies and diverges from your previous investigative direction. What do you mean? Lin Shi cleared his throat, and candidly stated. In terms of police procedural steps, we should first verify facts and then identify suspects. Yet this time, you have identified suspects before seeking evidence of their crimes. Clearing my throat, I must express a somewhat imprecise observation. In certain underdeveloped regions, law enforcement officers, in their pursuit of case resolution rates, tend to hastily identify suspects following a homicide and subsequently extract confessions, all the while desperately seeking evidence to substantiate their allegations. Such a practice has led to numerous wrongful convictions. Most miscarriages of justice arise from this very approach, and recently, the provincial department has exonerated several such cases and addressed the accountability of individuals involved. I fear that employing a preconceived notion to investigate, as you mentioned in your lectures, is rather inappropriate. You have previously articulated that in casework, it is paramount to avoid subjective biases and preconceived suspicions regarding potential suspects, as this often leads to erroneous conclusions. You liken the investigative process to solving an equation, advocating for a methodical and objective inquiry devoid of personal prejudices. By meticulously examining the evidence and applying established formulas, one can naturally arrive at the truth. Yan Liang nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, I have espoused this viewpoint and have consistently endorsed it. I have stated that casework resembles solving equations. Most cases can be approached with established methodologies, akin to applying formulas, allowing the evidence to lead to the solution. However, this holds true predominantly for the majority of cases, which are akin to middle or high school equations with fixed solutions that can be systematically solved. Yet, in instances of great complexity, akin to higher-order equations in mathematics, solutions may be elusive. The only recourse is to make an educated guess of the unknown variables, substitute these guesses, and verify their accuracy. This case resembles a typical system of equations with no conventional solutions. It necessitates an initial assumption followed by validation." Lin Chi fell silent for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Fortunately, my solid foundation in mathematics allows me to grasp your perspective. Very well. I shall have someone investigate promptly and provide you with an answer." As evening descended, Luo Wen strolled along the riverside walkway, a satchel slung across his shoulder and a small dog on a leash. Each time the dog passed a tree, it would pause to sniff before persistently marking its territory. Luo Wen patiently guided it along, his thoughts drifting back to 8 years prior. "Daddy, when will the puppy grow up?" his daughter inquired, tugging at the leash to bring the reluctant puppy before him. Perhaps in a year or two," he replied absent-mindedly while packing his travel bag, his mind elsewhere. "Why does it take so long?" At that moment, his wife inserted neatly folded shirts into his bag, leaning down to place a comforting hand on their daughter's shoulder. Smiling as she reassured, "Your father is being silly. The puppy will grow up in just a few months." "Only a few months?" Luo Wen moved to his desk, pulling open a drawer to organize a collection of documents. His wife teased him, "Dogs mature in a year. You should know that, especially as a medical professional." "Is that so?" Luo Wen picked up several documents and stuffed them into his travel bag, casually responding, "By the time I return home, it will have grown into a large dog." His wife pursed her lips, asking, "How long will this business trip last?" This time, having been commissioned by the Ministry of Public Security, he would attend several meetings in Beijing and then remain there temporarily to teach a few young forensic experts and evidence identification personnel. Approximately 1 to 2 months," he replied, rising to organize his files. "You are always so busy," his wife sighed with a hint of melancholy, meticulously checking the clothing in the travel bag to ensure he didn't forget anything. "There's no choice. It's the demands of work," he said. His wife frowned slightly. "You just got promoted to director this year and were recognized as an expert by the provincial office. I thought you would be overseeing others and wouldn't have to work as hard, yet it seems you are busier than ever. You hold several titles at the Bureau now. You are both the forensic supervisor and the director of the Evidence Identification Center. Who else manages both roles? Why not resign from one?" Luo Wen gathered a pile of documents and stuffed them into his travel bag, then zipped it up and sat at the bedside, smiling at his wife. "Which one should I resign from?" His wife understood he was joking but playfully responded, "Perhaps you should resign from the forensic position. The work at the Evidence Center can be done during the day, but with forensics, sometimes major cases arise, and they call you in the middle of the night." "But I originally studied medicine. This is my primary role," he replied. "Then resign from the director of the Evidence Center," she suggested. Luo Wen chuckled. "But I also hold a doctorate in evidence identification and a senior expert title in micromeasurement technology. There are very few in this field domestically, much rarer than forensic titles. His wife playfully nudged him. All right, I know you take pride in it. And I'm sure you're constantly thinking, I possess dual doctorates in forensic science and evidence identification. Luo Wen lowered his head, picking up their daughter and kissing her forehead, asking, Is Daddy impressive? The daughter stubbornly shook her head. Not impressive. Mommy is more impressive. I want the puppy to grow up quickly. All right. By the time Daddy returns this time, the puppy will have grown, he assured her. You have to buy treats for the puppy. No problem, I'll buy treats. Do you want snacks too? Luo Wen asked, holding his daughter's shoulder. Yes, I want juice right now. That's not something Daddy can decide, he replied, turning his daughter to face his wife. No juice. It's almost bedtime, and you'll wet the bed if you drink now, she said seriously. The daughter immediately ran to her mother, employing all her charms, while Luo Wen watched his wife and daughter, a smile gracing his face. That smile soon transitioned to Luo Wen's face 8 years later. Luo Wen, what a coincidence to see you again today. A familiar voice interrupted his warm reverie. The smile on Luo Wen's face gradually faded as his thoughts returned to the present, shifting his gaze from the puppy to the smiling figure before him, Yan Liang. Teacher Yan, what a surprise to meet you again. Luo Wen forced a smile and stepped forward. What brings you here again? Visiting other teachers? No, Yan Liang replied. Today I am investigating a case and just happened to pass by. Investigating a case? A hint of surprise crossed Luo Wen's face. Yan Liang chuckled, indeed. I've decided to involve myself in Zhao Tianmin's case and assist in the investigation. So you've returned to the police force? No, I remain a university professor. Now, and for the foreseeable future. What prompted this sudden shift in your attitude towards the police? Perhaps it is because of you, Yan Liang said, gazing intently at him. In that instant, Luo Wen's pupils constricted slightly, a weight settling in his heart, yet his expression remained unchanged. Because of me? Yan Liang laughed heartily. Encountering you reminded me of your words, that any crime, regardless of the reason, is shameful. I find great resonance in that sentiment, which has altered some of my previous thoughts. Haha, Luo Wen chuckled awkwardly, since you have more free time as a teacher. It's quite commendable to contribute to society occasionally. Is that so? Yan Liang smiled. Do you share a similar sentiment? As for me, Luo Wen shook his head. I ceased to concern myself with such matters after resigning. Being an ordinary citizen is quite satisfactory. Well, that is fair enough, Yan Liang chuckled. By the way, do you know the girl from that noodle shop, Zhu Huiru? Luo Wen's mind raced, yet his face remained impassive. I've eaten their noodles numerous times, but I've hardly exchanged more than a few words with the owner. Have you discovered something? Zhu Huiru has significant criminal suspicion. Yan Liang continued to scrutinize him. Luo Wen maintained an air of calm composure. Really? I don't see it. She seems just like an ordinary girl. Could someone like her really commit a crime? Haha, I've never encountered such a case. Haha, it sounds improbable. I can't be certain either. I have matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you further. Until next time. Goodbye. As Yan Liang vanished from sight, Luo Wen's expression remained unperturbed. He continued to leisurely stroll, pulling along his small dog, heading slowly in the direction of home. At 9:30 p.m., Zhu Huiru received a delivery call from Luo Wen and hurriedly prepared to head to his residence. Earlier that day, a middle-aged man with glasses had come to the shop, asking a series of peculiar questions that left her feeling uneasy. She longed to share the situation with her uncle, but he had not shown up all day. He had previously mentioned that once matters settled, they would no longer be acquainted and should minimize their contact. She pondered when she might see him again. Just as Zhu Huiru reached the entrance of the complex where her uncle lived, a cold voice suddenly pierced the air beside her. Are you delivering takeout to my friend? Startled, she halted and turned towards the source of the voice, discovering the middle-aged man with glasses approaching her. She felt a surge of anxiety and deliberately glanced around, pretending not to notice Yan Liang, hastily resuming her steps. However, at that moment, Yan Liang had already approached her side, smiling as he inquired, Are you delivering takeout for my friend? Zhu Huiru's heart trembled. She pursed her lips and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Yan Liang returned her nod and then walked away. Zhu Huiru's heart raced violently, yet she resolutely maintained an air of normalcy as she continued her pace towards the residential complex. Upon reaching Luo Wen's home, she set down the takeout and immediately recounted the events from noon and just moments ago. As she finished speaking, tears streamed down her face. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I didn't react quickly enough. I shouldn't have admitted that I was delivering takeout for you. This could implicate you. Luo Wen waved his hand, saying, You handled it perfectly. If you had claimed it was someone else's order, He would have merely contacted the police to check the call log for the order, and they would have discovered it was me who made the call, leading to clear suspicions about you and me. Therefore, you did the right thing. Always remember my words. Aside from the statement regarding the incident that night, do not lie about anything else. Did I really do the right thing? I spoke the truth, which means he won't suspect me. Zhu Huiru was still in disbelief, quickly adding, but I feel like he is suspicious of me. Of course, he is suspicious of you, Luo stated firmly. When you encountered him at the entrance of the community, did you think it was a coincidence? It's impossible for it to be a coincidence at this hour. He was waiting for you. Perhaps he has been following you near your noodle shop, observing your every move throughout the day. Zhu Huiru felt a chill envelop her. Her eyes widening as she asked, who exactly is he? He claimed he wasn't a police officer and said he was your friend. He is indeed not a police officer, Luo paused before continuing. He is a university mathematics professor. However, he is more dangerous than any police officer, and he has become involved in the police investigation. He is not only suspicious of you, I believe he has begun to suspect me as well. I have analyzed the situation but cannot fathom what led him to suspect both you and me. Nevertheless, based on my understanding of him, he is not someone who investigates aimlessly or engages in fruitless endeavors. If he suspects us, it must be because he has identified a flaw in some aspect. What went wrong? Zhu Huiru asked anxiously. Why would he suspect me? I can't think of where I fell short. Luo smiled reassuringly, stating calmly, There's no need to be tense. It's not as dire as you imagine. His incoherent remarks were not an investigation, but merely a test. I can assure you that he does not possess any evidence that could threaten you. I concede that he is an astute individual, and his suspicions likely stem from mere fragments of our conversation. A fleeting remark that might pass unnoticed by the average person captures his meticulous attention, transforming within his mind into a wealth of information ripe for analysis. This is the habitual practice of one well-versed in mathematics. However, in the realm of police investigations, the emphasis lies on evidence. No matter how much suspicion or probing occurs, the absence of tangible proof renders all efforts futile. Rest assured, even if his conjectures happen to be accurate, he will uncover not a shred of substantial evidence, not even the slightest hint. Is this truly the case? Zhu Huiru pondered with a mixture of belief and skepticism. Indeed, I have previously informed you that this is a crime devoid of witnesses or physical evidence, leaving the police with no concrete proof to pursue. As long as you steadfastly adhere to my directives, the absence of witnesses, material evidence, and confessions, the three essential elements of a crime, will leave the police with nothing to act upon. Luo gazed at her with confidence and seriousness. Zhu Huiru contemplated for a moment before widening her eyes and saying, But you left that fingerprint. Luo pursed his lips. He could not reveal the truth about the fingerprint, as it bore no relevance to Zhu Huiru's situation. Instead, he simply stated, Do not concern yourselves with the fingerprint matter. Everything is as per my plan. As she looked into Luo's resolute gaze, Zhu Huiru's initial fear gradually dissipated. She began to perceive him as a person entirely worthy of trust. She nodded obediently and inquired, What should we do next? Everything should proceed as before. Aside from the testimony regarding the incident, do not fabricate any details. After a few days of investigation, when he finds no evidence to support his suspicions, he will naturally abandon them just like the previous officers. Of course, should his doubts persist despite his inability to uncover any evidence, he may summon you to the police station for further questioning. At that point, the same strategy applies, regardless of what he says. Even if he accurately recounts the events of the crime, do not be swayed, for all of it is mere conjecture on his part, lacking any evidentiary foundation. What has Yan Liang been up to all day? Early in the morning, in the office, Zhao Taiman sipped his coffee while observing Yang Xuejuan. Teacher Yin visited that noodle shop yesterday afternoon, enjoying a meal. My subordinate noticed him conversing with a girl named Zhu Huiru for a while. Later, he went to the precinct and then returned to the school for his classes. After his lectures, he had an early dinner at the school before strolling near the riverside. The scene of the incident, where he likely encountered a friend, as Yang Xuejuan displayed a photograph on his digital camera. Luo. Zhao Taiman squinted slightly at the figure in the photo. In the image, Luo carried a shoulder bag and held onto a dog. Is that him? Yang Xuejuan, although familiar with Luo, had never met him. Yes, he was previously the province's finest forensic expert and the foremost authority on material evidence, his name being among the drafters of the police evidence collection standards. Zhao Taiman glanced at the photo once more and remarked, Was Luo walking the dog? Indeed. When we spotted him, he was indeed walking his dog. Oh, Zhao Taiman nodded. How long did they converse? Not for long. It appeared to be merely a brief greeting encountered along the way. However, after teacher Yin bid farewell to Luo Wenda, he did not leave. Zhao Taiman furrowed his brow slightly, pondering, what is he doing? Observing him, it appeared that he too was engaged in surveillance. Zhao Tiamin's eyes suddenly brightened. Is he tailing Luo Wen? Yang Xuejuan shook his head. No, after he got into his car. He drove it across the street to the noodle shop and has been watching it intently. Each time the girl named Zhu Huira went out to deliver, he would hurriedly exit his vehicle and quietly follow her, repeating this numerous times. The last instance was close to 10 p.m. when Zhu Huiru approached the entrance of a residential complex. This time, instead of merely observing from behind, he walked directly up to her, spoke a few words, and then left, driving home afterward. Zhao Tiamin's gaze remained fixed on the case file before him as he silently contemplated for a moment. He then picked up the file and turned to the section concerning Zhu Huiru and Guoyu, meticulously reading it from beginning to end. He pursed his lips, remarking, strange. Based on Yan Liang's actions, he must be investigating Zhu Huiru, right? Indeed, it must be so. Teacher Yan followed her for an entire night, consistently tracking her deliveries without missing a single trip. However, from the investigation records in the file, Zhu Huiru cannot possibly be the culprit. The evidence is exceedingly solid. Yang Xuejuan concurred. After returning last night, I also reviewed the file, and it is clear that Zhu Huiru is definitely unrelated to the case. Could it be that Teacher Yan did not review the entire file? Impossible. Zhao Taiman shook his head. He is meticulous and prudent. Since he is involved in the investigation, he must have memorized every detail of the entire file. Moreover, he is rather lazy. Lazy? Yang Xuejuan exclaimed, astonished. Zhao Taiman chuckled. Yes, he is quite lazy. He often says that he prefers to clarify the direction of the investigation before proceeding, as he does not wish to waste time on fruitless efforts. He enjoys using his intellect rather than engaging in physical labor. When he was a police officer, he never participated in stakeouts, surveillance, or arrests. Yet, his recent actions perplex me further. It is evident that Zhu Huiru cannot be the murderer, so why expend such effort tailing her for an entire night? Shouldn't we simply ask him directly? Zhao Taiman cast him a sidelong glance. Forcing him to disclose matters he is reluctant to share is futile. Last time he mentioned that he would inform me only after he had clarified everything. Otherwise, why would I arrange for someone to follow him? Yang Xuejuan appeared at a loss. What should we do then? Zhao Taiman set aside the file and clapped his hands. Never mind. Continue to assign someone to monitor his movements. As for everything else, solving the case cannot rely solely on him. If I place all my hopes on him, what is the point of conducting an investigation? We must expedite our work on fingerprint analysis. The murderer sent a threatening letter to the Zhang family. Although they currently have police protection, this is not a sustainable solution. We must swiftly identify the perpetrator to eliminate any future threats. How many individuals have we examined for fingerprints in the past few days? As of yesterday, over 53,000 fingerprints had been collected and meticulously compared. Yet the perpetrator remains elusive. The pace of progress is commendable, yet there lingers a fear that the culprit might once again evade capture. Zhao Taiman pursed his lips, expressing a semblance of reassurance. This time, according to your plan, we have thoroughly examined the entire area of West City where previous crimes occurred, as well as adjacent districts. Comparing the fingerprints of all adult males on a community basis, every individual who was not at home during the fingerprint collection has been duly recorded for follow-up, ensuring that no residence is overlooked. In recent days, nearly all patrolling officers and auxiliary police have been mobilized, their diligence surpassing that of a population census. Additionally, over 200 seasoned detectives are dedicated specifically to the fingerprint comparison task. I am confident that this time, the perpetrator cannot escape. However, with the transient population being so considerable, there is concern that the assailant may have observed the police conducting door-to-door fingerprint collections and fled in advance. Alternatively, the assailant might be sharing a rental with others, fabricating a reason for their cohabitant to assert that he alone resides there. Our inquiries are limited to verbal questioning regarding the number of adult males in each household, leaving us unable to conduct thorough searches. Yang Xuejuan lowered his head in resignation. Such circumstances are beyond our control. Zhao Taiman sighed. Very well. Let us continue this investigation and expedite the comparison of all potential subjects. Lin Shi activated the media player on his computer, which emitted a voice. Let us have lunch together tomorrow. Yan Liang, seated across from the desk, displayed a hint of a smile. Indeed, it is as I suspected. Lin Shi remarked, Teacher Yin, you are truly remarkable. You have indeed uncovered Su Tianding's words within his phone. This statement was not directly stored in the audio files of the device, but rather found within WeChat. On the day of the incident, Su Tianding had been conversing with a female acquaintance on WeChat, and this phrase was one of their exchanges. Yan Liang responded, This substantiates my hypothesis. Following Su Tianding's demise, someone accessed his phone and retrieved this statement from WeChat, subsequently playing it back and recording it with their own device. At precisely 10:50, they called Zhang Bing, playing this phrase, and the final utterance of awe was their own, given that it was merely an awe. Zhang Bing would naturally not suspect that it was not Su Tianding who issued it. The intention behind this action was to mislead the police regarding the time of the incident, establishing it at 10:50. In reality, the occurrence took place much earlier. What if Su Tianding's phone lacked this phrase? Yan Liang replied, Even if that were the case, there are other statements on WeChat that could be similarly recorded for a call to Zhang Bing. Even if Su Tianding's phone did not have WeChat installed, I believe the perpetrator would devise alternative methods to fabricate the time of the incident. Lin Shi remained puzzled. What motive drives the assailant to act in such a manner? The perpetrator is acutely aware that upon the police discovering the body the following day, their estimation of the time of death can only yield a broad range, not precise to the minute. Within that general time frame, and considering the police's discovery of Guayu and Zhu Huiru having spent time with the deceased, it is only natural that they would be classified as primary suspects in the investigation. Only by pinpointing the time of death to the precise minute through that phone call could the police be convinced that Su Tianding had succumbed at 10:50, subsequent to Guayu and Zhu Huiru's departure, thus fabricating an alibi for both. However, Guayu and Zhu Huiru possess other forms of evidence. Yan Liang nodded and remarked, Let us proceed to dismantle their claims of innocence one by one. Firstly, aside from Guayu and Zhu Huiru, there exists a third individual's involvement, whose assistance is pivotal to the case, enabling Zhu Huiru and Guayu to construct a series of alibis. Beyond the time of death, you mentioned two additional alibis for Guayu and Zhu Huiru. The first is that after Su Tianding's demise, the assailant lingered at the scene for an extended period, meticulously slicing the body, while Zhu Huiru and Guayu had already returned home, with Guayu making a trip to the convenience store to procure bandages and medication for Zhu Huiru. The explanation for this alibi is that the individual remaining at the scene to perform the gruesome act was neither Zhu Huiru nor Guayu, but rather that third person. Secondly, remnants of fried rice were found in Su Tianding's stomach and esophagus, seemingly corroborating that he met his end during the consumption of fried rice after their departure, as it would be peculiar for Su Tianding to eat fried rice alone while Zhu Huiru was still present. However, I noted a detail in the autopsy report that Su Tianding had overeaten. That evening, he had indulged in a considerable amount of barbecue and consumed substantial quantities of beer, leaving him already quite full. Why then would he choose to eat fried rice? In this summer heat, one does not easily feel hungry. What could account for this? Lin Shi furrowed his brow. Regarding this matter, I consulted with forensic expert Chen from the Municipal Bureau, and he deemed my hypothesis plausible. Su Tianding had not eaten fried rice prior to his death. Rather, it was after his demise that someone forcefully stuffed fried rice into his mouth. Such an act is exceedingly grotesque, far beyond the psychological threshold of an average person. To forcibly cram half a bowl of rice into a corpse's mouth, using fingers to push it down the throat, followed by a slender stick to prod it into the stomach, akin to the method employed during a gastroscopy. Lin Shi clenched his teeth, a wave of nausea coursing through him, feeling his stomach churn. Yan Liang continued, This is why the autopsy revealed not only fried rice in Su Tianding's stomach, but also remnants lodged in his esophagus, unconsumed. Initially, the forensic team speculated it might have been the result of vomiting. However, one must consider, he was not a fool. Why would he overindulge on fried rice? Thus, it follows that the rice was forcibly inserted after his death. Lin Shi pondered, What you say indeed elucidates several pieces of evidence undermining the alibi. Yet there are other claims of innocence as well. Yan Liang produced a notebook, casting a glance, and stated, The second point, you assert that the assailant spent tens of thousands to sabotage the scene, yet Guiyu and Zhu Huiru lack such funds and cleverness. You are correct. For this was not their doing. It was the third person who executed this. That individual is not only affluent but also exceptionally astute. A sum of tens of thousands poses no challenge to them. The third point is that the fruit knife in their shop is new. This is because it was given to them by a third party after the incident. The fourth point is that their testimonies are flawless, as they were taught by that intelligent and meticulous individual. The fifth point is that when Zhang Bing's family received the threatening letter, Zhu Huiru and her brother, along with Guo Yu, had alibis. This is because the threatening letter was also delivered by the third party. The sixth point is that the fingerprints discovered in Su Tianding's case match those from the series of murders, while the fingerprints of Zhu Huiru and Guo Yu do not correspond to those of the perpetrator. This is because those fingerprints indeed belong to the third individual, who is the true murderer behind the series of crimes. Therefore, once the involvement of that third party in the crime is acknowledged, all the exonerating evidence for Zhu Huiru and Guo Yu can be rendered invalid. Lin Shi sat in his seat, appearing somewhat bewildered after Yan Liang's analysis. It seemed that all of Zhu Huiru and Guo Yu's exonerating evidence had collapsed in an instant. However, after contemplating for a moment, he sensed something amiss. Mr. Yan, I personally feel that all of this seems to be mere speculation on your part. Yan Liang reclined calmly in his chair and replied, indeed, to be precise, it is a hypothesis. Everything I've stated is hypothetical, as I currently lack any tangible evidence to support my assumptions. I find it hard to comprehend why the case involving Su Tianding necessitates the collaboration of three individuals, rather than suggesting that the third party committed the murder after Guo Yu and Zhu Huiru had departed. Why are you so convinced that Guo Yu and Zhu Huiru are connected to Su Tianding's death? It is not merely a connection. The ones who killed Su Tianding were indeed Guo Yu and Zhu Huiru. Yan Liang looked at him earnestly. Why? There are two reasons. First, the fruit knife. The wounds on Su Tianding perfectly align with the fruit knife from the noodle shop. The likelihood of a third party using an identical model to commit the murder is exceedingly low. Second, if it were indeed the third person who killed Su Tianding, then there would be no need for me to be sitting here, nor for you to be racking your brain in distress over how to solve this case. Lin Shi inquired, perplexed why. Yan Liang took a deep breath and pressed his lips together, stating, if that individual had committed the crime directly, he would have left no evidence whatsoever, making the case unsolvable. He glanced at Lin Shi, refraining from directly naming Luo 1, and instead explained, after that individual committed the series of murders, the special investigation team pursued him for 3 years without yielding any results. The crime scenes were meticulously cleaned. Su Tianding was not murdered by him. He merely handled the aftermath, concealing their actions. Because Zhu Huiru and Guo Yu left too many traces when killing Su Tianding, he was unable to completely eradicate the evidence, necessitating the use of money to bribe an intermediary to obscure the scene. If what you say is true, then that individual certainly took immense risks in covering for Guo Yu and Zhu Huiru. During my initial investigation into their interpersonal relationships, I failed to notice anyone among their close associates with such criminal capabilities. Yan Liang paused for a moment before saying, regarding the relationship between that individual and Zhu Huiru, I remain uncertain. Perhaps they are indeed not very familiar with each other. Would someone who is not well acquainted take such a substantial risk to assist in this matter? He shook his head slightly, a bitter smile gracing his lips. This is something I cannot fathom either. What perplexes me further is why, after Guo Yu and Zhu Huiru committed the act, that person happened to be nearby. Lin Shi inquired, Teacher Yan, what do you wish to do now? Although your hypothesis can elucidate all the questions, there is no evidence to substantiate that what you propose reflects the reality of the situation. We cannot prove that Zhu Huiru and Guo Yu were the perpetrators, nor can we demonstrate the involvement of a third party as you suggest. Yan Liang conceded. You are absolutely correct. The set of answers I provided represents one solution to the equation, yet it cannot currently be proven as the sole solution. Just as the square of 2 equals 4, both 2 and -2 are valid solutions. I cannot demonstrate that this equation possesses only one unique solution. Therefore, my hypothesis, in relation to the entire system of equations, serves merely as a sufficient condition, but it cannot yet be proven as a necessary condition. Lin Shi regarded him intently. How confident are you in your hypothesis? Very confident, Yan Liang replied with a smile, though from the perspective of the rigor required in our investigations. Others might perceive my conjectures as mere speculation, explanations for the sake of explanation. Lin Shi suggested, since you are so confident, I will immediately find someone to bring Zhu Huiru and Guo Yu back for questioning. Yan Liang quickly interjected, no, that is absolutely out of the question. Why not? Did you not say that there is currently no way to prove anything? This case lacks both witnesses and physical evidence, leaving only testimonies. If we could compel the truth, It would not only lead to the apprehension of the third individual, but also unearth subsequent evidence for convictions. Bringing them back to the station for questioning should be a last resort, not something to be undertaken lightly, without any evidence indicating their guilt. The only justification for bringing them back would be to summon them for cooperation in the investigation. However, if they are summoned and choose not to confess, we would find ourselves in a most precarious situation, rendering any future inquiries impossible. This case lacks witnesses and physical evidence. We are left solely with the suspect's testimonies. A fact I am certain is as clear to that individual as it is to me, since he has instructed them on the narrative of the incident. He has undoubtedly also prepared them for police inquiries. Should Zhu Huiru and Guo Yu remain tight-lipped, we would be powerless against them. What do you propose we do then? Lin Qi asked. Yan Liang straightened his posture and declared, "We must monitor Zhu Huiru and Guo Yu's phone communications for 24 hours and oversee all information exchanged on their devices. However, I suspect that he will have considered this as well. His intellect is certainly on par with mine. Anything I can conceive, he has no reason not to anticipate. I cannot ascertain whether we might uncover any oversight on his part. If you are free, would you accompany me today to meet Zhu Huiru and Guo Yu? I am not a police officer and lack the authority to compel them to talk. I wish to test just how much that individual has imparted to the two of them." His gaze shifted towards the window, peering far into the distance. At 2 p.m., the heat was oppressive, the pavement warm enough to fry an egg, and the streets were nearly deserted, leading to a lull in business at the noodle shop. Zhu Fulai, shirtless, reclined on a folding chair behind a cash register, dozing in front of the electric fan. Zhu Huiru leaned in another rattan chair, idly fiddling with her phone to pass the tedious afternoon hours. At that moment, Yan Liang and Lin Qi, clad in short-sleeved police uniforms, entered the noodle shop. Unnoticed by Zhu Huiru, Lin Qi glanced at Zhu Huiru, engrossed in her phone, cleared his throat, and remarked, "Ah, Ms. Zhu, I must disturb you once again." Zhu Huiru lifted her head, frowning slightly upon seeing them. Zhu Fulai awoke from his slumber, and upon spotting the police, hastily approached, scrutinizing the two men. "Officers, is there something else we can assist you with?" he inquired. Lin Qi replied, "This is regarding the previous case. We need to ask Ms. Zhu a few more questions." Zhu Fulai responded, "Hasn't my sister already told you everything she knows? What more is there to inquire?" Lin Qi was preparing to concoct a convenient excuse to dismiss Zhu Fulai, intending to draw Zhu Huiru out as planned. Yan Liang sneered and interjected, "Perhaps not everything has been thoroughly addressed?" Zhu Fulai's expression shifted, while Zhu Huiru maintained a calm facade, declaring, "I have already recounted everything I know to you numerous times." "Well, your previous statements were quite thorough," Yan Liang smiled, "but this time we need to clarify some ambiguous points." Lin Qi, unwilling to accept a refusal, quickly added, "Assisting the police in their investigation is a civic duty. We kindly ask for your cooperation. We specifically chose this time as your shop is quite empty, allowing Ms. Zhu some availability. Given the sweltering heat, it is arduous for us to be out in this weather. Please consider our work and accompany us for a brief discussion." Zhu Fulai's expression changed drastically. "Where are we going?" Lin Qi, fixing his gaze on Zhu Fulai, addressed Zhu Huiru, "I found a nearby CAF. We can go there to enjoy the air conditioning and chat for a while." Concern etched on Zhu Fulai's face. He implored, "Must we go outside? Could we not stay here instead? I can turn on the air conditioning." He hastily grabbed the remote and activated the wall unit. Lin Qi, still focused on Zhu Fulai's actions, replied, "No need for that. We've also invited your friend, Guo Yu, to join us." Zhu Fulai wished to say more, but Zhu Huiru readily acquiesced. "All right, it's not like I have anything else to do this afternoon. I'll just go enjoy some coffee with the police uncles." She sprang up, stuffing her phone into her pocket, and led the way out. Lin Qi, astonished by her nonchalant demeanor, noted the absence of fear or tension. Yan Liang chuckled, pulling Lin Qi along, signaling that it was time to proceed. The three arrived at the CAF, where Lin Qi had already secured a table. Once seated, Zhu Huiru inquired, "Do you have any further questions?" Yan Liang replied, "No rush. Let's wait for Guo Yu to join us." "All right," Zhu Huiru said, pulling out her phone and engrossing herself in it. Lin Qi glanced at her, then at Yan Liang, who wore a subtle smile while observing Zhu Huiru. Consequently, Lin Qi fell silent. Before long, Guo Yu arrived, beads of fresh sweat glistening on his forehead. Upon seeing the two, he suddenly noticed Zhu Huiru seated across from them, his gaze flickering momentarily before he composed himself, nodding toward them. "I'm here." "Oh, Huiru, you're here too?" "Yes. The officer has some questions for me, she replied. Lin Shi extended a hand. Please, have a seat. I sincerely apologize for pulling you out of work on such a hot day. Oh, it's fine. I took a half day off, Guoyu said, wiping his hands on his trousers before joining Zhu Huiru on the same side of the table. Would you like something to drink or eat? Feel free to order, Lin Shi offered, handing over the menu. Thank you. I'll just have a drink, Guoyu replied. Soon, the waiter brought in coffee, juice, and snacks. Guoyu sipped his drink delicately, while Zhu Huiru appeared quite at ease, enjoying her snacks and coffee. Yan Liang smiled and addressed the two. I apologize for the intrusion. We have reviewed your previous descriptions regarding the case, and we appreciate your cooperation with the police. This time, I have a specific question. On the night of the incident, did you happen to see a man carrying a shoulder bag by the riverside? Guoyu remained silent, his head lowered as he sipped his drink. Zhu Huiru, puffing her cheeks slightly in thought, replied, A man with a shoulder bag? I didn't notice anyone, and given how much time has passed, even if I had seen him, I wouldn't remember. What about you, Guoyu? I don't have any impression either, he said. Guoyu possessed an inherently honest demeanor. Even when lying, he exuded an air of sincerity. Luo Wen had informed him that his face was such that he needn't adopt a more convincing expression when untruthful. His neutral countenance was the most genuine effect. Yan Liang chuckled softly and said, Perhaps describing this individual will jog your memories. He is in his 40s, nearing 50, with short hair and a shoulder bag. This man carries a shoulder bag almost every day, appears affluent, drives an excellent off-road vehicle, a luxury Audi, and resides in an upscale community, though his home is rather sparsely decorated. He lives alone, with a photograph of a family of 3 hanging on his wall. Would you like me to describe him further? Zhu Huiru and Guoyu had been repeatedly cautioned by their middle-aged acquaintance to deny any acknowledgement of the facts, even if the police revealed the truth. For it was merely conjecture on the part of law enforcement, lacking any concrete evidence. Despite the case being fresh, they had both experienced moments of tension when the police first approached them for inquiries. However, this was due to their lack of unwavering confidence in the middle-aged man's promise to conceal their past. Yet, as time has elapsed, the police have never managed to secure any substantial evidence against them, and they have come to place complete trust in the man's capabilities. After several confrontations with the police, their resilience has notably strengthened. They have grown accustomed to facing inquiries with composure. Thus, despite Yan Liang articulating every detail about the man's characteristics, both of them remained profoundly shocked, concerned for the man and for themselves, though none of this was revealed in their expressions. However, when Lin Shi heard Yan Liang describe a third individual, his eyes widened in disbelief. He was only aware of the records indicating that the deranged individual apprehended had mentioned seeing a man with a messenger bag. But how did Yan Liang know that this person carried a messenger bag on the night Su Tianding was murdered? How did he ascertain that the man was in his 40s? How did he know the man drove an expensive car and resided in a well-furnished home? Even being aware of the interior decor? In that moment, Lin Shi felt an urgent desire to pull Yan Liang aside and clarify these details at once. Zhu Huiru's face reflected confusion. Who are you talking about? Yan Liang refrained from answering directly and continued. I believe that Su Tianding's death is more likely a tragic accident. Both individuals are fundamentally kind-hearted, simple, ordinary people, much like most others. Even when faced with life's disappointments, humiliation, or indignities, they typically choose to endure rather than contemplate murder. However, if the incident was indeed a tragic accident, yet they chose to lie to evade the consequences, the entire nature of the situation would shift dramatically. If they repent in time, even if they face greater penalties than at the outset, it is still preferable to the irreparable consequences of continued deception. Would you not agree? Zhu Huiru's eyes narrowed with scrutiny as she fixed her gaze on Yan Liang, asking, What do you mean by that? Guoyu coughed gently, also looking at him and softly saying, Officer, are you implying that you suspect us? Yan Liang scoffed. Perhaps the man with the messenger bag appears virtuous in the eyes of some, but that is only because they are oblivious to the crimes he has committed. This is not his first offense. Have you taken note of the serial murders in the Western city reported in the news? The perpetrator kills and then places a cigarette in the victim's mouth, leaving behind a note inviting capture. I can assure you, the individual with the messenger bag is the murderer behind those crimes, having claimed at least 5 lives. He is a perilous character. Concealing information for a brutal killer responsible for 5 deaths is a risk with dire implications. I would not speak so boldly if I did not possess sufficient evidence. His gaze sharpened as he glanced at both individuals, and he lightly tapped the table, the sound resonating deeply within each person's heart. Guo Yu lifted his drink, took a sip, and remarked, "I do not quite grasp your meaning." Zhu Hui, similarly taking a sip from her beverage, coldly retorted, "I too find myself at a loss. I cannot comprehend what you are saying." Yan Liang, feeling somewhat awkward, stood there in silence for a moment before finally managing a faint smile. "Very well. Since you have not encountered the individual with the crossbody bag, let us conclude our discussion for today. I sincerely apologize for the intrusion." Zhu Hui, somewhat taken aback, inquired, "Are we free to leave?" Yan Liang nodded. "Yes, you may go." "Oh, then that's fine," Zhu Hui said, rising briefly before sitting back down. "This coffee is quite delightful. I shall finish this cup. By the way, are we covering the bill today?" Lin Qi interjected. "Naturally, I shall take care of it," he replied. Zhu Hui hesitated, glancing at the table. Why are neither of you partaking in the snacks you ordered?" Yan Liang chuckled softly. "The weather is too hot. I lack an appetite and cannot eat much." "Well, that is splendid. I mean, I can eat, if you do not wish to. I shall take them away as they are quite delicious." Of course, Lin Qi said, staring at her in astonishment, as if encountering an extraterrestrial. After years of policing and questioning countless individuals, this was the first time he had seen a subject request to take away the snacks ordered by the police. Once the two had departed, Lin Qi snapped back to reality from his earlier surprise, saying, "Neither of them appears suspicious at all. Their performance today merits a perfect score." Yan Liang pursed his lips, stating, "That is due to the excellent instruction they received. I have learned their coping strategies today. Observe how candidly I have spoken. Yet they remain unfazed. If we were to hastily bring them back to the station for questioning, what could we possibly uncover? They have successfully navigated this hurdle, and any future probing inquiries will likely prove futile. However, I genuinely believe they are innocent," Lin Qi countered. "If anyone raises suspicion, it is Zhu Fulai. He seems perpetually burdened, appearing anxious upon our arrival. He is unrelated to the case. He cannot be involved," Yan Liang asserted firmly. "Why is that?" Zhu Hui and Guo Yu exhibit such calmness, while Zhu Fulai seems to display signs of guilt, Lin Qi pressed. Yan Liang replied, "Do you recall your inquiry at the noodle shop regarding the fruit knife?" Zhu Fulai claimed he had never seen it. Yet it was Zhu Hui who directly retrieved it and showed it to you. Their behaviors are clearly inconsistent, and their information has not been properly communicated. Zhu Hui evidently aims to use the new fruit knife to assert her innocence. As for Zhu Fulai, I suspect he may feel a certain intuition. Yet his attempt to obscure the issue regarding the fruit knife is decidedly unwise and unrelated to the case. Lin Qi regarded him seriously, saying, "You described the characteristics of the murderer with such clarity. It is as though you have encountered the culprit or even visited their home." Yan Liang smiled. "I am merely speculating." Lin Qi inquired, "What leads you to speculate that the murderer is in their 40s, possesses a luxury car, resides in an upscale community, has a simply decorated home, and has photographs hanging on the walls?" Yan Liang replied, "It is merely my conjecture, intended to apply psychological pressure on Guo Yu and Zhu Huiru. As I mentioned, everything is currently a hypothesis. Once I gather sufficient evidence, I will elucidate everything to you." Lin Qi furrowed his brow, torn between belief and skepticism. As evening approached around 6 o'clock, although the sun had set, the sky remained brightly illuminated. Luo 1, with a shoulder bag slung casually and hands clasped behind his back, ambled along the riverbank, slightly hunched. He had been observing the police's activities over the past few days. He had learned from the locals that officers from various districts in the western city had been collecting fingerprints door to door. This operation was extensive, reportedly involving more personnel than ever before, meticulously gathering samples from every household without omission. Yet, the pace seemed slower than he had anticipated, at least. The police had yet to visit his own community. This was hardly surprising, given the population of several 100,000 in the entire western city, a daunting scale. The police not only needed to collect fingerprints, but also had to analyze each one afterward, an undertaking of unimaginable magnitude. During the census, the government dispatched various personnel from within the districts, enabling the completion of the population count in just a few days. However, the collection of fingerprints clearly required trained officers, as ordinary staff could not perform this task, and the number of police officers was relatively limited. Luo Wen raised his gaze to the distance and muttered to himself, expressionless. If one is determined to evade the collection of fingerprints, it is not a difficult feat. He pursed his lips and continued onward. Today, Yan Liang had arranged to meet him at the riverside park, It seemed this individual was relentless in his pursuit. Nevertheless, Luo Wen felt no anxiety. He was acutely aware that all the cards were in his possession, while Yan Liang held none. Even if Yan Liang managed to guess a few of his cards correctly, he would still be unable to predict what Luo Wen's next move would be. This was a surefire game, and no matter how much effort Yan Liang exerted, it would ultimately prove futile. Yet, a thought flickered in his mind. Even if Yan Liang could not defeat him, did it necessarily mean that he would emerge as the ultimate victor in this gamble? He sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile. Perhaps this wager had been an internal struggle all along, a game played against himself. What would the conclusion be? Even the architect of this scheme could not foresee. He continued at his habitual leisurely pace. A young woman, presumably just off work, passed by him, adorned with a platinum necklace featuring an oval sapphire pendant. He abruptly halted, momentarily stunned, as his thoughts were transported back 8 years. It was one evening during his final week in Beijing. He could not recall the exact date, for at that time, he had no inkling that it would be his last conversation with his wife. Yet, when had been the last time he spoke with his daughter? And what words had they exchanged? He could not remember it all. "Have you had your meal?" he inquired, picking up the phone and dialing home. It was already 9 o'clock, so of course, they had eaten. "You just finished your meal, haven't you?" his wife remarked. "Yes, I just did," Luo Wen replied with a smile. "If you weren't done eating and had nothing to do, you wouldn't remember to call home," his wife complained. Luo Wen smiled. "There are many matters to attend to. It's unavoidable." "That's no excuse," his wife countered, exposing his falsehood. "In the past 2 months, how many times have you called home? You can't possibly be this busy every day. Haven't you thought of us?" Luo Wen quickly apologized. "All right, I will pay more attention. I promise to improve." His wife scoffed. "You are always so eager to admit your faults." "That's only proper. One should humbly accept constructive criticism," he replied. "Humph. Let me tell you, our daughter is sick." "What illness does she have?" "She has a cold and a fever." "Have you taken her to the hospital?" "She started running a fever in the evening. After taking some antipyretics, she feels better. Tomorrow, I will take a leave of absence to take her to the hospital." "Oh, that's good." Luo Wen reflected for a moment and advised, "It's best to prescribe some medication, but avoid antibiotics. Prolonged use can harm her immune system." Before he could finish, his wife interrupted. "I know, you're so verbose. You've been spouting these theories since our child was born." Luo Wen chuckled awkwardly. "At my age. As I steadily approach middle age, I tend to be more talkative. Please bear with me." His wife scoffed again. "By the way, when will you be coming back?" "When you first left, the child often asked about you. But recently, she hasn't mentioned you at all." Hearing this, a faint bitterness arose in Luo Wen's heart. He pursed his lips and said, "Next week, though I haven't decided on the exact day yet. I will call you then. Please talk more about me to the child so she doesn't forget her father. If you don't return soon, she truly might forget you. The puppy has grown quite a bit in these 2 months. It might not even recognize you. If you come home alone, be careful not to get bitten." "Oh, I understand. Haha." Luo Wen thought of the warmth that filled him at the prospect of returning home. "So, have you bought the gifts for the child yet?" he asked apologetically. "Not yet," he admitted. I will go out this weekend. By the way, where's a good place to shop in Beijing?" "Wangfujing." "I've never been to Beijing. How would I know?" "You've been in Beijing for 2 months. Haven't you gone out at all?" "When I first arrived, we all went to the Great Wall together. But since then, I've been staying in the hotel and haven't gone out to shop." His wife, well aware of Luo Wen's nature, knew she could never rely on him for shopping, so she said, "Then just go to Wangfujing." "What are you planning to buy for the child?" "You mentioned before leaving that you wanted to buy snacks for both the child and the puppy. Aside from snacks, pick out a few toys as well. Do you want a gift?" His wife knew Luo Wen was utterly clueless in this regard. Did she really need to ask? Certainly. She would not sulk and refuse, for she was acutely aware that if she uttered the word no, Luo Wen would take her seriously. Believing that she truly did not need it and would not purchase it at all, with determination, she declared, "Yes, buy me a necklace." "Very well. I shall go and take a look." That weekend, Luo Wen ventured alone to Wangfujing, meticulously adhering to his wife's instructions. He procured snacks for the child and the dog, selected a few dolls, and ultimately purchased a necklace, an exquisite platinum piece adorned with sapphires, remarkably akin to the one the young lady wore around her neck. However, by the following Wednesday evening, he found himself unable to reach home by telephone. His wife's mobile phone also indicated that it was switched off. He presumed that she had taken their daughter out for a day of fun, her phone perhaps out of battery, and paid little mind to it. It was not until the next day, upon his return to the city, that he still could not connect with home, and his wife's phone remained off. At that moment, a sense of unease began to creep in. Upon unlocking the door, he was met with an unsettling sight. His home was devoid of life. Not even their dog was present. In that instant, his professional instinct screamed that something was amiss. Luo Wen sighed, drawing his thoughts back to the present. He pressed his lips together, steeling himself, and continued his walk toward the riverside park. From a distance, he spotted Yan Liang swaying on the same apparatus where Su Tianding had been that evening. Once again, a nagging doubt surfaced in his mind. Why did Yan Liang harbor suspicions about him? Since he sensed Yan Liang's growing mistrust, he had repeatedly questioned himself, meticulously reviewing the details following the crime, yet he could not identify any flaws. Perhaps it was merely a sixth sense that Yan Liang possessed? Yet, he was not one to rely on intuition alone in his investigations. Even if there was an instinct at play, was it not triggered by specific details? What could those be? He did not know. Fortunately, he was aware that Yan Liang's suspicions were likely unfounded, lacking concrete evidence. Otherwise, it would not merely be a matter of repeated probing. This place seems pleasant enough, doesn't it? Luo Wen approached and greeted him. Indeed, it is quite agreeable, Yan Liang replied, stretching lazily. He observed the parents pushing strollers or playing with their children nearby. The west of the city is very livable. But if one were to reside alone for an extended period, even in such a fine environment, it could become rather dull. You are not contemplating introducing me to a lady, are you? Haha, I am not quite that meddlesome, but should you desire, I am ever at your service. Your kindness is appreciated. Now, I presume you seek me out today regarding the case. How did you know? Yan Liang's eyes widened slightly, feigning surprise. Luo Wen replied, last night, I ordered takeout, and Zhu Huiru from the noodle shop mentioned that she encountered you while delivering. You spoke some peculiar words, which led me to believe you were investigating her. Here you stand today, near that area. He pointed towards the grove where the body was reportedly discovered. Oh, what did Zhu Huiru tell you? She mentioned that while at the entrance of the community, she ran into my friend, who inquired if I had ordered takeout, and indicated that you had sought her out several times to gather information. Yan Liang coughed softly and remarked, indeed, I harbor doubts regarding her and that Guoyu. Yesterday, I followed her, and this afternoon, I specifically consulted with a detective from the sub-bureau about the two of them. They maintain a tight-lipped demeanor, making it quite troublesome to extract any information. Luo Wen chuckled. You have always been meticulous. I trust that your suspicions are well-founded, as they certainly present numerous points of contention. Precisely, the inconsistencies are significant. They must be the culprits. Luo Wen pondered silently, contemplating that if the evidence was indeed so compelling, one could simply apprehend them. He smiled and said, in that case, why not bring them in for questioning? Is there anything I can assist you with? I am no longer a forensic expert, although I have not entirely forgotten my knowledge. I doubt I could measure up to the professionals in the Public Security Bureau. Furthermore, I lack any instruments. Such tasks rely heavily on equipment. I came to seek your validation on a particular matter, he said, his gaze piercing into Luo Wen's eyes as if attempting to see through him. Is there a method to make a deceased individual ingest half a bowl of fried rice? Moreover, to ensure that most of it enters the stomach? Has he disowned this? Luo Wen felt a slight jolt of surprise, yet maintained an impassive expression, feigning contemplation for a few seconds before replying. Of course, it can be done. You are familiar with the large yellow croaker, are you not? It is a specialty of your city, reputed to be quite expensive. Indeed, rather costly. Wild large yellow croakers can fetch over 1,000 yuan per pound. There was a time at my workplace, just before the new year, when the deputy director gifted me two. Upon bringing them home, my wife discovered that each had a lead weight inside its belly, weighing around 4 ounces. I was astounded. That must have been a case of the gift giver encountering unscrupulous merchants. But can this be done to a corpse? Certainly. Though it may be somewhat grotesque to do so to a deceased person. The human esophagus is relatively long. After forcing the food down the throat, one would need a slender rod to gently push it into the stomach, much like how a doctor inserts a gastroscope during an endoscopy. Furthermore, for a more realistic effect, while inserting the fried rice, one would need to manipulate the deceased's jaw to mimic the act of chewing. It would indeed be rather repulsive. In that case, the perpetrator must possess exceptional psychological resilience. Although Yan Liang laughed, his eyes gleamed with a sharp intensity. Perhaps so, Luo Wen replied with a faint smile. By the way, I have another question for you. You must have seen media reports regarding the serial murders, where the killer places a pack of Lihuan cigarettes in the mouth of each victim after the crime. What do you think the killer is trying to convey? Luo Wen replied with a calm smile. Perhaps the killer simply enjoys Lihuan cigarettes. Is that so? What if the killer does not smoke? Luo Wen shook his head. Then I would be at a loss. This should be your area of expertise. Even during my time at the Bureau, my role was merely to uncover information available at the crime scene. I am not adept at analyzing the significance behind that information. Yan Liang nodded and said, Well then, I must trouble you again today. I truly apologize. It is no trouble at all. Within the realm of my experience and capability, do not hesitate to ask for assistance. However, I must admit that I may not be as proficient as I once was. Is that so? Yet, I perceive that you still exhibit considerable professionalism. A novice forensic expert would likely struggle to arrive at the answer you just provided. Haha. After all, I have been in this field for several decades. All right then, I shall express my gratitude for today. Next time, I shall treat you to a meal. I look forward to it. After bidding farewell, Yan Liang turned and took a few steps forward, only to turn back and smile, saying, I truly appreciate your words. Any crime committed for any reason is indeed shameful. That statement is quite inspiring. Luo Wen nodded in acknowledgement. As he watched Yan Liang's retreating figure, an involuntary chill crept into Luo Wen's heart, accompanied by a sense of trepidation, not for himself, but pondering whether he would ever see his wife and daughter again in his lifetime. Part 7. The complete set that must be entered after Yang Xuejuan escorted Yan Liang into the office. Zhao Taiman waved him off and then closed the door. He personally poured a glass of water and placed it in front of Yan Liang, seating himself on one side of the sofa. Old Yan, after your inquiries these past few days, have you gleaned any results? Not yet. I will inform you once I have any findings. Yan Liang's response was straightforward. Over the past few days, the police across various districts in the western part of the city have been collecting fingerprints from adult males. And we have amassed over 100,000 samples, yet we have yet to identify the perpetrator. Do you believe it is necessary to continue this endeavor? Certainly, as the only direct lead we possess is the fingerprint evidence. Although the large-scale verification of fingerprints is arduous work, it remains our most straightforward approach. Will it be effective? If the murderer is determined to evade capture, it may not be a difficult task. Every investigation carries the possibility of being circumvented by the perpetrator. Should we abandon all efforts? Zhao Taiman, displeased, pursed his lips and began pacing, saying, regarding the killer placing a cigarette in the deceased's mouth after the murder, and why they deliberately used the victim's hand to inscribe the words local person on the ground. Do you have any explanations? I possess no explanations. Zhao Taiman frowned at him. Are these questions beyond your capacity to ponder? Yan Liang let out a cold laugh. Of course, I am not a deity. How could I possibly know? Zhao Taiman scoffed. I have always regarded you as quite formidable. These questions have stumped thousands within the task force. My intellect cannot rival that of so many. Thus, I certainly cannot provide the answers. Moreover, seeking an answer is not a matter of conjecture. It relies on reasoning from known information. Since the available information is limited, only the perpetrator possesses the answer. Could it be that the murderer is deliberately sowing confusion to misdirect our investigation? Yan Liang resolutely shook his head. No. There were originally no clues in this case. The murderer had no need to engage in such superfluous actions. Furthermore, given the perpetrator's capabilities, they would disdain such tactics. What could it possibly be? Zhao Taiman stroked his buzz cut. I do not know. Yan Liang spoke the truth. Zhao Taiman observed his expression, lit a cigarette, took a drag, and slowly said, I have heard that you have been investigating Zhu Huiru and Guoyu these past few days. Yan Liang did not deny it. Lin Shi informed you, did he not? Yes, I have heard that you firmly believe these two are the culprits. Could you elaborate on your reasoning? Yan Liang shrugged. I'm afraid I truly lack substantial evidence to prove that they are the perpetrators. Then why? A hypothesis still requires verification. Boldly hypothesizing and cautiously verifying is a methodological approach you learned in mathematics. Yan Liang regarded him with surprise. You understand mathematics as well? Zhao Taiman smirked. Do not underestimate my education, if you please. Yan Liang chuckled a few times. Zhao Taiman continued. However, it is rather uncharacteristic of you to assert that two such unreliable individuals are guilty while being so convinced of their culpability. How about I propose another suspect, Luo Wen? He raised his gaze, scrutinizing Yan Liang. What are you implying? Yan Liang squinted slightly. Why does Luo Wen always carry a messenger bag? Yan Liang glared at him. Have you seen him? Zhao Taimin did not deny it. Observing him reminded me of that deranged individual who spoke of the culprit carrying a messenger bag. Yan Liang furrowed his brow slightly. Carrying a messenger bag is hardly a unique disguise. One can find countless individuals on any street with such an accessory. Of course, just because the culprit bore a messenger bag during the crime does not imply he typically dons the same attire. However, Zhao Taimin scrutinized him closely. Originally, your meeting with Luo Wen was inconsequential, yet it seems your frequency of encounters with him has increased recently, has it not? Moreover, Lin Shi informed me that when you sought out Zhu Huiru and Guayu yesterday, your description of the perpetrator's characteristics seemed somewhat off. Yan Liang gazed at him silently, contemplating for a moment before inquiring, "Have you been following me?" "No, I am merely investigating the case," Zhao Taimin clarified. "Thus, your purpose in contacting me today is to inquire whether Luo Wen is indeed the culprit?" Yan Liang stated. "Given your description of the suspect yesterday, it appears to align somewhat with Luo Wen." Yan Liang laughed softly, then shook his head. "And so what?" Zhao Taimin rose, refilling Yan Liang's cup with water, and remarked, "I have had little interaction with Luo Wen and do not know him well. You are more familiar with him. With his professional skills, he possesses the capability to commit the crime in this case. Considering his psychological resilience, he has likely encountered hundreds, if not thousands, of corpses. So inflicting wounds on a body after a murder would certainly not be beyond him. However, he was once a police officer, a dual supervisor in both the forensic and material evidence departments of their city bureau. I cannot comprehend his motive for committing a crime." Yan Liang exhaled, smiled, and replied, "How are you so certain that the culprit is Luo Wen? Are there any others that match the characteristics you described yesterday? Where is the evidence?" Zhao Taimin raised his hands in a gesture of exasperation, saying, "I was actually planning to ask you for evidence." Yan Liang offered a wry smile and shook his head. "I possess no evidence whatsoever." Zhao Taimin regarded him with a puzzled expression. "Then why do you harbor such unfounded suspicions about him? Merely because he resides in the western part of the city and possesses the capacity and psychological traits of a murderer?" Yan Liang replied, "The evidence I hold is purely logical. It does not meet the legal standards to implicate him. However, since you have been so forthright, I shall also be candid. Indeed, I suspect Luo Wen of committing a crime. From the very first day I encountered him, I have harbored doubts regarding his involvement in wrongdoing. This is precisely why I abruptly insisted on participating in the investigation. Were it not for my suspicion of his potential engagement in a grave offense, I would have had no interest in your series of homicides." Zhao Taimin was momentarily taken aback, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. He had found Yan Liang's sudden desire to join the investigation rather peculiar, but when Yan claimed it was to assist an old friend, he had not delved deeply into the matter, nor could he have imagined that Yan's suspicions pointed to Luo Wen. He cleared his throat, regaining his composure. "Based on your understanding of Luo Wen, why would he commit murder, particularly in a series? The victims are all individuals released from prison. Does he harbor animosity towards the law, seeking extrajudicial retribution?" Yan Liang shook his head decisively. "No, he is not that kind of person. You have misjudged his sense of justice. His sense of justice has always operated within the confines of the law. He despises any form of retribution that transcends legal boundaries, even if such actions might be perceived as just by many. He seeks justice through procedural means, which is why he has chosen this profession. His work allows him to present irrefutable evidence of criminal acts to secure convictions, rather than relying solely on testimonies and witness accounts. He has often stated that physical evidence is far more reliable than witness testimony. Witnesses may lie, and confessions can be coerced, but physical evidence is tangible and immutable. Furthermore, he is certainly not one to pursue extrajudicial punishment. He has remarked that any crime, regardless of the justification, is shameful. If he were indeed guilty, then he must have some ulterior motive, one that cannot simply be for the sake of extrajudicial retribution. However, I am currently unaware of his true intentions." "What about Su Tianding?" Zhao Taimin inquired. "I heard from Lin Shi that you suggested the murders were committed by Zhu Huiru and Guayu, with another individual covering up their crimes. That individual would naturally be Luo Wen. He appears to have little connection with the other two. What could be the reasoning behind that?" Yan Liang shook his head. "I do not know." Zhao Taimin paced back and forth for a few moments before turning back, saying, "So, you are merely suspicious of him, with no evidence?" "Indeed," Yan Liang affirmed. "Very well, then I shall take it upon myself to gather the evidence. I sincerely hope your suspicions prove correct. lest it turn out that Luo Wen is not the perpetrator at all, and your doubts arise solely from his potential for criminality. Yan Liang immediately asked, "What will you do?" Zhao Taiman smiled. "It's quite simple. We can compare his fingerprints." Yan Liang immediately shook his head, advising, "I suggest you refrain from rash actions. Such behavior yields no results other than alarming the unsuspecting." Zhao Taiman, perplexed, interjected, "If you suspect him to be the perpetrator, wouldn't it be prudent to collect his fingerprints for comparison?" Yan Liang scoffed. If such a simple action could provide clarity, then he would not be Luo Wen. The fingerprints left at the scene of the crime could not possibly belong to an unrelated third party. Yan Liang continued, "In the case of others, it may be improbable. But with Luo Wen, it becomes highly plausible. Let me enlighten you. If he were indeed the criminal, his expertise enables him to leave no trace whatsoever. When a homicide occurs, the police conduct a thorough investigation at the scene, analyzing the remnants of evidence and data to draw conclusions, of which he is fully aware. He possesses an intimate understanding of the data collection processes and analytical methodologies employed during investigations. Who could comprehend better than him the conclusions derived from various crime scenes? Thus, if he were the culprit, all investigative results amassed by the police in this series of homicides would align perfectly with his intentions. In essence, he would not merely present a test. He would also provide the correct answers, waiting for you to fill in the blanks according to his prescribed standards." A glimmer of cold realization flickered in Zhao Timin's eyes. After a moment, he shook his head defiantly, declaring, "I refuse to believe this. I shall verify it myself." Beyond fingerprints, there are stun guns and ropes. Perhaps these instruments of crime lie concealed within his messenger bag. Yan Liang, visibly irate, retorted, "I have already cautioned you against impulsive actions. You shall uncover no conclusions this way." Zhao Taiman, gritting his teeth in anger, responded, "I do not require anyone to instruct me on how to conduct my investigation. If he is indeed the murderer, I will undoubtedly extract the evidence against him." Yan Liang pursed his lips, locking eyes with him for a moment before sighing. "Very well, perhaps provoking him may yield some benefit. For now, I require your assistance with one task." "Speak." Zhao Taiman, despite his evident fury, seemed inclined to oblige. Yan Liang could not help but smile, saying, "All right. I shall not dispute with you further. I request that you issue a letter of introduction. I intend to investigate a few matters in the city. Regarding Luo Wen." "Indeed. Will you be going alone?" "Yes, until the situation clarifies. I prefer that no one else is aware of my suspicions." Zhao Taiman nodded. "Understood, no problem." On the Saturday, as was his routine, Luo Wen descended to enjoy breakfast before returning home to while away the hours watching television. His hobbies were limited. During his tenure at work, he engaged in scarcely any recreational activities, often spending his free time immersed in foreign professional literature. In recent years, he had adopted a new pastime, reclining on the sofa to watch television. He often mused that if he could reclaim his wife and daughter, lounging on the sofa while watching television would be an exquisite pleasure. Perhaps his wife would affectionately refer to him as Potato Man, though now he might be considered Uncle Potato, and that thought brought him solace. Yet, each time he regained his senses, he could only gaze longingly at the small photographs adorning the wall. "In 3 years, I shall be 50 years old, and the strands of silver in my hair will undoubtedly multiply. Will I then appear too aged? The memories of my wife and daughter are frozen in time, reminiscent of 8 years past. In my recollections, my daughter remains forever youthful, and my wife never grows older, eternally preserved in the days of yore. It is I who have aged considerably amidst the relentless passage of time, seeming to no longer embody the husband my wife once cherished or the father my daughter adores." At this moment, the doorbell rang, prompting Luo Wen to rise with a tinge of curiosity. Since moving into this residence, the doorbell had only been rung a handful of times by maintenance workers mistakenly at the wrong floor or delivery personnel. Who could it be now? He approached the door and peered through the peephole. Standing outside was an elderly man who appeared vaguely familiar. After a moment's thought, Luo Wen surmised he was a member of the property management staff. "Is there something you need?" Luo Wen called out through the door. The man replied, "Hello. A resident downstairs reported a leak, so we have come to investigate." Downstairs? Luo Wen's mind raced. There was no one living below, merely an unoccupied unit. From his balcony, he could see the lower balcony, which was devoid of renovation and had never been visited by anyone. The only potential source of leakage in his own home was the bathroom, which had been perfectly fine during his shower yesterday. Moreover, there had been no rain lately. How could there possibly be a leak below? Having worked at the police station for many years, he was well aware of certain ploys. If this were indeed the case, it would indicate that Yan Liang's suspicions had escalated beyond mere conjecture. Had he uncovered further evidence? How were Zhu Huiru and Guiyu faring now? A flicker of anxiety surged within Luo 1. Nonetheless, since they had arrived, there was no evading the situation. He resolved to open the door with composure. With a click, as he turned the lock, he was suddenly startled by the sound of hurried footsteps outside, followed by a loud crash against the door. Although he had anticipated some commotion, the jolt still caught him off guard. "Hey!" came a startled exclamation from outside. Yang Xuejuan, clad in police uniform, felt a twinge of pain in his right shoulder blade as he stood alongside 3 other officers, his expression marred by embarrassment. Originally, he had intended for them to rush in the moment Luo Wen opened the door, swiftly subduing him and commencing evidence collection. Such an approach would have maximized the psychological impact on the suspect, possibly leading to an immediate revelation. However, he had not anticipated that although Luo Wen had opened the door, he had secured the chain lock within. The sturdy security door of the upscale complex was remarkably resilient. Yang Xuejuan's forceful attempt resulted in a near fracture of his bones. Luo Wen, reflecting on his fortune for having engaged the chain lock just moments prior, thought that had they burst in, he would have been severely thrown aside. He feigned surprise, widening his eyes. "What are you trying to do?" For police officers wore expressions of deep embarrassment. This had been a meticulously crafted search plan, designed for a sudden assault that would catch the suspect off guard, leading him to believe his crimes had been uncovered, potentially resulting in a psychological collapse and a confession before any evidence was gathered. However, the sharp execution of their initial strategy was abruptly thwarted by a simple chain lock. Yang Xuejuan suppressed his awkward demeanor, cleared his throat, and adopted a serious expression as he stated, "We are from the drug enforcement team. We have received a tip-off suggesting that drugs may be concealed within your residence, and we need to conduct a search. Is this permissible?" Luo Wen pondered, recognizing that this was certainly not a tactic taught by Yan Liang. As someone who abstained from smoking and drinking, how could he possibly be accused of drug use? Only a fool would concoct such a rationale to justify a search of his home. Yet, upon reflection, he perceived this as a favorable indication. They had fabricated a reason for the search rather than openly declaring an investigation into a homicide, which left a backdoor for the police's operations, signaling that they currently possessed no tangible evidence. Of course, Zhu Huiru and Guiyu were also quite safe at this moment. Luo Wen furrowed his brow slightly, scrutinizing them through the door. Drug enforcement officers typically operate in plain clothes, do they not? Shouldn't you be in civilian attire? Yang Xuejuan hesitated briefly. He was aware that Luo Wen was quite knowledgeable about the roles within the police force. However, having already spoken, he could only grit his teeth and proceed. He coldly commanded, "Enough with the nonsense, open the door. I believe you must be mistaken, or perhaps the informant has made an error, or even played a prank." He replied calmly as he opened the door wide and stepped aside, not wishing to be shoved against the wall. Upon witnessing Luo Wen's nonchalant action of opening the door, Yang Xuejuan was once again taken aback. This did not resemble the demeanor of a serial killer at all. With the police at his doorstep conducting a search, one would expect a different reaction. How could he remain so composed? Surely, there had been a misunderstanding. In his mind, Luo Wen's suspicions had begun to diminish. Maintaining a serious faade, Yang Xuejuan's demeanor softened considerably. "We are conducting an investigation as per protocol, and we hope for your cooperation." "Certainly, I will cooperate," Luo Wen replied, striking a balance between humility and assertiveness. Yang Xuejuan continued, "As per regulations, we must search both the interior and exterior of your home. To prevent any loss of valuable items, we ask that you accompany us to supervise the search. I believe you must be mistaken, but I understand your procedures. If an inspection is to be conducted, then let us commence," Luo Wen said, following the officers as they scrutinized each room. The house was sparsely furnished, and the officers swiftly examined every room. Their search was thorough, encompassing beneath the beds, the crevices of furniture and walls, and even the light fixtures. Luo Wen observed that they meticulously examined every wall, likely in search of hidden compartments. Due to the emptiness of the house, the search concluded in just over half an hour, yielding no findings. Yang Xuejuan then turned his attention to the crossbody bag placed on the table, inquiring, "May I take a look at the bag?" "Of course," Luo Wen replied naturally as he handed the bag over to him. Yang Xuejuan opened the bag in front of him, meticulously examining its contents, which consisted only of a stack of cash, several bank cards, and some identification documents. Yang Xuejuan pursed his lips and said, "May I inspect your vehicle?" "Certainly. It's in the underground parking garage. I will lead you there." Soon, the police conducted a thorough search of the Audi. Aside from the vehicle's documentation and a few items gifted by clients, it was utterly empty. In the end, Yang Xuejuan, slightly embarrassed, remarked, "I apologize. It seems we misinterpreted our intelligence this time. We appreciate your understanding." "No worries. Cooperating with the police is something everyone should do." "It must be exhausting for you to work outside in such sweltering heat," Luo Wen said politely. This sentiment earned him the goodwill of several officers. Yang Xuejuan pressed his lips together, managed a faint smile, and added, "Lastly, please leave your fingerprints. We need to keep a record." "Of course," Luo Wen replied, extending his hands to imprint on the collection paper. He then continued, "I would like to ask you for a favor. Since this was a misunderstanding, could you please explain to the property management staff on your way out? Otherwise, they might think I am involved in drug-related activities." "Absolutely, that is essential," Yang Xuejuan responded earnestly. Subsequently, he escorted the three officers out. Luo Wen exhaled deeply, gazing into the distance, and murmured, "Yan Liang, perhaps this time you should give up." "Fingerprint discrepancies?" Zhao Taimin raised his head, looking at Yang Xuejuan standing before him, then glanced at Yan Liang seated across from him. Yang Xuejuan confirmed, "Yes. Luo Wen's fingerprints are completely different from those of the perpetrator." Zhao Taimin inquired, "What about other evidence?" "We have thoroughly searched his residence and vehicle, finding no suspicious items related to any crime. However, we have not visited his workplace. It seems we lack a valid reason to search there." "No skipping rope?" "No. And no electric baton either." Yan Liang asked, "Did you check his bag?" "Yes. It contained a considerable amount of cash, along with bank cards and identification." Yang Xuejuan replied honestly. Yan Liang probed further, "How much cash?" "A few thousand yuan, perhaps." "Only a few thousand? Is there cash hidden elsewhere in his home?" "There seems to be around several tens of thousands in the bedroom drawer." Yan Liang squinted slightly and nodded. Zhao Taimin stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, then waved his hand, dismissing Yang Xuejuan. He turned to Yan Liang and asked, "What do you think? I told you that this approach would only alert the suspect. We would find no evidence." "What about the fingerprints? How do you explain them?" "They are fabricated," Yan Liang replied with conviction. "Are the fingerprints also fake?" Zhao Taimin scoffed. "How could someone falsify fingerprints?" Yan Liang explained, "It is quite simple to forge fingerprints. Some workplaces require employees to clock in with their fingerprints. There are online stores that specialize in creating fingerprint molds. Simply sending a fingerprint image to another party will swiftly yield a model. Thus, an employee created a model to assist a colleague with clocking in and out. I am certainly aware of this. However, employing such a method for deceit, the fingerprint must inherently belong to a real individual, must it not? It must belong to someone, as it cannot be a mere figment of one's imagination. If you believe that Luo Wen is the perpetrator and that the fingerprint does not belong to him, to whom does it belong?" Yan Liang smirked and replied, "Perhaps it belongs to an unrelated stranger, or he might have sourced it from a past case file." "Your assertion is essentially vacuous." Zhao Taimin clenched his teeth and glared at him, raising his fist. "According to your reasoning, the fingerprint is also fabricated, rendering my extensive efforts in fingerprint collection and comparison utterly futile. There seems to be no point, does there?" Yan Liang pursed his lips, stating, "This is a standard procedure in investigations, and I have no reason to contest it." Zhao Taimin scoffed. "What exactly are your grounds for suspecting Luo Wen?" "Merely because he resides in the western part of the city and possesses the capability to handle crime scenes? That justification is excessively tenuous. I find it hard to believe, and I am certain others would feel the same." Yan Liang smiled wryly. "My rationale is even less convincing. I apologize, at present. I have merely hypothesized the solution to the equation, yet the complexity of the verification process has surpassed my expectations. What if your premise was erroneous from the outset? What if Luo Wen has no connection to the case at all?" Yan Liang slightly shook his head as he regarded him. "It seems my involvement in this investigation has not squandered your police resources, has it? The inquiry into Luo Wen was initiated by you, not me. You tracking my movements cannot be laid at my feet, can it? Beyond that, I have not dispatched a single officer from your ranks. In other words, even if I am mistaken throughout, it does not impede your normal operations, does it? You are disrupting my investigative thought process and judgment." Yan Liang retorted nonchalantly. It appears you initially had no clear direction regarding this case. You. Zhao Taiman glared at him in frustration, and after a moment, he sighed and chuckled. He contemplated Yan Liang's words, which held a degree of validity. Since Yan Liang's involvement in the case, he had not requisitioned any police force from him. It had been Yan Liang laboring alone from start to finish. Whatever methods he employed in his investigation were of little consequence. If he uncovered leads, that would be beneficial. And if there were no results, it seemed unreasonable to hold Yan Liang accountable. He stretched and settled back into his chair, reclining as he inquired, "What are your intentions moving forward?" "Tomorrow, I shall take your letter of introduction to Ning City." However, he paused and added, "Since you have already sent someone to inquire about Luo Wen, please continue your investigation into him." Zhao Taiman was taken aback and exclaimed, "Investigate what? Do you intend to search his workplace?" If he is unrelated to the case, bear in mind he was a significant figure in their city's police bureau, with numerous acquaintances in the provincial department. Should he lodge a complaint against me, alleging that I have inexplicably scrutinized him and disrupted his professional and personal life? How shall I explain that? Yan Liang shook his head, stating, "There is no need to investigate these matters, since the items are neither at home nor in the car. He likely would not dare to leave them at the office, a public space where the risk of discovery is considerably higher. All you need to do is examine the surveillance footage from the neighborhood where Luo Wen was that night. I observed that there is a camera at the entrance of his community and numerous street cameras along with surveillance in the underground parking lot and elevator. I am convinced that he returned home quite late that evening, or perhaps did not return at all. Check the surveillance from his community?" Zhao Taiman pondered for a moment before nodding. "That shouldn't be too difficult." "Very well, let us reconvene in a few days." On the night of September 8th, Luo Wen returned to his community close to midnight, walking alone. The computer was playing back the surveillance video, with Yang Xuejuan providing commentary. Zhao Taiman scrutinized the screen. Although the lighting conditions were not optimal, given that it was an upscale community, the camera resolution was superior to the average. The presence of 2 street lamps at the entrance allowed for a reasonable identification of his features. He walked without looking down, his demeanor quite natural, and he appeared to be devoid of any blood, showing no signs of distress. "Returning home at midnight is somewhat late," Zhao Taiman remarked. "There is more," Yang Xuejuan replied, pausing the video and switching to another file. Fast-forwarding to the middle, he continued, "A few hours later, at 10 minutes to 2, Luo Wen left the community in his Audi. Naturally, the poor lighting obscured the driver's face, yet the license plate was unmistakable. It was indeed his. 20 minutes later, at 2:10, Luo Wen returned to the community. It is rather unusual for him to be gone for 20 minutes in the dead of night." Zhao Taiman furrowed his brows and nodded slowly. Could it indeed be as Yan Liang suspected? He replayed the footage of Luo when driving back into the community several times, asking, "Can we ascertain whether anyone else was in the car with him upon his return?" Yang Xuejuan shook his head. "We can only determine that the passenger seat was unoccupied, but we cannot ascertain whether there were individuals in the back seat. This information seemed insufficient." Yang Xuejuan closed that segment of the video and opened another file. At 3:35, Luo Wen once again drove out of the community. But this time he did not return until after 9 o'clock the following morning. Zhao Taiman exhaled. Yan Liang claims that Su Tianding was killed by Zhu Huiru and Guayu, and that Luo Wen handled the aftermath. Their testimonies were also instructed by him. If Luo Wen was indeed teaching them how to respond, it must have occurred immediately after the incident. He exited the community just before 2, returned 20 minutes later, which is evidently insufficient time to instruct 2 individuals on their testimonies. Could it be that he had both of them in the car at that time, bringing them back home? It is straightforward. We can directly approach Luo Wen and inquire about his activities in the middle of the night. Regardless of his response, we will verify it and see what kind of explanation he offers. Zhao Taiman shook his head. That would be difficult. What if he claims he could not sleep and took a stroll around the streets in the dead of night? There was no way to verify the truth of his claims. This did not constitute evidence of his guilt. It merely rendered him suspicious. If he were to concoct a falsehood, we would have no means to refute it. What then? Yang Xuejuan appeared at a loss. Zhao Taiman pondered for a moment and inquired, "What floor does he reside on?" "The 7th floor. That simplifies matters. The elevator is equipped with surveillance cameras. Anyone living on the 7th floor is bound to use the elevator. We must check whether, during his comings and goings that night, Zhu Huiru and Guayu were also present in the elevator. If they were, he would have no room to deny it." "Understood. I shall investigate at once." Barely 5 minutes after Yang Xuejuan departed the office, he returned in a state of frantic urgency, exclaiming, "We have apprehended the murderer." "What?" Zhao Timin's eyes widened in astonishment. "We just captured him." Yang Xuejuan gasped, explaining that the second squad had collected fingerprints from an apartment building and, upon initial comparison in their vehicle, discovered a match with the suspect's fingerprints. They immediately ascended to arrest him and had just brought him back. The individual was named Li Fengtian, 32 years old, a local from Hangzhou. Besides the matching fingerprints, he was also left-handed and smoked the very brand of cigarettes that matched those found at the crime scene. Perfectly consistent. Our earlier suspicions regarding Luo 1 and the others were entirely unfounded. Zhao Taiman stood up, pacing with excitement. "Excellent. We must interrogate him, record his testimony, and require him to elucidate the details of each murder." This was an impressive breakthrough. He had not anticipated resolving the case so swiftly. A broad smile illuminated his face. The serial murder case, which had garnered considerable attention from both provincial and municipal authorities, was resolved in just a few weeks. Despite the significant manpower deployed, every effort was justified. The involved personnel had made substantial contributions. As for Yan Liang's analyses and the matters concerning Luo 1, Zhu Huiru, and Guoyu, those were mere trivialities unrelated to the case. Yan Liang knocked on the door, and Zhao Timin's voice called from within, "Come in." Yan Liang entered and approached directly, asking, "I heard you have apprehended the murderer?" Sensing an unusual atmosphere, he looked up to find Zhao Taimin, cigarette in hand, silently smoking. Yan Liang narrowed his eyes slightly. Is the suspect unwilling to confess? Zhao Taimin took a deep drag, extinguishing the last remnants of his cigarette in the ashtray, and lifted his gaze. A look of frustration etched across his face. "This fellow has an alibi. Have you verified his alibi?" Zhao Taimin nodded slowly. "The suspect, Li Fengtian, operates a stall selling paint at the construction materials market. He traveled to Jiangsu for supplies on September 7th and returned only on the afternoon of the 9th, with his wife overseeing the shop during his absence. Su Tianding was murdered on the night of the 8th, while he was in Jiangsu dining with factory personnel until after 10 p.m., rendering him incapable of committing the crime. Several individuals can attest to this. Initially, we believed he was deliberately fabricating an alibi, but upon investigating those who dined with him, all corroborated his story. Not only that, he had been conducting business in Jiangsu until last year when he returned to Hangzhou. During the first two occurrences of the serial murders, he was still in Jiangsu and he had no acquaintance with any of the victims. We have detained him for over 40 hours without allowing him any rest. Yet he still adamantly denies any involvement, continuously proclaiming his innocence. Additionally, we searched his residence and found no incriminating evidence. Yan Liang nodded and inquired, "Has he disclosed anything further?" We presented various details and photographs related to each murder, but he remained silent. "Aside from these murders, has he mentioned anything else?" Zhao Taiman asked, puzzled. "What else could there be?" Yan Liang replied, shaking his head with a smile, "By your expression, it seems there is nothing more." "What are you implying? Do you still believe he is not the murderer, that Luo Wen, Zhu Huiru, and Guoyu are the true culprits?" No, Yan Liang interjected. "He is indeed a murderer, albeit a secondary one. The primary perpetrator is Luo 1. Zhao Taiman frowned, stating, "Where is the evidence pointing to Luo 1 at the crime scene?" "All evidence is directed towards Li Fengtian. His fingerprints match perfectly. He is a local, a left-handed individual. And he smokes Li-Kun cigarettes." Yan Liang nodded repeatedly, affirming, "Exactly, it is just as you say." Zhao Taiman urgently asked, "What did you discover in Ningshi?" Yan Liang stood up, stretched his limbs, poured himself a glass of water, and replied leisurely, "This matter must be recounted from the beginning. Do you recall the question we initially discussed? Why does the murderer use a rope to kill instead of a knife for a more direct assault?" Zhao Taiman pondered for a moment and replied, "Yes, you raised this question, and the answer remains elusive. Why did the murderer not simply kill Sun Hongyun beside the greenery, but instead dragged him inside, deliberately creating a scene devoid of footprints? To complicate our investigation?" Yan Liang shook his head. "That would only increase the difficulty for the murderer himself. Do you now understand the answer?" Without denying, Yan Liang continued, "Why did the murderer impersonate the victim's final moments by writing the words local resident?" Zhao Taiman still shook his head in confusion. "Why light a Li-Kun cigarette after the murder?" Zhao Taiman frowned at him. "Why leave behind a note that says come and catch me? Please continue. Why were all the victims former inmates?" "It seems you are beginning to grasp the answer." Yan Liang sighed heavily and said, indeed. All these questions can be answered by a single reason. He gradually revealed this answer to Zhao Taimin. Upon hearing it, Zhao Taimin gaped in astonishment, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. After a long pause, he finally spoke. What you have said, Yan Liang solemnly replied. These are merely my conjectures. My conjecture can elucidate all the ambiguities. However, from a legal standpoint, despite its explanatory power, it fails to substantiate any criminal wrongdoing on the part of Luo 1. In essence, this is a case of an unprovable crime, leaving us utterly powerless against Luo 1. Zhao Taimin, stroking his forehead, felt a glimmer of cold light in his eyes. He pursed his lips and declared, I shall promptly summon individuals to bring Luo 1 back and interrogate him relentlessly for 3 days and nights. I refuse to believe that after such an exhaustive period without sleep, his resolve can withstand the pressure of confession. That would be futile, utterly ineffective, Yan Liang scoffed disdainfully, adding, not everyone succumbs to the coercive tactics of intense interrogation. Indeed, you have solved numerous cases and apprehended many suspects. But I am confident that none have managed to endure until the very end without divulging information. If you mistakenly attribute this to the efficacy of high-pressure interrogation, you are gravely mistaken. While such methods can impose immense psychological strain, leading many to falter and ultimately confess, the question arises, why do individuals with robust mental fortitude, who repeatedly remind themselves prior to capture never to confess for fear of the gravest penalties, still end up revealing information? It is because, during the interrogation, law enforcement presents certain evidence, reconstructing aspects of the case's truth before them. The suspects, believing the police to possess comprehensive knowledge of the crimes and evidence, feel that resistance is futile and thus concede. Yet this case is distinct, for Luo 1 is acutely aware that we possess no witnesses, no material evidence, and no means to threaten him. As long as he remains silent, without a confession, we hold no leverage against him. Conversely, should he confess, he would face catastrophic consequences. What choice do you think he will make? Zhao Taimin rose and paced back and forth, exclaiming, what then shall we do? We cannot simply stand by and watch the murderer loom before us, powerless to act. Yan Liang replied, there is one aspect of this case that continues to perplex me. Why would Luo 1 assist Zhu Huiru and Guayu, 2 individuals he met by chance? Zhao Taimin responded, if he chooses not to disclose this, it is unlikely we will uncover the truth. Our prior investigations have delved deeply without revealing any special connection between him and Zhu Huiru or Guayu. Surely, he cannot be Zhu Huiru's biological father, can he? He laughed heartily to dispel the tension in the office. Yan Liang remarked, I have a strategy that we might consider. What strategy? Given that Li Fengtian possesses sufficient evidence to prove he did not commit the murder, the period of detention for investigation should be nearing its end. Why not release him for now? Release him? Yes, let Li Fengtian go. Subsequently, I intend to show Luo 1 something and set a trap for him. Yan Liang elaborated on his plan in detail to Zhao Taimin. Upon hearing it, Zhao Taimin expressed concern. Considering Luo 1's experience, he will undoubtedly recognize this as a trap. Do you think he will fall for it? Yan Liang asserted confidently. He will indeed fall for it, not because he cannot discern the trap, but because he has waited so long for this very opportunity. He will certainly come. Zhao Taimin remarked, why not consider an alternative approach? You need not personally present this to him. Should he discover that you possess the answers to all his inquiries, I fear it may provoke a negative reaction. Yet Yan Liang, gritting his teeth and with a flicker of rage in his eyes, insisted, no, I must confront him in person. I want to ascertain the limits of his integrity. Zhao Taimin silently observed Yan Liang, taken aback by the intensity of his expression. Clearing his throat to dispel the tension in the office, he chuckled, very well, if that is your resolution, then you shall go. Should anything go awry, even though you are not a police officer at present, I will find a way to explain the circumstances to my superiors and ensure you are honored posthumously for your service. Part 8. The Allure of Truth at 7 p.m. Luo 1 reclined on the sofa watching television, while a small dog nestled beside his slippers, peacefully asleep. The past few days had been remarkably tranquil, with neither Yan Liang nor the police making an appearance. To avoid any suspicion, he had refrained from visiting the noodle shop or ordering takeout. However, today he encountered Zhu Huiru, who was delivering food. Their conversation was brief. She merely informed him that all was well in recent days and that the police had not shown up. Luo 1 felt a sense of relief. Realizing that without any evidence, Yan Liang had likely chosen to relinquish his pursuit. At that moment, the doorbell rang, prompting the small dog to bark excitedly and dart towards the sound. Luo Wen, sensing something amiss, stood up with a thought racing through his mind. Could it be? Are they employing this tactic again? Last time it was a drug raid. What could it be now? Surely they do not intend to check for a temporary residence permit? Although the house belonged to him, he was not registered there and lacked a temporary permit. He was uncertain whether the law afforded them any justification to intrude under such circumstances. Approaching the door, he peered through the peephole. Yan Liang? Why is it him again? Furrowing his brow slightly, Luo Wen remained unsure of Yan Liang's intentions but opened the door nonetheless. The small dog, both fearful and dutiful, retreated while barking at the visitor. Luo Wen scolded the dog, sending it back. Yan Liang, with a grin, observed the canine and remarked, "It seems this dog has come to recognize you as its master. It has made itself at home here." Luo Wen chuckled in agreement. Indeed, after nurturing it for so long, the bag of treats you gifted has nearly been devoured. If it did not acknowledge me as its owner, that would be quite ungrateful. Yan Liang picked up a chew toy from the table and tossed it to the dog, which eagerly carried it away to gnaw on. "You seem quite fond of this dog," Yan Liang commented. "Yes," Luo Wen nodded. "Is it because it resembles the dog your daughter used to have?" Luo Wen offered a subtle smile and nodded. "Indeed." Yan Liang sighed with a smile. Zhu Huiru's gift of this puppy was truly worthwhile. "Oh." Luo Wen cast a glance at him. Yan Liang cleared his throat, stating, "Zhu Huiru found this little mutt. It was merely a burden for her, destined to be given away eventually. Words given to others may not be cherished, but when bestowed upon you, they hold true value." Is that so?" Luo Wen responded with a calm demeanor. Yan Liang wandered into the living room, surveying his surroundings, and finally turned his gaze to the television. "Do you watch TV as well?" Luo Wen made a peculiar expression. "Is it so strange for me to watch television?" This leisurely Luo Wen is a far cry from the one I used to know. Luo Wen remarked, "Now that I have some free time, I often stay home in the evenings, watching television to pass the hours. I rather enjoy this lifestyle." "Is that so?" Yan Liang chuckled softly, his eyes sparkling with interest. "Would you care for a drink? It seems we only have tea leaves. Shall we make do with that?" Luo Wen approached the water dispenser and picked up a cup. "Just plain water will suffice." "Very well." Luo Wen poured cold water and presented it to Yan Liang. "Thank you." Yan Liang accepted the cup and said, "Actually, I came to discuss something serious with you today." "Oh, what serious matter?" Luo Wen settled onto the opposite side of the sofa. Yan Liang looked at him and inquired, "In your expert opinion, is there such a thing as a perfect crime?" "What do you mean by a perfect crime? The inability to catch the perpetrator?" "No." Yan Liang shook his head. "Many cases remain unsolved indefinitely. For instance, if a fugitive escapes to a remote mountain village after committing murder, such cases are nearly impossible to crack unless fortune smiles upon the investigators. Similarly, if a malicious individual pushes a hiker off a mountain when they are unsuspecting, unless he confesses, the truth will remain elusive. These types of cases either lack effective leads or suitable suspects, and their resolution hinges solely on luck. The reason these cases remain unsolved lies not in the perpetrator's cunning, but in the inherent limitations of the investigative conditions. What I refer to as a perfect crime is when the murderer, after committing the act, can completely alter the crime scene, erasing all evidence linked to him. Luo Wen's expression remained impassive as he chuckled softly. "The scenario you describe is theoretically plausible. Despite the advanced state of modern forensic technology, the fundamentals lie in fingerprints, footprints, fibers, and trace evidence. If these elements have been tampered with, then there is no issue. So, if in a case, all the information that modern forensic science could ascertain has been artificially altered, how can such a case be solved?" Luo Wen replied with a smile. "This means that the work of the forensic expert becomes entirely ineffective, leaving you to rely solely on logical reasoning. However, the foundation of logical reasoning is precisely the work of forensic investigation." Luo Wen furrowed his brow. "This presents a paradox. Cases lacking physical evidence must depend on logical reasoning. Yet the basis of logical reasoning is exactly the physical evidence. Therefore, such a case cannot be solved." Yan Liang nodded. "I understand. You indeed know the answer. Such cases are unsolvable. By the way, I was in a hurry when I left. May I use the restroom?" "Of course." Luo Wen gestured towards the restroom door. "Please go ahead." Yan Liang picked up his handbag, beneath which lay an envelope, and entered the restroom. A minute later, a cry of surprise echoed, prompting Luo Wen to rise hastily and approach the restroom, inquiring, What happened? Oh, nothing. I nearly slipped, came the reply, as the sound of flushing resonated. Yan Liang emerged from the restroom, closed the door, and said, I have matters to attend to. Let us converse another time. Farewell. Luo Wen escorted him to the door. And once it was closed, he reclined on the sofa, shutting his eyes. It appeared that Yan Liang had come to a clear realization. This case was insurmountable, and he could finally resign himself to that truth. An hour later, Luo Wen's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was another call from Yan Liang. He hesitated for a moment before answering. Old Luo, could you check if I left an envelope at your place? Luo Wen surveyed the sofa and replied, No, not here. What about the restroom? I almost slipped. Perhaps it fell there. Upon entering the restroom, Luo Wen indeed found an envelope lying beneath the sink. Yes, there is one. Would you like to come and retrieve it now? Oh no, it's too late. I'll come by tomorrow to collect it, Yan Liang replied before hanging up. Luo Wen remained stationary, his brow slightly furrowed as he stared at the envelope. He made no move, merely observing. The envelope bore the insignia of the Public Security Bureau and was unsealed. After contemplating for a moment, he turned and fetched a toolbox from the study. He switched off the restroom light, activated the fluorescent lamp, and carefully examined the envelope, finding nothing unusual. He then donned gloves, retrieved tweezers, and gently pried open the envelope, scrutinizing its contents for a considerable time, wary of Yan Liang potentially setting a trap, deliberately leading him to the envelope. Confirming that the arrangement of the papers inside bore no markings, he cautiously extracted the letter with the tweezers and proceeded to inspect it thoroughly before unfolding it. Inside were several sheets of document paper. As he read the contents, his fist clenched tightly, and his body involuntarily began to tremble. He understood well that the information contained within was intentionally left for him to discover by Yan Liang. Perhaps his own criminal actions left Yan Liang utterly powerless, devoid of witnesses or evidence. Yet Yan Liang had nonetheless managed to uncover his Achilles heel. This was undoubtedly a trap. Yet, even with the awareness of this snare, should he still take the plunge? Luo Wen found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Yang Xuejuan entered the temporary command center of the major case team and addressed Zhao Taimin and Yan Liang. We have already registered Luo Wen's daily return home based on the surveillance at the entrance of his community. His return times are quite irregular. Sometimes he arrives around 6 in the evening, other times after 9 or even in the dead of night. Notably, he returned home in the early hours when Sun Honggan was murdered. Su Tianding returned home around midnight. During the occurrences of these two homicides, he was not at home. However, he does tend to return home late frequently, which may not pose a substantial threat to him. Yan Liang nodded slightly, letting out a faint sigh, and turned to Zhao Taimin, saying, This is intentional. His meticulousness is truly extraordinary. He deliberately returns home late, so that his midnight arrival on the day of the crime does not seem out of place. Even if we inquire about his whereabouts on the night of the incident, he will surely concoct an alibi that we cannot verify. Yang Xuejuan continued, moreover. The surveillance footage from the elevator of Su Tianding's community on the night of the crime only shows Luo Wen alone, with no sign of Zhu Huiru or Guayu. Yan Liang clenched his teeth. He accounted for everything. It must be he who instructed Zhu Huiru and Guayu to take the stairs, preventing them from being captured on camera. Thus, there is no evidence of their involvement in the crime. Zhao Taimin furrowed his brow. What shall we do then? We can only wait. Are you certain he will fall into the trap? I believe he will. What if he hasn't seen that document? You mentioned that after retrieving the envelope yesterday, you couldn't tell if he had tampered with it. The forensic expert used a computer to examine the fingerprints on the document and found no new traces. Yan Liang replied, if he were to tamper with the letter, he certainly wouldn't touch it with his hands. Zhao Taimin felt that the opponent was indeed exceptionally astute, pursing his lips, however. Our personnel have been stationed near his home all day yesterday, without observing any unusual activity. Perhaps he has noticed someone following him. Surely not. The surveillance team saw no indication of him looking in their direction. I believe he recognizes this as a trap, which is why he intends to act when we let down our guard. I suggest we withdraw our personnel from the vicinity of his home. As long as we secure him at the final checkpoint, that will suffice. Zhao Taimin shook his head. No, I absolutely refuse to allow any errors at the critical juncture. I cannot afford to witness another case arise. We have already expended tremendous manpower and resources on this case, since we now hold significant suspicions against him. I must monitor his movements around the clock. Yan Liang nodded. Very well, then we shall wait. Zhao Taimin still held his doubts. Are you certain he will take the bait? Yan Liang solemnly nodded in affirmation. He must take the bait. Zhao Taimin also nodded slowly. This move was the entirety of his hopes for solving the case. At that moment, the telephone before Zhao Taimin rang. It was the dedicated line for the Major Crimes Unit, and only relevant calls could reach this phone, indicating the caller was one of the surveillance personnel. Zhao Taimin glanced at the computer screen beside him, which displayed that the call was from a point near the noodle shop. He promptly answered. The target has walked across the intersection and turned north. He just retrieved an item from his bag, wrapped in a small black plastic bag, and cautiously surveyed the surroundings before finally discarding it in the corner trash can. Zhao Taimin commanded, quickly, go retrieve it. He turned to Yan Liang and whispered, it could be a tool of crime. Last time, he probably concealed it well, and it wasn't he discovered. Now he intends to discard it. Yan Liang hesitated and shook his head. That is unlikely. There are numerous methods to dispose of criminal tools, and incineration is the most effective. It makes no sense to act in this manner. Soon, a reply came from the investigator on the phone. The bag has been retrieved. What is it? What is inside? Zhao Taimin said anxiously. A piece of meat. Another investigator chimed in. It's a piece of meat. What? Zhao Taimin exclaimed in shock. Could it be human flesh? It doesn't appear to be. It seems to be a piece of chicken breast. Another person added. Yes, it's chicken breast, frozen. Looking as though it has just been taken out of the refrigerator. Why would he walk such a distance to discard a piece of meat? Both Zhao Taimin and Yan Liang furrowed their brows in confusion, exchanging glances, equally puzzled. At that moment, a call came in from the next surveillance point. Attention! The target suddenly turned around and retraced his steps. Yan Liang concentrated for a second and quickly instructed, hurry, throw the plastic bag back into the trash can, as closely as possible to its original state. Zhao Taimin also instantly grasped the situation, saying, go quickly. Soon, the investigator reported. The bag has been thrown back into the trash can as it was. 2 minutes later, the investigator added. The target opened the trash can and retrieved the plastic bag. He is now heading back home. Zhao Taimin exhaled, looking at Yan Liang, murmuring, it seems he is indeed conducting counter-surveillance, testing whether the police are following him. He deliberately wrapped the piece of meat in a black plastic bag, creating an air of mystery, discarded it, and returned a few minutes later to retrieve it. Fortunately, it was returned in time, otherwise, he would have discovered it. Yan Liang furrowed his brow tightly, remaining silent. After a moment, he addressed the investigator on the phone. Did the chicken breast in the bag have any distinguishing characteristics? None. It was just recently frozen. Did you touch the piece of meat? No, only the bag. Then one of you who touched the bag should return without washing your hands. Once back, let forensic Chin examine whether there are any other substances on it. Zhao Taimin quietly inquired, why is that? Yan Liang replied, do you not find his act of retrieving the plastic bag from the trash can rather unusual? Zhao Taimin asked in confusion, how so? He first took a piece of chicken breast, wrapped it in a small black plastic bag, and deliberately acted mysteriously. He walked to the trash can and discarded the plastic bag. After continuing for a few minutes, he then returned to the trash can. If he were merely testing for surveillance, upon discovering that the plastic bag was still in the trash, he should have felt reassured. Why would he need to retrieve the plastic bag and take it home? Zhao Taimin pondered and nodded. Indeed, such actions seemed superfluous. Yan Liang remarked that he was fully aware of all the tactics employed by the police. Whatever strategies we might conceive, he had undoubtedly anticipated them long before. Luo, when returned home, entered the bathroom and closed the door, yet did not turn on the light. He picked up a nearby fluorescent light and directed it towards the plastic bag and chicken breast. After a few moments of contemplation, he extinguished the light, his expression betraying no emotion, remaining silent. Previously, he had coated both the plastic bag and the chicken breast with a fluorescent agent. And now he observed that the agent on the chicken breast remained intact. However, the exterior of the bag revealed not only his own fingerprints, but also several unfamiliar ones. It was indeed a trap. Yan Liang had left that document intentionally, designed for him to discover its contents and thus fall into the snare. The presence of strange fingerprints on the plastic bag indicated that he had been followed, and the discarded bag had been picked up and examined by the follower. More disturbingly, when he retraced his steps back to the trash can, the bag was still there. This suggested that not only had someone been tailing him as he approached the trash can, but they were also aware of his every move upon his return. This indicated that the police had deployed not just one team to follow him, but evidently multiple teams, each monitoring his actions closely. Although he had attempted to appear nonchalant while leaving, he had actually heightened his vigilance, discreetly checking for anyone following him. However, The absence of any suspicious individuals indicated that the police had sent seasoned operatives this time. Yan Liang was no longer a police officer. He possessed no authority to command such a multitude of experienced detectives to surveil him. The only plausible explanation was that Zhao Taimin, the team leader, had developed significant suspicions regarding him. It remained unclear just how much information Yan Liang possessed that could convince the task force leader to allocate substantial police resources towards him. One certainty for Luo Wan was that the task force lacked evidence to apprehend him. Otherwise, such extensive measures would be unnecessary. The path before him was unmistakable, bifurcating into two distinctly divergent outcomes. One route entailed continuing to masquerade as an outsider, leading his life with an air of normalcy. In doing so, even if the police followed him daily, what could they truly achieve? If they consistently observed no irregularities, they would ultimately have no choice but to abandon their investigation. He felt reassured about Zhu Huiru and Guayu, as they had grown increasingly adept at handling the situation over the past few encounters. Furthermore, there was no evidence to implicate either of them. In this scenario, the three of them would remain secure. The alternative path led directly into Yan Liang's trap. What the consequences of that choice would be, he could not foresee. However, after waiting for so many years, had he not been anticipating this day to uncover an answer? He found himself ensnared in a web of conflicting thoughts. Luo Wan pondered throughout the afternoon, and by evening, he packed a few belongings into his shoulder bag and filled his dog's bowl with several days' worth of food before stepping out. This time, he no longer paid attention to the possibility of being secretly watched, for he knew that from the moment he descended the stairs, several pairs of eyes must be observing him. What difference would it make if they noticed him? After all, there was no way to evade their scrutiny. He strolled onto the street, and after a few minutes, arrived at the entrance of a noodle shop. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. He made his way to the back, fixating on the menu displayed on the wall. Zhu Huiru quickly approached him, inquiring, "What would you like to eat?" "Well, what should we have today?" He scratched his head, spreading his arms in thought before swiftly stating, "Let me tell you this. If the police continue their investigation into you, or if they claim that I have been apprehended and divulge numerous details, do not believe any of it. Follow the instructions I previously provided. Remember, they have no evidence as long as you both remain silent." "Oh, what is going on?" Zhu Huiru appeared somewhat flustered, having never witnessed the uncle speak at such a rapid pace. Fortunately, her expression was concealed by Luo Wan's arm and body. "Act naturally, and keep in mind what I taught you from the beginning. If the three of us remain silent, we are all safe. If one of us confesses, we are all doomed. Well, I suppose I will have beef noodles, and perhaps a cold cucumber salad as well." "All right, that is settled." He lowered his arms. Zhu Huiru replied, "Okay, please take a seat. I will be right back." She turned and hurried into the kitchen. After finishing his noodles, Luo Wan paid and exited the noodle shop, wandering into a nearby small restaurant. In the forensic laboratory, Forensic Chun held a glass slide, presenting it to Zhao Taimin and Yan Liang. From the minute particles scraped from Xiao Zhou's hand, we discovered trace amounts of powdered crystalline substance, which upon identification is fluorescent powder. Fluorescent powder? Both Zhao Taimin and Yan Liang furrowed their brows. This is not the ordinary industrial fluorescent powder. It is specifically designed for forensic use, employed to detect certain minute evidence. These particles are minuscule, nearly invisible to the naked eye. Observe the slide. It remains transparent. I inquired with Xiao Zhou, and he only touched the outer portion of the plastic bag, indicating that the exterior was coated with fluorescent powder. I suspect that after Luo Wan retrieved the plastic bag and illuminated it with his fluorescent light, he would discover fingerprints that are not his own upon the bag. Yan Liang remarked, "So, Luo Wan has realized that we sent someone to tail him?" Forensic Chen nodded. "It appears to be so." Zhao Taimin let out a weary smile, sighed, and turned to Yan Liang. "With his tactics, how are we to proceed?" Yan Liang pursed his lips and replied, "If he has discovered us, so be it. It is not the end of the world. If he were blissfully unaware, he would not be Luo Wan. However, this could also be a fortunate turn of events." "Fortunate?" Zhao Taimin queried, puzzled. "What is fortunate about it?" "He has already realized he is being followed. Why would he be foolish enough to walk into our trap?" Yan Liang chuckled softly. "Precisely. Consider this. If he were to wash his hands of crime from this point forward, with the evidence we currently possess, what could we possibly do against him?" Zhao Taimin let out a cold snort, choosing to remain silent. Yet, it was evident that he acknowledged the situation. If matters were to end here, capturing Luo Wan would be an impossibility. We found ourselves utterly powerless not only against Luo Wan, but also against Guiyu and Zhu Huiru. When confronted with direct pressure from the police, both exhibited remarkable composure and provided coherent testimonies that were impossible to refute. Lacking any substantial evidence, we were equally at a loss regarding their involvement. Zhao Taiman clenched his teeth but remained mute. Yan Liang continued, Luo Wen is undoubtedly aware that I am probing him, and the police are investigating him. If he seeks to maintain a low profile, he ought to live a normal life during this sensitive period. Even if he knows the police are tracking him, he should feign ignorance rather than proactively test whether he is being followed. Zhao Taiman nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is correct, he affirmed. Yan Liang elaborated, however. He has taken the initiative, employing tactics to ascertain if the police are tailing him. This action only provides the police with further justification to suspect him, compelling them to pursue him relentlessly. Zhao Taiman interrupted, please be cautious with your choice of verbs when describing the police. Yan Liang realized his error and chuckled, saying, I meant to say that they would investigate him closely and not let go. Why would he take such risks? It is because he seeks to entrap himself. Yet, now that he knows we are following him, will he still step into the trap? Yan Liang responded with certainty, yes. Since he has taken such a considerable risk to test the waters, it indicates that the allure of this trap is significant enough to draw him in. After waiting for so long, fully aware of the lurking dangers, he will inevitably act. However, I am concerned that he may choose to remain inactive for now, biding his time until he senses a lapse in police vigilance before making his move. Zhao Taiman replied icily, we cannot allow for such a sudden turn of events. Yan Liang countered, but what if he is simply waiting? He possesses great patience. Zhao Taiman declared sternly, I am prepared to match his endurance. What if he remains silent for months, or even a year or two? Will you still keep your people on him? Zhao Taiman sighed deeply, pressing his fist. I shall revise the plan and reduce the number of personnel assigned to surveillance. However, I will never permit him to execute the next sudden move. Yan Liang nodded. With your determination, I feel reassured. There is no need for excessive pessimism. I believe that after all these years, he must be eager to uncover the truth and will not be able to endure for much longer. In the evening, after finishing their meal, Zhao Taiman and Yan Liang returned to the command center. Zhao Taiman addressed the on-duty officers. What is the latest update? The fourth team reported that the target had just visited a noodle shop and subsequently moved to a small restaurant not far away. Yan Liang furrowed his brow slightly and asked, did he just go to the Chongqing noodle house? Yes, came the reply. The fourth group reported that he first stood for a while, perusing the menu, and after placing his order, he sat alone, consuming his meal without engaging in conversation with anyone. Yan Liang nodded and added, after he finished his noodles, he proceeded to a small eatery? Indeed. How long did he stay there? Approximately 20 minutes, I suppose. Was he dining inside? Yes, we found it peculiar. Having just eaten noodles, he opted for another meal. Zhao Taiman pondered for a moment before hastily dialing the fourth group's number. Is the target still at the restaurant? Yes, he hasn't exited. Is he eating? The establishment is particularly busy. Once he entered, he became obscured from view. Zhao Tianmin's expression shifted slightly. Yan Liang immediately suggested, send an undercover officer to investigate. Minutes later, a tense voice came through on the line. This is bad. The target has escaped. We inquired with the owner, who mentioned he ordered several dishes, claimed he had no phone, borrowed the restaurant's phone to call a cab, and shortly thereafter said he had to leave. After paying for the meal, he slipped out through a small door in the back kitchen and entered the residential complex. Zhao Taiman slammed his fist on the table, ready to curse. But Yan Liang restrained him. It's all right. The complex only has a main entrance and a side door on the west. There are also people stationed along that route. Zhao Taiman hung up furiously and called the undercover officer at the side door, who reported that they had been there all day and had not seen Luo Wentian. Zhao Taiman promptly commanded his subordinates to confirm with the taxi company, and within 5 or 6 minutes, they received word that the taxi Luo Wentian hailed went directly to the main entrance of the complex, due to the crowd at the main entrance, and the undercover officers focusing on the comings and goings of the small eatery, they failed to notice when he slipped out. The taxi driver revealed that after Luo got into the car, he only traveled east for 5 or 6 intersections before disembarking. Thereafter, his whereabouts were unknown. Zhao Tianmin's face paled in frustration. Luo Wentian had eluded them right under their noses, which was utterly infuriating. What should they do now? They only knew where he had exited the taxi. Of course, a detailed investigation could eventually uncover his destination. But checking surveillance footage and tracking other taxis passing through would take time. As he felt increasingly at a loss, Yan Liang contemplated. I suspect he might not have been able to wait and has acted directly. Zhao Tiamin's eyes brightened. Do you believe he would go directly there? Given that he was aware of their surveillance, he would certainly surmise that once the police realized he had slipped out of sight, they would swiftly endeavor to locate him. Thus, he was racing against them, wishing to reach Li Fengtian first. Zhao Tiamin nodded, letting out a cold chuckle. The area below Li Fengtian's building is also teeming with police. Should he go there, it would be a trap. Exactly, so once he seeks out Li Fengtian, the police can apprehend him. However, timing must be executed flawlessly, otherwise, securing evidence against him will falter. I understand. Upon arriving at his destination, Luo alighted from the taxi and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself still within the western district of Hangzhou, under the jurisdiction of the local streets, and in truth, it was not far from his residence, approximately a 10-minute drive. After waiting for 8 years and living in Hangzhou for 3, he realized that the answer had been so close all along. A journey of merely 10 minutes had taken him 3 years to traverse. So near yet so far. He mused to himself, feeling a twinge of anxiety that contrasted sharply with his usual composure. At last, the answer was imminent, was it not? Yet, in the face of the impending revelation, a sense of dread washed over him. He even pondered whether it might be better if the answer were never unveiled, if he could simply continue existing in this limbo. He stood in place for quite some time, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions. The sky had darkened, and it was likely the police had noted his discreet exit from the restaurant. Time was of the essence. He clenched his fist slightly, lifted his foot, and approached the nearby demolition relocation community. The location was firmly etched in his mind. After glancing at the buildings, he quickly identified his target and ascended the stairs to apartment 302. Pausing at the door, Luo hesitated for a moment, took a moment to regulate his breathing, and then rang the doorbell. Who is it? Upon the door opening, he was met by a woman in her 30s, accompanied by a little girl of about 4 or 5 years. The girl mimicked the adults and asked, "Who are you looking for?" In that fleeting instant, Luo almost felt as though he were standing before his wife, and that the little girl was his daughter. However, this was merely a momentary emotion, and he quickly regained his composure. "May I inquire if Li Fengtian resides here?" The woman called out, "Fengtian, someone is looking for you." "Who is it?" A slender man in his 30s appeared at the doorway, scrutinizing Luo with a look of confusion, as he did not recognize him. "Who are you?" Luo maintained his calm demeanor, stating, "I have a matter to investigate and need to confirm something with you." Before the man could respond, Luo stepped inside, closing the door behind him. Li Fengtian's family was momentarily taken aback, and then Li Fengtian turned to his wife, saying, "You and our daughter go watch television. I'll have a brief chat with the officer." His wife cast a disdainful glance at Luo but complied and led their daughter into the room. "Indeed, he has taken me for a police officer," Luo thought to himself with a cold smirk. "Officer, is there anything further that requires investigation? Is it still regarding fingerprints? Please show me your hand once more." A flicker of wariness crossed Li Fengtian's eyes as he hesitated for a moment before extending his right hand. Luo grasped his right hand and glanced over, and after a brief moment, his complexion began to pale gradually. He stood motionless, still holding his hand, fixated on his palm, and spoke in an exceedingly slow manner. 8 years ago, at number 186, Pinkong Road, Haishu District, Ning City, in Tianqing Apartment, Building 2, Unit 201, where resided that mother and daughter. Where are they now? With a sharp intake of breath, Li Fengtian's face turned ashen. Where are they? Luo continued to clutch his hand, raising his gaze, his eyes piercing and unwavering. Li Fengtian hastily withdrew his hand, retreating in fear, protesting, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Luo's voice, weak yet mechanical, reiterated. 8 years ago, at number 186, Pinkong Road, Haishu District, Ning City, in Tianqing Apartment, Building 2, Unit 201, where resided that mother and daughter. Where are they now? What are you saying? What is Ning City? What 8 years? I have been in Jiangsu for the past few years. Despite his words, Li Fengtian's eyes dared not meet Luo's. He flickered his gaze and instinctively retreated. Luo advanced slowly, closing the distance. "Tell me, where are they? What are you talking about? This is absurd. I know you understand. Stop pretending. Where are they?" Luo pressed on, inching closer, then seized his collar. Li Fengtian hastily loosened his grip, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Upon hearing the commotion, Li Fengtian's wife rushed out of the room. Observing the scene, she quickly shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? Coco, go back inside." She ushered her daughter into the room. "Do you realize you're frightening the child? What's your intention? Can a police officer act violently?" Luo Wen scoffed coldly. "I never claimed to be a police officer." Li Fengtian's wife approached him, reprimanding. "Then who are you?" Luo Wen did not glance at her, but fixated on Li Fengtian, stating, "I am the head of that household." Li Fengtian exclaimed, "What are you saying? You're insane." Li Fengtian's wife seized Luo Wen, attempting to push him towards the door, shouting, "You lunatic, get out, quickly." Luo Wen forcefully pushed her aside, glaring at Li Fengtian, his voice cold. "I ask you once more, where are they?" "Insane, get out," Li Fengtian echoed. Yet he refrained from advancing to push back. After being shoved aside, Li Fengtian's wife rushed forward to grab Luo Wen's hair, trying to expel him. In an unprecedented display of brutality, Luo Wen lifted his foot and kicked the woman fiercely, then seized a chair and hurled it down with a crash that reverberated throughout the building, his hand cut and bleeding profusely. He felt no pain, screaming hysterically. "Where are they?" Immediately after, Li Fengtian and his wife raised their voices in alarm, both lunging at Luo Wen as a chaotic struggle ensued. Luo Wen was no match for the two of them, and soon found himself pinned to the ground, enduring numerous blows. At that moment, a loud knocking reverberated through the door, accompanied by several voices from outside. "Police, open the door quickly." Li Fengtian's wife struck Luo Wen a few more times before standing up to answer the door. Upon opening it, she was greeted by a group of 7 or 8 men, all clad in plain clothes. The leader brandished his identification in front of her, "Police." Li Fengtian's wife was taken aback, recognizing the authoritative presence before her. However, she was puzzled as to why so many police officers had arrived so suddenly. It wasn't typical for neighbors to call the police and have them respond so promptly, let alone in such numbers. Dismissing her thoughts, she hastily exclaimed, "Comrades of the police, this lunatic has barged into my home causing a ruckus. Please apprehend him." Instantly, the 8 officers flooded into the room, lifting the bloodied Luo Wen from the floor. They promptly removed his bag and began to search it. The leading officer furrowed his brow, turned towards the door, and made a phone call. "Report, he is unarmed." "Oh, understood, we shall wait here." After hanging up, he returned to the room, closed the door, and instructed, "Please wait here." Hearing a child's cries from within, he added to the woman, "You may take the child inside. Your husband will remain here." After sending her away, several plainclothes officers stood silently nearby. Li Fengtian appeared noticeably anxious. "Is there anything else?" "Our superior will be arriving shortly. I am unaware of the specifics," replied the leading officer, turning slightly towards the wall. Luo Wen stood expressionless, motionless, his gaze fixed on the emptiness before him, seemingly oblivious to the flow of time. Meanwhile, Li Fengtian scanned his surroundings, visibly tense, but the officers remained silent, leaving him to stand there helplessly. Nearly 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang again. The plainclothes officer opened the door to reveal a throng of uniformed police officers. The crowd parted, allowing the stern-faced Zhao Taimin to step forward into the room. He glanced at Li Fengtian before turning to scrutinize the former forensic expert, Luo Wen, before him. Luo Wen regarded him with an indifferent expression. Zhao Taimin inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, clicked his tongue, and said, "Luo Wen, come with me to the station." Unperturbed, Luo Wen nodded. "All right. Take him away," Zhao Taimin ordered succinctly. The detectives outside promptly entered, producing handcuffs to restrain Luo Wen. "What is this for?" Luo Wen questioned. Zhao Taimin regarded him coldly. "You know very well." "Is that so?" "I believe there must be some misunderstanding," Luo Wen replied. "We can discuss it further at the station." The detectives immediately escorted Luo Wen away. Zhao Taimin turned to Li Fengtian, gesturing, "Take him as well." "What for? Wasn't he everything already cleared up a few days ago?" Li Fengtian protested loudly. However, the detective promptly placed handcuffs on him. His wife rushed out of the room, and upon seeing the cuffs on her husband's wrists, she seized Zhao Taimin and cried out, "What are you doing?" Zhao Taimin ignored her, forcefully freeing himself and swiftly exiting the door. Shortly after, a group of officers, amidst the cries of Li Fengtian's wife and daughter, forcibly took him away. Downstairs, Luo Wen, having heard the commotion above, paused his steps, glanced upward, and a faint smile graced his lips as he calmly entered the police vehicle. Part 9. The genius's divergent paths converged 2 days after Luo Wen was taken back to the Criminal Investigation Division. Yan Liang entered the office early in the morning. He cast a glance at Zhao Taimin, who was smoking, and asked, "Has he confessed?" Zhao Taimin flicked the ash from his cigarette, snorted disdainfully, and replied, "From the night before last until now, I haven't let him close his eyes. He appears utterly exhausted, yet his willpower is formidable. He continues to feign innocence and refuses to divulge anything." Yan Liang felt a subtle unease at his words, and upon reflection, his eyes widened in realization. "You formally arrested Luo Wen?" "No, I lack any evidence of his wrongdoing. How could I sign an arrest warrant?" "Then what is your intention?" "Summoning him for assistance in the investigation." Yan Liang frowned slightly, regarding summons. "The maximum limit on personal freedom is 24 hours. It has been over 30 hours since the night before last. This action does not seem to comply with regulations." Zhao Taimin dismissively replied, "I know the regulations better than you do." Yan Liang retorted coldly, "I detest your methods of coercing confessions." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait, where are you going?" Zhao Taimin called after him. "Back to school. I have no interest in this matter anymore. I wish you luck in extracting a confession soon." "Hey, wait." Zhao Taimin caught up with him, saying, "I know you abhor coercive tactics, and indeed, such methods can lead to numerous wrongful convictions. But who told you I was coercing Luo Wen? You have already violated the regulations by exceeding the summons time. He has gone over 30 hours without sleep." Zhao Taimin interrupted. "First of all, I acknowledge that there have been instances of coercive confessions in the past. However, the environment in Hang City has significantly improved. Secondly, you know my character. I have always opposed such methods. Thirdly, with a case of this magnitude, would I dare to resort to coercion? If things go awry, I would be the one in trouble. Moreover, Luo Wen was once a resident of their city. If I were to coerce him into a confession and he later recants, what would the leaders of his city say to me?" Yan Liang, puzzled, asked, "Then what is your plan?" Zhao Taimin patted his shoulder with a slight smile. "Rest assured, I will adhere to all regulations. Yesterday evening, as the summons period approached 24 hours, I instructed my team to escort Luo Wen to the entrance of the police station. Let him exit the vehicle, and then, after obtaining a summons document, I brought him back inside. Is that permissible?" Yan Liang was astonished. Zhao Taimin appeared quite pleased with his innovation, stating, "Of course, consecutive summonses are not permitted, but the law does not specify the duration that constitutes consecutive summonses. My actions against Luo Wen are, regrettably, a necessity. Furthermore, he has signed both summonses. All procedures are lawful." Yan Liang opened his mouth, questioning, "If you were to send him out of the police station every day, only to bring him back with another summons, wouldn't that essentially confine him indefinitely?" Zhao Taimin coughed lightly, responding, "Theoretically, yes, but I hope he confesses soon to conclude this case. It cannot continue indefinitely." Yan Liang lowered his head in silence for a moment before looking up and asking, "Am I permitted to interrogate him?" "Of course," Zhao Taimin replied, his tone unexpectedly accommodating. "This is not the municipal bureau. It is the sub-bureau, and all personnel here are mine. Although you are no longer a police officer, I've informed my subordinates that you are a criminal investigation expert, and the veteran detectives are already familiar with you. As long as the leaders in the department remain unaware, it is acceptable." Yan Liang regarded him, nodding slightly. "Thank you. I should be the one expressing gratitude," Zhao Taimin replied. "Without your assistance, we would still be in the dark regarding the identity of the suspect. However, how confident are you in extracting a confession?" Yan Liang candidly admitted, "I am uncertain whether he will confess. I can only attempt. Ideally, he would have found at least one murder weapon in Li Fengtian's possession, leaving no room for denial. I did not anticipate he would approach Li Fengtian unarmed." Zhao Taimin turned, retrieving a stack of documents, stating, "The good news is that Li Fengtian has confessed. Further details are still under investigation." Yan Liang took the documents, perused them briefly, then returned them to Zhao Taimin, turning silently away and exhaling deeply. Upon entering the interrogation room, Yan Liang was met with a face etched with exhaustion. Although Luo Wen was not yet 50, an age considered middle-aged, 2 days and nights without sleep had nearly reached his limits. Coffee and cigarettes lay before him, yet the cigarettes remained untouched. Yan Liang knew that Luo Wen never smoked. As for the coffee, he had likely consumed a considerable amount. Zhao Taimin summoned a lead interrogator, exchanged a few words, then closed the door behind him as he departed, leaving Yan Liang and a recorder alone in the interrogation room. Upon seeing Yan Liang, Luo Wen forced himself to muster some energy, straightening his back slightly and offering a calm smile, saying, "The police must be mistaken. I have stated numerous times that I am not involved in this case." Yan Liang gradually took a seat, his gaze fixed on Luo Wen's eyes, his emotions complex. After a prolonged silence, he sighed softly and then inquired, "Are you still unwilling to admit your involvement?" Luo Wen inhaled deeply, slowly shaking his head, seemingly mocking. "I do not know what I am supposed to confess to. I have thoroughly investigated your actions. You have murdered 5 individuals and committed 6 crimes." Murdered 5? Committed 6 crimes? A subtle smile played at the corners of Luo Wen's mouth. Even a mathematics teacher can make errors in calculation, can they not? Yan Liang's expression gradually grew more solemn as he spoke. Su Tianding was not slain by your hand. However, had it not been for your interference, the police would have apprehended the true perpetrator within 3 days. It is you who have meticulously orchestrated a FAOD of crime on behalf of the murderer. Luo Wen shook his head, incredulity etched upon his face. One must concede that your capacity for criminality is remarkable, despite the murder of multiple individuals. The police have yet to discern your identity. You have deliberately convoluted the crime scene, eschewing more efficient instruments in favor of a noose to strangle your victims, placing a cigarette in the deceased's mouth post-mortem, and leaving behind notes inviting capture under the guise of the victims' identities. These actions have left the police utterly perplexed as to the intentions behind the killer's message and the connections among the clues. With a resigned sigh, Luo Wen declared, "I have reiterated countless times that these cases are in no way connected to me." He pressed his lips together and continued, "Is there any evidence implicating me in these crimes? Furthermore, I would like to add that as a former seasoned forensic practitioner, had I indeed committed these acts, I possess the expertise to leave no evidence behind. Perhaps even the bodies would remain undiscovered." Yan Liang replied, "I have no doubt that you, as a forensic expert, are capable of all of this. Yet, you have left behind such an abundance of clues because killing was never your ultimate objective." Luo Wen touched his nose, remaining silent. "Even as I began to suspect you, believing these murders were inextricably linked to you, I was still plagued by numerous questions. For instance, why insert a cigarette into the mouth of the deceased post-murder? Was it to create ambiguity at the crime scene, to obfuscate the police's investigative approach, thereby complicating the resolution of the case? If another were the culprit, such motives would be highly plausible. However, when I placed you in the role of the murderer, this judgment faltered. Your professionalism is evident. You understand that the most effective way to complicate an investigation is to leave no trace, rather than to fabricate additional distractions." Yan Liang paused to sip his water before continuing. "It was not until I traveled to Ning City to investigate your past that all the ambiguities surrounding the previous murders found a common answer. It became clear to me that every clue discernible to the police was deliberately left by you, intentionally designed for their discovery. Consider the sequence of your actions during the crime. Rather than utilizing a more efficient blade, you chose a rope. You discarded the weapon near the scene, undoubtedly to ensure the police would uncover your fingerprints on it. Yet, why not opt for a knife, which could also bear fingerprints? For you, there are 2 advantages to using a rope. First, it possesses 2 handles, allowing for the clear imprint of your fingerprints on both, facilitating the police's evidentiary process. Second, strangling with a rope makes it easier for the police to deduce that the perpetrator is a left-handed individual. As a distinguished forensic expert, you are acutely aware that if you were to employ a knife, even if wielded with your left hand, forensic examination would only reveal that the murderer used their left hand to commit the act. Without a comparison to the right hand, it would be impossible to definitively conclude that the assailant is left-handed. Strangling someone with a rope, while deliberately exerting much more force with your left hand than with your right, supplemented by subtle evidence of your left-handed manipulation at the scene, would lead forensic experts to easily conclude that the perpetrator is left-handed. Luo Wen chuckled. "If it were indeed my doing, why would I complicate matters so? The majority of people are right-handed. Even if I did not fabricate a left-handed persona, the police investigation would still be extensive. What if I were to fail at the deception? Wouldn't that make it easier to reveal my true self? You would not fail at the deception. For you are forensic expert Luo," Yan Liang stated directly, meeting his gaze. "Is this a recognition of my professional skills?" Luo Wen sighed, shaking his head as he finished his coffee. Furthermore, inserting a cigarette into the victim's mouth after the murder may seem peculiar. Yet the most straightforward interpretation is often the most accurate. The murderer is a smoker of Likun cigarettes. "I do not smoke," Luo Wen replied flatly. Yan Liang continued, "But you want the police to believe that the murderer smokes, and specifically, Likun cigarettes. Is there a necessity for that?" He pressed on, "By adopting the identity of the deceased, and leaving the three-character phrase local person, it should also be interpreted in the simplest manner. The murderer is indeed a local of Hangzhou. Moreover, after each murder, you intentionally leave behind a provocative note stating "come catch me," aiming to escalate the case's prominence. You are well aware that in a vast city like Hangzhou, homicides occur almost daily. After you commit a murder, the District Public Security Bureau will certainly take it seriously and allocate personnel to solve the case. But that is insufficient for your needs. You seek a sensational case, one that evokes a greater impact, one that shocks the municipal police and even the provincial department, necessitating a large force to solve it. Thus, you leave behind the provocative four-character phrase at the scene, compelling the police to deploy significant resources to investigate your case. This tactic is undeniably effective. The note "come catch me" left at a homicide scene is unprecedented. The moment the first case emerged, it instantly attracted substantial media attention and, of course, garnered serious notice from the police hierarchy, who promptly assembled a task force to solve the case. Luo Wen smiled faintly. You accuse me of murder and simultaneously assert that I desire police attention. Am I to understand that, in your view, I am both a criminal and eager to be apprehended? Yan Liang nodded. That is indeed what you intend. Luo Wen laughed. Then there is no need for interrogation. Simply arrange for a psychological evaluation. If I am deemed mentally ill, then I shall not be sentenced for murder. Your true motive is to direct the police towards capturing another killer. Luo Wen scoffed, remaining silent. Yan Liang pressed his lips together and continued. 8 years ago, upon returning to Ning City from a business trip in Beijing, you discovered that your home phone was out of service and your wife's mobile was turned off. While en route home, you called your mother-in-law, who stated she had not been in contact with her daughter for days. You then reached out to your wife's friends, who informed you that her phone had been off for some time. When you contacted her workplace, they reported that she had not shown up for 2 days. In a state of agitation, you hurried home, only to find the door ajar, revealing an eerily empty abode. Your wife, your daughter, and even the family dog were nowhere to be found. The floors gleamed with an immaculate cleanliness, devoid of any dust. A single glance around the house evoked a sense of both novelty and estrangement. In that moment, your professional instincts alerted you to the abnormality of the situation. Luo Wen gazed at Yan Liang, his teeth clenched slightly. The memory of standing at his doorstep 8 years ago lingered vividly, as if it were but yesterday. In his entire life, he had never experienced such a profound fear, a terror that emanated from the depths of his being. This buried dread had haunted him for 8 years, rousing him from his slumber in the dead of night. As visions of the unfathomably empty house, with its meticulously polished furnishings flooded his mind. At that time, instead of rushing inside, you remained composed, opting to stay outside while you called your department, requesting the arrival of a team equipped with investigative tools. Subsequently, you entered the house alongside a student you deemed the most capable and meticulous, examining every inch of the floor with great care. That night, you employed every conceivable method, conducting multiple thorough inspections that spanned from dusk until dawn. According to your records, the investigation yielded several exceedingly subtle clues. First, the majority of the floor had been vigorously cleaned, leaving no footprints behind. Your analysis of the cleaning technique suggested that the individual had used their left hand, while your wife had always favored her right. Secondly, you conducted a bloodstain analysis throughout the house, finding no traces of blood. Thirdly, beneath the bathroom sink, you discovered a small patch of ash and some particulate matter. Subsequent laboratory tests identified it as cigarette ash, which you matched against various brands of cigarettes available on the market, concluding that the ash belonged to Li Kun's cigarettes based on minute elemental differences and the unique composition of the burnt paper. Fourthly, after searching the entire house, you ultimately found a solitary fingerprint on the tile adjacent to the bathroom sink. This fingerprint was confirmed to be neither yours nor your wife's, but rather that of an unfamiliar individual. It was the only fingerprint discovered throughout the entire residence. These details were meticulously documented in your report 8 years prior, and you should remember them with clarity. Luo Wen nodded and affirmed, I recall it vividly. With your wife, daughter, and dog missing, coupled with several irregular clues, you surmised that some incident must have transpired at your home 2 days prior, prompting you to file a report at the municipal police station. The records of this report remain intact. Given your position within the city bureau, your report garnered significant attention, leading to the swift mobilization of personnel for a neighborhood canvassing operation. Before long, investigators uncovered that a young waste collector had vanished shortly after the incident. You personally visited the individual's rented apartment, where you collected fingerprints left behind, discovering that they match precisely with the one found in your bathroom. You meticulously examined the belongings within his residence, confirming that he was left-handed and smoked Licoon cigarettes. Licoon is categorized as a mid-range cigarette, and it is peculiar that an individual engaged in the collection of recyclables would opt for such a brand, as most tend to smoke much cheaper alternatives. Subsequently, the police designated this individual as a suspect. Through inquiries with the landlord and several other pertinent individuals, it emerged that the suspect had only arrived 2 days prior, leaving a faint impression. They recalled he stood slightly over 170 centimeters tall, had a slender build, and possessed an unremarkable appearance. Due to the brief interaction, they were unable to provide a detailed description of his features. However, the landlord remembered that during the rental discussions, he had mentioned being a farmer from the western part of Hangzhou. Given that most residents of Hangzhou smoke Licoon, it was reasonable to believe he hailed from that area. Regrettably, 8 years ago, mobile phones were still relatively luxurious, and the majority of society lacked them. Otherwise, landlords typically retained the phone numbers of tenants for identification purposes, which would have clarified matters immediately and averted the ensuing complications. Luo Wen remained silent. Yan Liang continued, stating that you subsequently requested the Bureau to contact the police in Hangzhou to assist in locating such an individual. However, due to the scarcity of clues, merely knowing that the person was a resident of Western Hangzhou, in their 20s, of average height and appearance, a left-handed smoker of Licoon cigarettes, and possessing fingerprints, there was little for the Hangzhou police to pursue, despite your repeated pleas for the Municipal Bureau to expedite the investigation. The challenges were twofold. Firstly, Hangzhou did not fall under the jurisdiction of Ningshi, making the search for such an indistinct individual exceedingly difficult. Secondly, there were no signs of forced entry or bloodstains found in your home, rendering it impossible to classify the matter as a homicide. Without a homicide classification, the police naturally would not allocate sufficient manpower for the investigation. Thus, this individual remained elusive. Luo Wen pressed his lips together, his teeth clenched. Yan Liang cleared his throat, suddenly raising his voice, and stated solemnly, "Yet, no one could have anticipated that you would commit such a grave crime, taking the lives of so many. Your intent was not to kill, but to seek someone. When I discerned your true aim, I confess it sent chills down my spine," Yan Liang passionately conveyed. "In my decades of service in law enforcement, I have encountered a myriad of cases and witnessed various types of perpetrators and their motivations, some driven by accident, some by greed, others by revenge or passion, and even some by the desire to frame others. Yet, I could never have imagined that someone would resort to a series of murders solely to provoke the police into helping identify another individual. Regarding the truth behind your wife and daughter's disappearance, you remain utterly oblivious. Even your knowledge of the individual who appeared in your home is alarmingly limited. The only clues you possess are that he is in his 20s, of average height, left-handed, a smoker of Licoon cigarettes, a farmer from the western part of Hangzhou, and that you have his fingerprints. In your determination to uncover this individual, you ventured into western Hangzhou, committing a series of murders while deliberately leaving behind these few clues, meticulously managing the criminal processes to eliminate any traces. You are acutely aware that faced with these scant pieces of evidence, the police's only recourse to solve the case lies in conducting extensive fingerprint comparisons to identify this person. Simultaneously, one must commit an egregious crime to compel the police to devote sufficient attention and resources to fingerprint analysis in order to aid in the identification of individuals. Thus, you audaciously inscribe the words "come" and "catch me" as a provocation to law enforcement. Following each murder, you await the police's extensive fingerprint comparisons. Regrettably, despite their diligent efforts in the vicinity, they have yet to unearth any leads. You perceive that the area of Hangzhou's western city is excessively vast. Consequently, the comparisons are predominantly conducted near the crime scenes. Hence, you perpetually engage in criminal acts across various districts in the western region, with the objective of utilizing the police's relentless resources to compare the fingerprints of all residents, thereby aiding in the identification of the individual associated with your prints. Consequently, numerous criminal intricacies can be elucidated. You are acutely aware that, after several years, the individual's height will likely remain stable, yet their physique may have transformed, perhaps resulting in an increase in weight. This uncertainty gnaws at you as you lack knowledge of the suspect's current weight. Therefore, during each crime, You meticulously eliminate footprints on the ground, preventing the police from deducing the perpetrator's height and weight, which could lead to the misidentification of the true culprit during fingerprint comparisons. However, even after 4 attempts, the authorities have still not identified the individual. Anxiety mounts within you as you yearn to provide the police with additional clues, prompting them to extend their comparisons over a broader range. Thus, when you murdered Sun Hongyun, who was initially assaulted beside the roadside greenery, you dragged him onto the cement ground after his demise. This strenuous effort was merely to utilize his hand to inscribe the character's local resident, signaling to the police that the perpetrator was indeed from Hangzhou. The soil within the greenery was too loose to yield a clear inscription, while the hardened pavement required considerable force to leave a mark, inconsistent with the struggles of a dying person. Hence, you opted to drag him onto the cement, where you could best leave the inscription of local resident. In dragging him through the greenery, you inevitably stepped upon it, unwilling to leave footprints. You donned his shoes and mimicked the characteristics of the deceased's dragged footprints, thereby obfuscating accurate assessments of your height and weight. Sighing, Yan Liang continued, "In truth, I discern a flicker of conscience within you. Deep down, you harbor an aversion to crime. Previously, you believed that any justification for criminality was disgraceful. Yet, in your quest to uncover the truth behind the disappearance of your wife and daughter, and to identify the stranger who entered your home, you chose the path of murder, taking many lives. From your perspective, I surmise that you regard yourself as a selfish individual. In your pursuit of answers, you resorted to killing, yet, by your very nature, you found it impossible to target ordinary people. Consequently, you accessed the public security intranet using your former account, specifically targeting formerly incarcerated individuals registered in the western area of Hangzhou. I have verified that, although you resigned 3 years ago, your account has remained active on the public security intranet." Luo Wen calmly remarked, "Although I have resigned, I occasionally take an interest in the internal dynamics of public security. Surely, this cannot be deemed improper. If it is against regulations, merely terminate my account." Yan Liang furrowed his brow as he gazed at him. "Will you not confess?" Luo Wen chuckled softly. "I find this narrative rather novel." At that moment, there were 2 knocks on the interrogation room door, prompting the recorder to rise and open it. Zhao Taimin entered, glancing inside, his gaze lingering on Luo Wen for a few seconds before addressing Yan Liang. "Have you gathered the information?" Yan Liang responded loudly. "Almost everything has been disclosed." Zhao Taimin smiled as he ushered in 2 individuals, Zhu Huiru and Guoyu. Upon seeing Luo Wen, both widened their eyes in surprise, though their expressions quickly returned to normal. Luo Wen promptly exclaimed, "Teacher Yan, your tale is quite intriguing. I wonder if there is any evidence to support it?" Zhao Taimin clenched his jaw and stated, "Very well, you may continue the interrogation." He hastily closed the door, escorting Zhu Huiru and Guoyu away. Once they had departed, Yan Liang remarked, "There is no need for further concealment. You must have seen Zhu Huiru and Guoyu just now. Upon witnessing your arrest, their psychological defenses must have shattered, leading them to divulge everything. Even if you stubbornly refuse to admit to the first 5 homicides, their confessions will yield the same consequences for you." Luo Wen regained his composure and replied, "Is that so? I know Zhu Huiru from the noodle shop. As for the other gentleman, I have encountered him a few times but cannot recall his name. I am unaware of any connection between us. They are responsible for the murder of Su Tianding, and you aided them in fabricating the crime scene, evading previous investigations. Is that so? How does that implicate me?" Luo Wen retorted with a cold laugh. "Evidence lies in the fact that identical fingerprints were found in Su Tianding's case. Are those my fingerprints? If not, it seems rather insufficient to establish any link to me, does it not? Do I need to reiterate the events of that night? I am curious to hear how you weave a connection between me and these 2 individuals I scarcely know." Luo Wen smiled slightly. Yan Liang continued, "On the night of September 8th, Zhu Huiru and Guoyu killed Su Tianding under certain circumstances. I believe their intention was not murder, but rather an accident. For neither of them appears to be the type to commit such an act. Su Tianding suffered a head injury from a rock and 3 knife wounds to his torso. These were his original injuries. After accidentally killing Su Tianding, you appeared at the scene promptly. I am uncertain of the dialogue exchanged between you, but ultimately, you assisted them in concealing their crime. Firstly, as you did not commit the crime yourself, the crime scene was a chaotic mess, brimming with clues and evidence that you could not entirely erase. Thus, you devised a plan to hide the body in a nearby thicket, and in the early hours of the following day, You scattered several heart-shaped 100 yuan bills around the scene, leading passers-by to search for them, thereby fundamentally compromising the integrity of the scene. Secondly, Zhu Huiru had delivered takeout, a detail that will surely be uncovered swiftly and cannot be concealed. Consequently, the police would categorize her as a primary suspect. Thus, you promptly concocted an alibi for both of them. How did you do this? You instructed them to return home while deliberately passing beneath the surveillance cameras, ensuring that their return time was recorded. Subsequently, you unearthed the messages from Su Tianding's WeChat on his mobile device, recording his words onto your own phone. You then dialed the number of his most frequently contacted friend from his call history. Upon connection, you played that message before abruptly ending the call, thereby fabricating the illusion that Su Tianding had met his demise at precisely 10:50. Yet, this was insufficient. To ensure that Zhu Huiru and Guayu's alibis appeared impeccable, you orchestrated for Guayu to return home and deliberately visit a convenience store to purchase medicine, thus securing a witness's testimony. Simultaneously, you meticulously inflicted wounds upon Su Tianding's body at the crime scene, leaving blood traces that suggested the assailant lingered for an extended period after the act. Such a dual-layered safeguard was ample to furnish them with a credible alibi. Furthermore, the stab wound to Su Tianding's heart would undoubtedly have resulted in a considerable spatter of blood upon the withdrawal of the knife. I surmise that Zhu Huiru's clothing must have borne a significant amount of blood. Consequently, you instructed Guayu to carry Zhu Huiru back, lest passers-by take notice. However, a justification for this action was necessary, leading me to believe that Zhu Huiru's leg injury was a fabrication of your own design. Your attention to detail was remarkable. After her injury, you deliberately had her don jeans, aligning with the psychological tendency of women to prioritize aesthetics. Simultaneously, the police, unable to see her injury, would suspect her of deceit. Yet, when she later donned a short skirt that exposed her wound, the police's suspicions would undoubtedly dissipate. Moreover, it was undoubtedly you who procured a new fruit knife of the same kind after the incident, presenting it to Zhu Huiru for her to produce as needed, thereby further alleviating any suspicions cast upon her. Regrettably, Zhu Fulai was unaware of this detail. It seems he may have sought to shield his sister from culpability, resulting in a miscommunication between the two that nearly exposed your scheme. Confronted with the police's interrogation techniques, you must have sought them out later that evening to impart your insights. Additionally, you established a dual safeguard by leaving behind Li Fengtian's fingerprints. First, the police would certainly compare fingerprints of suspected individuals, discovering that neither Zhu Huiru nor Guayu matched, thus exonerating them. Second, should the police identify these fingerprints as belonging to a serial murder case, Zhu Huiru and Guayu would be completely absolved of suspicion, as they could not possibly be the perpetrators of a serial crime. Furthermore, you meticulously placed the fingerprinted can behind a tree, creating the illusion that the assailant overlooked it and neglected to erase the fingerprints. I concede that, in assisting Zhu Huiru and Guayu with this crime, you nearly deceived everyone, and I was almost led to dismiss their involvement as well. The sole clarity that maintained my focus was the realization that, upon determining you as the perpetrator, I envisioned that the scene of Su Tianding's murder would not have been so chaotic in your hands. Moreover, aside from the fingerprints, it did not resemble previous cases where the weapon was discarded, leaving behind additional clues. Thus, the only explanation remains that Su Tianding was not your victim. Luo scoffed slightly. Is that so? Am I so familiar with the two individuals you mentioned? Why would I assist them in concealing a murder? Yan Liang replied, initially, I too struggled to comprehend why you would take such a considerable risk for two mere acquaintances. I once thought you harbored feelings for Zhu Huiru. Upon hearing this, Luo could not suppress a derisive laugh. Yan Liang continued, eventually, I dismissed that notion. You are not of such a disposition. I visited the riverside several times, where Zhu Huiru and Guayu took the life of Su Tianding. The location is not visible from the sidewalk. One must venture down to the grassy area below. Otherwise, lingering there for several minutes would certainly attract the attention of passers-by. However, based on my calculations, you must have been present at the scene immediately after their act, which seems rather coincidental. This led me to contemplate another possibility. That evening, you had originally intended to eliminate Su Tianding yourself. Furthermore, there exists another piece of evidence supporting this hypothesis. You left behind the fingerprints of Li Fengtian at the scene. It is evident that you crafted a model of his fingerprint specifically for this purpose. I surmise that such incriminating evidence would typically not be kept on your person. Yet you had it with you that night. indicating that your presence was indeed premeditated for the intent of murder. Luo Wen remained silent. Yan Liang continued. Your motive for killing Su Tianding is quite straightforward. First, he was sufficiently detestable. Second, after each of your prior killings. The police's pace in matching surrounding fingerprints was frustratingly slow. You sought to orchestrate a significant case that would compel the police to deploy maximum resources for the broadest fingerprint comparison possible, in hopes of identifying Li Fengtian. With Sun Hongyun having died only days prior, should Su Tianding also fall victim, the cumulative effect of these two homicides would undoubtedly shake the police to their core, driving them to expedite their fingerprint comparisons. Moreover, the locations of Sun Hongyun and Su Tianding's murders are situated in two distinct sectors of the western city. Hence, the scope of this fingerprint analysis would encompass the entirety of the western district. Yet, ironically, Zhu Huiru and Guiyu preempted you in slaying Su Tianding. You believe that had you been the one to kill him, these two children would not have faced such a tragic fate. And you saw the opportunity to save their lives while still executing your plan as the optimal choice. Thus, you resolved to fabricate the scene. However, due to the disarray of the crime scene, you could not replicate the same modus operandi as in your previous cases, leading you to abandon the inclusion of additional clues, leaving only the fingerprints behind. Luo Wen simply pressed his lips together. The narrative is compelling, yet I maintain my stance. None of this pertains to me. Yan Liang glared, barely concealing his ire. You have often proclaimed that any crime, regardless of justification, is shameful. This is a core tenet of your professional ethos. I could hardly fathom that the individual who uttered such words could be responsible for the deaths of so many, devoid of any sense of remorse. Your selfishness has utterly obscured your conscience. Luo Wen replied, Indeed, it has nothing to do with me. The law is predicated on evidence. Merely crafting a coherent narrative does not suffice to determine a person's guilt. Otherwise, I could adapt this script to fit any individual's circumstances, and I am certain there exists a rationale to justify their criminal motives. Yan Liang, filled with fury, demanded, Why did you return home at midnight on September 8th? I often return home late, Luo Wen asserted, and I trust that if you were to investigate the neighborhood surveillance, it would corroborate this. Yan Liang scoffed. I am acutely aware that your habitual late returns serve to mask your need to conceal the nights you required for your criminal activities, rendering those evenings less conspicuous. Where were you on the night of September 8th? And who can vouch for your whereabouts? Luo Wen fell into contemplation. Let me think. Typically, I often stroll alone in the vicinity during the night, and I fear there is no one who can attest to my presence. My frequent haunts include the riverbank, the park, and the nearby hills. I relish the tranquility of the night air. Living alone, I find myself often bored, seeking to unwind both body and mind. So why did you venture out in the early hours of September 9th, only to return shortly after? After a moment, he recalled, I remember now. I was quite hungry, and there was nothing to eat at home. I thought I'd drive out to see if there were any food options available. However, I found all the shops closed and returned after a brief circuit. And why did you go out again shortly after 3? I was truly uncomfortable with hunger and wanted to check if any snack shops had opened by that hour. Was it not to dispose of a substantial sum of money at the crime scene? Luo Wen smiled calmly. That is certainly impossible. I have stated that I am not involved in the case. Moreover, if it were a considerable sum of money, I would have gone to the bank to withdraw cash. The police could easily investigate my withdrawal records. Yan Liang replied coldly, During the last search of your home, we discovered that you had tens of thousands of cash in your drawer, indicating a habit of keeping a large amount of cash at home. Hence, there would be no need for you to withdraw money at the last minute. With a sigh and a bitter smile, Luo Wen lamented. Then how am I to prove my innocence? Yan Liang scoffed. Where did you have breakfast? I remember that when I left, I couldn't find any breakfast places open. So I decided to go hiking to pass the time. Later, I drove to the nearest KFC. If that establishment still has surveillance footage from that time, it could corroborate my story. But during your hiking, there is no one who can verify your presence there? Luo Wen replied, While hiking, I did encounter other individuals. But I do not know them, and I cannot ascertain if they would remember me. By your reasoning, we are unable to verify anything. Yet by the same token, I cannot prove my innocence. Yan Liang questioned, Why did you seek out Li Fengtian? Luo Wen explained, Regarding the documents from 8 years ago, you were correct. I have long been eager to discover who that individual is, yet I had no means of investigation. A few days ago, when you visited my home, I inadvertently glimpsed the contents of the envelope you left behind. It detailed how you had identified a suspect through fingerprint analysis, but subsequently released him due to insufficient evidence. I caught a glimpse of the fingerprint emblazoned on the paper, and I have a vivid recollection of the fingerprint from the documents 8 years prior. With just one glance, I recognized that the two fingerprints were identical. Li Fengtian is the person I need to find. Yan Liang pressed. Why did you not inform me at that time, and instead chose to go to his home? What were your intentions? I apologize. My urgency to discover the answer was overwhelming. I could not wait any longer. I felt compelled to see if he was indeed the person I was searching for. In your report, it is stated that although the police matched the fingerprints and found them to be identical to those left by the murderer in your case, he possessed numerous alibis that proved he was not the perpetrator you were seeking. After apprehending him, you subsequently released him. Consequently, I followed the address recorded in your report and arrived directly at his residence. Now, on the day before yesterday, why did you throw a piece of chicken breast into a garbage bin while walking down the street, only to retrieve it later? I felt as though someone was trailing me, and I wished to conduct a small experiment. It was merely a counter-surveillance technique that I had already explained to the officer who interviewed you previously. At that time, I was unaware that you suspected me of being the murderer, which is why I was being followed. Yan Liang sighed and remarked, your words are remarkably meticulous. No, I am merely speaking the truth, I replied. Yan Liang bowed his head, sighed deeply, and inquired, after all these years, have you discovered the truth behind the disappearance of your wife and daughter? In that instant, a glimmer of hope shone in Luo Wen's eyes. He straightened his posture, gazing earnestly at Yan Liang, and slowly uttered, please, enlighten me. Yan Liang did not meet his gaze but instead stared at the ground, softly saying, Li Fengtian is a farmer from this area. In the preceding years, he resided in Jiangsu, where he rented a shop in a building materials market to engage in commerce. His wife is also from Jiangsu. In recent years, many areas in Hangzhou have undergone demolition. After his farmland was requisitioned, he was allocated 6 apartments. Thus, he returned to Hangzhou last year to continue his business in building materials. Do you know why he did not return for so many years? Luo Wen maintained an impassive expression as he looked at Yan Liang, who continued to gaze at the ground, stating matter-of-factly, 8 years ago, Li Fengtian lost a significant sum of money in gambling, leading to a debt chase that forced him to flee to Ning City. He has always been idle and unproductive. Upon arriving in Ning City, he found himself at a loss. He initially intended to feign collecting scrap, but secretly aimed to commit burglary for quick profit. However, on the 3rd night of his stay in Ning City, he wandered to Tianqing apartment at 186 Pianjikong Road in Haishu District. Yan Liang paused momentarily before proceeding. He noticed that the window of room 201 in Building 2, Unit 1, was slightly ajar. It was just the onset of winter, and the streets were sparsely populated at night. He waited until midnight when all the lights in the neighboring houses had extinguished, then climbed the water pipe to the 2nd floor, pulled open the window, and jumped inside. The corners of Luo Wen's mouth twitched, although he had anticipated this. The truth behind the disappearance of his wife and daughter began to unfold before him, and he was engulfed by fear, unwilling to accept it, desiring to cease listening. The balcony directly led to the master bedroom. He assumed the occupants were asleep, but unbeknownst to him, at that hour, his daughter had wet the bed, prompting the mistress to tidy up before returning to the bedroom, where she encountered Li Fengtian face to face. Li Fengtian had no prior experience in burglary. This was his first attempt, and he was exceedingly anxious. In that moment, instead of fleeing, he chose to grapple with the mistress in an effort to subdue her. Luo Wen suddenly felt his mind go blank, as if the entire world had turned empty. All he could perceive were Yan Liang's twitching lips and the distant echoes of voices from another realm. In that instant, he accidentally strangled the mistress to death. A jarring sensation struck his brain, leaving it buzzing incessantly. Although he had envisioned his wife's demise countless times over the past 8 years, each time he had reassured himself that perhaps it was not true, that there might be other possibilities. Each instance had scattered those thoughts hastily from his mind. Yet this time, he could not disperse them any longer. The phrase he accidentally strangled the mistress to death reverberated in his mind like an unwinding spring, ceaselessly echoing. His expression remained impassive as he stared blankly at the 2 unfamiliar faces in the interrogation room. He felt as if he had never encountered these individuals before, utterly unacquainted with them. Yan Liang paused for a considerable time before continuing. There is also a dog at home. When he strangled the mistress, the dog was barking incessantly, awakening the daughter. She approached the bedroom door and witnessed the horrifying scene. paralyzed in fear and unable to utter a single sound. After Li Fengtian had killed the mistress, he realized the gravity of his actions and, in a moment of ruthless resolve, seized the dog, which was still less than half a year old, and strangled it as well. The little girl met the same fate at his hands. In an instant, Luo Wen slid down from his chair, collapsing heavily onto the floor. The recorder hurried over to assist him. Luo Wen gasped, his mouth agape, struggling to breathe but producing no sound. Yan Liang, in anguish, covered his forehead and said, "You must already know what happened next." The murderer, fully aware of the calamity he had wrought, wrapped the bodies of both the woman and the child, along with the dog, in bags. He dared not take anything with him, wishing to leave no trace of his crime. He meticulously wiped down all the places he had passed, leaving behind only a small amount of ash from a cigarette he had accidentally dropped in a moment of anxiety, and a solitary fingerprint, his only unintentional oversight. 8 years ago, there were few surveillance cameras on the roads, so Li Fengtian was never apprehended after the incident. He fled to Jiangsu and returned only last year, believing the coast was clear. Luo Wen sat on the ground like a wooden figure, utterly silent. After a full 5 or 6 minutes, he suddenly spoke with an expressionless face. "What has he done with the bodies of my wife and daughter?" His words seemed imbued with a chilling detachment, as if he were inquiring about a mundane case rather than the fates of his own loved ones. Yan Liang swallowed hard before responding. According to Li Fengtian's confession, he placed the bodies in bags in the dead of night, loaded them onto a tricycle, and later rode to a lake several hundred meters from your home, where he weighted the bags with stones and submerged the bodies in the depths of the water. In that moment, Luo Wen emitted 2 anguished cries, his mouth agape yet yielding no sound, and then tears streamed from his eyes like a broken dam. The interrogation room fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to speak, all eyes quietly observing Luo Wen's silent grief, until the tears seemed to have dried up. Luo Wen suddenly quivered and said, that lake has been filled and replaced with buildings. In this lifetime, I shall never see it again." In that instant, all the beliefs and hopes that had sustained him crumbled into oblivion. There was nothing left. In this life, he would never even behold the remains of his wife and daughter. Yan Liang covered his face with his hands, unable to bear the sight of Luo Wen's condition. Half an hour later, Luo Wen sat numbly on the ground, his eyes devoid of tears, yet his expression resembled that of a statue. Yan Liang sighed softly and then tentatively asked, "You have already learned the truth. Now, you can provide me with the answer I seek, can't you?" Luo Wen slowly turned his head and replied, "What sentence will Li Fengtian receive? You already know in your heart, given the nature of his crime. It must be the death penalty." "Good. Very well." Luo Wen nodded slowly. Yan Liang inquired, "And what about you?" Luo Wen took a deep breath and looked back at him. "I am not involved in the case." "You?" Yan Liang gritted his teeth, pointing at him. "You still refuse to admit it. If there is any evidence, you could arrest me immediately." Luo Wen seemed to have suddenly emerged from his emotional turmoil, resolutely stating, "I won't admit to what I did not commit." Yan Liang's fingers clenched into a fist, trembling as he said, "I truly did not expect you to be a person without any principles. I am tired. I wish to go home and sleep," Luo Wen unexpectedly stated with calmness. Yan Liang abruptly stood up and turned to leave the interrogation room. "What? You wish to let Luo Wen go home?" Zhao Taimin rose sharply, shaking his head decisively. "No? Absolutely not." Yan Liang replied, "He does not admit guilt. Keeping him here will not change that. But will letting him go home lead to a confession?" Yan Liang remained non-committal. Perhaps once he has adjusted his emotions, he might confess. "I simply cannot believe that the Luo Wen I know would be a person without any boundaries." Zhao Taimin continued to shake his head. "No, he cannot leave." Now Zhu Huiru and Guoyu, those 2 little beasts, also refused to admit anything. They absolutely cannot be released. Yan Liang was taken aback. They too refused to confess? Yes, they were interrogated separately. We even showed them that Luo Wen has already been apprehended and applied substantial psychological pressure, yet their resolve is unyielding. They persist in their previous statements, and no amount of persuasion has proven effective. I cannot possibly keep releasing them only to bring them back with a summons." Yan Liang pondered and said, "Luo Wen must have meticulously instructed them on how to handle the situation. It will not be easy to expose their flaws in a short time, but as the interrogation prolongs, I believe these 2 young individuals, despite their limited psychological resilience, will eventually divulge the truth. However, as for Luo Wen, we have both witnessed his psychological fortitude. he will not confess, even if detained for 10 years. And his words contain no loopholes whatsoever. The summons period has long since expired. Perhaps it would be wise to release him, allowing him a moment to rest. Zhao Taiman regarded him with a complex expression, saying, "It is because you still consider him a friend that you plead for his release, hoping he might find some respite?" Yan Liang candidly admitted, "That is part of the reason. Moreover, I have just revealed the truth to him. Keeping him confined would be unbearable." Zhao Taiman narrowed his eyes, deliberating for a considerable time, then scrutinized Yan Liang closely before reluctantly nodding. By regulations, he should indeed be released. If by tomorrow, Zhu Huiru and Guo Yu have not provided their accounts, I shall summon Luo Wen again for further interrogation. However, after his release, I must still assign someone to follow him. "Thank you," Yan Liang exclaimed. Zhao Taiman shot him a look of disdain, turning away and straightening his posture. "I am not doing you a favor, nor am I letting a perpetrator off the hook. I am merely adhering to my duties." 10 minutes later, Yan Liang personally escorted Luo Wen to the entrance of the task force. Luo Wen nodded at him and uttered a brief, "Thank you." Yan Liang pressed his lips together and remarked, "You have taken the lives of many in your quest to find one person. I understand this. Yet I also find it incomprehensible." Luo Wen cast his gaze downward, remaining silent, and slowly turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he suddenly looked back at Yan Liang and said, "Actually, you have accurately grasped all the facts, save for one." Yan Liang frowned and inquired, "What is that?" Luo Wen replied calmly, "I am not a man devoid of principles. Once Li Fengtian's trial is concluded, I shall provide you with an explanation, and I assure you, I will not go back on my word." Yan Liang stared at him for a long while before a smile crept onto his lips as he nodded in understanding. He realized Luo Wen's intention. He was not afraid of admitting guilt or facing the death penalty. Rather, he wished to confess only after witnessing Li Fengtian receive his sentence. Perhaps he sought to provide closure to the wife and daughter he left behind in another realm. Luo Wen returned the smile, hesitated momentarily, then asked, "Teacher Yan, I am curious about one question. How did you ascertain the ultimate truth behind this convoluted affair, and how did you determine that I was the answer?" Yan Liang confessed, "I first discerned that you were the answer, which then allowed me to untangle the intricate threads of this entire event." "Oh," he mused, "the entire affair resembles a multivariable equation of fifth degree or higher, which, theoretically, is unsolvable, regardless of the logical approach employed or the expertise of any logical master. None could definitively calculate the solution to such an equation. On one hand, every function in this system is fictitious. Every clue related to the cases is fabricated, deliberately left by the questioner. Where could one find such a skilled questioner? On the other hand, the motive for killing so many to manipulate the police into finding another person is equally elusive. Where could one unearth such a line of reasoning? In the realm of multivariable equations of fifth degree or higher, the sole mathematical method available is the substitution method. One must first hypothesize potential solutions, then substitute them to ascertain whether the equation holds true. Fortunately, I needed only a single attempt to discover that you were a feasible solution. Otherwise, the puzzle would have remained forever unsolved. Do you recall our first encounter a few weeks ago? During this meeting, did I inadvertently reveal anything? Luo Wenda, you did not betray yourself. However, your vehicle has divulged your secrets. Why is that? You reside in an upscale neighborhood and have invested a substantial sum in your home. Given your financial capacity and need for housing, purchasing this residence is not particularly remarkable. Yet, the simplicity of your home's decor left me utterly astonished. What connection does this hold? I have never been one to place great importance on basic living conditions. It has never been of concern to me. Yan Liang remarked, "Indeed. This aligns perfectly with your habits, which is hardly surprising. Moreover, it further substantiates that after resigning, you remain unpretentious and devoid of vanity. If you were otherwise, any guest entering your home would certainly diminish your pride upon witnessing its bare decor. Yet, you have chosen to acquire a lavish luxury vehicle, claiming that when you travel to your workplace, you take the bus and do not drive this extravagant car. This opulent automobile is merely for your private excursions, enhancing your personal image. Herein lie two contradictions. Firstly, the lack of ostentation in your home's decor starkly contrasts with the pursuit of status represented by your luxury vehicle. Secondly, your acquisition of such a car does not appear to be for the sake of public admiration. I have yet to encounter an individual who purchases a luxury car solely for personal enjoyment, especially someone like you, who has little interest in automobiles. Thus, These contradictions reveal your true intentions. The sole reason for your luxury vehicle is to facilitate your criminal activities without arousing suspicion. After all, no one would suspect a serial killer of driving a luxury car, just as the perverse man you encountered on the night of Sun Hongyun's murder drove an extravagant BMW, which the police investigation overlooked for an extended period. With this answer in mind, I substituted it into the equations, gradually unraveling the truth. Luo Wen sighed and remarked, "This proves that logic is far superior to the examination of physical evidence." Yan Liang gazed at him and said, however, "Had you not chosen to assist Zhu Huiru and Guayu, I would never have encountered you and would not have harbored any suspicions. Despite your belief in your expertise, aiding two strangers still entails significant risk. If their testimonies had faltered from the outset, your years of seeking answers would have been in vain. Do you regret this?" Luo Wen did not respond directly. Instead, he replied, 5 years ago, you helped a child, whom you did not know, destroy evidence of patricide, yet ultimately, it was discovered. Do you regret that?" Yan Liang was momentarily taken aback as Luo Wen turned to leave. These two inquiries bore identical answers. Two geniuses, both similar yet entirely different, provided the same response when confronted with the crimes of others. Sitting in a taxi, Luo Wen stared blankly out the window at the passing scenery, as if reliving the last 8 years. Since the disappearance of his wife and daughter, he has been in a relentless search. No traces of blood were detected in the room, and no unidentified bodies had ever appeared in the vicinity. He clung to a glimmer of hope, believing that his wife and daughter were still alive. He envisioned various hypothetical scenarios, such as them being abducted and trapped in a remote village, unable to escape. Of course, he also contemplated the worst outcome, that they had met with misfortune. Yet, whenever such thoughts surfaced, he promptly dismissed them, for uncertainty harbored hope, knowing the truth would extinguish all hope. For 8 years, he tirelessly traversed between Ning and Hangzhou, beseeching the municipal police in both cities and the Provincial Public Security Bureau. However, the absence of blood in the room and the lack of any bodies nearby meant that, according to regulations, the case could not be classified as a homicide investigation and was relegated to a missing persons case. Despite his unique status eliciting sympathy from the city bureau leaders, who dispatched considerable manpower to investigate, their efforts yielded no results. In Hangzhou, the provincial leaders even intervened to assist in identifying the matching fingerprint. But the scant clues made it impossible for the Hangzhou Public Security Bureau to compare the fingerprints of every resident in the western part of the city for a missing persons case. 5 long years passed after the disappearance of his wife and daughter, with no word from them. Ultimately, 3 years ago, he resigned, as he believed he had only one last resort to find that unknown man. He resolved to commit a crime, orchestrating a shocking offense that would compel the Hangzhou police to allocate substantial resources to uncover that individual. Throughout his criminal endeavors, every action was executed with the intention of leaving behind information about the unknown man. He fashioned a pair of rubber gloves using the stranger's fingerprints, wearing them during his criminal acts to leave his own fingerprints behind. Simultaneously, he inserted a pack of Lacoon cigarettes to indicate that the perpetrator smoked them. He strangled the victim with a rope, implying that the assailant was left-handed. Apart from this, he left no other clues, aiming to ensure that the police had no alternative path to follow except for an extensive fingerprint comparison. At last, he had tracked down Li Fengtian, the man he had sought for 8 years. However, as the moment of truth approached, he felt a pang of regret. The taxi pulled up to the front of the noodle shop and came to a halt. The driver remarked, "What's happening up ahead? The road is blocked. I'll have to turn around." "Oh," Luo Wenxin absently replied, indifferent, as if it mattered not where the driver took him. The driver cast him a curious glance. This passenger had not uttered a word since boarding, appearing as wooden as a statue. Despite several attempts to engage him in conversation, the passenger maintained a demeanor of utter disinterest. Finding the situation dull, the driver turned his attention to the radio. As the driver accelerated and made a turn, Luo Wen's gaze abruptly returned to reality. He saw a crowd gathered ahead, with police tape cordoning off the area. Uniformed officers directing operations around what appeared to be the noodle shop at the center of it all. He paused for a moment before instructing the driver to stop, indicating that he would get out here. After alighting from the vehicle, he made his way towards the crowd, where he could overhear the discussions of those around him. The owner of the noodle shop claimed that he had murdered the young hoodlum. Indeed, It was said that the police had summoned his sister and another man earlier in the morning to investigate the case, undoubtedly related to the young hoodlum. To his surprise, the small-time thug who had been associating with the young hoodlum suddenly burst forth with a knife, dragging the man inside. Wasn't he a cripple? Yes, he was. Yet he charged out with the knife, leaving the thug no choice but to comply. What was his intention? He told the police that he was the one who killed the young hoodlum and that his sister was not involved, demanding the release of the others as he accompanied the police. Did he truly commit the murder? It remains uncertain. If he did, why would the police have detained his sister and another man? If he was innocent, his actions would be in vain, as the police would surely uncover the truth. At this point, Luo Wen felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. Zhu Fulai, what on earth are you attempting to achieve? Your sister and Guo Yu have not been formally arrested. They were merely summoned. I had already informed them that they would not confess and would soon return. What chaos are you adding to this situation? Struggling to move forward, Luo Wen finally reached the police cordon, where officers stood within, preventing anyone from entering. Zhu Fulai, armed with a knife, had Zhang Bing cornered behind the cash register at the back of the noodle shop. At the entrance, 2 police officers were engaged in conversation, presumably attempting to reason with him. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the crowd across the street, which soon dispersed as several police vehicles arrived. From the first car emerged Zhao Taimin and Yan Liang. The second vehicle brought forth Zhu Huiru and Guo Yu, who were not handcuffed, indicating their freedom. The police were merely conducting an inquiry. More officers disembarked from the vehicles behind, one carrying a long black case, which Luo Wen instantly recognized as that of a sniper. Zhu Huiru cried out to the noodle shop, "Brother, what are you doing?" She attempted to rush forward, but Zhao Taimin extended his arm to stop her. Yan Liang exchanged a few words with Zhao Taimin, who then leaned down to instruct his subordinates. Subsequently, Yan Liang approached the entrance of the noodle shop, allowing the original officers to step aside as he began conversing with Zhu Fulai inside. Zhao Taimin remained impassive, observing as the sniper adeptly prepared a non-slip mat on the car hood and set up his rifle. The surrounding crowd, seldom afforded such a close view of police snipers, eagerly took out their phones to capture the moment. Zhao Taimin ordered his men to widen the cordon, then turned to Zhu Huiru, coldly stating, "It is absolutely impossible that your brother committed the murder. The evidence at the scene easily excludes a cripple. Given this, do you still refuse to acknowledge it?" Zhu Huiru swallowed hard and shook her head, insisting, "You must be mistaken. Is that so?" Zhao Taimin glanced expressionlessly at the sniper behind him and remarked that this was an unexpected incident. If the police were to kill his brother at this moment, it would be dire. Suddenly, a loud voice resonated from within the noodle shop. "I killed the little Tai Bao. My sister is in no way involved. I will return my life to you now." In that instant, Luo Wen's heart tightened. He comprehended the intentions of Zhu Fulai, an ordinary man of limited intellect. Despite his lack of cunning, Zhu Fulai must have realized that once the police had summoned his sister, taking a hostage would ultimately be futile. Even if the police temporarily released his sister, they would undoubtedly continue their investigation. What, then, was his aim? He sought to end his own life. He intended to commit suicide, declaring that he was the murderer, thereby leaving the police without witnesses and no opportunity to record his confession, all to safeguard Zhu Huiru and ensure her escape. He was an unremarkable individual, lacking wisdom. Had he not resorted to such drastic measures, Zhu Huiru would likely have remained unharmed. Yet, he had chosen to take a hostage. Luo Wen felt a surge of regret. He considered himself astute and believed his plan to assist Zhu Huiru and Guo Yu was flawless. Despite police suspicions, there was no evidence to incriminate them. However, he had failed to anticipate this crucial aspect involving Zhu Fulai. He had always thought that an additional person knowing the truth would heighten the danger, which is why he repeatedly cautioned Zhu Huiru not to inform her brother of the situation. Yet, he did not account for Zhu Fulai witnessing the police's relentless inquiries regarding his sister, nor did he foresee that, on the night of the incident, Zhu Fulai had seen her leave with a fruit knife and return in a peculiar state. Deep down, he knew that it was his sister who had committed the act. He had never openly communicated this, fearing it would only exacerbate his sister's anxiety. He silently wished for her safety, hoping she would not be apprehended. However, when he observed the police summoning his sister, this Navi man believed it to be an official arrest, rendering his sister helpless. In a moment of desperation, he concocted this dreadful scheme, to take a hostage and commit suicide in a bid to exonerate his sister. Any individual possessing even a modicum of common sense would recognize the futility of such actions, for they could not possibly save his sister. This foolish choice was indeed the most reckless path he could have taken. Yet, can he truly be blamed? Perhaps the fault lies with me. Despite my meticulous calculations, I overlooked the power of familial bonds. His feelings for Zhu Huiru mirrored my own for my wife and children. Stop! Two voices erupted simultaneously, as Yan Liang and Luo Wen, standing beyond the police line, shouted in unison. But Luo Wen continued, I killed him, not you. Instantly, all eyes turned towards Luo Wen. In that fleeting moment, Zhu Fulai's kitchen knife, poised to strike his own neck, hesitated and was redirected towards Zhang Bing's throat. Zhao Taiman caught sight of Luo Wen. A faint, chilling smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. This fellow had finally confessed. Yan Liang turned to observe Luo Wen's expression, which was rife with a plethora of complex emotions. As Luo Wen advanced, the police obstructed his path, but Zhao Taiman called out, let him in. Luo Wen nodded slightly in acknowledgement and proceeded directly to the entrance of the noodle shop. He glanced at Yan Liang and then entered. Inside, he beheld Zhu Fulai, trembling uncontrollably, and Zhang Bing, who appeared pale and terrified, with the skin of his neck cut by a kitchen knife, blood oozing forth. Turning partially towards the exterior of the noodle shop, he fixed his gaze upon Zhu Huiru, who was weeping and wore an expression of sheer panic. He raised his voice, declaring, do you think Su Tianding was killed by your sister, and that you can use this ruse to absolve her? How utterly absurd. Utterly absurd. I am the one who killed him, do you understand? What chaos are you trying to stir? Yan Liang, Zhao Taimin, Wei Yu, Zhu Huiru, Zhu Fulai, and the hostage Zhang Bing, along with numerous police officers, gaped in astonishment at him. Luo Wen amplified his voice further, saying, if your sister truly did kill him, how could your actions change anything? Could they alter the crime scene? Do you believe the police are as foolish as you are? If you claim it was you who killed him, will they cease their investigation? What a farce. What a farce. I could no longer bear to remain silent. So I stepped forward to confess. I am the one who killed him, and it has nothing to do with you whatsoever. Why did I kill Su Tianding? Because he abused dogs. Zhang Bing, you received threatening letters, did you not? Yes, that was my doing. You two were so vile in your treatment of those animals. What did you do to that dog? You nearly dragged it to death. Fortunately, I adopted that dog later, but at that moment, I resolved to end the lives of both of you. Yan Liang stared at Luo Wen in astonishment. Could it be that? You were fortunate. The first to die was Su Tianding. I had intended to kill you next, but the police were too vigilant, and I lost my opportunity. Not only that, but listen closely, comrades of the Municipal Police Department. Before I killed Su Tianding, I also murdered 5 others. Those cases you have been investigating. The evidence of my crimes is overwhelming. Every crime scene of the 6 homicides aligns perfectly with me. I possess an Audi, within the right front tire. I concealed all the murder tools using adhesive tape, including 2 unused ropes, an electric baton, a fruit knife utilized in the murder of Su Tianding, and a pair of specially made gloves imprinted with the fingerprints of others. You may retrieve them. Furthermore, the documents used in my previous crimes were merely ordinary office paper that I took from my workplace, printed using a printer in one of the conference rooms. You can verify the ink for comparison. Upon hearing this, all the detectives stood agape. The physical evidence was hidden within his tire. No wonder it had not been discovered last time. Once they locate the evidence within the tire, it would serve as irrefutable proof. They then glanced at Guo Yu and Zhu Huiru, their thoughts affirming their initial suspicions that the 2 youngsters could not possibly be the perpetrators. Indeed, they were not. To this day, there exists no incriminating evidence against the 2 children. Rather, there is an abundance of evidence indicating their innocence. Luo Wen inhaled deeply, turning his head with a cold, peculiar smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Zhu Fulai. I have confessed. Do you wish to take the blame for me? I shall not be grateful. Release the hostage at once. A wave of dizziness washed over Zhu Fulai. Could it be that Huiru did not commit the murder, and I had been unjustly worried for her? How could it be that he was the perpetrator? Yet, I had taken a hostage with a knife. Fear gripped him, and he involuntarily loosened his grip on the knife, prompting Zhang Bing to shove him aside and flee. At that moment, police officers surged into the establishment, only to halt abruptly upon entering. For Luo Wen had seized the kitchen knife from Zhu Fulai and pressed it against his own neck, retreating to a corner. Luo Wen, you cannot do this. To die in such a manner is cowardly, Yan Liang exclaimed, his voice tense with urgency. Luo Wen managed a dry, hollow smile before his expression shifted, as if drained of color, staring vacantly ahead. His gaze settled on Yan Liang as he spoke softly. It was indeed I who committed the murder. It is unrelated to anyone else. The evidence lies within the tires of my car, irrefutable. I have a dog at home, and its food is nearly depleted. If possible, please find someone willing to adopt it. He hesitated briefly, inhaling deeply. I once had another dog that resembled it, but it has since disappeared. With that, he forcefully dragged the blade across his neck, blood gushing forth and splattering against the ceiling. All the officers rushed forward, shouting, "Call an ambulance." Someone attempted to wrap his neck with clothing to staunch the flow of blood. Yan Liang did not rush forward. Instead, he knelt on the ground, cradling his head in anguish, knowing that no one was more knowledgeable about human anatomy than Luo 1, and that this act of suicide was irrevocable. The scene descended into chaos, with officers bustling about and a cacophony of noise filling the air. Report, the perpetrator is dead. There is no hope for survival. What now? Is this not a conclusion? The killer has taken his life out of fear. Let us first retrieve the evidence from the tires of his vehicle. Amidst the turmoil, someone gently tapped Yan Liang on the shoulder. He looked up to see Zhao Taimin. Zhao Taimin pressed his lips together, as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Pulling Yan Liang to his feet and guiding him outside, Zhu Fulai was escorted into a police car by several officers. Regardless of whether or not he had committed the murder, taking a hostage with a weapon was a criminal offense. Zhu Huiru stood outside the police car, calling out, "Brother! Brother!" with Guiyu by her side. Upon seeing the two of them, Zhao Taimin remarked to Yan Liang, "Those two." Zhu Huiru, spotting Zhao Taimin, rushed over and fell to her knees before him, weeping, "I'm the one who killed him. Please release my brother. Please release my brother." "No, it was I who killed him. It was me." Guiyu positioned himself in front of Zhu Huiru and knelt down. Suddenly, Yan Liang rushed before them, delivering a sharp slap to each, rebuking, "Have you two youngsters never encountered death or witnessed such copious blood? Are you rendered speechless by fear? The perpetrator is clearly Luo 1. Now be gone. Your brother has taken hostages, and he will not release them regardless of the circumstances. Depart." He stood up, grasping Zhao Taimin, intending to leave. Zhao Taimin remained rooted to the spot, gazing at Yan Liang with a furrowed brow. "Are you intent on repeating the lessons of 5 years past?" Yan Liang paused, released his grip, and with a disdainful huff, strode away alone. Zhao Taimin fixed his gaze upon the kneeling Zhu Huiru and Guiyu for several moments before pursing his lips, turning to extract a cigarette, igniting it, and calling out to the other officers, "Ensure the scene is swiftly cleared. Take Zhu Fulai away first. Do not allow the onlookers to approach. Hurry and collect evidence from Luo 1. As he distanced himself from them, unexpectedly, Zhu Huiru spoke again. "I truly killed him. That uncle assisted in concealing my crime. But it was I who took his life." "No, that is not correct. It was we who killed him, not solely you." Guiyu exclaimed. Zhao Taimin halted, noticing that the other officers had also turned their attention to the two youths. He clenched his teeth slightly, refrained from turning around, and coughed forcefully, directing his voice into the distance. "Yang Xuejuan, take these two suspects back as well." Zhu Huiru and Guiyu were handcuffed, signifying that this was not merely a summons but a formal arrest. Their eyes brimmed with fear and despair, emotions they had never before encountered. Ultimately, this was the reality they faced. However, as they proceeded towards the police vehicle, their hands brushed against each other for the first time.